Sword God Chapter 251 to Chapter 302. The ceiling was inlaid with pearls the size of bowls, emitting light that was bright but not dazzling, illuminating the entire room. This was a secret room. The square secret room had the same length, width, and height, all 3 meters, just like a large square box. Inside the secret room, Xianxia sat cross-legged in front of a wall, concentrating all his attention, his eyes staring at the wall in front of him. This wall was very strange, as if it was constructed from countless small parts, large and small, intricate and complicated. An ordinary person would feel dizzy just by looking at it, let alone carefully distinguish its mysteries. This wall was named the Wall of Thousand Turns by the Dragon Pavilion. As the name implied, it was full of twists and turns and was extremely mysterious. This was the first test to enter the Dragon Pavilion. Its difficulty had stumped countless geniuses who wanted to enter the Dragon Pavilion. Xianxia was the one who recommended it. Because he had to wait outside, he had a leisurely look on his face. "Elder, do you think he can pass the Wall of Thousand Turns?" Xianxia asked since he had nothing to do. "I don't know," the elder responded indifferently. "I guess he can't pass." Xianxia was still full of smiles because he had taken the test himself and deeply knew the difficulty of the Wall of Thousand Turns. The memory was still fresh in his mind. At the beginning, it was okay, but the further it went, the greater the burden on the spiritual level. It was simply a feeling that death was better than living. Although he passed the Wall of Thousand Turns in the end, Xianxia did not want to go through that experience again. That was torture, a kind of torture to his own spirit. Xianxia was certain that no one who had tried the Wall of Thousand Turns would want to go through it a second time. Moreover, there had been many people who had overestimated themselves and participated in the test. In the end, they had all fainted in front of the Wall of Thousand Turns because their spiritual power had been overdrawn and they had to rest for several days to recover. Perhaps Xianxia would be the next. From the beginning, Xianxia had never looked at Xianxia seriously. Because he was born and raised in the royal city, he had the arrogance of a citizen of the royal city and subconsciously looked down on people outside of the royal city. This was his nature and the mentality of many citizens of the royal city. Unless an outsider could show amazing ability, they could be looked down upon at any time. Even if some outsiders displayed extraordinary abilities, it was difficult to change the minds of the people in the capital. In fact, the vast majority of the so-called geniuses from outside the royal capital were unable to pass the Dragon Pavilion's test. It could be said that more than 90% of the current members of the Dragon Pavilion were from the royal capital. There are always exceptions to everything. Be careful not to be slapped in the face. The pavilion elder looked at Xianxia with a faint smile and said unhurriedly. With just a few words, the pavilion elder could tell that Xianxia was recommending the other party with ill intentions. But just as the pavilion elder said, there were always exceptions. What if the other party passed the test? At that time, not only would he be slapped in the face, it would also be equivalent to giving the other party a chance to enter the Dragon Pavilion. That was called trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. It won't happen. Xianxia made a solemn vow. The cabinet elder didn't say anything else, because he knew very well that the people of the capital had an inexplicable pride that came from their bones. Unless they encountered a personal setback, it was difficult to change that kind of arrogance. Next to the pavilion elder, there was a half-meter-tall transparent water hourglass with dragons on both sides. The water inside was dripping down drop by drop through the sharp beak, evenly and rhythmically. This coiling dragon hourglass was used to calculate time. When the water inside ran out, it would take 1 hour. There was a clear scale, especially the scales between 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and 45 minutes. The Wall of Thousand Turns test needed to be completed within a set time. Normally, it was 1 hour. When Xianxia took the test, he completed it within an hour and then passed the second test to become a member of the Dragon Pavilion. But for people not from the royal capital, the test conditions were harsher. That was, one had to pass the Wall of Thousand Turns test within 45 minutes. It was because of the missing 15 minutes that Xianxia was confident that Xianxia wouldn't be able to pass. He didn't think that Xianxia's talent and potential could surpass his own. In fact, the pavilion elder also didn't think that Xianxia could pass the test. The difference of 15 minutes was very obvious. This was also one of the reasons why the vast majority of geniuses outside the royal capital couldn't pass the Dragon Pavilion's test. In front of the Wall of Thousand Turns, Qianzong had already forgotten everything about the outside world. He was completely immersed in the Wall of Thousand Turns. The wall was constructed from countless parts. This was a wall of mechanisms. Qianzong was distinguishing the positions and functions of the various mechanisms, looking for their movement trajectories, and then cracking them. The difficulty of cracking this Wall of Thousand Turns was that one had to first distinguish the various mechanism parts and find the pattern within. Only then could one crack it and open a door to walk out. At the very least, there were thousands of mechanical parts that were constantly rotating. Kacha, 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 kacha. After listening to it for a long time, there was a kind of demonic feeling that would drive one crazy. Under the continuous interference of such sounds, it was even more difficult to concentrate. The double interference of vision and hearing brought a very obvious burden to the five senses and the mind. Qianzong was completely certain that if an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the ninth transformation stage entered here, it wouldn't take long for them to feel dizzy, nauseous, suffocated, vomiting, and even faint. Not to mention ordinary martial artists at the peak of the ninth transformation stage, even martial artists with 2-star battle strength were the same. Perhaps only those who had reached the 3-star level would be able to withstand it. However, whether or not they could crack this Wall of Thousand Turns was an unknown. The difficulty was too great. It could be said that the first test was aimed at the mind and willpower. A martial artist must have a strong enough mind and willpower, so that they wouldn't be easily disturbed by the outside world. Otherwise, if they weren't firm enough and tenacious enough, how could they walk further on the path of martial artists? In the secular world, there were all kinds of temptations and sensual pleasures. Only those who could be firm to the end would have the last laugh. In addition to temptation, a strong mind and willpower were also of obvious help to cultivation. Especially at the stage of the true martial realm, its effect was even more obvious and indispensable. Every member of the Pavilion of Dragons must enter the true martial realm. This was a 100% certainty, unless they encountered a special accident. The mind and willpower test was especially important. Qianzong's advantage was very obvious. After obtaining the mysterious sword tip, his mind and willpower had been clearly developed and strengthened. Later, as he practiced and comprehended with the sword, his mind and willpower had also been constantly strengthened. Moreover, he had cultivated the Lonely Mountain visualization technique. Time and time again, Qianzong's mind and willpower had far surpassed martial artists of the same level, surpassing many people. Of course, mind and willpower were invisible and colorless, invisible and untouchable. It was very difficult to make a clear judgment of how strong it was. To clearly see thousands of mechanism parts and remember their positions and operating trajectories, not only did this require a strong mind and willpower, but it also required an amazing memory. After that, it required enough insight to find the patterns within. If one was powerful enough, one could deduce the subsequent changes and so on. Now, Qianzong not only remembered the thousands of mechanism parts clearly, but also found some of the patterns within and began to deduce them. The most common performance of those who took the Wall of Thousands of Twists and Turns was to memorize the thousands of mechanism parts and their operating trajectories. After following the trajectories for a cycle, they slowly looked for a way to crack it. A higher level was to follow the trajectories of the mechanism while looking for a way to crack it, which was faster. Even better was to follow the trajectories while deducing the following trajectories to find a way to crack it. As for those who knew the way to crack it at a glance, they were either sleep-talking or extremely familiar with the mechanism wall and knew it like the back of their hand. Qianzong was not at all familiar with the Wall of Thousands of Twists and Turns. This was the first time he had heard of it and also the first time he had seen it. Moreover, he was not a sleep-talking person. Therefore, Qianzong belonged to the third level and deduced according to the trajectories. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. A quarter of an hour could be very short, but it could also be very long. Xianxia waited leisurely outside. He was patient, and waiting for at least 2 to 3/4 of an hour was nothing. He was looking forward to seeing Qianzong's dejected expression when he was unable to crack the Wall of Thousands of Twists and Turns. Yes, he might even faint. The water in the coiling dragon hourglass continued to drip down. It had already reached the second scale and was slowly approaching the third scale. At this moment, a subtle but ear-piercing cracking sound rang out, instantly alarming the cabinet elder. The cabinet elder had been resting with his eyes closed, but his eyes suddenly opened. They shone brightly, causing Guan Yunxiao to feel as if there was a knife at his back. Guan Yunxiao faintly felt that the cracking sound was a little familiar. He didn't know why, but his heart suddenly beat wildly, as if it was going to jump out of his throat. He had a very bad premonition. Right in front of him, the originally tightly shut wall suddenly opened. Along with the subtle cracking sound, it slowly parted to the left and right. At the same time, Guan Yunxiao's arrogance and the cabinet elder's calmness were also parted. Guan Yunxiao's eyes widened, and his pupils contracted. His mouth opened, but no words came out. His fingers trembled as he pointed at the opened wall, as if he had seen a ghost. The cabinet elder's pupils contracted as well, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. Immediately, he subconsciously glanced at the hourglass. The second scale had not yet finished dripping. Under the watchful eyes of the two, a figure walked out with firm and steady steps. His expression was calm, and his eyes were deep. There was no sign of fatigue. This was completely different from what Guan Yunxiao had imagined. There was a huge difference. Like a sword, it ruthlessly stabbed into his heart, mercilessly shattering his pride. No, this is only the first test. There is still the second test. Guan Yunxiao clenched his fists and secretly told himself. His eyes also became cold. Good. Thousands of words were finally condensed into one word. The cabinet elder smiled, looking very happy. One had to know that the first test for the people of the royal capital lasted for an hour, and was split into 45 minutes. Passing the test in 45 minutes was the most ordinary standard, and also the standard of most cabinet members. It represented the potential of 4 stars. In other words, cabinet members who could pass the test with this standard would at least have a combat strength of 4 stars. Of course, there might be some accidents and reach 5 stars, but such cases were very rare. To add to yesterday's first update, the pavilion's member tokens were divided into 3 levels, which were closely related to the status and treatment the members enjoyed in the pavilion. The human level was the lowest, and most of the members were human level. Next was the earth level, and the highest was the heaven level. These 3 levels were divided according to the level of martial arts. A human-grade pavilion member would usually be able to solve the 1,000 twists and turns wall of mechanisms in 45 minutes, an earth-grade pavilion member would be able to do it in 45 minutes, and a heaven-grade pavilion member would be able to do it in 30 minutes. As for those who could solve it in 15 minutes, ever since the establishment of the Pavilion of Dragons, there had only been one person who could do it, but that person had a profound understanding of mechanisms. Since Zhenzong was able to decipher the 1,000-winding mechanism wall in half an hour, it was certain that he came from the faraway Linshan commandery, so it was impossible for him to have seen a similar mechanism wall. This meant that he had the potential to become a heaven-grade cabinet member. Or perhaps, Zhenzong had studied mechanisms before, but the possibility was very low. The inheritance of mechanisms only existed in the imperial city, and there was only one of its kind. Thinking of this, the elder became even more excited. Heaven-level potential. What did that mean? It meant that one's future battle strength was very likely to reach the 6-star level. There were many geniuses in the imperial city, but those who could reach the 6-star level in the Qi refinement realm were very, very few. Every one of them was at the top. However, there was still the second test. Only by passing or even excelling in the second test would one be qualified to become a member of the pavilion. Without resting, the elder immediately led Zhenzong to the next test. In fact, although the test was said to be 2 tests, it could also be said to be 3. The first test of cracking the 1,000 turns mechanism wall would undoubtedly put a huge burden on one's mind and will. Many people's minds and wills would be exhausted after cracking it, and they would be in a very bad state and would need to rest. However, the pavilion's test did not allow rest. One had to immediately enter the second test. This was equivalent to adding an invisible burden, like an invisible checkpoint. In just a short 10 seconds, the elder led Zhenzong to the second test. Enter from here and come out from the other side in 40 minutes. You'll pass the test. The elder's words were concise and comprehensive. He pointed at the open dark door in front of them, and then at another dark door not far away. The darkness seemed to be able to swallow everything, making one panic. Guan Yunxiao, who had followed them all the way here, sneered again. The difficulty of the first test was not low, and the difficulty of the second test would not be lower than the first test. Furthermore, the second test was aimed at different aspects, especially after exhausting one's mind and willpower in the first test, which would increase the difficulty of the second test. No one told Shenzong what the content of the second round was. Just like the first round, he had no idea at all. It would bring him a certain amount of pressure. Taking a deep breath, Shenzong glanced at the water hourglass that started to count down. Then, he strode forward unhurriedly and rushed into the dark door like a gust of wind. In the first test, Shenzong had indeed used up a lot of his willpower to decipher the 1,000 twists and turns wall. He was only left with 40% of his willpower. Fortunately, Shenzong's willpower had become stronger and purer, and his recovery speed was much faster than ordinary martial artists. His mind was highly focused, and his hands were relaxed and clenched. There was only darkness in front of him, the kind where he could not even see his own fingers. Suddenly, a melodious sword hum rang out, accompanied by 2 sharp sword lights. They were like crescent moons as they streaked across the sky. Soon after, the sound of collision rang out. Sparks flew out like the stars in the night sky. The eyesight of a martial artist in the qi refining realm was much better than that of ordinary people. It was difficult to completely block their vision at night. Although it was not as clear as day, it was as clear as dusk. Shenzong's eyesight was better than most of the martial artists in the qi refining realm. In his eyes, there was not much difference between night and day. However, the darkness here was set up using a special method, which seriously interfered with a martial artist's eyesight. After a while, Shenzong adjusted to the darkness, but he could only see some vague outlines. He brandished his 2 swords and displayed his sword skills, resisting the attacks coming from the darkness and rapidly advancing. Not only would the darkness interfere with one's vision, it would also cause one to lose their sense of direction. It would be extremely difficult to find an exit in the darkness. This was also the reason why only a small number of people could pass the test despite there being so many people taking the test. Moreover, most of them took 45 minutes to pass. The cabinet elder and Guan Yunxiao stood outside, waiting. He definitely won't pass, Guan Yunxiao said in a low voice. If he passes, you can still get the dragon tooth of the dragon pavilion, the cabinet elder said. Guan Yunxiao was very depressed. The Dragon Pavilion had a rule that if one wanted to enter the pavilion, they had to be recommended. If the recommendation failed, then they had to bear the corresponding consequences or punishment. However, if one passed the test and became a member of the Dragon Pavilion, then they could receive the corresponding reward. The dragon tooth of the Dragon Pavilion was something that every pavilion member needed. It was even more valuable than spirit shells. Bringing Shenzong to the Dragon Pavilion was actually the idea of Guan Yunxiao's father, the Marquis of Xingyuan. After all, Shenzong was the disciple of the Marquis of Linshan. The Marquis of Linshan had a good relationship with the Marquis of Linshan, so he would naturally value Shenzong and give him a certain amount of training. As for whether Shenzong could pass the Dragon Pavilion's test, it was not something that the Marquis of Xingyuan's concern. Guan Yunxiao did not dare to go against his father's wishes, so he planned to use this opportunity to give Shenzong a profound blow. But now it seemed that he had the intention of giving him a blow. Guan Yunxiao's current state of mind was that of unwillingness. In the darkness, Shenzong kept moving forward, constantly looking for an exit. Like the first test, the second test only lasted 40 minutes. Who told him not to be from the capital? The attacks from the darkness were completely irregular. Sometimes nothing happened for more than 10 seconds, and sometimes there were more than 10 attacks in 1 second. This made it even more difficult to deal with. At this time, he could not be the least bit anxious. He had to deal with it calmly and concentrate on exploring. The strength of the attacks coming from all directions was different. Sometimes they were very strong, at least at the peak of the 3-star level, and sometimes they were only 1 star. The changes in the strength of the attacks were also something that was difficult to deal with. With two swords in hand, the weight of his strength was at his will, and he could control it as he pleased. This showed Chenzong's astonishing control of strength. His five senses were raised to the extreme. When an unexpected attack appeared, Chenzong immediately reacted. The strength of the attack could actually be distinguished in advance. That was the sound of the wind being cut. This was something that could only be understood and not described. If someone were to see this, they would discover that in the darkness, Chenzong's two swords appeared to be very skillful, changing according to his will. His footsteps and figure also appeared to be very calm, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Gradually, Chenzong could distinguish that the attacks coming from all directions were hidden weapons, steel balls, short arrows, and the like. It should be here, Chenzong thought to himself. He slightly changed his direction and walked. The entrance, then the exit, and then the exit within a limited time. That would be considered passing the test. If the time limit was exceeded, it would be considered a failure. Failure in any of the two tests would result in no chance of entering the Dragon Pavilion. Moreover, each person only had one chance. The Pavilion Elder and Guan Yunxiao waited outside. One figure after another came from all directions. They were extremely fast. There were a total of 3 people, all of whom were elders. In fact, there was more than one Pavilion Elder in the Dragon Pavilion. There were several of them. Each of them was an expert of the true martial realm, at least in the late stage of the true martial realm. They were all very powerful. However, usually only one Pavilion Elder would appear. The other Pavilion Elders rarely showed up. Only when something special happened would they attract their attention. After these Pavilion Elders found out about the astonishing potential that Chenzong had shown in passing the first test, they immediately appeared. They wanted to see if Chenzong could pass the second test with his astonishing potential. If he can pass the second test in half an hour, then his potential will reach the heaven rank. A Pavilion Elder with a white beard stroked his white beard as he nodded and sighed. Unfortunately, even if he passes the second test in half an hour, he can only get an Earth rank token. Another Pavilion Elder smiled and said. He was from the capital. That kind of pride was deep in his bones, almost to the point of being sick. However, the rules of the Dragon Pavilion were as such. Geniuses from outside the capital would be raised a level in the Dragon Pavilion's test. If it was a genius from the capital who passed the test in half an hour, they would be able to get a heaven rank token. However, this was the rule when the Dragon Pavilion was first established. Everyone could only abide by it. As for now, it all depended on whether Chenzong could pass the second test in half an hour. Looking at the water hourglass, a quarter of an hour had already passed. Water dripped down drop by drop. The second quarter of an hour was getting closer and closer. Everyone stared at the exit of the second test. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Even with the eyesight of a true martial realm expert, it was difficult to see clearly from outside. Just as the second quarter of an hour was about to pass, a blurry silhouette appeared in front of their eyes. He's coming out. Half an hour. The Pavilion Elders all cried out in alarm. Guan Yunxiao's face was full of astonishment. In their eyes, Chenzong walked out of the darkness step by step. His hands danced, sword flowers bloomed, and the sword returned to its sheath. His fierce aura also calmed down. Although there were a few more people surprised, Chenzong's expression did not change. He appeared very calm. The first test was passed in half an hour. The second test was also passed in half an hour, the Pavilion Elder said with a smile. Looking at Chenzong, his gaze was full of praise. According to the rules of the Dragon Pavilion, Chenzong, you have passed the test and become an Earth Pavilion member of the Dragon Pavilion. Congratulations. The Pavilion Elder added. Young man, your potential is not bad. The white-bearded Pavilion Elder chuckled. Many thanks. Chenzong cupped his fists and bowed. Then he looked at Guan Yunxiao. Guan Yunxiao's face was gloomy. At this time, Guan Yunxiao had an indescribable feeling in his heart. In short, it was terrible, extremely terrible. There was not the slightest bit of joy. Added to the second chapter updated yesterday, the token was bronze in color, with 2 lifelike dragons connected head to tail on the left and right. The word Earth was engraved on the front, and the word Chenzong below. On the back, there was a carving of a dragon head, and its eyes were inlaid with flawless rubies, shining brightly. The token of the dragon pavilion was also known as the dragon token, which was of the earth level. In addition to the earth level all dragons command, Qianzong also obtained another object. It was a jade-white object that resembled a crescent moon. It was round and smooth, and was engraved with dense patterns of fled dragons, as if a group of dragons were coiling around it. Its shape resembled a tooth, and it was about half the size of a thumb. This was a dragon tooth, a kind of currency circulated within the dragon pavilion. Qianzong received a total of 10 dragon teeth, which was a rule of the dragon pavilion. New members of the pavilion would receive a corresponding dragon tooth. Human-level members would receive 1, Earth-level members would receive 10, and Heaven-level members would receive 100. Guan Yunxiao also received a reward, which was also 10 dragon teeth, because he recommended Qianzong. However, Guan Yunxiao's expression was ugly at this time. The 10 dragon teeth in his hand were very hot, as if they had been roasted by flames. 10 dragon teeth were a large sum for him. It was usually difficult to get them. If he could get them, he would be grinning from ear to ear. But now, he got them through Qianzong. That kind of feeling was indescribably sour. Qianzong even thanked him, which was like a bright and sharp sword, fiercely stabbing into his wound and twisting it hard. Dragon teeth have many uses. You can exchange them for cultivation methods, martial arts, treasures, and so on of the dragon pavilion. You can also ask other members to do things for you. The dragon pavilion has a total of 5 floors. The first floor is for the assessment, the second floor is for human-level members, the third floor is for earth-level members, the fourth floor is for heaven-level members, and the fifth floor contains cultivation methods, martial arts, and treasures. If you have enough dragon teeth, you can also exchange them for peerless cultivation methods, martial arts, and even pseudo-spiritual weapons. The elder's words made Qianzong's heart tremble. He really wanted to go to the 5th floor of the dragon pavilion to have a look. It even had peerless rank cultivation methods and martial arts. It was extraordinary. As if sensing Qianzong's interest, the cabinet elder waved his hand to dismiss Qianzong. At this moment, Guan Yunxiao's mind was in a mess. He felt as if his pride had been shattered, making him extremely uncomfortable. He unconsciously clenched his fists and tightened his grip on the dragon's tooth, causing it to creak. Qianzong snorted coldly. In Guan Yunxiao's eyes, Qianzong's calm expression seemed to be complacent. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned and strode away. The Grand Elder couldn't help but shake his head. Guan Yunxiao was the one who recommended Qianzong. This was a very good relationship. He should take Qianzong to the 2nd or even the 3rd floor. In the future, when Qianzong made a meteoric rise, Guan Yunxiao would also be a beneficiary. Guan Yunxiao was a human-level cabinet member, while Qianzong was an earth-level cabinet member. In terms of talent and potential, Qianzong surpassed Guan Yunxiao. The cabinet elder thought that Guan Yunxiao's correct approach was to put down his pride and build a good relationship with Qianzong. Unfortunately, Guan Yunxiao was blinded by his pride and couldn't accept the established fact. Walking up to the 2nd floor, Qianzong heard a lot of noise. Standing at the top of the stairs, he looked around. There was a very spacious hall on the 2nd floor, decorated in an ancient style. Whether it was the tables or chairs, there were dragon carvings. On the walls, there were also patterns of dragons circling around. It felt as if he had entered a place where dragons circled around. While Qianzong was looking around the 2nd floor, everyone in the hall also looked at Qianzong. This was an unfamiliar face. Looking at his clothes, he was very ordinary and didn't look like a disciple with an extraordinary background. Basically, everyone knew the members of the Dragon Pavilion. What they looked like, what their names were, and even what their characteristics were. Every cabinet member knew. "Who are you?" Immediately, a tall young man got up and strode over. Frowning, he asked in a cold voice, "Do you know that this is the Dragon Pavilion? Not just anyone can come in." Before Qianzong could answer, the man spoke again. "I don't know how you got past the guards and entered here, but you'd better get out now. Otherwise, if you're discovered, the consequences will be very serious," the man spoke again, full of a sense of superiority. Qianzong shook his head imperceptibly and withdrew his gaze. He didn't even bother to respond and strode toward the stairs of the third floor. Stop. The tall young man felt that he was being looked down upon. His expression changed, and his right hand reached out to grab Qianzong's shoulder like a tiger's claw. The wind under his hand whistled. Unexpectedly, the figure under the claw flashed, causing the claw to grab empty air. Just as he was about to attack again, a bright and dazzling light flashed in front of his eyes. The tall young man reacted quickly and hurriedly retreated. Taking a closer look, he saw a sharp sword pointing at him. He was immediately annoyed. You've been exposed by me. Are you angry from embarrassment? I advise you to obediently put away your sword, lest you make a mistake. The tall young man sneered as if he had grasped something. The others got up and walked over, their expressions unfriendly. Although it was fun to watch the show, this was the Dragon Pavilion. It wasn't a place where they could casually make a move. Immediately, they stopped in their tracks and stared blankly at the token in Qianzong's hand. It was bronze in color, and the word Earth was clearly written. Below the word Earth were the two words Qianzong. The tall young man's eyes widened. His face was full of astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Sheathing his sword and putting away the token, Qianzong turned and walked up the stairs to the third floor, leaving behind a group of people who seemed to be in a state of chaos. I'm not seeing things, am I? Earth-level dragon token. Qianzong, I've never heard of this name. Is he a new member who just passed the assessment? One by one, they began to discuss in shock. The members of the Dragon Pavilion were all in the Qi refining realm. Once they broke through to the true martial realm, they would leave the Dragon Pavilion. After all, the true martial realm and the Qi refining realm were two major realms. The gap was huge. Even a 6-star Qi refining realm martial artist couldn't defeat the weakest true martial realm martial artist. The Dragon Pavilion had the most human-level members. There were more than 100 of them in total. Some of them were on the Jiao Dragon list, and some of them didn't have 4-star combat strength but had 4-star potential. As for the Earth-level members, there were relatively fewer of them. There were only about 30 of them. Most of them had 5-star combat strength and were the top geniuses on the Jiao Dragon list. A few of them had 5-star potential. As for the Heaven-level members, there were less than 10 of them. Only one of them had 6-star combat strength but had 6-star potential. The others all had 6-star combat strength and were ranked in the top 10 of the Jiao Dragon list. The names of the Earth-level members flashed through their minds. Indeed, there was no name like Qianzong. This made them even more certain that this person was a new member. The tall young man who stopped Qianzong was full of regret. He had offended an Earth-level member. This wasn't a good thing. Where's his referrer? A human-level member asked curiously. Everyone looked around but didn't find anyone else. They were all surprised. As members of the Dragon Pavilion, they all knew the rules of the Dragon Pavilion. Without a recommendation, one couldn't participate in the assessment and couldn't become a member of the Dragon Pavilion. Since ancient times, even the children of the royal family had to abide by this rule. On the other hand, recommending an Earth-class Pavilion member would give him 10 dragon teeth as a reward. Furthermore, he had a close relationship with that Earth-class Pavilion member and was on the same side. While there might not be any benefits in a short period of time, in the long run, the rewards would be much greater than 10 dragon teeth. Such examples were not rare since the establishment of the Dragon Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, it should be the referrer who brought Qianzong into the Dragon Pavilion and went to the third floor. No matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out the reason. The tall young man still looked a little uneasy. Qianzong stepped onto the third floor of the Dragon Pavilion. The area of the third floor was smaller than the second floor, but the layout of the hall was more exquisite. However, the style was the same as the second floor, surrounded by dragons. There were also people in the hall of the third floor, but there were fewer than the second floor, only 6 or 7. Their sharp gazes pierced the air like swords and fell on Qianzong's face, giving Qianzong a trace of pressure. They were very strong. Qianzong had a feeling that he was no match for any of these people. There was no fear. Instead, there was some excitement in the depths of his heart. Real martial artists, real geniuses, all became stronger when they met strong opponents. Who are you? One of them stood up and asked without any trace of politeness. Chenzong took out the Earth-level dragon token. Everyone saw it clearly at a glance. They didn't doubt its authenticity because they believed that no one would dare to fake it. So you're a new pavilion member. Chenzong is your name, right? My name is Tong Gang. The person who asked suddenly smiled and said in a much better tone, where's your recommendation? I'm not in a good mood, so I left, Chenzong said with a smile. Hearing Chenzong's answer, everyone was stunned because they couldn't figure out why he was in a bad mood. Did he think that it was not enough to recommend an Earth-level pavilion member and that it had to be a Heaven-level? However, seeing that Chenzong didn't have any intention to explain, they didn't ask further. My name is Zhou Rini, my name is. The people in the hall of the third floor introduced themselves to Chenzong one by one. After all, Chenzong was an Earth-level pavilion member. This identity proved his talent and potential. There was no conflict between them and Chenzong, so it was best to make friends with him. In the end, when the Dragon Pavilion was first established, it was to gather the top geniuses in the dynasty and use them as much as possible for the dynasty. As it developed, in addition to its original purpose, it gradually gave birth to other things, such as becoming a platform. It should be known that most of the pavilion members of the Dragon Pavilion came from very high backgrounds, such as the children of some large family. Each of them had their own resources and advantages, and each had their own areas of expertise. Sometimes, there were some things that might not be easy to handle by oneself, so it was inevitable that the strength of others would be needed. The strength of the other pavilion members of the Dragon Pavilion would undoubtedly come in handy. After some discussion, Chenzong also learned about the identities of these people. Some were from the Marquis residence, some were even the sons of the Marquis, and some were the young masters of large families in the imperial city. He didn't belong to the capital but had obtained the Earth-grade token of the Dragon Pavilion. Everyone knew what this meant. This meant that this person's actual potential could reach the Heaven grade, which meant that this person had a high possibility of reaching the 6-star level in the future. A top genius with 6-star level combat strength, no matter where he was, would be the target of everyone's flattery. Everyone was from big families and forces, and they were also outstanding top geniuses, so they naturally wouldn't flatter him. However, their attitudes were obviously more enthusiastic, and they even invited Chenzong to their homes. Chenzong also wouldn't pretend to be cold. He smiled and chatted with everyone, and at the same time, he learned more about the Dragon Pavilion through their mouths. There are indeed peerless Earth-grade cultivation methods and martial arts on the 5th floor, but they are all missing the last 2 or 1 layer, Tong Gang said with a smile. Incomplete. Chenzong was a little speechless, and the anticipation and enthusiasm in his heart dissipated by a lot. Chenzong was interested in the peerless Earth-grade martial arts, especially the sword technique. However, if it was incomplete, its effect couldn't be compared to the complete martial arts. Moreover, the price of a peerless Earth-class martial art skill is very high. The 2nd-level martial art skill requires 500 dragon teeth, and the 1st-level martial art skill requires 1,000 dragon teeth. Another Earth-class pavilion member laughed and said. Chenzong couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. 500 dragon teeth, 1,000 dragon teeth, this was too much. He had only received 10 dragon teeth when he became an Earth-grade pavilion member. The difference was huge. Apart from the reward for entering the pavilion, how do dragon teeth come about? Chenzong took the opportunity to ask. Haha, there are several main ways. Sometimes, the Dragon Pavilion will issue some missions, and completing the missions will give you dragon teeth as a reward. In addition, there are transactions between pavilion members. Finally, it's to offer treasures, cultivation methods, martial arts, and the like to the Dragon Pavilion. For example, if you have a peerless Earth-grade cultivation method or martial art that the Dragon Pavilion doesn't have, you can offer it to the Dragon Pavilion and get a generous amount of dragon teeth. Or you can offer a pseudo-spiritual weapon and get a generous amount of dragon teeth. Chenzong suddenly understood, but he wouldn't really give up his heavenly chaotic energy or dragon power bracelet. If the Dragon Pavilion had a complete peerless Earth-grade sword art, perhaps Chenzong would have offered up the chaotic heaven origin shattering force in exchange for a generous amount of dragon fangs in exchange for a complete peerless Earth-grade sword art. Unfortunately, the peerless Earth-grade martial arts in the Dragon Pavilion were not complete, so their appeal was not that high. As for the Dragon Power Bracelet, it could increase Qianzong's combat power by a small level in a short period of time. Unless there was something better, he would not give it away. At this time, a figure walked up to the third floor. He had delicate features and bright eyes. He couldn't be described as handsome, but his facial features were pleasing to the eye. He wore a silver crown with a flood dragon on his head, indicating that he had an extraordinary background. On his body was a golden robe with a silver flood dragon embroidered on it. It was vivid and lifelike, and as the robe swayed, it looked as if it was about to fly. On his waist was a long sword. The head of the sword was a dragon's head, the hilt was a part of the dragon's body, and the scabbard was the latter part of the dragon's body. Overall, it looked like a long sword transformed from a flood dragon. The sword was silver-gray in color, and its edges were gilded with gold. It looked luxurious. Qianzong's eyes first swept across the man's face, and then fell on the sword. He was directly attracted to it, and he couldn't help but have a feeling that it was not an ordinary sword. "Your Highness, Second Prince." The moment they saw this person, everyone quickly got up and bowed, which surprised Qianzong. "His Highness, Second Prince." This person turned out to be the son of the Emperor of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. How many times do I have to say it? Here, I am a member of the Dragon Pavilion, just like you. The second prince shook his head and smiled bitterly. His amiable attitude surprised Qianzong. After all, no matter what, he was the son of the emperor. In the entire dynasty, he had an extremely high status. It was normal for him to have a high attitude when facing others, but now it was the opposite. Immediately, Qianzong felt the second prince's gaze fall on his face. "Friend, you look very unfamiliar. Could you be a new member?" The second prince asked with a sincere smile. "Your Highness, as you said, Qianzong is indeed an Earth Pavilion member who has just passed the assessment. He comes from the Mountain Overlook Commandery and is the disciple of the Mountain Overlook Marquis," Zhou Rennie quickly said. A sharp light seemed to flash in the second prince's eyes, as if he wanted to see through Qianzong. Because in that instant, he also thought of something, and that was the rules of the Dragon Pavilion's assessment. The disciple of the Mountain Overlook Marquis meant that this person was not from the capital, and the difficulty of the assessment would be raised by a level. An Earth Pavilion member meant that this person actually had the talent and potential of a Heaven Pavilion member. With a turn of his mind, the second prince instantly understood the mystery, and the smile on his face became more sincere. "My name is Yuanyi. Greetings, Brother Chen." The second prince Yuanyi actually cupped his fists to Qianzong. Although Qianzong did not feel flattered, he still had a rather special feeling. Cupping one's fists in salute was a kind of etiquette, and the feeling would be different depending on the other party's identity and so on. The etiquette of a Qi and Blood Realm martial artist and a true martial realm martial artist would definitely give people a different feeling. The etiquette of an ordinary person and the etiquette of a prince and grandson would also give people a different feeling. "You're too polite, second prince." Qianzong cupped his fists in return, neither servile nor overbearing. "Brother Chen, the second prince has a gentle temperament and is approachable. He's famous for being polite to the wise. You'll know if you get to know him more," Tong Gang said with a smile. "You're flattering me too much." The second prince Yuanyi smiled and immediately looked at Qianzong. "Since Brother Chen is a new Earth Pavilion member and I just happened to meet you, it means that we're fated. I'll be the host and set up a table at the White Phoenix restaurant to welcome Brother Chen." Qianzong was even more astonished. This was the first time he met the second prince, and yet the other party was so warm, courteous, and inviting him to a banquet. It was inevitable that Qianzong would be wary. Perhaps, as Tong Gang said, the second prince Yuanyi was approachable and courteous to the wise, but Qianzong didn't believe that a prince of a dynasty would be so simple. At the same time, he remembered his master's instructions. Within the royal capital, the factions were tangled and complicated, so he had to be cautious. "You're too polite, second prince." "It's just that I can't accept an undeserved reward," Qianzong said. If the second prince was a narrow-minded person, then Qianzong's answer had already offended him. However, when the second prince heard Qianzong's words, he didn't get angry at all. Instead, he smiled. Brother Chen, I'm inviting you to a banquet not only to welcome you, but also to become friends with you, Yuanyi said frankly. Perhaps Brother Chen just came from Linshan Commandery and doesn't know enough about the royal family. Father has 3 sons, and I'm the second. Chen Zong listened quietly, and Tong Gang and the others didn't interrupt. The next emperor of the Cloud Dragon dynasty will be one of us 3 brothers, the second prince continued. This sounded like a secret or taboo, but he said it without hesitation. Looking at Tong Gang and Zhou Renyi's expressions, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Chen Zong continued to listen. Fighting within the same family is a taboo in the dynasty. No one is allowed to violate it, or the consequences will be severe. Whether it's my eldest brother, my third brother, or myself, we all want to become emperor, so the 3 of us must compete. And the way to compete is to display our own abilities. Second Prince Yuanyi's gaze swept across Tong Gang and the others before landing on Chen Zong's face. To become a qualified emperor, one's own abilities aren't the most important. The most important thing is to know how to use people and recruit capable people. Only in this way can the foundation of the dynasty be stabilized and the dynasty become more prosperous. Brother Chen, you're an Earth-rank cabinet member, which proves your talent and potential. Especially since you're not from the imperial city, the difficulty of the examination has increased by a level. In other words, your talent and potential should have reached the heaven rank. Second Prince Yuanyi smiled and looked at Chen Zong with sincerity in his eyes. This is why I want to befriend you. Of course, I'm not using you. I just hope that you can support me and make our dynasty stronger, Second Prince Yuanyi said. Whether it was his eyes or his attitude, they were very sincere, and everyone could feel his sincerity. Chen Zong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he quickly scanned Tong Gang and the others to check their expressions. However, he found that all of them looked normal, without a trace of surprise. It was as if this wasn't a secret, but something that everyone knew. This feeling made Chen Zong feel very strange. After all, when he was in the eastern continent, Chen Zong had read some ancient books from the era of kingdoms. Many of the records were about the dark side of the 3 great kingdoms. In order to fight for the throne, brothers would resort to all kinds of schemes and tricks, and even disown their own family. When Chen Zong found out that the other party was the second prince, he also wondered if they would fight for power like the 3 great kingdoms of the eastern continent. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Second Prince Yuanyi still looked at Chen Zong, the sincerity in his eyes undisguised. I'm indebted to the second prince for thinking so highly of me. It's my honor to be friends with your highness, but I can't guarantee that I can be of any help, Chen Zong thought for a moment, then replied neither quickly nor slowly. Since the second prince had already said so, if Chen Zong still refused, it would be very unappreciative. No matter how magnanimous the second prince was, he wouldn't be happy. At that time, it was hard to say whether he would bring some unnecessary trouble to his master, the Marquis of Linshan. However, Chen Zong hadn't decided whether to stay out of this or choose to side with him. This kind of answer was more neutral. It wouldn't offend the second prince, nor would it agree to become a member of the second prince's camp. A trace of regret flashed through the depths of the second prince's eyes. He really wanted to rope in Chen Zong and make him his right-hand man. In comparison, there weren't many Heaven Pavilion members in the Dragon Pavilion. Although Chen Zong was an Earth Pavilion member, he had the potential to become a Heaven Pavilion member. His future achievements would be extraordinary. However, Chen Zong didn't explicitly refuse. This meant that he still had a chance to recruit him, and now, it was a good start. Brother Chen, you can just call me by my name. Second Prince Yuanyi said with a smile, now, please move to the White Phoenix house. I believe that the delicacies of the White Phoenix house will make Brother Chen forget to return. It was drizzling, and the raindrops filled the sky. Everything was hazy. The rain brought with it the smell of winter and the chill of winter. The Coiling Dragon Palace was one of the palaces in the royal palace. It was rarely used. Now, there were many people standing in the palace. Traces of strong aura spread out. Some were soft, some were strong, and some were blazing. Different auras unconsciously collided, bursting out more terrible power. None of them looked old. They were in their 20s and no more than 24. They were dressed differently, but their robes and decorations were also exquisite. Brother Yan, are you confident? We don't even know the content of the test. What confidence can we have? We can only try our best. Speaking of the test, I wonder what the test this year will be like. There were discussions everywhere. It was very noisy. Chen Zong was standing in the crowd. It had been half a month since the second prince invited people to dinner in the White Phoenix house. During this time, the news about Chen Zong naturally spread out and was known by other members of the Pavilion of Dragons. The first prince and the third prince also contacted Chen Zong. Their purpose was naturally to draw Chen Zong to their side. However, Chen Zong didn't agree with them. He delayed as much as he could. It was worth mentioning that the food and wine in the White Phoenix house was indeed very delicious. It really made Chen Zong forget to go back. Fortunately, Chen Zong was strong-willed and could restrain himself. During this half-month of cultivation, his cultivation was still in the middle stage of the ninth transformation of the training state. However, he was getting closer and closer to the late stage. Perhaps because he had seen so many geniuses in the Pavilion of Dragons, the invisible pressure brought about by the promotion, his sword art had improved a little. It was better than the usual 1 or 2 months of hard work. Today was also the day of the state night test. As Marquis Jingyuan said, there would be 3 places, 2 more than in previous years. However, the content of the test was not clear yet, which caused a lot of speculation. Guan Yinxiao was also standing in the crowd. His face was not very good. Recently, some people knew that it was him who recommended Chen Zong. They also seemed to know that he didn't have a good relationship with Chen Zong. For a while, he was laughed at by many people, especially his opponents. In one's life, who didn't have people they didn't like? Who didn't have people they didn't like? Chen Shidi. The cold voice sounded familiar. Senior sister, Chen Zong looked back and was surprised to see Shi Huanyue's delicate and heroic face. A trace of a smile appeared on Shi Huanyue's delicate face. In an instant, it was as if the moon had been lifted from the clouds, causing people to be absent-minded. Shi Huanyue had left Mountain Overlook Courtyard before, and no one knew where she went. Who would have thought that she would come to the capital and participate in the state night examination? However, seeing Shi Huanyue made Chen Zong happy. Junior brother, you've become very famous recently. Shi Huanyue walked to Chen Zong's side. A fresh and unique fragrance drifted into Chen Zong's nose. It smelled good and seemed to be able to refresh his mind. Senior martial sister is also a member of the Dragon Pavilion? Chen Zong asked after a slight pause. A member of the human-level pavilion. Shi Huanyue smiled. The moon-like temperament on her body became more and more obvious, which gave Chen Zong a feeling that Shi Huanyue's combat strength had improved again compared with before, but he didn't know whether it was the middle or late 4-star level. Seeing Chen Zong and Shi Huanyue talking and laughing, many people were jealous. After all, Shi Huanyue was quite good in appearance, talent, and family background. Naturally, there were many people who admired her. Huanyue, is this your friend? An extraordinary young man strode over with a smile on his face. When his gaze swept past Shi Huanyue, there was a hint of affection in his eyes, but when he looked at Chen Zong, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. My name is Shi Huanyue. Shi Huanyue's response was cold, and she didn't answer his question. Haha, Huanyue, don't be so cold. You know, we're childhood sweethearts. A trace of anger flashed across the handsome young man's eyes, and then he laughed. Shi Huanyue didn't respond and directly ignored the other party, which made the other party very helpless. Junior martial brother, I'll go first. Shi Huanyue said to Chen Zong. In order not to cause trouble for Chen Zong as much as possible, she turned and left. Your name is Chen Zong, a new member of the Dragon Pavilion. You do have potential, but I advise you to stay away from Huanyue. The handsome young man approached Chen Zong and warned in a low voice, otherwise, if you anger me, no one can protect you. After that, the young man turned and left. Chen Zong, you dare to provoke Prince Yuan Ran. Do you know that this will bring trouble to my uncle? Guan Yinxiao seemed to have caught an opportunity and came over to scold Chen Zong. Glancing at Guan Yinxiao, Chen Zong ignored him. Prince, these 2 words directly revealed the young man's identity. He was the son of a certain prince. In the dynasty, the emperor's son was the prince, and the prince's son was called the prince. The Cloud Dragon King had 5 princes, 3 of whom guarded 3 provinces, just like the Chongshan King of the Chongshan province. However, the Chongshan King's surname was Yi, which was an external king. The Prince Yuan Ran that Guan Yunxiao mentioned had an internal king surname and was the brother of the current emperor. In other words, Yuan Ran and the 3 princes might be cousins. Such an identity was really scary. Chen Zong also knew the name Yuan Ran. He was one of the members of the Dragon Pavilion. He had the battle strength of the late 5-star stage and was very strong. He was ranked 26th on the dynasty's Flood Dragon list. Whether in terms of status or strength, it was not a wise choice to be enemies with Yuan Ran. However, who could have expected this? It could only be said that Chen Zong's luck was not good, and it could only be said that Yuan Ran was not broad-minded. Chen Zong and Shi Huanyue did not expect such a result. Chen Zong was curious about Shi Huanyue's identity. There was a commotion in the crowd. A middle-aged man who looked about 40 years old with a dignified face strode over. This middle-aged man wore a flood dragon crown and a gold and silver coiled dragon robe. The flood dragon on the robe was purple. He was majestic and had a trace of luxury. Young talents, it is your honor to participate in the state night assessment. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and smiled. Chen Zong recognized the other person's identity. He was the Purple Dragon King, one of the 2 kings of the kingdom. The other king was the Black Dragon King. The 2 kings of the kingdom and the current emperor were brothers. This time, the dynasty will give 3 state night quotas. Only by passing the assessment can you get the corresponding qualification. The Purple Dragon King continued. His dignified eyes swept over, bringing an invisible pressure to everyone. This kind of pressure could not be described clearly with words. If he remembered correctly, the 5 kings of the dynasty were all true transcendent realm masters. Chen Zong tried his best to open his eyes wide, trying to see what the difference between a transcendent realm master and one below was, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Without reaching that level, it was impossible to comprehend the mysteries of that realm. All he could feel was a towering mountain, a boundless sea, a vast abyss, and standing in front of him, he felt infinitely small. As for the content of the assessment, it is a task. After the Purple Dragon King finished speaking, someone carried a jade wall over. There were countless dragon patterns engraved on the jade wall. At the same time, there were many white jade tokens the size of a baby's palm. There were a total of 100 white jade tokens. There were 98 geniuses who were participating in the state night assessment. Each of them could be called a genius. Some of them had the combat strength of a 5-star, some had the combat strength of a 4-star, and some only had the combat strength of a 3-star. However, those who had the combat strength of a 3-star had not yet reached the peak of the 9th revolution boundary. If they cultivated to the extreme, there was a small possibility that their combat strength would increase to a 4-star. Their potential was amazing. Fortunately, the state knight title did not depend on whose cultivation was higher or whose combat strength was stronger. Otherwise, it would have been enough to directly confer the title to those with the strongest combat strength. Everyone, come and pick a jade token. That will be your assessment task. The Purple Dragon King said. Everyone stepped forward in an orderly manner and picked a white jade token. Every white jade tablet with a dragon engraved on it looked the same from the outside. What kind of test mission would be selected depended on one's luck. Perhaps the mission selected would be easier to complete, or perhaps the mission selected would be more difficult to complete. Chen Zong stepped forward and reached out to grab a white jade token. It felt warm to the touch. Clear out White Water Camp and take the head of White Water Camp's leader. Someone read out the content of their assessment task. I also want to ask about White Water Camp's assessment task. What, the assessment task is the same? Everyone was very smart. Thinking quickly, their faces changed greatly. Originally, they thought that the assessment task on each white jade token was different. Now it seemed that was not the case. This time, there were 3 state knight titles, which meant that among the 98 people who participated in the assessment, 95 would be eliminated. This was already quite cruel. Under the situation of the same task, the competition would intensify. After all, there was only one person who could complete a task. Thinking clearly about this, everyone's heart was even more shocked. Chen Zong turned over the white jade token and looked at the content of his assessment task. Chase Huaxia Ma Qianli and behead him. Huaxia Ma Qianli. Chen Zong frowned slightly. There was very little information. Huaxia should be a nickname, and Ma Qianli was a name. There was no more description. Imperceptibly, it increased the difficulty of the assessment task. In the world, there were many people with the same name. Fortunately, there was a nickname of Huaxia, which increased some convenience. Who is Huaxia Ma Qianli? Someone asked aloud, but no one answered him. Chen Zong suddenly knew that this person's assessment task was the same as his own. But he did not know how many people got this task. The more people there were, the greater the competition and the greater the difficulty. Remember, no matter what the task is, the assessment time is 1 month, starting from tomorrow. Return to turn in the task within a month, and you will pass the assessment and be qualified to compete for the State Knight title. The Amethyst Dragon King said. In other words, this assessment task was just a means of elimination. Okay, you can move. As soon as the Amethyst Dragon King's voice fell, everyone saluted and quickly turned to leave. Who is Huaxia Ma Qianli? The thought flashed through Chen Zong's mind. He was sure that he had never heard of this nickname and this name. Maybe, I need to borrow the power of the Dragon Pavilion. Is there anyone whose assessment mission is to chase and kill 1,000 Miles Flower Demon Horse? A slightly chubby young man shouted. Just as Chen Zong was thinking about going to the Dragon Pavilion to use the dragon teeth to gather information, someone spoke outside the Coiling Dragon Hall. The voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. Instantly, many people's faces changed. Someone seemed to be tempted and walked over. I am, the person said directly, once again attracting a lot of attention. Do you know who 1,000 Mile Horse is? What's his star rank? Where is he now? Fatty asked 3 questions in a row. Do you want to know? If you do, give me 5 dragon teeth and I'll tell you everything about 1,000 Mile Horse. 5 dragon teeth, the person who spoke first exclaimed. That's too much, 2 at most. 2 dragon teeth is too little. You know, if I don't tell you everything about 1,000 Mile Horse, you won't know where to find him or how strong he is. You won't be able to complete the mission and have no chance of becoming a state knight, Fatty said with a smile. Fatty was right. If one didn't know who 1,000 Mile Horse was, how could they complete the mission? Moreover, if we go to the Dragon Pavilion to trade, I believe the price will definitely exceed 5 dragon teeth, Fatty said with a smile. Chen Zong thought for a moment. He strode over and took out 5 dragon teeth. Fatty was all smiles when he saw this. He wanted to grab them, but Chen Zong dodged. Tell me everything about 1,000 Mile Horse, and I'll give you 5 more dragon teeth, Chen Zong said directly. Friend, you don't trust me. Who doesn't know that I, Yang Qifeng, am a very trustworthy person? Yang Qifeng stared at Chen Zong with a strange glint in his eyes, then said with a smile. I don't know you, Chen Zong said bluntly. Alright, but I know you. You're Chen Zong, the new Earth Pavilion member of the Dragon Pavilion, an Earth Pavilion member with heaven potential, Yang Qifeng said with a smile. I believe you won't go back on your word. With that, Yang Qifeng fished out a piece of paper from his chest pocket and handed it to Chen Zong. 1,000 Mile Horse's information is recorded here, Fatty said with a smile. This surprised Chen Zong. As if knowing Chen Zong's surprise, Fatty explained, I didn't know there was a mission to hunt 1,000 Mile Horse. I just happened to know some information about this person, so I recorded it. Yang Qifeng acted like a merchant. In fact, the family he came from was a family that focused on business. Within the capital city, the Yang family was a famous and illustrious family. Since childhood, he had been influenced by what he saw and heard. This was also a kind of talent. Chen Zong quickly flipped open the white paper to look at the small black words inside, while Fatty blocked the view of the others with his body. With a cursory glance, Chen Zong basically understood the contents. Indeed, it was as Fatty had said. Chen Zong also very straightforwardly handed 5 dragon teeth to Fatty. Fatty accepted the dragon teeth with a smile and skillfully put them away. Brother Chen, if you want to know anything else, you can come to me. I'll definitely give you the best price. No problem, Chinzong also smiled. 5 dragon teeth were expensive or not. It depended on the person. Chinzong felt that if they knew the mission's content first, then made arrangements accordingly, they might be able to seize the initiative. For example, if you already knew the mission's content and started to act while others were still investigating, then you might be the one to complete the mission in the end. Brother Chen, wait. Can you let me see that piece of paper as well? The person who first spoke to Fatty Yan Chifeng called out to Chinzong, who was about to leave, and directly asked for the paper. Sure. 5 dragon teeth, Chinzong replied, causing the other person's expression to change. You're not even giving me face? The other person's tone turned cold. Chinzong didn't reply and strode away. It was funny. He spent 5 dragon teeth to get the information. Why should he give it to a stranger for no reason? Perhaps it was true that one more friend meant one more path. However, the other person's tone and attitude were very bad. He was bossy and arrogant, as if Chinzong had to give him the paper, or else he would offend him. This kind of self-righteous person wouldn't receive any gratitude even if he gave the paper to him. Give me that paper, and I'll let bygones be bygones. A figure flashed in front of Chinzong. Yuan Ran blocked his way with his hands behind his back. His eyelids drooped, and his voice was low with a bit of a forceful command. His tyrannical aura directly passed through the air and fell on Chinzong, bringing great pressure. The combat strength of a late-stage 5-star was indeed terrifying. Chinzong knew that he might not even be able to take one hit from the other. However, that didn't mean that Chinzong would give in. Outside the coiling dragon hall, even if the other person was a prince, he couldn't make a move. 5 dragon teeth. Chinzong resisted the other's pressure and smiled fearlessly. Yuan Ran's expression changed and became as cold as frost. His eyes emitted a terrifying light as if he wanted to pierce through Chinzong. Good, very good. I'll remember you. Yuan Ran resisted the urge to slap Chinzong to death. His tone was cold. The surrounding air seemed to be hit by a cold wind. Shaking his head, Chinzong left the coiling dragon hall and returned to the Guan mansion's red maple court. He took out the paper and looked at it carefully. The information about Xianxia Ma Qianli was recorded very clearly. Ma Qianli, origin unknown, 30 years old, extremely lustful. He had tainted dozens of good girls. His nickname was Xianxia. His combat strength was suspected to have reached the peak of 4-star. He was best at light body martial arts. Yesterday, he appeared in the territory of the 3 Yuan School in Yangon County, Guilin Province. Guilin Province, Yangon County, 3 Yuan School in Guilin Province. Chinzong immediately packed up. After taking the necessary items, he hurriedly left the Red Maple Court and went to see Marquis Yuan. Guilin Province was very close to the capital, but there was still some distance. If one were to travel by foot, it would probably take a few days. Who knew if Xianxia Ma Qianli would still be in the territory of the 3 Yuan School in Yangon County? After all, a county wasn't that big, but it wasn't small either. If a person wanted to hide, it wouldn't be that easy to find. Sometimes, one might not be able to find it even after spending a few dozen days. The time limit for the state night exam was 1 month. It was a race against time. After Marquis Yuan knew the purpose of Chinzong's visit, he didn't say anything unnecessary. He immediately arranged for people to give Chinzong the best mount in the Guan mansion, red-scaled dragon horse. Moreover, according to Chinzong's wishes, he gave him a strong bow and arrows. It was said that this was a type of horse that had a faint dragon bloodline. It was bred by the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Only the Marquis Mansion, Marshal's Mansion, General's Mansion, and other important members of the imperial court were qualified to be bestowed with it by the royal family. It was very precious. The red-scaled dragon horse was said to be able to carry 1,000 pounds and travel 10,000 miles in a day. It was an excellent mount. The red-scaled dragon horse's body was tall and very strong. It was even bigger than a large water buffalo. The red scales on its body were each the size of an egg. They seemed to have been polished, giving off a very special feeling. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, proving that the red-scaled dragon horse ate meat. In fact, the red-scaled dragon horse had to eat 100 pounds of meat every day. Moreover, it had to be the flesh of demonic beasts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to replenish its energy. Even though it had been tamed, the red-scaled dragon horse's ruby-like eyes still carried a trace of a demonic beast's tyrannical aura. It wasn't easy to ride. Guan Yunxiao's assessment task was different from Chen Zong's, but he also had to hurry on with his journey. Therefore, he also came to lead a red-scaled dragon horse. Riding on the back of the red-scaled dragon horse, Guan Yunxiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stared at Chen Zong with a cold smile. He wanted to see Chen Zong make a fool of himself. The red-scaled dragon horse was unruly and difficult to tame. Guan Yunxiao also spent a lot of time to master the technique. He was sure that this was Chen Zong's first time riding the red-scaled dragon horse. As expected, after Chen Zong jumped onto the back of the red-scaled dragon horse, the red-scaled dragon horse immediately moved. It used all its strength to jump and arched its back. The powerful impact was about to throw Chen Zong off the horse. The red-scaled dragon horse could easily carry 1,000 pounds of weight and run 10,000 miles without stopping. One could imagine its tyrannical strength. Caught off guard, Chen Zong was almost thrown into the air. Fortunately, he managed to control himself in time. He clamped his legs together and jumped along with the red-scaled dragon horse. If there was time, Chen Zong wouldn't mind slowly taming the red-scaled dragon horse. However, it was a race against time. The faster the better. He clamped his legs together and activated the tyrannical strength of his physique. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on the red-scaled dragon horse's back, making it harder and harder for the red-scaled dragon horse to move. The red-scaled dragon horse, which had a trace of the dragon bloodline, was indeed very tenacious. However, under the heavy pressure of Chen Zong's strength, all 4 of its limbs fell to the ground. Guan Yunxiao was dumbfounded. "Do you submit?" Chen Zong didn't care whether the red-scaled dragon horse could understand him or not. Strangely, the red-scaled dragon horse actually nodded. It stood up, and this time it became docile. Jia. Clamping his legs together, he urged the red-scaled dragon horse to quickly leaving behind a confused Guan Yunxiao. His face was full of disbelief. One must know that the first time he came into contact with the red-scaled dragon horse, it took him a few hours to tame it. He felt like he had been slapped in the face again. That kind of sour feeling made Guan Yunxiao extremely angry. Jia. Clamping his legs together, Guan Yunxiao also left the Guan mansion with a heart full of anger. Horses could be ridden in the city, but they couldn't run. They could only walk. It took them some time to reach the outer city. The red-scaled dragon horse began to trot. Other than Chen Zong, there were other red-scaled dragon horses that moved out as well. They all headed towards the city gate. The people on these red-scaled dragon horses were all people participating in the state night examination. They all had to seize the time to complete their tasks. After leaving the city, the red-scaled dragon horse began to release its speed and truly run. The sound of the horse's hooves was like the beat of a drum. Dust flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, the horse had already left. Its speed was even faster than his own full speed. Today, I will be able to enter the 3 Yuan school in Yong'an County of Gulan Province. Maybe Huaxia Ma Qianli is still there. Chen Zong thought to himself. He felt the strong wind blowing against his face. His black hair fluttered, and his robes let out a crisp sound. The scenery on his left and right quickly disappeared like a stream of light, as if it was a picture scroll that was being rapidly drawn. Gradually, the number of red-scaled dragon horses in the same direction as Chen Zong became fewer and fewer. Among them were Crown Prince Yuan Ran and the others. Yuan Ran looked at Chen Zong with a vicious gaze. If it weren't for the red-scaled dragon horse's extreme speed, he probably would have dismounted and attacked Chen Zong. As the sun set, the sky was dyed red and the setting sun was as red as blood. The 3 Yuan sect was a first-rate force in Yong'an County. The current sect master was a peak 9th layer true martial realm expert. It was said that his battle prowess had reached an astonishing 5-star realm, while the grand sect master was a pseudo-transcendent realm master. The 3 Yuan sect had a history of over 1,000 years. No matter how turbulent the undercurrents were, it had never fallen. On the contrary, it had become stronger and stronger. The territory it governed had gradually expanded from less than 100 square kilometers to the current 500 square kilometers. The Three-Yuan town was a town under the Three-Yuan sect's jurisdiction. If it weren't for the dynasty's rule that each county could only have one city, the Three-Yuan town would have developed into a Three-Yuan city. The current Sanyuan town wasn't much less prosperous than a city like Mountain Overlook City. It was bustling with people and carriages, bustling with activity. Of course, it couldn't compare to the capital at all. Riding the red-scaled dragon horse, Chenzong walked through the wide streets of the Three-Yuan town. He was thinking about where to start. Was Thousand Mile Horse still in the Three-Yuan sect's territory? If so, where exactly was he? In addition to Chenzong, other examinees also entered the Three-Yuan town. They either bought the news from fatty Yang Qifeng or learned the news from other sources. Three-Yuan Restaurant. This was a restaurant operated by the Three-Yuan sect. With the Three-Yuan sect as its backing, almost no one dared to cause trouble here. At the same time, with the Three-Yuan sect as its backing, the Three-Yuan Restaurant had never bullied its customers because no one knew if the person they bullied had a shocking background. If they provoked someone with a shocking background, it would bring a lot of trouble to the Three-Yuan sect. In the end, the Three-Yuan Restaurant was just a business of the Three-Yuan sect. It was a business that made money and collected information. Chenzong stayed in the Three-Yuan Restaurant. The red-scaled dragon horse was naturally taken care of by the restaurant staff. The staff of the Three-Yuan Restaurant immediately knew that Chenzong had an extraordinary background. They treated him even more carefully and didn't dare to neglect him in the slightest. Chenzong ordered the dishes while asking the waiter for information, especially information about Thousand Mile Horse. However, the information was scattered. Chenzong thought about it as he ate, sorting out the scattered information. I can be sure that Flowery Malevolent Horse is still within the boundaries of the Three-Yuan school. No, it should be within the Three-Yuan town. Chenzong's eyes sparkled. It's just that Sanyuan town is not small. I don't know what Huasiama Qianli looks like. Moreover, there are many people. If they want to hide, where can we find them? Chenzong felt troubled. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack for a single sword. Chenzong was thinking about how to get help from external forces. The best external force he could rely on here was undoubtedly the Three-Origin sect. Maybe I should pay a visit to the Three-Yuan sect. Chenzong thought to himself, but he felt a headache coming on. The Three-Yuan sect was not as powerful as the royal family, but it was still a first-class force. There were many true martial realm experts and even pseudo-transcendents. On the other hand, Chenzong was only in the energy refining realm. Due to the disparity in strength, it would be difficult to get the Three-Yuan sect to work for him unless he paid a corresponding price. Haha, Brother Chen, we meet again. The laughter sounded very interesting. It was fatty Yang Qifeng. He sat down in front of Chenzong without standing on ceremony. Then, he asked the waiter to bring the bowls and chopsticks and ordered a bunch of good wine and dishes. Chenzong was not surprised to see Yang Qifeng, because Yang Qifeng's assessment task was to hunt down Flowery Malevolent Horse. In essence, he and Chenzong were competitors. Brother Chen, are you worried about how to find Flowery Malevolent Horse? Yang Qifeng picked up a large amount of food with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. He wolfed down the food and chewed with his mouth full. Strangely, he spoke very clearly. Brother Yang, do you have news for me? Chenzong asked with a smile. Haha, of course, of course. 5 dragon teeth. Yang Qifeng laughed again. He was always doing business. Without waiting for Chenzong's reply, he continued, actually, I don't know where Ma Qianli is. I can only be sure that he is in the Three-Yuan town. However, we can work together. Yang Qifeng's small eyes widened and sparkled. As far as I know, there are a total of 9 missions this time, which means that only 9 people can complete the mission. The competition is very fierce. There are a total of 8 people who received the assessment task of hunting down Flowery Malevolent Horse. Brother Chen, you probably don't know about a hidden rule. The smile on Yang Qifeng's face disappeared, and his chubby face became serious. Regardless of which year it is, although it is not explicitly stated, there is a hidden rule in the state night examination, and that is, external forces beyond the level of qi refinement are not allowed. Hearing this, Chenzong was surprised. If someone violates this rule without knowing it, they will be disqualified. Yang Qifeng said. Thank you. Chenzong said with a stern expression. If Yang Qifeng had not told him this, he would have really gone to the 3 yuan school and borrowed the strength of the 3 yuan school. He might even have to use the strength of a true martial realm expert. Also, if I am not wrong, the 3 yuan school has been notified by the royal family that they are not allowed to help the examinees. Yang Qifeng smiled. Chenzong was a little stunned when he heard this. He then shook his head and smiled. He had almost done something useless. It had to be said that the importance the dynasty placed on the state night assessment had reached an extremely high level. The amount of external forces that each examinee could borrow was too little. The test of one's ability was extraordinary. Therefore, I think that if we want to complete this mission in a short 1 month, we need to use the strength of each examinee and cooperate with each other to find Ma Qianli's whereabouts. Yang Qifeng analyzed clearly. Chenzong had to admit that under the various restrictions of the royal family, he had fallen into a situation where he was almost helpless. The information that he had compared to others was too little. This was a disadvantage. Cooperating with others seemed to be the only path unless he was willing to spend a large amount of time. However, the time limit was 1 month. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be. As for who would be able to kill 1,000 miles after finding him and obtain his head, that would depend on the individual's strength. Cooperation, competition. Since Brother Chen agrees to cooperate, then I will go find the others. We will gather here later and discuss the cooperation. Yang Qifeng said. Thank you, Brother Yang. Chenzong said. Yang Qifeng's appearance was undoubtedly very suitable. Yang Qifeng was very efficient. Very quickly, he gathered the others. Including Chenzong and Yang Qifeng, there were a total of 8 people. Yuanran was one of them. Seeing Chenzong, Yuanran frowned. A trace of coldness flashed past his eyes, but he did not act out. Prince Ran, everyone, please sit. Yang Qifeng booked a private room in Sanyuan restaurant so that it would be easier for them to discuss the matter. Our goal is to complete the assessment mission. However, due to various restrictions, there are very, very few external forces that we can use. We can only rely on our own abilities. Therefore, I suggest that we work together and find 1,000 Li's whereabouts first. Everyone did not speak. They quietly listened to Yang Qifeng's words. As for who can kill Ma Qianli and obtain his head after finding him, that will depend on their own ability. Yang Qifeng smiled. I agree. Immediately, someone expressed their opinion. I also agree. Good. Then let's cooperate. No matter what, the current cooperation was indeed a more effective method. It could save time. Yuanran also agreed to cooperate. Among everyone present, only he had reached the late stage of 5-star. He was the strongest. However, having a strong battle strength did not mean that he could find Ma Qianli the fastest. If he could borrow external forces, as long as he was the prince, the 3 yuan school would have to cooperate with the investigation. Or he could send the masters of the Wang mansion to find Ma Qianli in a short time. Unfortunately, they were all restricted. As long as we can find Ma Qianli, with my strength, who can compete with me? Yuanran thought to himself. He felt that the difference in strength made him not put the other 7 in his eyes. After all, the one with the highest battle strength among the 7 was not even 5-star. Since everyone has agreed to cooperate, then everyone should do their best. Yang Qifeng, as the initiator of the cooperation, continued. I suggest that everyone prepare to start searching for Ma Qianli's whereabouts. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, regardless of whether you can find him or not, you should all share your gains. After agreeing, everyone got up and left. They were racing against time. Chenzong walked on the streets of 3 Yuan town. He carefully observed the people around him while thinking about how to find Ma Qianli. If Ma Qianli knows that he is a target, perhaps he will hide even deeper. Not only Chenzong felt a headache, the others felt the same. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Chenzong did not find anything. At 9 o'clock in the morning, 8 people came to the box of 3 Yuan restaurant. This box had been reserved by Yang Qifeng for a month. Everyone looked a little depressed because everyone had worked hard all night, investigating from all aspects, but still had no results. Not even the slightest clue could be found. Don't be discouraged. It's only the first day. We still have time. Yang Qifeng said. Let me talk about where to start looking. After Yang Qifeng finished speaking, the others also talked and finally summed it up. For 3 days in a row, there was still no result. Damn Ma Qianli, hiding so deep. Wang Jidao's face was full of anger. If Ma Qianli appeared in front of him, he would probably be cut in half by his blade. The other people's faces were not very good. 3 days had passed in a month. Until now, they were not sure whether Ma Qianli was still in 3 Yuan town. Several times, Yuan Ran had the idea of using external force. Fortunately, when he thought of the result of using external force, he had to suppress that idea, but his face was gloomy. For 3 days in a row, Chenzong did not have much time to practice. In addition to resting, he looked for Ma Qianli. He almost walked through 3 Yuan town and had a clearer understanding of it. He took out the information bought from Yang Qifeng with 5 dragon teeth and opened it to read again. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. In 3 Yuan town, there was a very ordinary house. There was nothing special about it. Inside the house, an oil lamp was lit. As the flame flickered, it released a not-so-dazzling brilliance. Behind the brilliance, there was a pair of gloomy eyes. In the depths of the eyes, there was a trace of anxiety and anger. It was a pair of peach blossom eyes. The corners of the eyes were slanted, giving people a feeling of evil. Damn it, who are those people? They have been looking for me all this time. The owner of the peach blossom eyes said in a low voice. His sharp and hoarse voice was filled with anger. He was Huaxia Ma Qianli. Just like Fatty Yang Qifeng's information, Ma Qianli was staying in the 3 Yuan sect's territory within 3 Yuan town. The reason why he didn't leave was because Ma Qianli had his eyes on the daughter of the Li family in 3 Yuan town. The daughter of the Li family, Li Yezhen, was known as the #1 beauty in 3 Yuan town. Her cultivation had reached the 9th cycle of the qi refining realm. She was both talented and beautiful. She had a good reputation in 3 Yuan town. Ma Qianli liked this kind of beauty the most. However, the Li family wasn't weak in 3 Yuan town. The head of the Li family was a true martial realm expert. Although he was the weakest true martial realm, the qi refining realm couldn't compare to him. Ma Qianli was waiting for an opportunity. He swore to take down a beauty like Li Yezhen. That would satisfy his unique sense of accomplishment. This was also why Ma Qianli stayed in 3 Yuan town. His personality was like this. Once he set a goal, he must complete it. He forced himself to complete it so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, most people in 3 Yuan town didn't know that Ma Qianli was here. There were even some people who didn't know who Ma Qianli was. Originally, Ma Qianli was waiting for an opportunity. However, he found out that someone was investigating him. This wasn't good news for him. Gradually, Ma Qianli found out that there was more than one person investigating him. There were 8 of them. Moreover, each of them was at the peak of the 9th cycle of the qi refining realm. They seemed to have good fighting strength. This increased Ma Qianli's suspicion and made him more vigilant. This can't go on. Ma Qianli thought. His goal was to leave 3 Yuan town immediately after he made a move on Li Yezhen and go to other places to find other targets. If you investigate me, you are definitely not my friend. If you are not my friend, then you are my enemy. If you are my enemy, then you must be eliminated. Ma Qianli thought to himself. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he sneered, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to investigate me, Ma Qianli, you should be prepared to die. With this thought, Ma Qianli quickly thought of a solution. A smile appeared on his face. No matter how he looked at it, it looked ruthless. The night was dark and the wind was strong, making it difficult to distinguish one's fingers. Today was the 10th day since Chenzong and the others entered Trinity Town. After 10 days in a row, they still couldn't find any trace of Ma Qianli, so it was inevitable that they became impatient and frustrated. After all, there was only 1 month left. Now that 1/3 of the time had passed, there were only 20 days left. Chen Zong thought of an idea. He wanted to target the beauties in 3 Yuan town. Li Yezhen was one of them. She was also the best target for Ma Qianli. There was more than one person who thought the same as Chen Zong. The other 7 people also gradually understood the situation, so they all scattered. However, everyone was certain that Ma Qianli would make a move on Li Yezhen, so they spread out in all directions of the Li clan to keep watch. After all, Li Yezhen was most likely to be Ma Qianli's target. If they didn't stay here and monitor, they would fail the exam and have no chance to become a state knight. In the past 10 days, other than selecting the beauties that Ma Qianli might target, they also had some results. At least they were sure that Ma Qianli was still in 3 Yuan town. As long as he was still there was hope. However, Ma Qianli was hiding. It was difficult to find him. It seemed to have become a competition of endurance. They didn't know if this method of waiting would work, but it was the only way for now. They studied Ma Qianli's way and pattern of committing crimes at night. If he made a move on Li Yezhen, it would also be at night. Anyway, it was not good luck to choose this task. It was estimated that it would be more difficult than other assessment tasks. At least for tasks like eliminating the white water stockade, the target was very clear. They didn't need to spend time to find out where the enemy was. All 8 of you are here. Very good. Let me, Ma Qianli, kill you all. In the darkness, a figure flashed by as fast as a gust of wind, with a trace of killing intent that blended into the night. Chen Zong suddenly felt a chill all over his body. It seemed that something bad was going to happen. Chen Zong raised his 5 senses to the extreme and carefully observed the movements around. Everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was clearly perceived by him, but he didn't notice anything. Suddenly, there was a strong whistling sound, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Like a gust of wind, he moved quickly in the direction of the sound. Chen Zong was not the only one who moved. The other people who were watching also moved. Soon, Chen Zong saw 2 figures approaching each other. Their long sabers pierced through the air, shining with amazing sharpness in the night. One of the figures was one of the 8. Chen Zong recognized him at first glance. It was Zhou Jingde. Zhou Jingde was the son of a general in King's City. He had the combat capability of a middle-stage 4-star warrior and was listed on the Jiao Dragon list. He was good at saber techniques and had been trained in the army. His saber techniques focused on killing and had amazing lethality. As for the other one, Chen Zong had never seen him before. However, his saber techniques were amazing. Once he performed them, they tore the night apart like lightning. Every strike was fatal and merciless. He attacked Zhou Jingde with all his might, putting Zhou Jingde at a disadvantage. He is Ma Qianli. Chen Zong immediately realized. According to the investigation in the past few days, Ma Qianli was best at lightness skill, followed by saber techniques. It was said that his saber techniques were like lightning when he performed them, which matched the saber techniques of the man in front of him. Ma Qianli, die! Yuan Ran shouted in a low voice and suddenly slapped out. Black qi filled the air and covered the entire palm. It pierced through the night and fiercely attacked Ma Qianli with terrifying power. The power of this palm had reached the 5-star level. According to the investigation, Ma Qianli's combat capability was at the peak of 4-star. This palm was not something he could resist. Unexpectedly, Yuan Ran's palm missed. Ma Qianli dodged Yuan Ran's palm with amazing speed and reaction. At the same time, he slashed out with his saber. The saber light was like roaring thunder. At the same time, the others all attacked Ma Qianli. Chen Zong pulled out his sword. The cold light suddenly appeared and pierced towards Ma Qianli. The sword qi was chilling. Go away! Ma Qianli's saber light was like roaring thunder. It swept in all directions. It was unbelievably powerful. Chen Zong quickly retreated. In terms of combat capability, Chen Zong only reached the middle of 4-star after using both swords. Compared to the past, he was indeed much stronger. However, the gap between him and Ma Qianli was not small. It could be said that among the 8 people present, only Yuan Ran's combat capability surpassed Ma Qianli. Ma Qianli also realized that something was wrong. These people were all very strong, and they were all at least 4-star. One of them even had a 5-star battle power. He didn't have time to think about why there were so many people with tyrannical battle power that wanted to deal with him. After pushing everyone back with a powerful slash, Ma Qianli immediately used his qinggong and quickly escaped. According to the investigation data, Ma Qianli is best at lightness kung fu. Sure enough, once he uses lightness kung fu, his figure is like a wisp of night wind, extremely fast and very flexible. He narrowly avoids Yuan Ran's second palm, brushing away from everyone's eyes in an instant. Chase. Ma Qianli was right in front of him. If they let him escape this time, he would definitely be more cautious. He would hide or leave Trinity Town. At that time, it would be even harder to complete the assessment mission. If they were unlucky, after a month, everyone would fail the assessment. They would have no fate with the state knight. No one could accept this kind of result. It could not be helped. Who told them to be unlucky and actually choose this assessment mission? They all used their movement techniques to chase. However, Ma Qianli's speed was too fast. Even the strongest Yuan Ran could not catch up to him. However, although Yuan Ran's combat capability was very strong, speed was not his forte. Chen Zong, quickly use your bow and arrow to shoot him. Yuan Ran ordered. Chen Zong did not pay attention. He used all his strength to use riding the wind and water treading, increasing his speed to the extreme. He chased after the traces left by Ma Qianli. Ma Qianli's speed was indeed very fast. It made people feel like they could not catch up. They could only look at him through the night. Fortunately, Ma Qianli did not have time to stop and erase the traces he left behind. Soon, everyone followed the traces left behind by Ma Qianli and chased him out of Trinity Town. His whereabouts were exposed and he provoked a group of powerful people. Ma Qianli was very depressed and full of anger. However, he had to temporarily give up Li Yezhen, the little beauty. It was important to escape first. Yuan Ran was also very annoyed. He thought that with his powerful fighting strength, as long as he found Ma Qianli, he could kill him and take his head. He didn't expect that he would be able to dodge 2 moves and escape from under his eyes. 1 fled and 8 chased, rushing out of Trinity Town and constantly going away. Ma Qianli was not only excellent in lightness skill, but also amazing in endurance. He kept running for a night, and there was no sign of stopping. Among the 8 people, Yuan Ran gradually felt that he could not hold on. His combat capability was very strong, but unfortunately, endurance was not his strong point. He could only watch himself being surpassed. However, after half the night, both physical strength and internal energy were greatly consumed. Even if he took medicinal pills, it was difficult to replenish in time. He gradually fell. Only Chen Zong was different. The tyrannical Hunyuan body created an amazing physical strength. As long as it was not consumed all at once, the leakless body could quickly recover. Chen Zong was ahead of everyone, far ahead of Ma Qianli. At the same time, Chen Zong was also very surprised by Ma Qianli's physical endurance. It was estimated that the mystery was in the lightness skill that Ma Qianli used. The sky gradually brightened. After a whole night of chasing, everyone had left Trinity Town and came to an open place. Not far away, there was a river flowing. Ma Qianli also found that most of the 8 people chasing him had been left behind. Only one of them was still very tenacious to follow him. A wisp of white appeared in the eastern sky, as if the morning sun was about to rise. Chen Zong's light and swift figure suddenly stopped about 300 meters away from Ma Qianli. Ma Qianli was startled and a little puzzled. Immediately, his eyes fell on the bow and arrow on Chen Zong's back. Chen Zong turned his left hand and took out the longbow. The bow was 1.3 meters long with a silver-black body engraved with dragon patterns, as if 2 dragons were circling around it. The grip was wrapped in silver fish scale leather, which made it feel good. The bowstring was silver white. This bow was called Fierce Dragon, a famous strong bow in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Only the royal family and the nobles and generals in the court had it. The body of the Fierce Wyrm bow was refined from the spine of a silver Wyrm python mixed with heavenly profound silver and earthly spirit steel, and it was repeatedly hammered and folded 99 times with an extremely brilliant forging method. Not only did it possess shocking hardness, it even possessed extremely high toughness, and it was much better than ordinary divine iron equipment. The bowstring was made from the tendon of the silver python. It was soaked in the royal family's secret recipe for 49 days and then twisted with a unique method. It could withstand the cutting of holy iron weapons without breaking. In the whole Guan mansion, there were only 3 fierce dragon bows. When Marquis Xingyuan heard that Chenzong wanted to use a bow and arrow, he asked what kind of bow he needed. Chenzong's strength was tyrannical, so he naturally wanted to use a strong bow. The fierce dragon bow required a strength of 10,000 jin to draw. Simply put, 10,000 jin of strength was the minimum requirement to draw the fierce dragon bow. It was impossible to fully draw the bow without 30,000 jin of strength. Moreover, 30,000 jin of strength was barely enough to fully draw the bow. It could be said that most of the Ninth Transformation Realm warriors could hardly use the fierce dragon bow to fight. Holding the fierce dragon bow in his left hand, his right hand took out the special arrow that came with the fierce dragon bow, the water-splitting arrow. The water-splitting arrow's shaft was engraved with dragon patterns, which would increase the strength of the shaft and accelerate the rotation of the shaft. The material of the water-splitting arrow was 100 years old black steel wood. The arrowhead was like a twisted willow leaf, with sawtooth edges. It was made of Tianqian silver and earth spirit steel. It was not only tough but also had the ability to break armor. There were 3 water-splitting arrows. Chenzong pulled the bowstring and loaded the arrow. His muscles and bones moved at the same time as if a dragon was turning over. The immemorial body's strength of 10,000 pounds was fully displayed. His pure yang qi and blood also erupted, and his strength soared to more than 20,000 pounds. The extremely strong bowstring was slowly pulled back by brute force, making a sound that made one's scalp tingle. It was as if one's whole body was being tied up. The chaotic heaven origin shattering energy surged, and his strength became even more tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, the strong bowstring was stretched to its limit, and it was shaped like a full moon. The arrowhead of the water-splitting arrow flashed with a frightening cold light, locking onto Ma Qianli from 300 meters away. Ma Qianli's pupils contracted like needles. He felt that the arrowhead of the water-splitting arrow was about to pierce through him. He could not help but feel his blood run cold. He held the thunder blade with both hands. The blade was cold, and under the surging of his inner strength, the tyrannical and dazzling blade light flickered. His heart was like the water in an ancient well, calm and tranquil, as if it could reflect the sky. Chenzong's eyes focused, and all his spirit and willpower were concentrated. His essence, qi, and spirit were perfect. The chaotic heaven origin shattering energy surged like a long river and poured into the water-splitting arrow. At the arrowhead, the tyrannical and sharp inner strength flickered. Ma Qianli did not dare to move, for he was afraid that he would expose his weakness and lead to an earth-shattering thunderbolt attack. He also did not dare to turn around, for the moment he turned around, the terrible arrow would be shot at him. Chenzong pulled the fierce dragon bow to its limit. His arms did not move, and his body seemed to be rooted to the ground, like a mountain that had existed since ancient times. His sharp eyes locked onto Ma Qianli from afar, waiting for an opportunity. Fixing such a posture would consume a lot of one's strength, both physical strength and inner strength. If it were other people, they might not be able to hold on, but Chenzong could. Whether it was the tyrannical strength and physical strength of the Anusrava immemorial body or the amazing chaotic heaven origin shattering energy, Chenzong could hold on for a longer time. Time passed slowly. Chenzong did not shoot the arrow, because he was not sure that he could kill Ma Qianli. At best, he could cause a little injury, or even not injure Ma Qianli. However, Ma Qianli would seize the opportunity to use his profound body movement to escape. At the beginning of the chase, Chenzong did not shoot Ma Qianli with the bow because he was not sure. After all, Ma Qianli was very fast, and the fierce dragon bow was very powerful. If he wanted to shoot the arrow, Chenzong had to stop, which would take a little time. However, that little time was enough for Ma Qianli to run dozens of meters away, exceeding the best shooting range. The power of the bow and arrow lay in the best shooting range. Exceeding or not exceeding the best shooting range would affect the power of the bow and arrow. If Ma Qianli felt threatened, he might run further away, which would cause them to fail the assessment task directly. Therefore, Chenzong did not use the bow and arrow until this moment. The arrow was on the bowstring, but Chenzong did not shoot. He just deterred Ma Qianli, making Ma Qianli not dare to move. In terms of combat ability, Chen Zong was in the middle of the 4-star level, while Ma Qianli was at the peak of the 4-star level. The gap between them was very obvious. If they fought in close combat, Chen Zong would have a very low chance of winning. If he was not careful, he might be killed by Ma Qianli. A strong bow and sharp arrow was the best weapon to deal with Ma Qianli. When Chen Zong knew that Ma Qianli was best at lightness skill, he had been preparing for it. He asked Marquis Jingyuan for a strong bow and sharp arrow, and now it came in handy. An arrow shot out was more powerful than an arrow on the bowstring. 15 minutes later, Ma Qianli's forehead was sweating. Chen Zong's expression did not change. He was like a pine tree standing on the ground. No matter how the wind and rain swayed, he would not move. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. Ma Qianli's forehead was sweating more. His eyes gradually felt sour, but he did not dare to blink. He was afraid that if he blinked, Chen Zong would shoot an arrow, which would bring a fatal threat. After persisting for half an hour, Chen Zong's forehead was sweating. This kind of high-intensity power output was very burdensome on the body. Fortunately, at this time, the 7 people who had rested for a period of time also recovered a lot of physical strength and internal strength. They quickly caught up. "Keep it up." Yuan ran past by him and said at the same time, still in a commanding tone. The 7 people attacked Ma Qianli from the left and right sides. Ma Qianli's eyelids suddenly jumped, and he had a bad feeling. He was deterred by the arrow. Now the 7 people were attacking him, and one of them had the combat ability of a 5-star level. If he was approached, it would be more disadvantageous for him. After thinking about it, Ma Qianli quickly responded after weighing the pros and cons. He moved. Ma Qianli moved. His figure shook and directly transformed into 3 figures. One was the real body and 2 were the afterimages. But whether it was the real body or the afterimages, they looked exactly the same. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chen Zong's eyes were 1 meter long. His pupils contracted instantly like pinholes. He locked on one of the figures and loosened his almost stiff fingers. A sound that made people's scalp numb sounded. The bowstring that broke free was like a wild horse out of its reins, like a tiger out of its cage. The accumulated power to the extreme burst out in an instant, pushing the water-splitting arrow to shoot out. Under the friction between the reversed willow leaf arrowhead and the air, it quickly rotated like a drill. The unique dragon pattern on the shaft of the arrow made the rotation speed of the arrow suddenly increase. It broke through the air and formed a vacuum channel. The speed was further increased, and it made a sharp sound like metal breaking stone. It was like a magic sound that directly made the 7 people and Ma Qianli's scalp numb. They had a feeling of dizziness. After shooting out the arrow, Chen Zong staggered as if he had lost all his strength. He quickly adjusted his breathing and cooperated with the immemorial body to recover his strength as soon as possible. The arrow crossed a distance of 300 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving a straight vacuum channel that was only as thick as a little finger in the air. Chen Zong was at one end, and Ma Qianli was at the other end. Fast, it was so fast that Ma Qianli was shocked. What made him even more shocked was that the arrow had locked onto his real body. The fatal crisis was imminent. It was as if he was about to fall into the abyss of death. The shadow of death spread and covered his whole body. Countless distracting thoughts rose from his mind. It was as if the devil of hell had stretched out its ghost claws to capture him into hell and make him fall into eternal oblivion. No. Ma Qianli's black hair danced wildly. His aura soared and directly broke the limit of his body. All of it poured into the thunder-long saber in his hands. Countless electric lights spread and shuttled back and forth on the saber, making crackling sounds. He broke through. Facing the threat of death, Ma Qianli actually broke through. He went from a peak 4-star combat strength to a 5-star beginner. With a breakthrough in combat strength, his strength increased greatly. When Ma Qianli slashed down with his saber, it gave people a feeling that the saber in Ma Qianli's hand had merged with his body. It was as if they were connected by blood. The power of the saber broke through the original limit and reached a higher level. The thunder-long saber directly turned into a bolt of lightning. It struck down from the sky and fiercely slashed at the water-splitting arrow. The extreme collision and the terrifying explosion made the world in front of everyone seem to have lost its color. It turned black and white, and it seemed to have slowed down. Under the dust and smoke, one could see the rolling particles. Countless energy blasts shot out in all directions. Each of them was extremely powerful. Even a 3-star combat strength would find it difficult to withstand. Under the attack of the saber, the arrowhead of the water-splitting arrow was directly shattered. Immediately after, the sturdy arrow shaft also fell apart inch by inch. Ma Qianli's thunder-long saber also trembled. The blade of the saber also shattered. Fine cracks spread all over the gap. The powerful impact made Ma Qianli's blood boil. His internal energy was also surging. He unconsciously retreated a few meters. His feet left deep footprints on the ground. Kill. Ma Qianli, die. The 7 people reacted one after another. They burst out with shocking speed and all charged at Ma Qianli. The assessment mission was the same, but only one person could actually complete it. The other 7 could only be eliminated. No one wanted to be eliminated, so they could only compete. After killing Ma Qianli and taking his head, they would quickly leave and return to the capital to hand in the head. Then, they would pass the assessment and have the qualification to be conferred as a kingdom knight. As for whether they could be conferred as a kingdom knight in the end, that was another matter. At the very least, they had to first obtain the qualification. Dodge. The 7 of them had a bad feeling. They stopped in their tracks, moved to the side, or retreated in a way that defied common sense. However, everyone was inevitably affected. The pink powder brushed past them and they all held their breath, not daring to inhale. Ma Qianli fought for an opportunity to recover. His internal energy recovered from the shock and his blood also calmed down. His battle power was completely restored. Holding the thunder blade in his hand, a feeling of blood connection spread throughout his body. It penetrated into his bone marrow and soul as if it grew out of his body. This feeling was so wonderful that Ma Qianli couldn't help but let out a moaning sound. Cool, very cool, very cool. Is this the feeling of becoming one with the blade? Ma Qianli whispered with a face full of intoxication. His voice entered everyone's ears and suddenly their faces changed. Impossible. Yuan Ran screamed. His face was full of disbelief and shock. He unconsciously inhaled a little bit of the pink mist that was still floating in the air. The others were also shocked and unconsciously inhaled a little bit of the pink mist. Yuan Ran's battle power was at the late stage of the 5-star level. However, that was calculated after activating the pseudo-spiritual tool. Without using the pseudo-spiritual tool, Yuan Ran's battle power was actually at the early stage of the 5-star level because the pseudo-spiritual tool he used was not an ordinary pseudo-spiritual tool. There were actually 3 levels of pseudo-spiritual tools, which were 3 levels. The Dragon Power Bracelet was a first-level pseudo-spiritual tool. After using it, it could increase the attack power by 1 level. A second-level pseudo-spiritual tool could increase the battle power by 2 levels. A third-level pseudo-spiritual tool could increase the battle power by 3 levels. Of course, a first-level pseudo-spiritual tool was the most common pseudo-spiritual tool. A second-level pseudo-spiritual tool was 10 times or even 100 times more precious than a first-level one. As for a third-level pseudo-spiritual tool, it was 100 times more precious than a second-level one. There were only 3 third-level pseudo-spiritual tools in the entire Cloud Dragon dynasty and all of them were in the royal family. Yuan Ran was a prince. His status was only slightly lower than that of a prince. However, even so, it was not easy to have a second-level pseudo-spiritual tool. The reason why he was able to possess a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon was due to his talent and potential. He was able to possess the combat strength of a 5-star beginner. Even so, he had yet to master the body and martial arts as one. The unity of body and martial arts was a kind of martial arts realm. It was different from the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. They belonged to 2 different paths, but both were extremely beneficial to martial artists. It was also a representation of a martial artist's great potential. The former was often more difficult than the latter. Martial artists would first comprehend the unification of essence, energy, and spirit before they could comprehend the unification of body and martial arts. Although there were differences between the two, in essence, the realm of body and martial arts as one was higher than the realm of essence, qi, and spirit as one. Since ancient times, as long as a martial artist was able to comprehend body and martial arts as one, not only would their battle prowess increase significantly, they would also be able to go further in the future. Yuan Ran, regardless of talent or potential, was outstanding. He was born high and mighty, enjoying resources and teaching that many people did not have. But today, he was still a step away from comprehending the unity of body and martial arts. Yuan Ran incomparably wanted to comprehend and master the unity of body and martial arts. That would make his battle prowess rise again. Even reaching 6 stars was not impossible. He did not achieve it, but today, he saw a perverted thief break through and master the unity of body and martial arts. This feeling made Yuan Ran very unhappy and almost went crazy. Body and martial arts as one, that was a general term. It referred to the martial artist's entire body's power not only being highly concentrated as one, but also the weapon in the hand and the martial arts that they cultivated. Connecting the blood vessels, not only could the power be fully displayed, but it could also exceed the limit. The unity of body and martial arts of sword martial artists was also called the unity of body and sword. The unity of body and martial arts of sword martial artists was called the unity of body and sword, just like Xianxia and Ma Qianli. With the long sword in hand, it was indistinguishable from the body. Ma Qianli had only grasped the initial stage of the unity of body and sword, but his battle prowess had directly broken through the limit and reached the early stage of 5 stars. If he was given enough time to continue comprehending, it was not impossible for his battle prowess to reach the middle stage or even the late stage of 5 stars. Die! Ma Qianli roared. His peach blossom eyes were filled with killing intent. His sword pierced through the air. Without any accumulation of power or any prelude, the sword directly chopped down. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, bringing with it unparalleled power. This sword was unparalleled. Just as the targeted person was about to dodge, he activated his internal force, but he suddenly felt hot all over his body. The power in his body seemed to have disappeared inexplicably. His body went soft, and he couldn't dodge. He didn't even have time to scream. This super genius with the peak of 4 stars was chopped in half by Ma Qianli's sword. Blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. The thick smell of blood was extremely pungent and nauseating. It was miserable, bloody, and shocking. It immediately stunned the others. Everyone knew that the state night assessment mission was dangerous. However, the 8 people's battle prowess was at least at the middle stage of 4 stars, and the strongest was at the late stage of 5 stars. Ma Qianli was only at the peak of 4 stars. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to die unless they were looking for death. No one expected Ma Qianli to be able to grasp the unity of body and sword, which allowed his battle prowess to increase by leaps and bounds, reaching the early stage of 5 stars. With the power of an early stage of 5 stars and the unity of body and sword, a peak of 4 stars battle prowess wouldn't be able to deal with it. However, it wasn't to the extent of being chopped in half. It was because he inhaled a little bit of the pink mist. That was a special powder made by Ma Qianli. It was called the lust softening powder. The person who was hit by the lust softening powder would have their internal force scattered. They wouldn't be able to gather it, and their entire body would go soft. They would be at the mercy of others, and they would gradually feel hot, which would awaken the deepest part of their body. Ma Qianli had used the lust softening powder to ravage many female martial artists in the qi refining realm. He had even used the lust softening powder to ravage a beautiful female martial artist who was much stronger than him when his combat strength was still not very strong. He had thoroughly enjoyed himself. The lust softening powder was very effective on women, but it was also effective on men. Just a little bit of it would quickly take effect. After killing one person with one strike, Ma Qianli didn't put away his sword. Instead, he turned it around, as if he was cutting off the connection between heaven and earth, and slashed towards the second person, wanting to cut him in half. Fatty Yang Qifeng gritted his teeth and desperately tried to gather his strength to dodge. However, he found that his strength was scattered, and he couldn't gather it. His entire body was hot, and his limbs were sore and weak. The long sword was coming, and in the next moment, his fat waist would be cut in half. The shadow of death loomed over him, and fatty Yang Qifeng's face was full of despair. There was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, Ma Qianli's face was full of murderous intent. The moment his sword was about to cut Yang Qifeng's waist in half, there was a sharp sound that made people's scalp numb. A beam of light pierced through the sky and shot towards Ma Qianli. It was an arrow. It was the arrow shot by Zong. The arrow wasn't a water-splitting arrow, because there were only 3 of them. Now that one had been destroyed, there were only 2 left. The water-splitting arrow was very powerful, and it required all the strength in one's body to fully display its power. Zong had just shot an arrow and used up all his strength. After a short period of rest, he recovered part of his strength, but he hadn't recovered to his peak yet. Other than the 3 water-splitting arrows, Zong also brought 9 more ordinary arrows. They were only ordinary in comparison to the water-splitting arrows. Speaking of which, each of the 9 arrows was made of extraordinary materials. They were all made of godly iron. The arrows pierced through the air and hit the blade of the long sword just as Ma Qianli was about to kill Yang Qifeng. Tyrannical power erupted, and the arrows shattered under the long sword. The impact of the power also slightly blocked the blade. Yang Qifeng struggled to roll back. The lightning-like sword light swept past and cut the air, leaving a scar that looked like a brand that didn't disappear for a long time. The astonishing sharpness made the fat man Yang Qifeng's pores open wide, and his hair stand on end. The cold penetrated into his bone marrow. Wherever the saber light passed, there was a tearing pain. The saber wind actually cut open a wound, and blood dripped out. However, compared to being cut in half, this was undoubtedly a much better result. Die. Yuan Ran's battle power was the strongest, and his resistance to the soft body scattering powder was also the strongest. He instantly activated the power of the rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon, Small Celestial Dipper Ring, increasing both his strength and speed. Even so, Yuan Ran was more or less affected by the soft body scattering powder. His whole body was hot, and his limbs were gradually limp. His internal strength was running slower than usual. Originally, after using the pseudo-spiritual weapon, he could reach the late stage of 5-star, but now he could only reach the early stage of 5-star. However, this palm still brought about a strong threat to Ma Qianli. The black palm print seemed to absorb all the light around it. Vaguely, there was a wisp of energy around the palm, as if a black dragon was swimming. There was a domineering dragon roar, as if a black dragon had come to the world. It left the palm and fiercely bombarded Ma Qianli. Cut! With a shout, Ma Qianli's long sword slashed down, turning into lightning and colliding with the black palm print. The terrifying energy surged, and the black dragon wailed under the long sword. It was cut in half and scattered, and the sword light also shattered. Yuan Ran took 2 steps back, and the effect of the soft body scattering powder became more and more obvious. The characteristic of the soft body scattering powder was that the more power was used, the faster it took effect. After Ma Qianli also took 2 steps back, the long sword trembled. His arm trembled slightly, and the trembling long sword immediately stilled, as if it was his own arm. He rushed out, raised the long sword and slashed down again. Yuan Ran tried his best to stimulate his internal strength, but he felt that his powerful internal strength was like a blocked river, so slow that it made people despair. The slashing sword made Yuan Ran feel what was called despair. Move for me. Yuan Ran's teeth were about to split as he roared in his heart. He was the son of a prince, the heir of a dynasty. He had a noble birth and a high status. In the future, he would be the heir of a prince. How could he die here? How could he die under the blade of a lowly pervert? However, the more he moved and mobilized his internal strength, the stronger and faster the soft body scattering powder spread throughout his body, making Yuan Ran feel his whole body gradually heat up and become limp. It was inevitable. Was he going to die here today? No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. The arrow broke through the air, like an aurora, piercing through the sky and shooting. This arrow was not aimed at Ma Qianli's saber, but at Ma Qianli's head. If Ma Qianli insisted on killing Yuan Ran, he would be shot in the head by this arrow, which was very likely to be fatal. Ma Qianli was a person who cherished his life, especially after comprehending and mastering the unity of body and saber. His future potential was limitless. He was not willing to take a risk and fight with his life. The exquisite saber technique was displayed. The saber that was originally aimed at Yuan Ran did not have any delay. It was like a swallow turning back in midair. There was no reluctance. Once again, it highlighted the strength of the unity of body and saber. After the arrow was chopped and shattered, the saber slashed across the sky, leaving behind a stunning and unparalleled trajectory. It circled around Ma Qianli's body, reflecting the light of the rising sun. The saber was perfectly integrated with Ma Qianli's arm, as if it grew directly from the arm. It brought a strong impact to Chenzong, not only on the visual impact, but also on the spiritual impact. The long saber fell. Yuan Ran seized the opportunity and barely avoided it, but his face was cut by the saber wind. There was a cut, like an open mouth. There was no time and no mind to take care of the wound. He rolled awkwardly, like a rolling gourd, covered with dust. You spoiled my good things again and again. I'll kill you first. Ma Qianli did not pursue Yuan Ran, because in his view, these people inhaled the weakness of the body. For a certain period of time, their strength was scattered and they were weak. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. There was only one person who could really threaten him, and that was Chenzong. Or, it was the bow and arrow in Chenzong's hand. The first arrow made Ma Qianli feel the horror of death. It also made him break through the great horror brought by death. He mastered the unity of body and saber and became more powerful. The second and third arrows saved the people he wanted to kill. No matter what, Ma Qianli could not let go of Chenzong. He would kill Chenzong first and remove the threat he posed. Then, he would slowly torture and kill the people who were poisoned by the desire-softening powder to vent the fear of being hunted down. Thinking of this, the corners of Ma Qianli's mouth unconsciously curled into an evil smile. The killing intent in his eyes was shocking. A distance of more than 300 meters was nothing to Ma Qianli, who had peerless lightness skill. He could quickly cross it in a breath. The long saber was like a thunderbolt that tore the sky apart. With an unparalleled killing intent, it ruthlessly attacked Chenzong. Yang Qifeng and the others could only watch helplessly as Ma Qianli charged towards Chenzong. This was because the effect of the desire-weakening powder had completely taken effect. They only felt that their bodies were hot and dry, but their limbs were weak and powerless. Their inner strength was scattered, and they were unable to gather the slightest bit. All kinds of charming thoughts constantly emerged in their minds. It was getting closer. The lightning-like saber light crossed 100 meters. 200 meters. It was getting closer and closer. The terrible killing intent was like a storm that was about to swallow and destroy Chenzong. The arrow shot by Chenzong was cut in half by the saber, but it couldn't stop the opponent's footsteps. That saber contained Ma Qianli's essence, qi, and spirit. It contained Ma Qianli's understanding and mastery of the saber. It had reached an extremely profound level. It seems that the truth of martial arts doesn't distinguish between good and evil people. A thought flashed through Chenzong's mind. There were good and evil people in this world. As a warrior, whether good or evil, it was more obvious and thorough than ordinary people. But no matter whether a person was good or evil, martial arts didn't distinguish between cultivation methods and martial arts. The truth of martial arts was the realm of absolute fairness and neutrality. It wouldn't favor you because you were old, nor would it fall in love with you because you were young. It wouldn't even be controlled by your behavior. It was closely related to talent and potential. Talent and potential had nothing to do with good or evil. A strong person wasn't necessarily a good person, and a weak person wasn't necessarily a bad person. Everything was possible in the face of life. Martial arts was the way of loyalty and the purest way. Countless insights emerged in Chenzong's mind. Then, he thought of the sword move of state scholar Yi Fifan in Splendid Garden in Linshan Commandery. That sword move seemed to have cut through the darkness of the morning and brought dawn. That sword move was incomparably stunning. Every time Chenzong comprehended it, he knew that what that sword move represented was a kind of superb state of swordsmanship. In other words, it represented a kind of state of swordsmanship. Martial arts was a great way between heaven and earth. It went straight through the past and the present, and no one knew how deep it was. Swordsmanship belonged to martial arts, but it was separated from martial arts and became its own way. The unity of body and sword belonged to the state of martial arts. And the unity of body and sword was the standard and threshold for a warrior to enter the state of swordsmanship. More and more insights came to him, like a torrent bursting through a dam. Yi Fifen's sword move left an indelible mark in Chen Zong's mind and planted a seed. However, at that time, Chen Zong's combat strength was far inferior to Yi Fifen's, so his comprehension was limited. Up until now, Chen Zong's comprehension had already accumulated to a pinnacle. Ma Qianli's sudden burst of power under the great terror of death and his comprehension of becoming one with the saber had directly affected Chen Zong. Then, Ma Qianli attacked again and again with his sword. His superb swordsmanship, his power beyond the limit, and his smooth control brought an indescribable impact to Chen Zong. Although Chen Zong was shooting arrows, he didn't forget to observe and comprehend. Now, Ma Qianli's slash had crossed a distance of over 300 meters. His entire body and the long saber in his hand had become one. Finally, he had shattered the last shackle on Chen Zongshan's path of enlightenment. A feeling as if something was broken spontaneously arose. His fingers seemed to move uncontrollably, as if he wanted to hold something. It seemed that the bow in his hand was not used to it. Sword. He murmured, and the clouds parted to reveal the moon. It was clear in an instant. Sword. The idea became clearer, and an inexplicable attraction seemed to come from the depths of his bone marrow. Sword. For the third time, Chen Zong unconsciously loosened his index fingers, and the precious fierce dragon bow and the expensive magic iron arrow fell at the same time. An indescribable throbbing from the bottom of his heart, bone, and soul drove Chen Zong's hands to clasp the sword hilt at the same time. The sword hilt of the red thunder sword, the sword hilt of the ancient sword. The moment his hands clasped the sword hilt, a feeling of blood connection from the depths of his bone marrow arose spontaneously. It was as if the two swords and his hands had always been one, and they grew together from the mother's body when they were very young. For the first time, Chen Zong felt the aura of the swords and the throbbing of the swords. It was as if the swords in his hand had come alive, full of spirit, as if they were little lives that shared life and death with him. With the swords in hand, Chen Zong could clearly feel the tyrannical power contained in the red thunder sword. It was the sword chi in his dream when he crossed the 100-beast mountain range, a terrifying sword chi that could threaten a transcendent realm master. Chen Zong would not casually trigger this sword chi. It would be a waste. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong woke up from his intoxication. Body and sword is one. Hand and sword are one. Body and sword are also one. Hand can be sword, body can also be sword. Body and sword is one, sword is hand, sword is leg. Although they seemed to be scattered, they actually contained indescribably profound insights. They appeared one after another, causing Chen Zong's understanding of the unity of body and sword to become clearer and deeper. This was something that Ma Qianli could not compare to. In fact, with Ma Qianli's talent and potential, he might not necessarily be able to comprehend body and sword as one. It was only because of the great terror between life and death that he was able to break through. It was a barbaric type of mastery. In the end, it was only a preliminary mastery. It would be very difficult to improve. Ma Qianli would need to spend a lot of time and energy in the later stages to gradually deepen it. Chen Zong, on the other hand, was different. Ever since he had obtained the mysterious sword tip and modified it, his potential had been constantly unlocked. As time went by, as he continued to cultivate and comprehend, his understanding of the sword grew deeper and deeper. Bit by bit, it formed an accumulation. Unlike Ma Qianli's accumulation was not enough. Therefore, after breaking through with the help of the great terror between life and death, he remained at the most preliminary level of body and sword as one. Chen Zong was different. After breaking through, a new door seemed to open in front of him. A more wonderful world suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the accumulation of the past also turned into countless insights, deepening Chen Zong's understanding and mastery of body and sword as one. Body and martial arts as one was a general term for a martial arts realm, and there were detailed divisions. The first level of body and martial arts as one was called unification. As the name implied, it was the integration of one's strength, the combination of one's weapon and martial arts techniques, and the power could be exerted beyond the limit. Now Ma Qianli was at the unification level of body and sword as one. The second level was called Lingwu. As the name implied, the weapon seemed to be given life and came to life, and so did the cultivation method and martial arts techniques. The second level was far superior to the first level, and the gap was very obvious. Some warriors could not break through after mastering body and martial arts as one for the rest of their lives, and could only be stuck at the unification level. At this moment, Chenzong was crossing the first level merge and gradually entering the second level spiritual martial force. This was due to his continuous training and the accumulation of his consciousness. The benefits of this accumulation were brought about by the explosion of his accumulation. If other warriors knew that Chenzong had advanced from Lingwu to the second level of Lingwu in such a short time, they would be so jealous that they would go crazy. Ma Qianli, who was wielding his sword with all his strength, suddenly felt that Chenzong's breath had changed. The change made him feel a little familiar, and it seemed to be a little similar to him, but there seemed to be some differences. The two swords seemed to come to life and were about to fly out, which gave Ma Qianli a very bad feeling. The saber radiance was brighter than the light of the morning sun. It was filled with violent killing intent, tearing the world apart. The saber was still dozens of meters away, but Chenzong could clearly feel the extremely terrifying saber pressure, as if it was going to split him in half. The ground in front of him had a 10-meter-long mark carved out by the invisible saber pressure, and the ground behind him also had a several-meter-long mark. Such a saber was enough to make people feel desperate. Even martial artists who were more powerful than Ma Qianli would feel the invisible pressure as long as they didn't master the body martial unification. However, Chenzong didn't feel the pressure, because he had reached the second stage of the body sword unification, Lingwu realm. In terms of realms, he completely crushed Ma Qianli's first stage of the unification realm. His eyes shone like sharp swords piercing through the sky, and his combat strength skyrocketed. I should be at the peak of the 4-star level, Chenzong said to himself. Ma Qianli's combat strength was at the beginning of the 5-star level, which was even more powerful than the peak of the 4-star level. It was difficult to defeat Ma Qianli with the combat strength of the peak of the 4-star level, let alone kill him. Chenzong's purpose was not only to fight Ma Qianli, but also to complete the assessment task and bring Ma Qianli's head to the authorities. Burning blood. Without hesitation, Chenzong performed the secret technique, burning blood combat technique. Chenzong's pure yang qi started burning, transforming into a tyrannical power that filled his entire body. A blood-red flame appeared around Chenzong's body. The flame danced, bathing Chenzong in it, making him look like a fiery war god. He held the sword with both hands, and his eyes seemed to have a trace of blood-red light, which made him look even sharper. The vigorous, domineering, and sharp chaotic origin-breaking force rolled like waves. Mixed with the powerful force of the burning pure yang qi and blood, it became even more terrifying. His combat strength increased again. The beginning of the 5-star level, his combat strength was not inferior to Ma Qianli's. His arms shook slightly, and the two swords hummed. The humming of the swords was melodious, like the sound of heaven. Chenzong moved without using any body movement or footwork. His body seemed to have become one with the two swords in his hands. He turned into a blood-red sword light that tore through the sky like a flash of lightning and an aurora, aiming to kill Ma Qianli. When the saber and sword collided, an extremely powerful force erupted. Sword qi and saber qi surged in all directions, tearing apart the surrounding ground, leaving behind sword marks that were over 10 meters long. Chenzong's other sword pierced through the air and stabbed toward Ma Qianli like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. Its trajectory was mysterious, seemingly erratic, but in fact, it was simple and swift. It stabbed toward Ma Qianli's glabella. Ma Qianli's expression changed. He hurriedly wielded his saber like the wind to block Chenzong's sword. Unexpectedly, the sword seemed to have come alive. It bypassed Ma Qianli's saber and increased its speed. Ma Qianli's expression changed again. Ma Qianli's glabella was pierced, but there was no blood. It was just an afterimage. Ma Qianli performed a peerless lightness skill at the critical moment and narrowly avoided Chenzong's sword. There was a drop of dark red blood on his glabella. He was almost killed. Ma Qianli was scared. At the same time, he was sure that his opponent had mastered the body martial arts integration, just like him. And he felt that his opponent was more powerful than him. Die. Ma Qianli was furious. His murderous intent was like an erupting volcano. His long saber slashed through the air, turning into a thunderbolt that could destroy everything. This was a killing move. It immediately brought a terrible threat to Chenzong. With the body sword integration, Chenzong's perception was raised to the extreme. He immediately reacted and narrowly avoided the long saber. His figure strangely bypassed it and appeared behind Ma Qianli, crossing his two swords. The cross-shaped sword light was sharp and unparalleled. It came to him in an instant. Ma Qianli was horrified. Yuan Ran, Yang Qifeng and others tried their best to open their eyes. However, they were weak and hot all over. There were more and more charming thoughts in their minds. Especially those who had experienced sex, they found that some part of their bodies was particularly strong and powerful. In spite of this, they tried their best to stay awake. Anyway, they were all super geniuses. Their strong spiritual will was certain. They were shocked to find that Chenzong could fight with Ma Qianli, who had mastered the body sword integration. Originally, they thought that Chenzong's combat power was not high and he was the weakest among them. Therefore, in this assessment task, they didn't pay attention to Chenzong and didn't regard him as an opponent. Unexpectedly, it was Chenzong, who they didn't pay attention to, who first forced Ma Qianli to stay with his bow and arrow, making him unable to get away. Then, 2 more arrows saved Yang Qifeng and Yuan Ran. On the other hand, one of them was killed. The remaining 6 were now softly lying on the ground. If Chenzong hadn't restrained Ma Qianli, they would have been killed by Ma Qianli. No one wanted to die, especially when they were performing the assessment task of State Night. It was the most humiliating to be killed by a pervert. They all wanted to thank Chenzong. It was equivalent to Chenzong saving their lives. Otherwise, they would have died in humiliation one by one. The inner shock was indescribable, especially Yuan Ran. From the beginning, he was unhappy with Chenzong because of the relationship with Shi Huanyue. Later, he asked Chenzong for information about Ma Qianli. Chenzong didn't give it to him, which made Yuan Ran even more unhappy. Despite this, Yuan Ran didn't really pay attention to Chenzong. But now he was alive because of Chenzong. Yuan Ran almost went crazy. In any case, it was a fact that he was temporarily alive because of Chenzong. Chenzong didn't know the complicated thoughts of the people, and he was concentrating on fighting with Ma Qianli. Although the unity of body and sword reached the 2nd level of Lingwu, Chenzong really just mastered the unity of body and sword. This feeling was very wonderful, and Ma Qianli also mastered the unity of body and sword. Although he was not as good as Chenzong in the realm, his fighting power was at the same level. He could let Chenzong fight to his heart's content, familiarize himself with this feeling, and then master this feeling. Unconsciously, Ma Qianli became a sparring partner and a whetstone for Chenzong to help him better master the unity of body and sword. But Ma Qianli didn't have this awareness. Damn it, if only I had chosen a secret method to improve my strength. Ma Qianli secretly regretted while dealing with Chenzong's double swords. There were many kinds of secret methods, some to improve attack, some to improve defense, some to improve speed, and so on. It happened that Ma Qianli pursued the ultimate speed, and the secret method he chose to practice was related to speed. Moreover, based on his own interests, that secret method was a secret method specially used to escape. The secret method of escape was very useful in an irresistible situation, but it had no effect when fighting with a strong enemy. Let Ma Qianli retreat, he was unwilling to accept this. He was extremely unwilling. If Ma Qianli didn't comprehend the unity of body and sword, he might retreat. But after comprehending the unity of body and sword, the feeling was different, and his mentality was completely different. Kill Chenzong, and then kill several other people, leave here at large, and his future was limitless. After a quarter of an hour, Chenzong's double swords became more agile and more powerful. There were more than 100 different kinds of swordsmanship that he had practiced, no matter what grade they were. He had mastered the essence of each of them and reached the imperceptible realm. More than 100 different kinds of swordsmanship, no matter the grade, showed a unique charm under Chenzong's double swords. Under the Lingwu realm of the unity of body and sword, the power of each sword was very powerful and mysterious. Gradually, it gave Chen Zong a very special feeling, as if he could comprehend something from it. However, he didn't know whether it was because his realm was not enough or because his accumulation was not enough. Ma Qianli complained incessantly. The unity of body and sword was suppressed. The opponent's swordsmanship was not only powerful, but also flexible and changeable. Every sword was beyond the limit, and the power was amazing. Damn it, I have to leave. Ma Qianli finally came to his senses and realized that if he continued to fight, the consequences would be unpredictable. Moreover, the desire-weakening powder had a time limit. Once the time was up, those people would recover, and then the martial artist with the 5-star combat strength would be a great threat to him. As the long sword fell, Ma Qianli immediately retreated and wanted to use a secret method to escape. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong's eyes shone with a sharp light. His silver eyes were cold and ruthless. They turned into 2 invisible sword lights and shot out. Secret method, spiritual sword. As Chen Zong's spiritual will grew stronger, the power of the spiritual sword also increased and became more powerful. Especially after he mastered the second realm of the unity of body and sword, it was even more amazing. Ma Qianli was caught off guard and his body trembled involuntarily. He felt as if his head was pierced by a sharp sword, and an indescribable pain arose spontaneously. Ma Qianli screamed miserably and the escape technique that he was about to use was immediately interrupted. The lightning that had been circling around his body dissipated. Chen Zong's grasp of timing was extremely precise. The 2 swords pierced through the air with indescribable agility. Ma Qianli was horrified and quickly dodged. However, he only managed to avoid one sword, and the other sword directly pierced his throat. Ma Qianli's counterattack was blocked by Chen Zong, and his wrist flipped and cut horizontally. Ma Qianli's head flew high into the air. Ma Qianli's eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. After killing Ma Qianli, Chen Zong quickly stopped using the burning blood combat technique. 80% of his pure yang qi was consumed, and his face was pale. Sheathing his sword, he quickly searched Ma Qianli's body. Unfortunately, he only found 2 porcelain bottles and some spirit shells. Chen Zong did not find the peerless lightness skill that Ma Qianli cultivated, which he wanted the most. He took out the prepared powder and sprinkled it on Ma Qianli's head. It could ensure that the head would not rot for a certain period of time. Chen Zong tore off Ma Qianli's coat and wrapped the head. Carrying the thunder blade, Chen Zong glanced at the people who were struggling to get up. He turned around without hesitation and used the wind and water step to leave quickly. These people were gradually overcoming the effects of the paralysis pill and gradually recovering their strength. Chen Zong did not think that they would not fight with him for Ma Qianli's head after they recovered. The best thing to do was to leave before they fully recovered. Under the sunlight, the red-scaled dragon horse's scales sparkled. It galloped like a red ray of light, quickly rushing out of 3 Yuan town and towards the capital. Stop. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to hear a roar from afar, full of unwillingness. Chen Zong recognized that it was the voice of Yuan Ran and the others. Ignoring them, the red-scaled dragon horse galloped away, making Yuan Ran and the others feel despair. Chase. Yuan Ran gnashed his teeth in hatred. Raising all his strength, he quickly rushed towards 3 Yuan town. They couldn't catch up to Chen Zong just by relying on their legs. They could only return to the town and ride the red-scaled dragon horse. However, when they rode the red-scaled dragon horse to chase after Chen Zong was already far away from 3 Yuan town. In this situation, unless the red-scaled dragon horse they rode could double their speed, catching up to Chen Zong was simply an extravagant hope. 8 assessment missions, that means there are at most 8 people who can pass the assessment. A middle-aged man wearing a luxurious gold and silver robe with black dragons circling around it laughed. He was one of the 2 kings left in the capital, the Black Dragon King. Maybe only 5 or 6. The Purple Dragon King laughed. 8 assessment missions, none of them were simple, some even had life-threatening dangers. Even if no one died, the difficulty of completing them was still very, very high. Wait, the results will come out in about 10 days. The Black Dragon King laughed, but he was thinking of his son, Yuan Ran. Yuan Ran wasn't an only son, but one of his children. His talent and potential were the best, and he was valued by the Black Dragon King. The assessment mission Yuan Ran chose was to chase and kill the flower demon horse for 1,000 miles. The Black Dragon King was very clear about this, so he felt that the one who completed this assessment mission would definitely be Yuan Ran. Outside the capital, a red ray of light was quickly approaching. Behind it, several red rays of light were closely following, as if they were chasing after the figure in front. Quick, 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 don't let him enter the city. Catch up to him or it will be too late once we enter the city. However, at a distance of several hundred meters, they were unable to surpass the other party in terms of speed. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the other party rushed to the city gate. Then, after being verified by the guards, they entered the outer city of the royal city. Damn it! The pursuers were all furious, especially when the other party turned back to look at them when he entered the outer city gate. There was a smile on his face that was not a smile, and he looked very proud. It was as if he was provoking them, but there was nothing they could do. No one dared to use force within the royal capital. No matter who it was, the consequences would be severe, especially for examinees like them. If they used force, they would be disqualified immediately. Haha, state scholar, this is something that is already in my, Xianxia's, hands. The person who walked into the outer city laughed inwardly, feeling incredibly excited. There were more than 90 people fighting for the right to become a state knight, and there were a total of 8 examination missions. Now that he had completed one of them, even though he had to compete with the other examinees in the future, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain one of the 3 slots for the state knight with his peak 4-star fighting prowess. This was what Xianxia thought. At this moment, the people outside the royal capital saw a red figure rapidly approaching and rushing towards the city gate. Who is that? It seems to be Qianzong, the newly promoted Earth Pavilion member of the Dragon Pavilion. Could it be that he also completed the examination mission? Impossible, I remember that their mission seemed to have Prince Yuan Ran as well. Everyone knows how strong Prince Yuan Ran is. Qianzong can't possibly be Prince Yuan Ran's opponent. While they were discussing, Qianzong rode the red-scaled dragon horse and quickly passed by them. Their gazes also swept over, and their pupils contracted because they saw a round and bulging package beside the red-scaled dragon horse. Could it be? These people looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. They felt that it was inconceivable and their heads were dizzy. Passing by the crowd, Qianzong crossed the city gate and entered the outer city. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Here, he didn't have to worry about Yuan Ran and the others catching up to snatch Ma Qianli's head. Qianzong, who had relaxed, thought about the battle between himself and Ma Qianli, especially the feeling of comprehending the unity of body and sword. Now that he had just comprehended and mastered it, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Entering the inner city, he went straight to the Guan mansion. First, he returned the red-scaled dragon horse, the fierce dragon bow, and the water-splitting arrow to the Guan mansion. At the same time, he also informed them that he had lost a water-splitting arrow. No matter. Marquis Xingyuan was calm and collected, but his gaze fell on the package in Qianzong's left hand. Is that the item for the examination mission? Exactly. Qianzong responded. Good. Marquis Xingyuan's face showed a smile. He was more and more satisfied with the disciple his younger brother had accepted. Previously, for the sake of his younger brother's face, he let Guan Yunxiao recommend Qianzong to participate in the examination of the Dragon Pavilion. Originally, he thought that Qianzong might not be able to pass the examination. Compared to the examination of the geniuses outside the capital, the difficulty of the examination was one level higher than that of the geniuses in the capital. Even if he could pass, at best, he would only get a human-level pavilion member status. Unexpectedly, Qianzong could get an Earth-level pavilion member, which was equivalent to the potential of a Heaven-level pavilion member. It was also because of this that Marquis Xingyuan was willing to lend the fierce dragon bow and the water-splitting arrow to Qianzong. However, although Qianzong's talent and potential were very high, his combat strength was not strong enough. It was very difficult for him to stand out among the crowd, and the possibility of him completing the examination mission was very, very low. After all, the other participants were not weak in talent and potential, and their combat strength was amazing. But now, after learning that Qianzong had completed the examination mission, it was impossible not to be surprised. He was more satisfied. Therefore, Marquis Jingyuan did not care about losing a water-splitting arrow. Qinzong bid farewell to Marquis Jingyuan, left the Guan mansion with Ma Qianli's head, and quickly went to the Coiling Dragon Hall in the palace. The moment Qinzong entered the Coiling Dragon Hall, 4 pairs of eyes swept over and fell on his face. Among them, 2 contained a deep and vast pressure as deep as the abyss, as if they could see through him inside out. One came from the Amethyst Dragon King, and the other came from a middle-aged man in a black dragon and gold robe. Qinzong immediately guessed his identity, the Black Dragon King. The Amethyst Dragon King gave off a feeling of nobility in his majesty, while the Black Dragon King gave off a feeling of dominance in his majesty. The other 2 gazes came from 2 young men in their early 20s. It seemed like they had also completed the examination mission. "What's your name?" "What examination mission?" the Amethyst Dragon King asked, but his eyes fell on the package in Qinzong's hand. "Amethyst Dragon King, my name is Qinzong. My examination mission is to hunt down Xianxia Ma Qianli." Qinzong bowed slightly. Hearing Qinzong's words, the Black Dragon King's expression changed slightly, and his eyes shone with a shocking sharpness. Qinzong only felt his body tighten, as if he was bound by an invisible and extremely powerful force. He also endured an inexplicable pressure, as if his whole body was suddenly thrown into an endless abyss, falling continuously and sinking forever. Even if he comprehended the body and sword unification and reached the 2nd stage, he was still unable to resist. This was the power of a transcendent realm master. Suddenly, Qinzong felt himself being pulled back by an invisible force, involuntarily breaking out in a cold sweat, his face pale. "Brother Wang, the examination depends on one's own ability," the Amethyst Dragon King said with a slight smile. The Black Dragon King coldly snorted, glancing at Qinzong, but didn't say anything. Qinzong knew that the Black Dragon King had given him that feeling, and the Amethyst Dragon King had helped him. "Qinzong, I'll remember your name." The Amethyst Dragon King smiled at Qinzong. The difference between the Transcendent Realm and the Transcendent Realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. A Transcendent Realm master often didn't care about those below the Transcendent Realm, as if they were ants. Being able to make a Transcendent Realm master say, "I'll remember your name," was an honor, not to mention a mere force-refining cultivator. The Amethyst Dragon King said this because Qinzong had completed this assessment task. One had to know that in this assessment task, Yuan Rant's combat power was amazing and had long been recognized as the one to complete the assessment task. Everyone else was reduced to a supporting role, and in the end, Yuan Ran would be one of the 3 national night spots. But now, it was completely unexpected that Qinzong had completed the assessment task of chasing down Xianxia Ma. Naturally, Yuan Ran failed and was eliminated. If this king finds out that you used some kind of conspiracy to complete this assessment task, you'll have to bear the consequences. The Black Dragon King once again glanced at Qinzong and coldly said, each word carrying an astonishing pressure, like a thunderstorm that wanted to destroy Qinzong. Fortunately, Qinzong's willpower was very strong, and with the help of the Amethyst Dragon King, he was fine. Finished speaking, the Black Dragon King turned and left the Coiling Dragon Hall. Since his son had been eliminated, what was the point of staying? My royal brother's attitude, you don't need to take it to heart. The Amethyst Dragon King smiled. I wouldn't dare. Qinzong replied neither slowly nor quickly. The Amethyst Dragon King couldn't help but shake his head slightly, not daring. Qinzong's answer was very interesting, he didn't dare, not he wouldn't. He didn't dare because his cultivation was inferior, his strength was inferior, and his status was inferior, so he didn't dare. But in his heart, it was inevitable that he would feel dissatisfied. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the Amethyst Dragon King's help, Qinzong's willpower would have already been damaged. Qinzong feeling dissatisfied was normal, but Qinzong also knew that the gap between them was too big, there was no comparison at all, so he could only silently endure and wait for the future. The Black Dragon King could actually see a thing or two, but he didn't care. In the end, he was just a trivial ant, no matter how high one's talent was, in the end, it wasn't strength. The transcendent realm was the boundary between heaven and earth, the gap between them was indescribable. Even though so-called pseudo-transcendent realm masters were nothing in the eyes of true transcendent realm masters. The Amethyst Dragon King also didn't care about Qinzong's attitude, whether he was dissatisfied or not, it didn't matter. Chen Zong handed over the severed head of flowery demon Ma Qianli, and the Amethyst Dragon King could tell whether it was real or fake after a glance. Good, the assessment will last for 1 month, there are still a dozen days left, you can all go back and wait for further notice. The Amethyst Dragon King said. The 3 of them bowed to the Amethyst Dragon King one after another before turning around and leaving the Coiling Dragon Hall. Xing Zhangjuan. Jiang Tianmu. Chen Zong knew that these 2 people might become his rivals in winning the National Scholar title. There are still a dozen days left, I can cultivate well and strive to further improve my cultivation, increasing my combat strength so that I can win the National Scholar title. The maple leaves were as red as fire, swaying in the wind like bright red flames dancing and swaying. It was a beautiful sight to behold. The maple leaves around the red maple meadow swayed. A figure stood among them, holding a sword in one hand in front of him. The index and middle fingers of his left hand were close together, slowly brushing the red blade. Body and sword as one. Chen Zong murmured softly. His eyes contained a clear and deep light, as if reflecting a world. In that world, there was a miniature of the sword in front of him, incomparably agile. Before, Chen Zong didn't know much about body and sword as one. Therefore, there were many things he didn't understand. But after returning to the Guan mansion, he borrowed relevant books and finally had a more intuitive understanding and mastery of body and sword as one. The first level was returned to 1. After mastering this level, one's strength could be completely integrated. The most important thing was the high degree of integration of weapons and martial arts, surpassing the limit. The second level was Linwu. Whether it was weapons or martial arts, it would be as if they were given life and become incomparably agile. Naturally, their power would be correspondingly increased, and they would be more flexible in battle. The third level was Divine Reflection. This was a very mysterious level. Chen Zong didn't have a comprehensive understanding of it from the books. There were only a few records, and he could only imagine it from bits and pieces of words. After all, in the entire Cloud Dragon dynasty, there were very few martial artists who could master body and sword as one. And those who could comprehend body and sword as one to the second level were even rarer. As for the third level, it was still unknown whether anyone had reached it. Chen Zong was sure that after comprehending body and sword as one, he had indeed reached the second level. This was a level that many true martial realm experts couldn't reach. However, Chen Zong gradually understood his shortcomings. That was, the time he had spent comprehending body and sword as one was too short. He couldn't fully display the mysteries contained in it. This was good. Pseudo-spiritual weapons. Pseudo-spiritual weapons had extraordinary power. Martial artists in the Qi refining realm could use pseudo-spiritual weapons to display their power, but only a small part of it. Only those who had reached the true martial realm could display most of the power of pseudo-spiritual weapons. Only those who had reached the pseudo-transcendence realm could display the full power of pseudo-spiritual weapons. To display the power of pseudo-spiritual weapons, it depended on cultivation. To display the mysterious power of body and sword as one, it depended on cultivation, comprehension, and mastery. Although there were differences between the two, there were also similarities. After half a month of cultivation and comprehension, Chen Zong's understanding of the first level of the body and sword as one had become more comprehensive. However, it was still very difficult to completely grasp it. In other words, there was no limit to this level of understanding. As long as one continued to cultivate and comprehend it, they would continue to deepen their understanding. If the realms were to be compared to 2 lines, one was horizontal and the other was vertical. The vertical line represented the height of the realm, extending from low to high. The horizontal line represented the width of the realm, and how many mysteries were contained within it. This was Chen Zong's understanding after half a month, and it was also very accurate. The red thunder sword was swung out very slowly, as if there was no power behind it. However, the air under the sword rippled like water, spreading out invisible ripples. It was like a sword cutting through water. It was slow and light. It seemed weightless, but it contained amazing power. This was the power of body and sword as one. Chen Zong withdrew his sword and waved it again. He was neither slow nor fast. Under the uniform speed of the sword, the dust in the air seemed to be crushed. Again, a layer of water-like ripples appeared. Sword after sword. Sword after sword, they looked so ordinary. But they were all tempered to the extreme. The sound of the sword was melodious and the wind was whistling. There seemed to be invisible sword chi in the air. Suddenly, sword marks appeared on the rockery more than 10 meters away. The marks were smooth as if they had been cut by a divine weapon. In the past half a month, Chenzong repeatedly waved his sword at body and sword as one. He waved his sword at least 1,000 times a day. He didn't feel tired or bored. He was completely immersed in it. His understanding and mastery of body and sword became deeper and deeper. After practicing, Chenzong sat cross-legged and began to cultivate origin breaking force. Origin breaking force was still at the 5th level. The 6th level was harder to break through than Chenzong expected. The vigorous, domineering, and sharp chaotic heaven origin shattering energy was like a surging river. It circulated endlessly, passing through Chenzong's bones and muscles like an undulating python. From the outside, Chenzong's muscles seemed to be expanding and contracting. In the past half a month, Chenzong practiced his sword again and again. After exhausting his inner force, he sat down to cultivate origin breaking force. His cultivation kept improving. Now, he had reached the peak of the middle stage of training force. He was only a step away from the late stage. Impact, 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 his whole body trembled as if something was broken. The powerful inner force in his body paused for a moment and then moved again. It seemed to be more powerful. Chenzong knew that he had made a breakthrough. The late stage of 9th transformation of training force. I finally made a breakthrough, Chenzong said to himself with a smile. A breakthrough in cultivation meant a further improvement in combat strength. However, it was only a small breakthrough. It probably couldn't make his combat strength reach the peak. After all, it was more difficult to reach the late stage of training force. It was more difficult than a small breakthrough in cultivation. Chenzong estimated that if he could reach the peak of the 9th transformation of training force, his combat strength would reach the early stage of 5-star. However, he was now at the late stage of the 9th transformation. The peak of the 9th transformation was not far away. Chenzong continued to practice his sword with his inner force fully recovered. In the blink of an eye, the 1-month time limit for the state night exam was up. Someone came to the Guan mansion to inform Chenzong to gather at the Coiling Dragon Palace. After tidying up quickly, Chenzong left the Guan mansion with his 2 swords and headed to the Coiling Dragon Palace. When he walked into the Coiling Dragon Palace, the Amethyst Dragon King was sitting on the throne. There were 3 other people who arrived earlier than Chenzong. After waiting for about half an hour, 2 more people arrived. Yuan He, Jiang Tianmu, Xing Zhangjuan, Chenzong, Su Xiaoshui, Yuan Bing. I congratulate the 6 of you for completing the exam within the time limit. The Amethyst Dragon King said. Chenzong was stunned. There were a total of 9 assessment missions, but only 6 people had completed them. This caused Chenzong's heart to tremble. There were 98 people who participated in the exam. 91 came back alive. The Amethyst Dragon King said again. Everyone's expression changed slightly. 7 people died. It also meant that it was very difficult to become a state knight. It was life-threatening. However, everyone still rushed to the exam. The Amethyst Dragon King glanced at everyone as he spoke. He paused on Chenzong's face. These days, he had learned about the details of the 1,000-mile chase. He had to admit that everything was so unexpected. He also had to admit that Chenzong was a genius with great potential. Although Yuan Ran was very unwilling, he did not hide anything. Otherwise, he would not only lose the title of state knight, but also his moral character as a warrior. Moreover, there were other examinees. Especially the fatty Yang Qifeng, who was saved by Chenzong. It was even more impossible for him to hide anything. He was good at sword arts and archery. He could actually use a bow and arrow to intimidate Ma Qianli, making him unable to escape. In the end, he even mastered the unity of body and sword and killed Ma Qianli, who mastered the unity of body and sword. In other words, Chenzong was able to complete the exam without any tricks. It was his real strength. There are only 3 state knights. There are 6 of you. Therefore, you will have a final battle. the loser will be eliminated. The winner will get the right to be conferred the title of State Knight. As the Amethyst Dragon King finished speaking, the 6 people's eyes shone brightly. State Knight, it was a symbol of status. It was a symbol of honor. Even though being conferred the title of Kingdom Knight didn't have any real authority, it was still an extremely high honor and status. It was also possible to enjoy the special treatment of the dynasty. It could be said that this was a very, very high title. It was the goal of countless martial artists. 6 people, 3 spots. It meant that 3 people were going to be eliminated. Immediately, everyone's eyes swept over and saw the other 5 as their opponents. Follow this king. The Amethyst Dragon King said. He waved his sleeve and walked out of the coiling dragon palace. He walked through the square in front of the palace and walked along the white jade dragon corridor. He then walked through the garden where the red flowers were still blooming like flames. He passed through the green bamboo forest that was swaying in the wind. Finally, he arrived at an octagonal arena. There were 8 huge pillars around the arena. Each pillar was made of white jade. There were dragons coiling around them. Their heads were facing the sky and their mouths were slightly open. It was as if they were roaring towards the sky. This is the Dragon Battle Arena. The Amethyst Dragon King said. There were many people standing around the Dragon Battle Arena. Looking at their clothes, each of them had a high status. Their bodies were filled with tyrannical aura. These people belonged to the royal family. Chenzong saw the Black Dragon King and Yuan Ran. When Yuan Ran saw Chenzong, he was slightly startled at first. Then, his eyes emitted a sharp light and shot over. Chenzong ignored him. Here, Chenzong also saw other people who participated in the assessment but were eliminated. He also saw Shi Huanyu. Shi Huanyue was standing with 2 other people. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a moon-white robe embroidered with a pair of dragons circling around his robe. His scholarly aura made him seem like a Confucian scholar, but at the same time, he was full of vigor and vitality. The other person was also wearing a white robe, but there were no dragon patterns. He was a young man in his 20s. He looked similar to Shi Huanyu. He should be Shi Huanyu's relative. Perhaps feeling the gaze, Shi Huanyu looked over. Seeing that it was Chenzong, she smiled. Chenzong also smiled back. This scene happened to be seen by the middle-aged man and the young man. Their eyes fell on Chenzong's face at the same time. A sharp light flashed in their eyes, as if they wanted to see through Chenzong. Immediately, a figure appeared. He strode over and appeared in front of Chenzong. His face was full of smiles and he looked very enthusiastic. Brother Chen, congratulations on passing the assessment. It was the second prince, Yuan Yi. I still have to fight. Chenzong smiled. It's okay. Do your best. Yuan Yi smiled. He didn't dare to say that Chenzong could take the title of national scholar. Otherwise, if Chenzong was eliminated, it would be a slap to his face. More and more people came to the Battle Dragon Ring, each of them looking extraordinary. The first prince and the third prince also came, accompanied by the geniuses they had recruited or supported. Of course, the second prince also had geniuses who supported him. At this time, these geniuses were all staring at Chenzong with displeasure, because they saw that the 3 princes actually took the initiative to greet Chenzong. The second prince was famous for being courteous, but the first prince and the third prince were different. Now that they took the initiative to greet a young man, it was enough to show that the first prince and the third prince valued him. One by one, they began to inquire. Linshan County? Isn't that a remote county? That's right, it's a remote county. It's said that the strongest strength of the Qi refining stage is only at the early stage of the 4-star stage. Early stage of the 4-star stage, such low strength, it's really a remote and desolate place. Immediately, they were even more shocked. How could a person from a remote and desolate place be able to gain the favor of the 3 princes? His name is Chenzong, a new member of the Dragon Pavilion, and he's in the Earth stage, someone said. The moment the sentence was spoken, everyone immediately understood the mystery. A genius with the potential of the Heaven stage. Indeed, the potential of the Heaven stage was worthy of the respect of the 3 princes. After all, in the entire Dragon Pavilion, there were less than 10 members with the potential of the heaven stage. Also, as far as I know, this time Chenzong and Prince Yuan had the same assessment task. In the end, Chenzong completed the assessment task, and Prince Yuan was eliminated. Once this was said, everyone was shocked again. When Prince Yuan used his full strength, he had the battle strength of a late-stage 5-star stage. They couldn't help but think more highly of Chenzong. The second prince, Yuan, had always been known for being courteous to the wise. He was amiable and approachable, and the way he spoke was like a spring breeze. It was very comfortable. The first prince, Yuan Dao, was different. His every move and every word gave off an energetic and high-spirited feeling. Even if he was courteous to the wise, he could not hide his innate tyranny, as if he were a superior. The third prince, Yuan Bo, was different. He couldn't be considered courteous, and even sometimes he would act high and mighty, but that kind of high and mighty was different from the first prince's domineering aura. It was a feeling that it was difficult to find a kindred spirit. He was very talkative, and his words revealed a knowledgeable feeling. After dealing with the first prince and the third prince, Chenzong asked the second prince about Shi Huanyue's identity out of curiosity. As soon as he spoke, he found the second prince looked him with a strange look on him. Our dynasty has a grand marshal with the surname Shi. The second prince, Yuan, smiled and said with a mocking tone, with Brother Chen's talent and potential, if you can get the title of state knight, you might be able to get a beauty. Chenzong was surprised by Shi Huanyue's identity. The daughter of the dynasty's grand marshal, and that grand marshal seemed to be a transcendent realm powerhouse. As for the second prince's mocking words, Chenzong also heard them. His heart moved, and he couldn't help but turn to look at Shi Huanyue. She had the looks, the talent, and the status. Indeed, Shi Huanyue had many attractive qualities. Shaking his head, Chenzong didn't continue thinking about it. The most important thing now was to get the title of state knight. The second prince also didn't have any intention of mocking Chenzong. Instead, he introduced them to Chenzong one by one. The dynasty had 5 kings and more than 20 marquises. In addition, there was a grand marshal and 3 grand generals. Each of them was an important member of the dynasty. Among them, the 5 kings and the grand marshal were transcendent realm powerhouses, while the marquises and the grand generals were pseudo-transcendent realm powerhouses. However, according to the second prince, the 3 grand generals were much stronger than most of the marquises. This gave Chenzong a more direct understanding of the top forces of the dynasty. Yuan He, Jiang Tianmu, Xing Zhangjuan, Chenzong, Su Xiaoshui, Yuan Bing, the 6 of you enter the battle dragon ring, the Amethyst Dragon King's voice sounded. Hearing the Amethyst Dragon King's words, Chenzong temporarily left the second prince and jumped onto the battle dragon ring. The other 5 also landed on the battle dragon ring. For a moment, they were the center of attention. There are only 3 state knight titles this year, but 6 people passed the assessment. I wonder which 3 will get the state knight title in the end. I think Yuan He will get one. Jiang Tianmu will get one. Su Xiaoshui's combat strength is very strong. It's a sure thing. Oh, I think Yuan Bing will get the state knight title. Chenzong is a dark horse. He can snatch the assessment task from Prince Yuan. Maybe he will get the state knight title. Haha, you think too much. Completing the assessment task doesn't necessarily depend on strength. It could be luck. However, this is a duel. Strength is the most important. Chenzong may have good talent and potential, but I don't believe his combat strength is that high. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this kind of one-on-one duel tested one's strength the most. Chenzong was from the remote overlooking mountain county. He definitely couldn't compare with the geniuses of the capital. The 6 of you will have one-on-one duels. The loser will be eliminated, and the winner, the Amethyst Dragon King's eyes flashed, will be conferred the state knight title. For a moment, the breathing of Chenzong and the other 5 became hurried. Their eyes shot out sharp lights like swords. Although Yuan He and Yuan Bing had royal blood, the state knight title wasn't something that could be conferred based on status. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so valuable. Then, the Amethyst Dragon King waved his right hand in the air. 6 purple lights flashed in the air and formed a circle. Then, they shot up into the sky and released a bright purple light. Everyone looked up. The 6 purple lights intertwined in the air and fell down one after another. They formed a dragon-like shape in the air. Then, the purple lights fell down and condensed into 6 purple cards. Each card emitted a purple halo. On the back of the cards, there was a picture of a dragon coiling in a circle. It looked like a dragon hiding in the abyss. Its head was facing up as if it was going to soar into the sky. Choose one each. The Amethyst Dragon King said. Shenzong and the other 5 immediately understood what the Amethyst Dragon King meant. They reached out to grab the purple cards. The moment their fingers touched the cards fell into their hands. A strange feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if they suddenly understood who their opponents were. In an instant, Shenzong looked at Jiang Tianmu, and Jiang Tianmu's eyes flickered with a sharp light as he looked at Shenzong. Their gazes collided in the air, as if countless sparks were about to fly. Yuan He and Xing Zhangjuan, Yuan Bing and Su Xiaoshui. The opponents had been decided. Xing Zhangjuan is going to lose for sure. His battle strength is only at the peak of the 4-star level. Yuan He's battle strength is at the beginning of the 5-star level. Shenzong is so unlucky. He's going to be Jiang Tianmu's opponent. Jiang Tianmu's battle strength is at the beginning of the 5-star level. If he uses a pseudo-spiritual weapon, he can reach the middle of the 5-star level. Shenzong is going to lose for sure. But Su Xiaoshui and Yuan Bing are both at the beginning of the 5-star level. It will be an intense battle. The people below the dragon fighting ring followed the gazes of the crowd and knew who would be the winner of the battle. Yuan He and Xing Zhangjuan stay. You 4 wait below the battle dragon ring. The Purple Dragon King said. She flashed and appeared at the edge of the battle dragon ring. She only touched the battle dragon ring with the tip of her foot. She was as steady as a mountain. Xing Zhangjuan, you and I don't have to fight because you are not my opponent, Yuan He said loudly with his head held high. How would you know if we don't fight? Xing Zhangjuan said coldly. Although his battle strength was at the peak of the 4-star level, and his opponent was at the beginning of the 5-star level, the difference was obvious. Under normal circumstances, Xing Zhangjuan would not be his opponent. However, this was a battle for the national knight title. Surrendering before the battle would mean losing the opportunity. He had to fight. Even if he lost, there was no excuse. Maybe he would win if he was lucky. That was the national knight title. Yuan He was also very clear about the attractiveness of the title of state knight. If his opponent was stronger, he would not be willing to take the initiative to admit defeat, unless the opponent's strength was strong enough to make him feel despair. Fight! Xing Zhangjuan shouted. His hand shook the red spear, and a whistling sound was heard. It was like a dragon coming out of the water. It rushed towards Yuan He with a shocking aura. The spear seemed to have pierced through the sky. Yuan He's long hair fluttered in the wind. Light flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand and turned it into a palm strike. It was heavy, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down. The emperor of the Cloud Dragon dynasty was surnamed Yuan. The Yuan clan was the leader of the dynasty. The members of the royal family used to be a family a long time ago. They were good at palm arts. Xing Zhangjuan was the son of one of the 3 great generals. The spear art he used was naturally that great general's spear art. It was a spear art that was honed on the battlefield. Xing Zhangjuan knew the power of Yuan He's palm arts. His hand shook, and the spear shook again. With a whistling sound, the spear flew in an arc and went around the edge of Yuan He's palm arts. It was thrown towards Yuan He fiercely. Yuan He's body did not move. He waved his left hand, and a strong wind blew. It was as if he was breaking the clouds, and countless cyclones rotated. Under the wind, Xing Zhangjuan felt that the spear was a little unstable. It was as if it was hit by a stormy sea. Shenzong and the other 3 stood below the stage and watched carefully. Whether it was Xing Zhangjuan or Yuan He, they were both very strong. Shenzong attached great importance to accumulating power. The benefits of accumulating power had already been shown when he became one with the sword. On the stage, spear shadows surrounded the stage. Every spear seemed to pierce through the sky, and made a sharp whistling sound. The chi that it brought was like an avalanche. However, He was still standing in the same place. He used his palms to block Xianxia's spear again and again. Every time he counterattacked, Xianxia had to go all out. Everyone could see that under this situation, Xianxia's defeat was only a matter of time. This battle ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right palm and pushed it forward. The wind and clouds surged. He's victory and Xianxia's defeat was within everyone's expectations. Even so, he was still full of smiles. He was quite excited inside. You have to know that he was defeated last year. He thought that this year would be the same as last year because there were a lot of powerful people. He didn't expect that there would be 3 spots this year, and he finally got one. It could be said that he had already gotten the right to be a state knight. It was only a matter of time before he was truly awarded the title. It wouldn't take too long. Comparatively speaking, Xianxia was quite depressed because he was also eliminated last year. After knowing that there were 3 spots this year, he was extremely motivated. He swore that he would definitely get one. He passed the test, but he didn't expect to be eliminated in the end. If he missed this chance, the next year's competition would probably return to normal, and it would be even more difficult. And in a person's life, there were only 3 chances to compete for the title. Each one was extremely precious, and it would be best if he could get it in one go. The second battle was between Yuan Bing and Su Xiaoshui. Yuan Bing was just like her name, with a cold expression. What she mainly trained in was not the Yuan family's palm arts, but blade arts. Just by looking at the curved blade in her hand, one could tell that the blade was bright and cold, as if it was made of ice. It vaguely emitted a shocking cold air. Su Xiaoshui's background was also not ordinary. She was the daughter of the left prime minister of the dynasty. She trained in the soft sword. With a light shake of her wrist, power passed through the blade, and the soft sword instantly straightened. The sword light rippled out like water, as if it had pierced through the air in front of her. Without saying a word, Yuan Bing immediately moved. She waved her curved blade out, tearing through the air as if she was breaking through ice. With extreme coldness and sharpness, she attacked Su Xiaoshui. Su Xiaoshui's water-blue embroidered shoes lightly tapped on the stage. Under her feet, circles of ripples seemed to spread out. Her entire body became extremely light, and she glided past like water. With a shake of her wrist, the straight sword seemed like a snake that had its spine pulled out. It then shook again, and like a silk thread, it went around the cold blade light and sliced towards Yuan Bing's wrist. Whether it was Yuan Bing or Su Xiaoshui, they were both incomplete earth-level martial arts. Their saber techniques were known for their icy cold sharpness. Especially Yuan Bing's internal strength cultivation method, which was a cold cultivation method. When activated, it made her saber techniques even sharper and colder. Su Xiaoshui's sword created layers of water ripples. They were endless and intertwined with each other, turning the battle dragon platform into a world of water. They were restraining Yuan Bing invisibly. Yuan Bing's curved blade froze the surrounding water ripples, preventing Su Xiaoshui's sword technique from being effective. Both sides used their full strength to defeat the other. Fight, 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 an ice-cold saber technique and a water-like sword technique. Blade light shot out and sword shadows circled around. Countless sharp sounds of metal clashing could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. The terrifying chi energy was like a tidal wave. The sturdy dragon fighting ring was cut open, crisscrossing with each other. Both of them were at the early stage of 5-star, and they were neck and neck. It would not be easy to determine the winner. Sky-cold blade cut. The curved blade turned into countless icy blade lights. The icy blue light was extremely dazzling. Like a peacock spreading its tail, it instantly gathered and turned into a few meters long curved blade light, slashing toward Su Xiaoshui. 3,000 ripples. As Su Xiaoshui's body swayed, it seemed as if she had jumped out of the water and started to dance on the surface. Her soft sword danced, creating sword ripples. It seemed gentle, but it also contained the power of a huge wave. Yuan Bing's saber focused on the killing power, which was extremely sharp. On the other hand, Su Xiaoshui's sword was endless. Unless there was an absolute power that could break it, the longer the battle went on, the more disadvantageous it would be. After a while, Yuan Bing lost by a small margin. Her face turned even colder, as if she could freeze everything in her sight. On the contrary, Su Xiaoshui was full of smiles. She was naturally very happy to receive the title of country knight. It came from the bottom of her heart. I did not expect Su Xiaoshui to win in the end. What a pity, Yu Wenbing was so close to becoming a state knight. It will be difficult next year. Next, it's Qinzong and Jiang Tianmu's turn to fight. As expected, Qinzong will lose for sure. While the crowd was discussing, Qinzong and Jiang Tianmu both jumped onto the dragon battle ring. Jiang Tianmu was the son of the imperial tutor. His background was much better than Qinzong's. Although the imperial tutor was a civil official, he had an extraordinary family background. He had been trained in martial arts since he was young, and he had the power of an early 5-star warrior. I have to say that you are very lucky to be able to finish the test before Prince Ran. However, your luck ends here. Jiang Tianmu put his left hand behind his back and pointed his sword at the ground with his right hand. There seemed to be sword light flickering. If you don't want to admit defeat, I'll give you a chance to fight. Draw your sword. Feeling an inexplicable sense of superiority again, Qinzong couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He didn't feel angry, only helpless. Then, Qinzong pulled out his 2 swords. The sword light slashed through the air like ripples on the water. It was very charming. Those who knew swordsmanship narrowed their eyes. It was easy to tell if an expert was skilled or not. Looking at the way Qinzong pulled out his swords, one could tell that Qinzong's swordsmanship was not to be underestimated. Jiang Tianmu was also a swordsman. Facing Qinzong, he could feel it directly. His eyes narrowed, and the golden light on his sword became more obvious. Filling Shadow Sword. With a low shout, Jiang Tianmu pulled out his sword. Qinzong's movement made him feel a little threatened. He didn't dare to underestimate Qinzong, fearing that he would fail miserably. If he wanted to win, he had to win thoroughly. With a shake of his hand, his long sword drew a sword light. In an instant, it divided into 3, then 9, then 27, and then 81. In an instant, there were more than 100 sword shadows. There were hundreds of them, stabbing toward Qinzong from the front like a storm. They were so densely packed that there seemed to be no blind spots. Moreover, Qinzong could feel that the hundreds of sword shadows seemed to be real and had amazing lethality. Moreover, each sword was stabbing toward a part of his body. The hundreds of sword shadows covered every inch of his body. The filling shadow sword was filled with shadows. They seemed to be scattered and gathered at the same time. It was very mysterious. Jiang Tianmu used his full strength as soon as he attacked, not giving Qinzong any chance to escape. His eyes reflected the hundreds of sword shadows stabbing toward him. The world in front of him was completely filled. Qinzong felt that he couldn't dodge it no matter where he went. Qinzong didn't need to dodge. His eyes flashed, as if he had seen through something. The sword in his left hand spun in a circle, shaking off invisible ripples. Then, the sword in his right hand thrust forward, stabbing out neither slowly nor quickly. This sword strike looked ordinary, but it was as gentle and elegant as the wind and clouds. It was extraordinary. Seeing this sword strike, the Purple Dragon King and the other Transcendent Realm Masters were all startled, all of them unable to believe their eyes. This sword strike was not something a force-refining realm cultivator could display, even many true martial realm cultivators were unable to do so. This was a sword strike that had reached the grand completion stage of sword arts. This was a sword strike that had returned to its original state. Qinzong had cultivated and comprehended many sword arts. After accumulating time and time again, he had reached the Unity Realm. He had also spent more than half a month studying the Unity Realm. His sword arts had already reached an extremely profound level. Qinzong didn't use any sword arts when he stabbed out, but it seemed to contain the shadows of many sword arts. The sword moved lightly and was good at stabbing. Many sword arts contained the mysteries of stabbing. Qinzong's sword strike contained the mysteries of the stabbing part of many sword arts. Just as the others felt, it was a sword strike that had reached the grand completion stage of sword arts. Under this stab, the hundreds of sword shadows that filled the sky surged like bubbles. Then, in a flash, they all collapsed. Jiang Tianmu was shocked. This scene was completely unexpected. He was a little dazed. However, he had rich combat experience. He reacted instantly and attacked again. Earth-shrouding sword. The sword stabbed out diagonally, crossing and parallel to Qianzong's sword strike. In Qianzong's eyes, it was as if the fighting dragon ring had been flipped over and the earth had been turned upside down. In terms of momentum, it was several times more terrifying than the diffusing shadow sword. Qianzong seemed to raise his head to look. He felt as if his whole body was being shaken and his strength was about to be scattered. However, there was no doubt that the origin-shattering force and pure yang qi and blood were powerful. In addition to his own precise control of strength, Qianzong not only resisted the earth-shrouding sword, but also found the flaws in it. Unity realm, Lingwu, weapons were alive, so were martial arts. Naturally, they were better than martial arts that were like stagnant water. No matter what level a martial artist had mastered martial arts, as long as he hadn't comprehended the second level of body and martial arts as one, there would be no qualitative change. In fact, the Lingwu realm might not increase the power of martial arts by much. The most important thing was that it would reduce the flaws and become more harmonious. It would also be able to find the flaws in the opponent's martial arts and use them to counterattack. Another point was the integration of one's own martial arts. Unity realm was followed by Lingwu realm. By integrating one's own martial arts and extracting the essence of them, every move and style might seem ordinary, but it actually contained many mysteries. It directly broke away from the original shackles and became more compatible with one's own body. Qianzong felt that this point was more comprehensive and brilliant than the realm of truth. The sword that he stabbed out suddenly turned and slashed downwards. The tip of the sword sank slightly, as if he had condensed all his strength into it. It still looked ordinary, but it contained the mysteries of slashing and slicing of various sword techniques. It was extremely powerful. This sword broke Jiang Tianmu's earth-shrouding sword, which made Jiang Tianmu feel even more incredulous. He changed his sword technique again. Heaven-shrouding sword. As the sword rose, sword light shot out, as if it had turned into a heavenly suppression. The wind rose and the clouds surged, and the whistling sound was so intense that it made people dizzy. Qianzong's sword suddenly flicked upwards, as if it could lift Song Mountain and Tai Mountain. Every martial art had its flaws. The more advanced it was, the fewer flaws there would be. Jiang Tianmu was very strong, but unfortunately, he hadn't comprehended body and martial arts as one. Compared to Qianzong, this was a disadvantage. Qianzong's combat strength was barely at the beginner 5-star level. He wasn't as strong as Jiang Tianmu, but the huge gap between their martial arts realms was enough to make up for it. As the wind blew, it brought with it a sense of desolation, and so did people's hearts. Jiang Tianmu was defeated. This was something that many people did not expect. In their opinion, Jiang Tianmu was almost certain to win the title of State Knight. And Qianzong, who was not favored, naturally had no hope of winning the State Knight title. However, the reality was a heavy blow to everyone, including Jiang Tianmu. His 3 sword moves were all broken. In the end, he did not even have the chance to use his secret technique or the power of his pseudo-spiritual artifact before he was defeated by Qianzong. That sword move had an indescribable mystery, and it was impossible to dodge or defend against. He was very unwilling, but he also had an indescribable sense of helplessness. In terms of swordsmanship, Qianzong was indeed better than him, that was undeniable. For a moment, the way everyone looked at Qianzong changed. He was an Earth-grade member of the Dragon Pavilion with Heaven-grade potential, and his combat strength had reached the early stage of 5-star. If they were not mistaken, his cultivation was only at the late stage of the 9th transformation realm, not the peak, and there was still room for improvement. His potential was amazing. That's man and sword as one, right? A great general narrowed his eyes and whispered. That's man and sword as one. In the future, he will definitely reach the pseudo-transcendent realm, and even have the chance to reach the true transcendent realm. That's not a simple man and sword as one. If I'm not mistaken, it has already surpassed the first stage of man and sword as one and reached the second stage, General Mingzhi said. Commander Mingzhi said. His expression did not change. He was calm and collected, but deep down, his heart was in turmoil. Yuan He, Su Xiaoshui, and Qianzong. The purple dragon king smiled slightly and swept his deep gaze across them. Congratulations. Yuan He and the others breathed slightly faster. The state knight title was just around the corner. Now, the three of you follow me to the palace to meet the emperor. As the purple dragon king finished speaking, Qinzong's pupils contracted. The emperor of the Cloud Dragon dynasty was above everyone, and he controlled the entire dynasty. All the land under the sky belonged to the emperor, and all the people on the land were the emperor's subjects. It could be said that the current emperor controlled the life and death of countless people, and he himself was a powerful transcendent realm master. Many people would never be able to see a noble in their lifetime, let alone an emperor. Behind the Amethyst Dragon King, Qinzong and the other two left the Battle Dragon Ring. The crowd followed suit. There were many halls in the imperial palace that were named after dragons. The Golden Dragon Palace was the main hall where the imperial court was held. All the civil and military officials would gather here. Outside the Golden Dragon Palace was a spacious area. Golden Dragon guards lined up neatly on both sides. Every Golden Dragon guard was wearing a dark Golden Dragon patterned armor with a long saber at their waist. They looked cold and looked straight ahead. Even from a distance, one could feel the cold evil spirit surrounding them. Every Golden Dragon guard had been selected from the army and was the most elite. Every Golden Dragon guard was at least at LV7 of the true martial realm. They were powerful and decisive. There were 99 Golden Dragon guards on the left side and 99 Golden Dragon guards on the right side. They lined up all the way to the entrance of the main hall. Summon the Purple Dragon King and the winner of the State Knight examination into the hall. Summon the Purple Dragon King and the winner of the State Knight examination into the hall. Summon the Purple Dragon King and the winner of the State Knight examination into the hall. From the Golden Dragon Palace, loud and clear voices came one after another, with a long ending tone. Let's go. The Purple Dragon King said. Qinzong and the other two immediately stopped looking around. They subconsciously tidied up their collars and stepped forward with a serious face. For example, Yuan He and Su Xiaoshui, although they had extraordinary backgrounds, they did not have official positions. They had never been here before, let alone meet the emperor because they were not qualified. As they walked past, they felt the eyes of the Golden Dragon guards sweeping over them. They felt like they had been cut by a blade. Qinzong and the other two subconsciously mobilized their internal strength, as if they were facing a great enemy. The Purple Dragon King was calm. After all, he was a transcendent realm master. No matter how many true martial realm masters there were, they could not pose a threat to a transcendent realm master. They walked up the splendid stairs and entered the Golden Dragon Palace. The moment Qinzong crossed the threshold, he felt his whole body tighten. The invisible momentum was like an ancient mountain, directly suppressing his body. Even his breathing became heavy. Everything in sight seemed to be so dazzling that it was difficult to look at directly. He felt a little dizzy, as if the world was spinning. Qinzong's strong spiritual will and superb martial arts realm immediately allowed him to quickly adjust and adapt. The feeling of dizziness disappeared, and Qinzong could see his surroundings clearly. Compared to Qinzong, Yuan He and Su Xiaoshui's performance was worse. It took them several times longer than Qinzong to adjust and adapt. Qinzong could feel the gazes from all around him. They were filled with admiration, especially the gaze from the person in front of him. It was as if the gaze could see through him completely. Looking at the eyes, Qinzong couldn't help but tremble. Everything in front of him disappeared again, and a vast sea rose up. Above the sea was a blue sky, and the wind and clouds were surging. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, as if it had rushed out from the depths of the sea, and as if it had come from the sky, rapidly expanding in front of him. Dragon, the Golden Dragon, riding the 9 heavens and roaming the 4 seas, appeared in front of Qinzong. In front of the Golden Dragon, Qinzong only felt that he was insignificant. Not only was he insignificant in terms of size, but he was also insignificant in terms of aura. The Golden Dragon rushed towards Qinzong. Its huge golden eyes were as cold as the smoothest mirror, completely reflecting Qinzong's figure. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, making Qinzong unable to breathe. He had to use everything he had to resist. The Golden Dragon rushed towards Qinzong directly. Qinzong couldn't dodge at all, because the powerful momentum suppressed him directly. He thought that he would be torn apart by the impact, but unexpectedly, the golden dragon just swept through his body like a shadow. In the next moment, the world in front of him collapsed. He felt like he had been wandering in the darkness for thousands of years, and finally found a light. Following the light, he moved forward and escaped from the darkness. The Amethyst Dragon King's voice came into his ears. Yu Wenjian greets the Emperor. The Amethyst Dragon King cupped his hands and bowed. He didn't kneel down, because he was a prince of the dynasty, and he had the honor of not kneeling down to the Emperor. Brother Wang, you don't have to be so polite. A gentle and dignified voice sounded, filling the entire Golden Dragon Palace. It went straight into everyone's ears, as if it wanted to leave a mark, but it wasn't harsh at all. Wu Min. Yu Wenhe greets the Emperor. Yu Wenhe immediately knelt down. Wu Min Su Xiaoshui greets the Emperor. Su Xiaoshui also knelt down almost at the same time. Wu Min Chenzong greets the Emperor. Chenzong also knelt down. Those who didn't have an official position were commoners. If they were warriors, they would call themselves Wu Min Yu 3 May Rise. The Emperor, who was sitting high on the golden dragon throne, smiled slightly. He wore a golden dragon crown and a golden dragon robe. There was an indescribable dignified look between his eyebrows. It was as if he was controlled by the applause, and he was majestic. His every move and every word was the center of attention. The aura he exuded was so strong that no one dared to disobey him. It was as if disobeying him was disobeying the whole world. The three of you are able to stand out from dozens of young talents. You are indeed extraordinary. The Emperor spoke. His voice was neither fast nor slow, neither high nor low, but every word seemed to contain an inexplicable power. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. I will confer the title of Nation Knight to the three of you. It will be announced to the world from now on. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chenzong and the other two all let out a sigh of relief. They had won the qualification before, but now they were finally conferred the title by the Emperor himself. They were officially recognized. They came to see the Emperor to be conferred the title of Nation Knight. After the conferment, they naturally could not stay. They all bowed and left the Golden Dragon Palace with the Purple Dragon King. Ha 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 ha, I am finally a Nation Knight. After leaving the Golden Dragon Palace, Yu Wenhe laughed. Chenzong also felt a sense of relief. The pressure in the Golden Dragon Palace was too great. The Emperor's dignified aura, as if he was in charge of thousands of lives, and the civil and military officials of the court. Once ordinary people entered the palace, their legs would probably go soft. Having seen such a dignified aura, Chenzong's desire to pursue martial arts became firmer. This was a benefit. Being a Nation Knight also represents the honor of the dynasty. You should also pay attention to your words and actions in the future. The Purple Dragon King said. Yes. Chenzong and the other two all answered. Paying attention to their words and actions did not mean that they had to be restrained. They just could not speak carelessly or do anything that would damage the dynasty's reputation. In addition, your Nation Knight orders will be issued soon. At that time, your salary will also start to be calculated. The Purple Dragon King added. Chenzong's eyes suddenly lit up. It was said that a Nation Knight's salary was very high. It was worth looking forward to. After saying goodbye to the Purple Dragon King, Chenzong also said goodbye to the three princes. He immediately returned to the Guan mansion to see Marquis Jingyuan. Good, good, good. Seeing Chenzong, Marquis Jingyuan was full of smiles. Although he did not need to attend the court, he was very well informed and already knew the result. Guan Yinxiao was also there. When he saw Chenzong, he was very depressed. In the beginning, he looked down on Chenzong out of pride and wanted Chenzong to quit. After that failed, he planned to use the Dragon Pavilion to give Chenzong a hard blow. In the end, he was the one who was beaten. He did not expect that in the end, Chenzong would defeat a strong enemy and be conferred the title of Nation Knight. The blow was 10 times worse. The pride in his heart was completely shattered. Marquis Jingyuan seemed to understand Guan Yunxia's feelings, but he did not say it out loud. It was good to be beaten up, so that he would not always be arrogant. Perhaps as a citizen of the royal city, he was more outstanding, but it did not mean that he was superior to others. Especially for warriors, they had to have a clear understanding of themselves to be able to go further on the path of martial arts. Chenzong, do you know the benefits of becoming a nation knight? Marquis Xingyuan seemed to be very talkative. He took the initiative to ask. I don't know. Please enlighten me. Chenzong smiled and said. Nation knight is a special position in our dynasty. Although it has no real power, it has great honor. Marquis Xingyuan smiled and said, every nation knight is registered by the dynasty and is protected by the dynasty. Every nation knight can command 12 true force realm soldiers with their nation knight orders. Every month, they can also get a salary of 100 spirit shells. They can also enter the royal armory to choose a peerless martial art or secret art and a treasure from the royal treasury. Hearing this, Chenzong's eyes lit up. The royal armory was the largest armory in the entire Cloud Dragon dynasty. It was said to contain countless cultivation techniques. Almost all the cultivation techniques and martial arts that were circulated outside were in the royal armory. It could be said that the armory of all the forces in the dynasty could not be compared to the royal armory. In addition to the unique martial arts of each force, the royal armory of other forces had everything. The royal armory was guarded by an old man. He looked very ordinary as he slept with his eyes closed. In fact, he was a pseudo-transcendent realm master, one of the strongest among the pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Chenzong walked into the royal armory and was dazzled. There were too many. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, and secret techniques were all clearly classified. Although Chenzong's goal was the Earth-grade peerless rank sword art, it did not prevent him from looking at others to increase his knowledge. While looking, Chenzong was amazed. In the Peerless Earth Tier Cultivation Technique section, Chenzong saw 2 complete cultivation techniques and 7 cultivation techniques that were lacking the final layer. The Chaotic Heaven Yuan Shattering Technique was not among them. This was the cultivation technique of the Chaotic Heaven Martial King, and the Chaotic Heaven Martial King did not seem to belong to the Cloud Dragon dynasty. He came from outside the dynasty. Thinking of this, Chenzong could not help but be moved. He was looking forward to what was outside the dynasty. Cultivating 10,000 swords, traveling 10,000 miles. Immediately, Chenzong shook his head. This seemed to be a bit far from him. After all, he was only in the Qi refining realm and had not even reached the true martial realm. Everything would have to wait until he reached the true martial realm. After looking at the cultivation techniques, Chenzong looked at them one by one. Palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, finger techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques, and so on. Some of the martial arts names he had seen before, some he had not seen before. The cultivation techniques and martial arts in the Royal Armory were not only classified by category, but also by realm. For example, human grade was in one section, earth grade was in another section, and heaven grade was in another section. Chenzong was in the Qi refining realm. Although he had the title of State Knight, he could not violate the rules and was not allowed to enter the heaven grade cultivation technique section. There were more than 2,000 earth stage sword skills, which made Chenzong gasp in amazement. Among them, only about 100 were familiar to Chenzong, and the rest were all unfamiliar to him. I really want to flip through all of them, Chenzong muttered to himself. The swordsmanship here was very attractive to him. It was hard to imagine how powerful his accumulation of swordsmanship would be if he could comprehend and cultivate all of these over 2,000 earth grade. Swordsmanship. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do, at least not now. In the end, Chenzong's eyes fell on the only earth-level peerless sword technique. Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword. Peerless earth grade. Chenzong murmured to himself. His heart was filled with excitement. There was a difference of 1 word and 1 level between peerless grade and supreme grade, but the difference between them was very obvious. The higher the level of the martial arts, the more mysteries it contained. The mysteries contained in 1 earth grade peerless sword technique might be comparable to the mysteries contained in 10 different types of earth grade peerless sword techniques. Not all types of martial arts had a complete earth grade peerless sword technique. Only palm techniques, fist techniques, saber techniques, and sword techniques had them. The rest were incomplete. However, the earth-grade peerless sword technique was not an inheritance of the Yuan clan, so only the people of the Yuan clan were qualified to cultivate it. Naturally, it would not be placed in the armory for people to choose from. With a trace of regret, Qianzong chose the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique, which was an Earth-grade peerless sword technique. He turned around and went to the secret section to take a look, then left the armory. In the shortest amount of time, he memorized the contents of the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique from beginning to end. It was as if it was branded in his mind. Then, Qianzong went to the armory. The person guarding the armory was also an old man. Qianzong was shocked to find that he looked 70% similar to the old man guarding the armory. The armory contained the world's martial arts and secret techniques, while the armory contained all kinds of treasures. Qianzong was conferred the title of National Scholar, so he could choose any treasure from the armory. Of course, there were good and bad treasures. What he could choose depended on Qianzong's eyesight and luck. If he was lucky enough, he could find a pseudo-spirit artifact in the armory. Every treasure was covered by the aura of a transcendent realm master. Even a pseudo-transcendent realm master could not distinguish the quality of a treasure by its aura. Luck played a large part in it. My luck has always been good, Qianzong said to himself as he carefully scanned through the armory. There were many so-called treasures. There were stones, iron plates, broken swords, all of them were very strange. Some of them were completely unknown. I'll just go with my feelings, Qianzong said to himself. After looking around, he felt which one he liked the most. I'll choose this one. Qianzong stopped at a spot and reached out to grab it. The simple ring on his finger flashed, allowing Qianzong's hand to pass through the barrier of the Transcendent Realm Master and grab the treasure inside. It was a very strange-looking token. One side was black and one side was gold, and it was covered with strange patterns. Holding the token, Qianzong's hand came into contact with it. A cold aura filled his hand. It felt like it was made of fine iron, but after carefully examining it, it wasn't. The specific material was unknown. What kind of treasure is this? Turning it over and over, Qianzong frowned slightly. He didn't know what it was used for. He really didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Logically speaking, for something to be collected by the royal family's armory to be called a treasure, it was probably because he didn't know enough. I'll take it back and let Honored Master have a look, Qianzong secretly said. Putting away the black and gold token, he walked towards the door of the armory. Now that he had been conferred the title of State Knight and had chosen a peerless Earth-grade sword art and an unknown treasure, he had accomplished his goal. Should I return to Mountain Overlooking County? Qianzong secretly said. But on second thought, perhaps he could stay for the time being and cultivate the Navagraha Flash Dragon sword art before leaving. In Red Maple Garden, Qianzong stood on the Red Maple Terrace, quietly comprehending the Navagraha Flash Dragon sword art. This Earth-class peerless sword technique was obviously different from the sword techniques that Qianzong had cultivated in the past. The most direct manifestation was in the moves. Like other sword arts, there were basic moves, unique moves, killing moves, and so on, but the Navagraha Flash Dragon sword art didn't. From beginning to end, there was only one move. This move could be considered a basic move, a unique move, or even a killing move. Although it was only one move, there were 9 moves. First Radiant Flash Dragon Sword Art, Second Radiant Flash Dragon Sword Art, Third Radiant Flash Dragon Sword Art, Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword Art, 1 move and 9 moves. The difference was the number of moves. The more moves there were, the stronger the power. The secret of the Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword Art is in the light and flash, Qianzong secretly said, carefully comprehending. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. If he comprehended the secret of the sword art first, then he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Not long after, Qianzong analyzed the secret of the Navagraha Flash Dragon sword art as if he was a butcher dismembering an ox. Being able to do it so quickly was due to Qianzong's constantly increasing comprehension and his Lingwu realm of body and sword as one. Without either of them, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Closing his eyes, Qianzong quietly stood in the center of the Red Maple Terrace. His back was straight like a sword pointing to the sky. He appeared calm and unhurried, and a weak but sharp aura surrounded his body. That aura was actually a trace of sword chi. Only a warrior who had comprehended the body and sword as one could generate sword chi without drawing his sword. Countless secrets of the sword art were born in Chenzong's mind. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, Chenzong's eyes opened in an instant. An indescribable light shot out, as dazzling as the sun. Then, Chenzong's right hand grasped the hilt of his sword, and he took a step forward. His body flashed, and the light of his sword burst out with an unparalleled brilliance, making people unable to look directly at him. From afar, one could only see that Chenzong, who was originally standing in the center of the red maple terrace, seemed to have moved. A few meters away, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air, stabbing out with his sword. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the air, and the sword pressure produced by it pierced through the hard rockery several meters thick, leaving a circular sword hole as thick as a chopstick. In the blink of an eye, the illusory figure disappeared. Chenzong was still standing in the same place, with his hand grasping the hilt of his sword, as if it had never been unsheathed. Fast, extremely fast, and indescribable. It was completely beyond Chenzong's expectations. Brilliant flash dragon sword is terrifyingly powerful. Chenzong looked at the pierced rockery and gasped. The rockery was shockingly hard, comparable to a piece of precious iron. If it was the sharpness of the godly iron sword, of course, it would be able to pierce through it. However, the problem was that Chenzong's sword did not touch the rockery at all. The sword pressure and sword chi brought about by the sword pierced through the rockery as if it were tofu. Moreover, Chenzong did not use much of his own strength in that strike. I've only just learned this sword art. If I practice it a little more, it will be enough to stabilize my battle strength at the early stage of the 5-star realm. Chenzong thought to himself. Chenzong's battle strength was barely at the early stage of the 5-star realm. However, as long as he completely mastered the brilliant flash dragon sword, he would be able to exert the battle strength of the early stage of the 5-star realm. It was enough to show how terrifying this sword art was. Of course, the power of the sword art was also related to the warrior himself. A cultivator who had comprehended the body and sword as one and a cultivator who had not, under the circumstances where their cultivation levels were similar, there would be an obvious difference in the power that could be exerted by cultivating the same sword technique. The powerful power made Chenzong even more interested. He did not stop and attacked again. With another flash, an illusory figure that was almost transparent appeared a few meters away. It did not stab with the sword, but slashed with the sword. The posture was different from before, but the power was just as strong. The terrifying sword pressure and sword chi broke a long crack on the hard ground, which spread out for nearly 10 meters. Chenzong's comprehension of the body sword unification lingu and the accumulation of the body sword unification allowed him to make significant progress every time he practiced the brilliant flash dragon sword. His comprehension of the sword art was also increasing. The more he practiced, the more profound his mastery was. After about half an hour, Chenzong felt that his mastery of the brilliant flash dragon sword had reached an extreme. He attacked again. It's the end of the month. Come and vote. The cold wind blew. The whining sounds were like sobbing and complaining as they circled and lined up to pass by. When the wind blew past the branches, the last piece of dark red maple leaf hanging on the branches trembled slightly, carrying the last bit of reluctance to part with the branches. It danced with the cold wind like a nimble butterfly, showing off the most beautiful dance in the cold wind. It was already winter. At this time, ordinary people should add a thick enough coat to keep out the cold. The invisible cold wind blew past. The dark red maple leaf floated to the center of the red maple plain like a butterfly flying through flowers. A person stood in the center. He was wearing a jade-white sword robe. It was well-tailored and had thin purple and gold stripes. It looked simple and elegant, but it had a different style and extraordinary temperament. When the dark red maple leaf floated close to Chenzong like a butterfly flying through flowers, transparent shadows suddenly appeared around him. They each held an illusory and transparent sword shadow. There were 3 shadows. One stabbed out, one slashed diagonally, and one slashed vertically. Their sword moves were different and their postures were different, but they all contained the same astonishing sharpness, as if nothing could stop them. The 3 transparent shadows disappeared in less than a breath's time. Chenzong was still standing in the same place. His hands were hanging naturally, and the 2 swords were hanging on his waist. His eyes were clear, as if he had never moved. In fact, at that moment, Chenzong's eyes were extremely sharp. He used the triple Yao Flash Dragon Sword. The butterfly-like maple leaf was blown by the cold wind and scattered naturally. It turned into 7 petals of about the same size. They scattered and landed quietly on the ground as if they were resting. After 5 days, I finally mastered the triple Yao Flash Dragon Sword. Chenzong thought to himself. The triple Yao Flash Dragon Sword was very mysterious. Understanding its mysteries was the prerequisite for practicing it correctly, but to truly master it required a lot of time and energy. The first Yao Flash Dragon Sword could be mastered in an instant. The second Yao Flash Dragon Sword could also be mastered in an instant. It was even more so for the triple Yao Flash Dragon Sword. To make more attacks in the same instant, the difficulty naturally increased. If it was a normal martial artist, they would need to spend at least 3 months to comprehend the mysteries of the 9 brilliant flashing dragon sword. In order to cultivate the first brilliant, they would need at least 1 to 3 months. As for cultivating the third brilliant, it would be impossible without at least a year. Compared to Chenzong's cultivation speed, the difference was like heaven and earth. The triple Yao Flash Dragon Sword not only has a high requirement for inner strength control, it also requires a strong body. After practicing the triple Radiance Flash Dragon Sword a few more times, Chenzong sheathed his sword and stood in the cold wind with his eyes closed, cultivating the Lonely Mountain visualization technique. A moment later, Chenzong opened his eyes and frowned slightly. I have a feeling that the Little Gu Mountain visualization has reached its limit, but there seems to be an inexplicable force here that greatly hinders me from sensing the heaven and earth. Chenzong muttered to himself, I'll have to find a mountain outside the capital to try. Without any hesitation, Chenzong immediately left the Guan mansion and walked out of the inner city. He walked along the wide and bustling streets toward the gate of the outer city. Following the flow of people, he walked out of the outer city. He glanced around and used his movement technique to ride the wind and tread on the water. His body was as light as the wind as he sped toward the mountain not far away. About an hour later, Chenzong arrived at the foot of the mountain. The mountain was not high, less than a kilometer. Soon, Chenzong reached the top of the mountain. He stood on a protruding rock at the top of the mountain. As the cold wind blew, his robe and black hair fluttered. It was as if he was flying with the wind, like an immortal ascending to heaven. Taking a deep breath, the cool air flowed into his lungs through his nose and circulated inside his body. It was as if the impurities in his body had been cleansed. After a while, Chenzong lowered his eyelids and slowly closed his eyes. The world in front of him became dark and then disappeared. All distracting thoughts seemed to have been blown away by the mountain wind. His mind was clear. Little Gu Mountain visualization. In an instant, Chenzong entered the state of cultivation. Using his body as a mountain, this feeling was many times faster than before. Chenzong's cultivation speed of the Little Gu Mountain visualization was not slow when he was in the mountain overlook courtyard. But after coming to the capital, for some reason, he seemed to be affected by an invisible force. There was always a feeling of estrangement. It was not easy to even enter the state of cultivation. But Chenzong was very tenacious. He persisted in cultivation almost every day and slowly improved. Now that he had left the capital and come to the top of the mountain, the effect was very obvious. It was very obvious, faster than when he was in the mountain overlook courtyard. Almost naturally, he turned into a mountain, as if he had become one with the mountain under his feet. A feeling of being connected by blood spontaneously arose. It was as if he had been born on this mountain, grew up on this mountain, and would die on this mountain. The feeling of being one with the mountain deepened. Chenzong felt as if he was constantly drilling down the mountain until he touched the ground. Thump, 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 the sound of a heartbeat sounded. It seemed to come from the outside, but also seemed to be pervading inside his body. This is the pulse of the earth. Traces of understanding quietly arose, like a flower blooming in his heart. Everything in heaven and earth had its own fluctuations. The pulse of the earth was the most direct, but also difficult to feel. Only the enlightened ones could do it. The rhythm of his heartbeat gradually synchronized with the pulsation of the earth. When the two completely synchronized, Chenzong felt his entire body tremble. An inexplicable power poured into his body from the bottom of his foot. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was as if it wanted to destroy his body and turn it into dust in an instant. But in fact, Chenzong's body was still intact. The force that poured into his body was incomparably vigorous and heavy, but also incomparably gentle. It seemed to have broken the barrier of the mountain under his feet, allowing Chenzong to directly touch the earth. It was as if he was standing directly on the earth, completely integrated with it, as if he had grown out of the earth. The vigorous, heavy, and seemingly gentle force poured into Chenzong's body continuously. When it completely filled his body, Chenzong seemed to have really turned into a small mountain. His spiritual will trembled, as if it had rushed out of the top of his head, spread out, and drifted in the air. It constantly swayed upward and merged with the sky. The earth was heavy and stable. The sky was boundless and high. With the body as a mountain, he could feel the heaven and earth. Chenzong did it. Wind blew and sun shone, and he did not know the time. The sun sank and the moon rose. Chenzong was still standing on the top of the mountain. With the body as a mountain, he could feel the boundless sky and the heaviness of the earth. Wuzhen meant to comprehend and understand. Wuzhen meant truth and true knowledge. This was a kind of state, a kind of understanding of heaven and earth. Under the power of the earth, his physique was changing little by little, and his spiritual will was also transforming. The sun rose and the moon set, and the wind blew and the clouds surged. 3 days passed in a row. The spiritual will that was wandering outside seemed to be summoned. It gathered and then fell, poured into his head from the top of his head, and stayed there. In the space between his eyebrows, wisps of silver smoke lingered like mist. The mysterious sword tip in the center trembled slightly, as if it had sensed something. Even the silver dragons around it seemed to have awakened and flew in circles. His eyelids, which seemed to weigh thousands of kilograms, trembled slightly and slowly lifted up like a bead curtain. In his eyes, there was a trace of confusion, and in the confusion, there seemed to be some profound. His eyes became clear. Chenzong finally woke up. This feeling. He opened his mouth, and as his mouth closed, his voice was low and deep with a deep echo. His face showed an incredulous expression. It was as if the shackles on his body were unlocked, and he was no longer bound. It was a very special feeling. It was as if he had completely integrated into the sky and the earth. He could feel the waves of the mountain under his feet, and he could feel the flow of the air around him. The world in front of him was like a table that had been wiped clean of dust. It became clearer, and the fine dust could be seen. The blowing wind seemed to have become tangible. The floating dust in the air entered his eyes. The tip of his nose could smell the fresh smell of the distant plants and the fragrance of the earth. He was somewhat intoxicated. A wisp of dust drifted by in the cold wind. Chenzong did not see it from the side, but he gently moved his head and naturally avoided it. His body was very light, as if he could fly with the wind with a light leap. "This is Wuzhen?" Chenzong murmured to himself in a low voice. Wuzhen seemed to have broken some kind of physical shackles and opened a door to a new world. He took a deep breath, and the feeling was different from before. He gently raised his hand, and the edge of his hand was surrounded by traces of coolness. It was as if he had brushed across the water, creating layers of ripples. Suddenly, Chenzong pointed his fingers in the air like a sword. A few airflows gathered from the surroundings at his fingertips like spirals. He pointed at the air and directly pierced it, forming a fierce aura that shot out 7 meters away. Wuzhen, sensing the world, can borrow the power of the world to a certain extent. Chenzong's eyes lit up. The reason why Wuzhen could greatly increase one's combat strength was because after Wuzhen, one's attack would be supported by the power of the world, and its power would be greatly enhanced. It could be said that the essence of Wuzhen was the power of the world. One could sense and then control it. The first step of a normal martial artist's Wuzhen was to sense. The more powerful ones could pass the first step in a short period of time and enter the second step of control. It was very rare for someone like Chenzong, who could reach the second step in just 3 days and was quite skilled at it. Chenzong jumped up lightly, as if he was supported by an invisible force. He leaped a few meters high. Then, he shook his arms and flew forward more than 10 meters like a rock spreading its wings. His body was surrounded by traces of airflow. The airflow set off Chenzong and greatly reduced his weight. It was really like flying with the wind. However, Qinzong also knew that he could not really fly with the wind at the moment. It was too difficult. However, he was at the top of the mountain. When he leaped up, he would be suspended in the air for a short period of time. With the support of the power of the world, his body became lighter. He swooped down, gliding down the mountain like an eagle. His speed was amazing. He was like an arrow that had left the bow and pierced through the air. There was a shocking sharp whistle in the air. Wuzhen can communicate with the world outside and borrow some of its power to strengthen oneself, but it also consumes one's spiritual energy. Qinzong thought to himself as he sped toward the royal city. When he swooped down from the mountain, he had used Wuzhen's ability to borrow some of the world's power to strengthen himself, but the consumption was astonishing. Especially at the end, in order to prevent himself from being injured when he hit the ground, he had borrowed a lot of the world's power to stop himself, which consumed almost all of his remaining spiritual energy. In terms of spiritual energy, Qinzong was many times stronger than ordinary warriors in the qi refining realm. Perhaps he could compare with ordinary warriors in the LV1 genuine martial realm. It was hard to imagine that the consumption of spiritual energy was so astonishing when he used Wuzhen. But in general, Wuzhen was indeed amazing. It allowed Qinzong's body and spiritual energy to break through a kind of shackle and boundary, connecting with the world. His spiritual energy became more transparent, allowing his spiritual will to be in a constant state of tempering. His spiritual energy would also slowly strengthen. Although the speed of this strengthening was slow, it was continuous. As long as he was in the world, it would not stop. It was very stable and there were no repercussions. Another point was that after the power of the earth poured into his body, some kind of change also occurred. His bones, muscles, and organs were also covered by the power of the earth. Being able to withstand a greater impact meant that his defensive power and survivability were stronger. The obvious benefits were also due to Qinzong's Anusrava mixed yuan body. But unfortunately, he did not break through the shackles of 10,000 gene of strength. It seemed that he really needed to find a suitable body refining technique. Qinzong used wind riding and water treading without using Wuzhen's ability. His spiritual energy also recovered quickly. Wuzhen can sense the world with the body and then merge with the world. It can borrow some of the world's power outside. Body and sword is one, perfect control of one's own power. Weapons and martial arts are perfectly compatible with one's body inside. Wuzhen and body and sword as one was equivalent to one outside and one inside. It was perfect to cultivate both inside and outside. If I go all out, I wonder what level my combat strength will reach. Qinzong thought to himself as he hurried. According to his master, the Marquis of Linshan, if he could comprehend the truth, he would be able to increase his battle prowess by 1 star. However, if he didn't have a suitable opponent to test his battle prowess, it would be very difficult to clearly feel the increase in battle prowess, especially if it was a large increase. Stepping into the city gate, Qinzong was slightly startled. He stood still and carefully sensed his surroundings. It was a very strange feeling, completely different from outside the city. In the land outside the city, Qinzong felt that it was heavy and steady. But here, in addition to the heavy and steady feeling, there was another faint power that was full of majesty, as if it was high and mighty. Qinzong could not help but think of a dragon. This kind of majestic fluctuation interfered with the fusion between Qinzong and the earth to a certain extent. Qinzong took another step forward, walking on the wide street. As he walked forward, Qinzong carefully sensed the feeling of his feet coming into contact with the street. He was trying to adapt to the majestic energy waves. When Qinzong neared the inner city gate, he had already adapted to most of it, and the disturbance he felt was obviously much less. However, when Qinzong passed through the inner city gate and truly entered the inner city, the majestic energy waves that were like a dragon instantly became 10 times stronger. The tenfold increase obviously interfered with Qinzong's fusion with the earth. Even his fusion with the sky was obviously affected, becoming faintly discernible. As expected, Qinzong did not feel panicked. Instead, his face was calm and collected. If his guess was correct, this power should belong to the royal family, or even the dynasty. It was a very mysterious power that had been accumulating for generations. According to the records in the ancient books, it should belong to the veins of the dynasty, or it should be called luck. With the existence of this fate, the dynasty would be able to survive for a long time. Otherwise, the dynasty would not be far from its destruction. This power was full of majesty, like a dragon, and could not be blasphemed. It protected the dynasty and directly protected the capital city. Previously, when Qianzong practiced the Lonely Mountain visualization technique in Red Maple Court, he always felt obstructed. That was a kind of protective power of the dynasty's fate. Before Wuzhen, Qianzong could not feel that protective power. After Wuzhen, he felt it. He needed to adapt. As soon as he returned to the Guan residence, before he reached Red Maple Court, someone came to find Qianzong, accompanied by Guan Yunxiao. This person was dressed in an aqua-green gown with a long aqua-green whip around her waist. There was a faint smile on her beautiful white face. As her figure swayed, there was a hint of a refreshing fragrance like a water lotus that refreshed one's heart. "Qianzong, where have you been?" Guan Yunxiao asked, scolding very impolitely. He now had a lot of hostility towards Qianzong. This hostility originated from Qianzong's behavior, which shattered his inner pride. He could not accept it, so he spoke without any courtesy. Qianzong glanced at Guan Yunxiao, but did not reply. People treated him with sincerity, and he treated them with sincerity. Although Jingyuan Marquis treated him well, Jingyuan Marquis was Jingyuan Marquis, and Guan Yunxiao was Guan Yunxiao. Even if they were father and son, they were not the same person. It was not wrong to love the house and its crow, but Guan Yunxiao's attitude and way of treating him were problematic. Qianzong did not fight back because he was giving face to Jingyuan Marquis. "Qianzong, my surname is Xiao, and my name is Mingli." The woman smiled, like ripples on a calm lake. "I was conferred the title of Nation Knight 2 years ago." "Greetings, Nation Knight Xiao." Qianzong saluted with his hands folded. This woman was conferred the title of Nation Knight 2 years ago. Speaking of which, she was a senior among the Nation Knights. Every year, when there are new Nation Knights, the Nation Scholar Hall will hold an entrance examination for them. Xiao Mingli smiled slightly. Her voice was neither soft nor heavy, like a stream, and sounded very comfortable. "I'm here to invite Chen Guosher to participate in the entrance examination." Entrance test. Hearing this, Qianzong was slightly startled. He was not clear about this. However, a strange light flashed in Yunjiao's eyes, as if he was taking pleasure in Qianzong's misfortune. Qianzong caught it. Qianzong immediately understood. This entrance examination was not simple. However, it was just right. "Nation Knight Xiao, when will the entrance examination be held?" Qianzong asked. "It will start at noon tomorrow." Xiao Mingli smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Chen Guosher has never been to the Nation Scholar Hall. Don't be absent tomorrow." "Okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow." Qianzong smiled and said. "In that case, Chen Guosher, I'll take my leave." Xiao Mingli bowed slightly and turned around. His aqua-green gown created ripples. His feet seemed to glide on the water as he left. Guan Yunxiao angrily glanced at Qianzong before hurriedly running to catch up to Xiao Mingli. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very interested in Xiao Mingli and wanted to pursue him. However, whether or not he would succeed was unknown. Nation Scholar Hall, the entrance examination, Qianzong muttered to himself. He turned around and walked into Red Maple Garden. When winter came, the leaves on the red maple trees gradually withered and fell. Now, the branches were bare and new buds would grow in the coming spring. First, Qianzong asked someone to send him food. After a full meal, he read some books and rested. Then, he went to Red Maple Garden again. He closed his eyes and used the Lonely Mountain visualization technique to sense the heaven and earth. The Lonely Mountain visualization technique was a cultivation method for enlightenment. When cultivated, it not only allowed the martial artist to comprehend the truth, but it also helped the martial artist's cultivation. Of course, because of the level of the cultivation method, the effect was greatly reduced, but it was better than nothing. In an instant, Qianzong turned into a lonely mountain standing in the middle of Red Maple Garden. He merged with the heaven and earth. The majestic power coming from the ground became clearer and clearer. Vaguely, Qianzong seemed to see a deep darkness, like an abyss. A dragon's roar sounded. Under the golden light, a golden dragon rushed out from the bottom of the abyss. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, showing its majesty. It was so heavy that Qianzong felt like he couldn't breathe. Destiny transformed into a dragon. In front of this incomparably powerful feeling, Qianzong felt that he was very small. Even the emperor's power couldn't compare. The difference was countless times. Even so, Qianzong didn't feel afraid. It was fine as long as he didn't have any hostility. He slowly sensed the other party, adapting and familiarizing himself with each other. He left his aura in it so that it could better merge with the heaven and earth. This method consumed a lot of spiritual power. After only a short while, Qianzong felt that his spiritual power was exhausted. He had a splitting headache and had to stop to let his spiritual power recover. Qianzong could feel that the recovery speed of his spiritual power was almost twice as slow as when he was outside the imperial city. However, after the recovery, his spiritual power seemed to have been strengthened a little. Qianzong cultivated the lonely mountain visualization technique again. He entered the dark space again and saw the golden dragon. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the power and pressure emitted by the golden dragon seemed to have lessened a little. In fact, it wasn't an illusion. It was real. After all his previous efforts, Qianzong left traces of his aura in it. They became familiar with each other and slowly merged. His spiritual power was consumed and recovered again. This repeated over and over again. When night fell, Qianzong found that the time he could persist had doubled, from 15 minutes to 30 minutes. Of course, this didn't mean that Qianzong's spiritual power had doubled. His spiritual power had indeed increased a little. In addition, the aura that belonged to Qianzong was constantly left behind. It made Wang Chao's aura more and more familiar with it. It also didn't reject Qianzong as strongly as before. The moon was high in the sky. Its white light shone on the earth as if it was covered with a layer of white gauze. Qianzong could clearly feel the coolness of the moonlight. It was like a stream of spring water flowing by, bringing him a comfortable feeling. As his spiritual power bathed in the moonlight, its recovery speed was astonishingly fast. It was very obvious. The moon set in the west. A ray of light emerged from the eastern horizon, symbolizing the arrival of a new day. Qianzong was still cultivating as if he didn't know the passage of time. The sun shone brightly. Scorching waves spread all over his body. Qianzong felt like he was being roasted in a raging fire. The impurities in his spiritual power seemed to have been calcined out, making his spiritual power more transparent and flawless. The National Scholar Pavilion was built 331 years ago. It was an exclusive pavilion for the national scholars of the dynasty. Normally, non-national scholars were not allowed to enter. The National Scholar Pavilion was also located in the inner city of the capital. It occupied a vast area, with gardens, bamboo forests, and pavilions. It was beautiful and full of ancient charm. The National Scholar Pavilion was divided into the main pavilion and the auxiliary pavilion. In addition, there were secret cultivation rooms, thorny forests, an iron beast pass, and other places for cultivation. At noon, the scorching sun was hanging high in the sky. The light it emitted was like thousands of swords shooting down. Inside the main hall, dozens of people had gathered. They were all young, and beautiful maids were walking around with all kinds of wine and delicacies. Their slender hands accurately placed the fine wine and delicacies on the table one after another. Yi Fifan, I heard that among the 3 new national scholars this time, one of them is from the Great Mountain Prefecture. The man wearing a winged crown said to the person opposite him. His name is Qianzong, from the Mountain Prefecture. Yi Fifan smiled and said. Beside him sat Yi Fian and Qiu Honglai. When he responded, Yi Fifan's heart was not calm. The first time he met Qianzong was not long ago. It was less than 3 months ago. At that time, Qianzong was only a 3-star warrior. He was not even at the peak of the 3-star level. Yi Fifan could easily defeat and kill Qianzong with a casual swing of his sword. Now, only 2 months had passed, and Qianzong was also conferred the title of National Scholar. The change was so big that Yi Fifan felt it was unreal. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, he heard that Qianzong defeated Jian Tianmu, who was at the early stage of the 5-star level, and obtained the qualification to be conferred the title of National Scholar. Didn't that mean that Chen Zong's combat power jumped from the peak of the 3-star level to the early stage of the 5-star level or even higher in less than 3 months? At that time, Yi Fifan evaluated Chen Zong as a genius. It was not a problem for him to reach the 4-star level. As for the 5-star level, he did not dare to think too much about it. After all, even he could not reach the 5-star level. If Yi Fifan was shocked, then Qiu Honglai was devastated. 2 months had passed, and Qiu Honglai naturally wouldn't remain stagnant. However, compared to Chen Zong, the difference in his improvement was like heaven and earth. Currently, he only had the combat strength of a peak 3-star. At the same time, Yi Fian's heart was in turmoil, filled with disbelief. Regardless of whether it was Qiu Honglai or Yi Fian, neither of them were state scholars, so normally, they wouldn't be able to enter the state scholar hall. However, today was a bit special, only the state scholar Yi Fifan who accompanied them could enter. Among the dozens of people present, only a small portion of them were state knights. Most of them were not state knights. Yuan Ran, with your battle strength, you were actually eliminated in the assessment mission. It really shouldn't have happened. The man with a pair of phoenix eyes said with a smile. His words carried a hint of ridicule, and sarcasm. Humph. Yuan Ran's expression changed slightly, but surprisingly, he didn't refute. Instead, his face was gloomy. Normally, if his old rival said this to him, there would be a battle of words. However, this time, he was indeed eliminated. Although he didn't want to admit it, his life was saved because of his relationship with Chen Zong. That kind of feeling was beyond humiliating. You've embarrassed our royal family, but don't worry, I'll get it back for you. Yuan Xing spoke again with a hint of sarcasm on his lips, but a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Yuan Xing was also a member of the Yuan family. His father was the commander of the Golden Dragon Guards. Although he wasn't the emperor's brother, they were still related by blood. Although his official position wasn't as high as that of a prince, he had amazing power. Since childhood, Yuan Ran and Yuan Xing didn't like each other and would attack each other whenever they had the chance. A few years ago, Yuan Xing was conferred the title of state scholar with some luck. Yuan Ran was eliminated this time, so naturally, Yuan Xing found a reason to attack him. Don't think too highly of yourself. Yuan Ran retorted with a cold snort. Actually, he was still a bit worried. After all, Yuan Xing's full power was said to have surpassed the late stage of 5-star. Chen Zong was most likely not his opponent. If Chen Zong lost to Yuan Xing, Yuan Ran would definitely be mocked. At least higher than you. Yuan Xing smiled coldly. His words almost choked Yuan Ran to death. Then, Yuan Xing looked away. He, come sit here. The one who came was one of the new state scholars, Yuan He. His relationship with Yuan Xing was quite good. Soon, Su Xiaoshui also walked in. Many gazes fell on her face. Outstanding female warriors were originally fewer than male warriors, and the number of female state scholars was even fewer. As long as one looked good, they would be very popular. After all, to have outstanding descendants, one had to have outstanding bloodlines. It was best if both sides were outstanding. Su Xiaoshui was not only beautiful, but also had a good figure. Her background was also extraordinary. She had talent and potential. Now that she was conferred the title of state scholar, she was perfect. After Su Xiaoshui stepped into the main building, Shi Huanyue also arrived. She became the center of attention again. In terms of appearance and figure, Shi Huanyue was not inferior to Su Xiaoshui. She was also someone with great talent and potential. Moreover, she was the daughter of the current dynasty's marshal. She was very attractive in all aspects. Seeing Shi Huanyue, the haze on Yuan Ran's face disappeared. Like the sun breaking through the clouds, he was full of smiles. Huanyue, sit here, Yuan Ran said directly. Shi Huanyue only glanced at him. Her expression was calm. She sat down on the nearest empty seat, making Yuan Ran's face twitch. Beside him, Yuan Xing's unrestrained laughter sounded. Chen Zong walked in from outside. He strode into the main building of the State Scholar Building. Suddenly, many gazes shot over from all directions. It was as if they wanted to see through him. It's Chen Zong. The 3 new state scholars are all here. State Scholar Chen, you're here. Please sit. Xiao Mingli was the first to speak. Thank you, State Scholar Xiao, but I'll just sit with Senior Apprentice Sister. Chen Zong smiled. Just now, Shi Huanyue gestured to him. She was inviting him. Xiao Mingli smiled, but there was no shame or anger. On the other hand, Yuan Rant's gloomy expression became even uglier. State Scholar Chen, I've already left the mountain overlook courtyard. You don't have to call me Senior Apprentice Sister. Shi Huanyue whispered to Chen Zong, who was sitting down. Just call me by my name. Fortunately, Shi Huanyue's voice was not loud. Yuan Ran did not hear it. Otherwise, he would probably vomit blood. Okay, Huanyue, you don't have to call me State Scholar. Just my name is fine. Chen Zong smiled. He was not shy. Seeing Chen Zong sit down, the fatty Yang Qifeng also came over and sat next to Chen Zong. People came one after another. Soon, there were more than 100 people gathered in the main building of the State Scholar Building. However, there were less than 10 state scholars among them. After all, except for this year's special situation, there was only one state scholar in the past. Those state scholars from many years ago were either not in the capital or cultivating in seclusion. A powerful aura came from outside the main building. It swept over like an invisible storm. When it swept over everyone's body, it made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Their muscles could not help but tighten. A tall figure strode in from outside the door. His hands were behind his back. His broad shoulders seemed to be able to carry a mountain and hold up the entire sky. Under his thick eyebrows was a pair of restrained eyes. When he swept past, everyone felt as if they were being stared at. An invisible majesty fell on them. He walked with a majestic gait as if he was walking among thousands of soldiers and horses. He wore a black battle robe with armor plates. He looked as if he had returned from the battlefield. His aura was shocking. Greetings, State Scholar Zhang. Someone immediately stood up and bowed. Greetings, State Scholar Zhang. The others also stood up and bowed. They did not dare to be disrespectful. The real Force Realm. Chen Zong thought to himself. He also stood up and bowed. This man is Zhang Tianyun. He is 28 years old and comes from Gulan province. It is said that he grew up in the mountains. He was born with great strength and could tear apart tigers and leopards before he became a warrior. He was accepted by King Gulan as a disciple and taught him martial arts. His combat strength is amazing. He was once ranked 19th on the Jiaolong list of the dynasty and was conferred the title of State Scholar 8 years ago. He is now at LV4 of the True Force Realm and ranked 31st on the Rising Dragon list of the dynasty. He is now in the Dragon Legion. Yang Qifeng spoke to Chen Zong in a very familiar voice. His voice was so low that even Shi Huanyue, who was not far away, could not hear him. However, Chen Zong felt that State Scholar Zhang Tianyun's gaze seemed to be glancing in his direction. According to what Yang Qifeng had said, this Zhang Tianyun was indeed an amazing genius. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the true martial realm at the age of 28. Compared to the tyrant martial realm's prodigies of the eastern continent, he was in no way inferior. Moreover, Zhang Tianyun's battle prowess in the force training realm was at the 5-star level. Chen Zong estimated that the tyrant martial realm's prodigies' battle prowess in the force training realm couldn't possibly reach the 5-star level, or even the 4-star level. After all, the gap between the martial prodigy of the eastern continent and the eastern continent was very obvious. Practicing martial arts not only required talent and potential, but also a suitable environment and inheritance. It was just like how a chef with superb culinary skills would not be able to make perfect food if he lacked ingredients. Everyone, please take a seat. Zhang Tianyun walked to the main seat that had been empty. He turned around and gestured for everyone to sit down. He sat down as well. He was as steady as a mountain. The air seemed to be filled with a heavy pressure. I'm very honored to be the host of this year's entrance examination. Zhang Tianyun spoke again. His gaze swept across the crowd. Because there are 3 state scholars in this year's examination. They are all geniuses. The 3 new state scholars, please rise. Let me get to know you. Zhang Tianyun said loudly. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on Shenzong, Yuan He, and Su Xiaoshui. The three of them stood up and bowed to Zhang Tianyun. The three of you are all outstanding talents. However, you must remember that becoming a state scholar is not for enjoyment. It is for you to shoulder greater responsibilities. Zhang Tianyun's gaze paused on the faces of the three for a few breaths. It was as if he wanted to remember them deeply. Then, he spoke with the tone of a senior. He was in the true force realm and had become a state scholar 8 years ago. He could be considered a senior. Shenzong and the other two nodded. The entrance examination is not only to welcome the new state scholars, but also to allow all the geniuses to gather together and interact with each other. Zhang Tianyun spoke frankly. However, no matter what, the final goal is to let everyone know more about the new state scholars. Cold Crescent Moon Heart, this is a nice name, thanks for the tip. Perception comes from both the person and the strength. The character of a person is not something that can be seen overnight. Only time will tell. Everyone agreed with Zhang Tianyun's words. The human heart was unpredictable. Perhaps a powerful person could see a person's character at first glance, but it was not comprehensive enough. Only by interacting more would one be able to understand more. The strength is more direct. As a martial artist, strength is one of the most important things to rely on. It is more important than the person. This sentence let everyone know that Zhang Tianyun was a person who advocated strength. No matter what the form of a martial artist gathering is, it cannot be separated from the exchange of pointers. Zhang Tianyun glanced around, focusing on the faces of Shenzong and the other two. Later, I hope the three of you can show your skills and leave a deep impression on everyone. Rest assured, Scholar Zhang. I, Yuan He, will do my best. Yuan He said loudly, holding his head high. Good. Zhang Tianyun smiled and said, in that case, Scholar Yuan He, please show us what you are capable of. Yuan He did not have stage fright. He strode to the empty space in the center of the main hall. Stepping on the dragon-patterned red carpet, he looked straight ahead and took a deep breath. A whistling sound echoed in the hall. Then, Yuan He opened his arms. His arms seemed to bring up many illusions, as if he had grown many pairs of arms. It was very mysterious. Huh. As he exhaled, his voice reverberated in the hall and reverberated in everyone's ears. Yuan He's eyes flashed. He raised his right palm and pushed it forward. It was as fast as lightning, piercing through the air and causing it to vibrate. It turned into a white, straight ripple. One could vaguely see a transparent palm print in it. His left hand went from bottom to top, cutting the air like a palm print or a hand blade. His feet flew and his body leaped. His steps and body coordinated with his palms, wandering around. His palms were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes hard and sometimes soft. The shadows of his palms were constantly changing. From this, everyone could see a lot of mysteries. What Yuan He showed was not just a palm art, but the essence of many palm arts. It meant that he had a high level of attainment in palm arts. It was his own comprehension. His palms rotated and sank in, as if they had formed an invisible ball. It was collapsing toward the center. It seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. Yuan He's face turned red. It was very difficult. Compressing, Yuan He's eyes almost popping out. Bang! It was like a sudden clap of thunder exploding in everyone's ears. The shock made everyone feel dizzy. The invisible ball that Yuan He was hugging suddenly exploded. The terrifying airflow turned into a gust of wind that blew in all directions. Yuan He was directly blown away. He flew back a few meters before landing on the ground. He took 5 steps back, and each step seemed like it was going to break the hard ground of the main stadium. Yuan He's body was directly blown away. He flew back a few meters before landing on the ground. At this moment, the gap between many people could be seen. Zhang Tianyun's body remained motionless as a formless aura spread out from him, forming a force field that kept the powerful wind at bay, preventing it from affecting the table in the slightest, let alone the dishes on the table. As for Zhang Tianyun himself, he was completely unaffected. Yuan Xing quickly made his move. He pressed his palms on the table and calmed the table that was about to fly away. His inner force spread out and absorbed the dishes on the table. Some people's hands left after images. They grabbed the flying plates and put them back on the table. On Chen Zong's side, he didn't make a move. It seemed that there was an invisible force that made the roaring violent airflow become as gentle as a breeze, brushing past his face. Yang Qifeng and Shi Huanyue, who were about to make a move, were shocked. But not everyone could do it. The tables in front of a few people were unscathed. Most of the dishes on the tables were damaged. Fortunately, none of them spilled on their bodies. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Sorry, my self-created move is not perfect. Yuan He's face was slightly pale. He cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry." Zhang Tianyun smiled and said, "Ask someone to clean it up." The beautiful maids moved quickly. They moved among the people like butterflies. They quickly cleaned up the dishes on the ground and left in an orderly manner. Yuan He, your palm technique is very exquisite. It seems to be self-created. If you continue to work hard, it is not impossible to become a master of palm techniques. Zhang Tianyun continued, maybe you should go to the army to train. It will help you perfect your palm technique. Thank you for your advice. I will think about it. Yuan He said. Yuan He returned to his seat. Su Xiaoshui stood up. It was as if there was a stream of water carrying her. She naturally came to the empty space in the main hall. As her body swayed, her right hand touched her waist. A cold light shone like water. It was the soft sword. It was like a pool of autumn water. It surrounded her body in layers. Her figure could not be seen. Only the light of the sword flowed like autumn water. It brought a cool feeling and made people feel dazzled. The autumn water was like smoke. It was cold like fog. What Su Xiaoshui was practicing was not a specific sword technique. She had learned from many sword techniques and her own comprehension. She was able to display her attainments in the sword technique with ease. She is only one step away from becoming one with the sword. Chen Zong thought to himself. Chen Zong, who had reached the second level of Lingwu in becoming one with the sword, was qualified to comment on Su Xiaoshui's sword technique. Becoming one with the sword was the same as becoming one with the martial arts, but there were differences. After all, becoming one with the martial arts focused more on fist, palm, finger, and leg, while becoming one with the sword was only suitable for sword warriors. Of course, the second level was a very high level of martial arts. However, Chen Zong's cultivation was still low. His accumulation was not as good as many warriors of the true martial realm. He was somewhat restricted. Therefore, he had the deepest understanding of sword techniques and could see it more clearly. Although Su Xiaoshui's sword technique was only one step away from becoming one with the sword, no one knew how long this step would take. It could be a few months, a few years, or even longer. There were many geniuses in the capital. Many of them had cultivated their martial arts to a very high level. They were all one step away from becoming one with the sword, but this one step was like a natural chasm. After practicing for a while, the sword light and the surroundings overlapped like flowing water. The last sword move was as smooth as flowing water. It even showed a loss of control like Yuan He. However, the power of this sword move was rather average. The sword is like water, and the person is like smoke. Good sword technique. Zhang Tianyun smiled. He looked at Su Xiaoshui with undisguised admiration. Perhaps there was some praise in it. After all, Su Xiaoshui's identity was not ordinary. However, I am not good at sword techniques, so I cannot give you any deeper advice. However, I have a good friend who is good at sword techniques. If Su Xiaoshui is willing, I can introduce him to you. My friend's sword technique has already reached the realm of becoming one with the sword. He will definitely be able to give you better advice. May I know who Zhang Tianyun's friend is? Su Xiaoshui did not agree rashly and instead asked. A cultivator's cultivation was not directly related to their strength. Some people did good but found it difficult to improve themselves, while some people did evil but climbed to the top. Su Xiaoshui naturally hoped to receive guidance from someone with a high level of sword technique. However, there were very few people in the younger generation who had reached the realm of becoming one with the sword. Most of them were from the older generation, such as those pseudo-transcendent realm masters. It was not easy to obtain guidance from them. Zhang Tianyun's words made Su Xiaoshui interested. Of course, he had to ask who it was. If it was someone with a bad reputation, he would refuse. My friend has the same surname as Su Xiaoshui, Shi Lu. Zhang Tianyun smiled and said, perhaps you two are fated to meet. Su Shi Lu. Su Xiaoshui muttered. His expression remained unchanged as he said, many thanks, Zhang Tianyun. If I need any guidance, I will ask Zhang Tianyun to recommend me. What he meant was that he did not need it now. What he meant was that he would not need it in the future. All right. Although Zhang Tianyun rarely worked with beasts, after being accepted as a disciple by King Gulan, he taught Su Xiaoshui wholeheartedly. Whether it was martial arts or literature, Zhang Tianyun naturally understood the meaning behind Su Xiaoshui's words. He did not say anything, but he was inevitably unhappy. Su Xiaoshui returned to his seat. Chen Zong stood up and walked out. He was neither fast nor slow, but his steps had a unique rhythm that seemed to tug at everyone's heartstrings. The moment Chen Zong walked out, Su Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. A charming smile appeared on her white jade-like face as if she had suddenly realized something. Becoming one with the sword, isn't Chen Zong's sword technique already at the realm of becoming one with the sword? Why should I give up what is near and seek what is far? Standing still, he unsheathed his two swords and slashed forward. The sword light was straight and sharp, as if it could cut through the air. Everyone in front of the sword light felt a chill, as if their bodies were about to be cut open. They subconsciously circulated their internal strength to resist. Zhang Tianyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and his body seemed to straighten up. One had to know that not only did Zhang Tianyun possess the cultivation of LV4 true martial realm, his martial arts attainments had also reached the first stage of body and martial arts as one not too long ago. With this combination, he could clearly sense the profoundness contained within Chen Zong's sword technique. If I'm not wrong, this person's sword technique attainment has also reached the realm of becoming one with the sword. Zhang Tianyun thought to himself, and his heart was filled with shock. In fact, he had just returned from the army and came to preside over this year's entrance examination. He did not have enough understanding of the three new national warriors. He thought that other than the number, they would be the same as before. Yuan He and Su Xiaoshui were the same. He did not expect that Chen Zong would immediately bring him such a shock as soon as he used his sword. He thought about how he had just comprehended the realm of becoming one with the sword not long ago. Compared to Chen Zong, it was many years later. This represented a clear difference in talent and potential. A trace of indescribable jealousy grew in his heart. In the eyes of the crowd, Chen Zong's sword technique seemed very simple, even very basic. Indeed, it was a basic sword technique. Slashing, stabbing, picking, cutting, and so on, the speed of the sword was not fast, and the trajectory was clear. When Chen Zong used his sword, the crowd could even deduce where the sword would land. Even so, they could feel that the sword seemed to contain an indestructible power. It was as if nothing could resist the two swords. Inside the scholar pavilion, Chen Zong sheathed his sword and stood in the center, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Good sword technique. It looks simple, but it's actually very mysterious. It's indeed an amazing sword technique. Chen Guosher's sword technique is indeed very good. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Guosher has already mastered the secret of becoming one with the sword, Zhang Tianyun said in a low voice. Yes. Chen Zong nodded. Immediately, there were waves of exclamations. Hearing about it was one thing, but Chen Zong admitting it himself was another. The shock it brought was even more intense. Becoming one with the sword, a superb martial art realm that countless people couldn't even begin to comprehend. Yuan Rant's face darkened as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Yuan Xing's face didn't look too good either. Although he was very strong, he still hadn't comprehended becoming one with the sword. If they knew that Chen Zong had already comprehended it, how shocked would they be? Chen Zong, do you dare to compete with me? Yuan Xing stood up and said to Chen Zong. His eyebrows were raised, and his tone was sharp. State Scholar Yuan Xing, you've been a state scholar for 3 years, and your combat power has reached the peak of the 5-star level. If you do this, you'll be suspected of using your strength to oppress others, Xiao Mingli said with a smile. After seeing Chen Zong's sword technique and confirming that Chen Zong had indeed comprehended becoming one with the sword, Xiao Mingli made up his mind to build a good relationship with Chen Zong. State Scholar Xiao Mingli, I didn't say that I wanted to fight with Chen Zong directly. We can at least go through the thorny forest. Yuan Xing smiled coldly and looked at Chen Zong provocatively. Do you dare? If you don't dare, just say it. Thorny forest, huh? Then let's try. Chen Zong smiled. Even if Yuan Xing wanted to fight with him, Chen Zong wouldn't refuse. No matter what tricks you play, I'll take them all. Okay, you have some guts. Yuan Xing was afraid that Chen Zong would go back on his words. He quickly said, State Scholar Zhang, let's go now. Let's go then. Zhang Tianyun stood up. Everyone stood up as well. They were all very interested. The thorny jungle was actually not a unique training place in the Scholars' Hall. Of course, only the Scholars' Hall had this name. The other similar training places in the royal family had different names and different contents, but the profoundness was similar. The thorny jungle was a forest that was 100 meters wide and 3,000 meters long. It was filled with thorny trees that exploded with needles. The exploding needle bramble tree was a very strange tree. It had the hardness of a tree and the flexibility of a vine. It was a combination of the two. Therefore, the exploding needle bramble tree looked like a combination of the two. Greenish-brown branches as thick as thighs broke out of the ground, protruding a few meters high like an arch bridge. More than 10 meters away, they broke out of the ground again. There were many vine-like branches, long and short, crisscrossing, densely covering the area of 100 meters wide and 3,000 meters long. The tallest ones could reach 10 meters, while the shortest ones were close to the ground. Every branch of the exploding needle bramble tree had needles of different lengths and thicknesses. The thinnest ones were as thin as hair, while the thickest ones were as thick as a pinky finger. From afar, the densely packed branches were shocking to the eye. It made one's scalp tingle. It was like a group of pythons covered in thorns. State Scholar Chen Zong and State Scholar Yuan Xing, which one of you will enter the thorny jungle first? Zhang Tianyun asked. State Scholar Zhang, wait. Yuan Xing immediately spoke. His gaze landed on Chen Zong's face. State Scholar Chen Zong. Since we are going to compete, there must be a winner. What does it matter if we win? What does it matter if we lose? State Scholar Yuan Xing, enough is enough. Xiao Mingli's eyebrows were cold and stern. The smile on his face disappeared, and his tone was stern. Do you dare? Yuan Xing ignored Xiao Mingli. He stared at Chen Zong provocatively. How do you want to bet? Chen Zong asked calmly. We are both state scholars. Let's bet something simpler. Yuan Xing smiled and said, you have a pseudo-spiritual weapon, right? We will bet with pseudo-spiritual weapons. If you lose, your pseudo-spiritual weapon will belong to me. If I lose, I will also give you a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. He said the bet would be simpler. Was it simple to bet with a pseudo-spiritual weapon? It was not simple at all. The stakes were too high. Since you want to give me a pseudo-spiritual weapon, I will accept it. Chen Zong smiled slightly. He was extremely confident. Since Chen Zong agreed, the others could not say anything. However, some of them were secretly anxious for Chen Zong. Chen Zong, Yuan Xing became a state scholar 3 years ago. He is very familiar with the thorny jungle. However, you are new here. You do not have an advantage. It is not good for you, Shi Huanyue said directly. Trust me. Chen Zong's tone was calm, but it had a calming power. It made people unconsciously believe his words. Yuan Xing has a pair of pseudo-spiritual shoes. Not bad. Xiao Mingli said to Chen Zong with a smile. I heard that Yuan Xing's movement technique is good at details. Su Xiaoshui also walked over and said. 3 different beauties stood beside Chen Zong, and their fragrances surrounded him, causing Chen Zong and the others to be stunned. At the same time, their expressions changed, and they all felt incredibly jealous. Yang Qifeng's eyes flashed with surprise and envy, and he quietly took a few steps back, putting some distance between him and Chen Zong so that he wouldn't be killed by others' gazes. Yu Wenxing was furious. He was a normal person. Of course, he liked beauties, especially those with talent, potential, and status. I will let you know what desperation is. Yu Wenxing made up his mind. He then sneered, Chenzong, State Scholar Chen, this is your first time trying the thorny jungle. How about this? I will go first. You can take a look and familiarize yourself with it. Otherwise, you will say that I am taking advantage of you. Go ahead. Chenzong did not reject. He had indeed never tried the thorny jungle before. He did not know what it was like. It would be great if Yu Wenxing wanted to go first. Take a good look. Yu Wenxing snorted coldly. He turned around and walked toward the thorny jungle several hundred meters away. On the side, someone put down the hourglass and started to count. He did not stop. He stepped into the thorny jungle and sped up. He rushed out like a gust of wind. He left the ground and jumped over a thorny tree. He suddenly sped up and rushed forward like a flash of lightning, crossing more than 10 meters. At this speed, 3,000 meters was nothing. He would be able to cross it very soon. It didn't take long for Yu Wenxing to cross over 100 meters without encountering any problems. State Scholar Yu Wenxing went through the thorny jungle last time. He only triggered the thorny tree after 1,000 meters. I wonder if he will improve this time. Someone said. He should be able to. Chenzong did not say anything. He just stared at Yu Wenxing while paying attention to the thorny tree. In the beginning, the thorny jungle was not that complicated. However, the deeper they went, the more complicated it became. After about 500 meters, Chenzong sharply noticed that Yu Wenxing's movement had changed. In the beginning, he focused on speed and pursued pure speed. Of course, Chenzong could also see that it was because Yu Wenxing was more familiar with the bramble jungle. His own movement technique was also very good, which was why he could safely cross 500 meters with pure speed. However, after 500 meters, the thorny jungle became even more complicated. There were branches everywhere. The slightest carelessness would cause him to touch them. Speed alone was not enough. He also needed to change his technique. Chenzong's eyes caught a slight change in Yu Wenxing's movement technique. Even though it was only a slight change, it immediately raised the profundity of Yu Wenxing's movement technique to an obvious level. With an inconceivable angle, Yu Wenxing passed through the 3 intersecting branches of the thorny tree. The area where the branches intersected was very narrow. Even a child would find it difficult to pass through. They would be covered in cuts and bruises from the thorns. However, Yu Wenxing was able to pass through safely. He was extremely nimble and swift. The movement skill that Yu Wenxing cultivates is called cloud-piercing wind. It's an incomplete peerless earth-level movement skill. Its advantage lies in its finer details and its variety. Xiaomingli stood on the side and said softly. She had become a state scholar 2 years ago. She was more familiar with Yu Wenxing. Cloud-piercing wind is very suitable for thorny jungle. What she meant was that this was not good for Chenzong. Chenzong nodded. Xiaomingli had been paying attention to Chenzong's expression. She noticed that Chenzong did not look worried at all. Instead, there was an indescribable expression on his face. It was a kind of confidence that came from the depths of his soul. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Confident and serious people always had a unique charm. This was especially true for outstanding geniuses. Opposites attract. The more outstanding one was, the stronger the attraction. After using the cloud-piercing wind movement technique, Yu Wenxing's speed didn't decrease, but the subtle changes greatly increased his agility, allowing him to pass through the complicated explosive needles and thorny trees. Very quickly, Yu Wenxing crossed a kilometer and broke the previous record. State Scholar Xiao, someone must have left a record in thorny jungle, right? Chenzong suddenly asked. Yes. Xiaomingli was slightly surprised. Then she smiled gently. State Scholar Chen wants to challenge the record? No. I'm just curious and want to know more. Chenzong smiled. The record left behind in the thorny jungle of the Scholars Museum was left 18 years ago by the current Marquis Weiwu. Xiaomingli's white little finger brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. There was an indescribable gentleness in her expression. From the beginning to the end, it took a total of 63 breaths. The thorny tree only attacked when he was 1,500 meters away. In the end, he was hit 5 times. Xiaoming's voice was not loud, but it was not soft either. Everyone had sharp ears and eyes, so they heard it clearly. Perhaps to those who hadn't gone through the thorny jungle, this might sound impressive, but they wouldn't be able to say how impressive it was. However, those who had gone through the thorny jungle knew very well that it wasn't just impressive, it was shocking and terrifying. The record left by the current Weiwu Marquis 15 years ago was still unbroken. What was the Weiwu Marquis' cultivation level 15 years ago? Chen Zong asked back. His focus was different from the others. State of training, mid-stage 6-star, Xiaomingli said with a smile. Chen Zong sucked in a breath of cold air. Surprised? Yes, very surprised. 15 years ago, he was in the state of training, mid-stage 6-star. 15 years later, he was the Weiwu Marquis, a pseudo-transcendent. Passing through the bramble forest depended entirely on one's own strength. No external help was allowed. In other words, the power of pills or pseudo-spiritual artifacts were not allowed. By the time Yuan Xing recovered from the shock brought by the mighty Marquis, he was already close to a kilometer. A kilometer was one of the records he had set the last time he passed through the bramble forest. He wondered if he could break it this time. His lightning-fast figure carried some ingenuity amidst its sharpness as he rapidly charged through the gaps between the 4 intertwining branches of the bramble forest. This was one of the checkpoints of the kilometer mark. Everyone stared with wide eyes, wanting to see if Yuan Xing could pass through safely. Yuan Xing's heart became slightly nervous, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Last time, it was in the latter half of this place that he accidentally let a corner of his clothes come into contact with a thorny needle. As a result, he triggered the attack of all the thorny needles within a radius of 10 meters. The dense thorny needles came from all directions, and there was no way to dodge them all. This time, he had to pass through safely. After calming himself down, Yuan Xing used the cloud-piercing wind movement technique with all his might. His speed did not decrease, but his body made over 20-minute adjustments in an instant. Every time, it looked like he was about to touch the thorny needles, but he managed to dodge them by a hair's breadth. Chen Zong's eyes didn't blink. His sharp eyes clearly saw the minute changes in Yuan Xing's body. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was indeed a very shocking movement technique. It was known for its minute details. There were many movement techniques in the world. Some only pursued extreme speed and did not have any unique points in terms of technique. However, some pursued extreme technique and abandoned other aspects. However, some movement techniques had both speed and technique. For example, the cloud-piercing wind movement technique. Techniques were just a big classification. There were even more detailed classifications. For example, whether one focused on illusions or other aspects. For example, the cloud-piercing wind movement technique focused on the minute changes. Yuan Xing nimbly leapt up and quickly landed. After breaking through the bottleneck last time, Yuan Xing immediately felt that the sky was as high as the sea. Martial artists had to compare themselves with others. To surpass others again and again, they had to surpass themselves again and again. After a kilometer, the bramble trees became even more complicated and difficult. Yuan Xing's speed was truly affected and decreased slightly. At 1100 meters, the corner of Yuan Xing's clothes could not avoid touching the end of a bramble needle. A scalp-numbing scene immediately appeared. Within a radius of 10 meters, countless thorny needles left the tree trunk and shot towards Yuan Xing from all directions. The thicker ones were as thick as a pinky finger, while the thinner ones were as thin as a cow's hair. There were at least several hundred needles densely packed together. Everyone wondered if Yuan Xing would be turned into a beehive in the next moment. In fact, even if Yuan Xing stood in place without dodging or resisting, allowing the thorny needles to shoot at him, he would not be injured at all. To an ordinary person, the thorny needle was indeed terrifying. It could easily penetrate a person's body and kill them. Even to a blood chi realm martial artist, it posed a considerable threat. However, to a force training realm martial artist, the thorny needle did not pose much of a threat. This was especially true for martial artists who were at the force refining realm and above, who were 3-star warriors. However, right now, it was best to avoid the thorny forest as much as possible. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Xing's expression changed greatly. With a low roar, a powerful inner strength surged out. His robe seemed to be blown by a strong wind, and under the powerful shock wave, it directly shattered the dozens of thorny needles that shot towards him. However, the bramble needles were too fast. The second wave of over 100 needles shot towards Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing shattered them once more. At the same time, he pushed his cloud-piercing windswept movement technique to its limit and quickly dodged. To Yuan Xing, the short distance of a dozen meters was nothing more than a blink of an eye. However, at this moment, under the dense barrage of thorny needles, his speed was greatly restricted. His inner strength surged again and again, and the energy that was released would shatter the thorny needles again and again. This was a common method. The power of his inner strength allowed the thorny needles to shatter before they even touched his body, preventing him from being hit. However, activating his inner strength in such a manner consumed an astonishing amount of energy. An ordinary training stage warrior would not be able to withstand it for more than a few times. Even though Yuan Xing's inner strength was astonishingly powerful, he did not dare to stop at all. He tried his best to increase his speed. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. After triggering the barrage of thorny needles in the bramble forest, he could no longer stop. If he stayed where he was, he would not trigger the other thorny needles, but he would stall for time. If he continued forward, he would shorten the time, but he would be continuously attacked. Yuan Xing had experienced this more than once. He advanced without panicking, trying his best to maintain a balance between his high speed and the surging of his inner strength. Although 3,000 meters was not long, it depended on the environment. The remaining 1,000 meters was like a natural moat for many warriors. Of course, it was nothing for true martial realm warriors. At 1,500 meters, Yuan Xing encountered an even more concentrated barrage of thorny needles. Countless thorny needles were shattered by the powerful energy and scattered in all directions. Yuan Xing once again experienced the feeling of being unable to move an inch. However, he did not give up. He continued to do his best. While doing his best to advance, he also constantly used the cloud-piercing windswept movement technique to dodge. It was said that in the past, there had been kingdom scholars who had achieved breakthroughs in their movement techniques here. Yuan Xing also had the same idea. He wanted to use this pressure to temper himself and achieve breakthroughs in his movement techniques. However, his movement techniques had already reached a limit. If he wanted to break through, it would be too difficult. He could only try his best. The closer he got to the finish line, the more Yuan Xing felt his inner strength being greatly depleted. He had less than 30% left. When he only had 10% of his inner strength left, Yuan Xing was even closer to the finish line. However, he had no choice but to use his remaining inner strength on the cloud-piercing windswept movement technique. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through in a short amount of time. After removing the protection of his inner strength, the thorny needles would naturally land on Yuan Xing's body. He could only use his movement techniques to dodge as much as possible. However, the thorny needles were too concentrated. The first one struck Yuan Xing's shoulder and shattered, leaving a mark on his shoulder. After being struck by the first thorny needle, Yuan Xing was quickly struck by the second and third thorny needles. The thorny needles were not weak to ordinary people, but they were nothing to Yuan Xing. However, the more he was struck, the worse his results in the thorny forest would be. On the final step, Yuan Xing gathered all his strength and charged out of the thorny forest. In an instant, all the thorny needles stopped. Yuan Xing's face was slightly pale. This was caused by the exhaustion of his energy. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. When he returned, everyone could clearly see the thorny needle marks on Yuan Xing's body. There were as many as 31 of them. In 85 breaths, I was attacked by thorny needles at 1,100 meters. I was hit 31 times. This was Yuan Xing's result in the thorny forest. Yuan Xing was not dissatisfied at all. Instead, he had a smile on his face. This result was a clear improvement compared to the last time. Chen Zong was someone who had never tried the thorny forest before. Firstly, he was unfamiliar with it. Secondly, Yuan Xing felt that Chen Zong's battle strength and movement techniques were inferior to his own. It was impossible for him to have a better result than him. In fact, it was even worse than his last result. A pseudo-spiritual weapon was about to be obtained. Even though Yuanxing already had 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons, no one would complain about having too many. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them or give them away. Chenzong, Chengguosher, it's your turn. Yuanxing had a complacent smile on his face. Chengguosher, just do your best. Xiaomingli said. She also did not think that Chenzong could beat Yuanxing. Chenzong, you can do it. However, Shi Huanyue said. She seemed to have a lot of confidence in Chenzong. Thinking about it, among everyone present, Shi Huanyue was the first to know Chenzong. At that time, Chenzong was only at the peak of the 3-star level. Now, he was already at the early stage of the 5-star level. He had also comprehended the body and sword as one that Shi Huanyue had never comprehended. It had only been a little over 2 months. In a little over 2 months, his battle strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He had directly soared from the 3-star level to the 5-star level. Comprehending the body and sword as one was simply a miracle. Therefore, Shi Huanyue did not think that it was impossible for Chenzong to beat Yuanxing. Nodding at Shi Huanyue and Xiaomingli, Chenzong strode into the thorny forest. Even though he had never gone through it before, Chenzong had a more direct understanding of the thorny forest when he saw Yuanxing rush through it. He strode forward without stopping, directly entering the thorny forest. At the same time, the water hourglass began to count down. Chenzong used his full speed to rush through the densely packed thorny trees. It was as if he was riding the wind. In terms of speed, he was somewhat slower than Yuanxing from before. Seeing this, Yuanxing felt even more relieved. The smile on his face became even more obvious. At the beginning, his speed was like this. Later on, his speed became even slower. At least in terms of time, he can't compare to Yuanxing. It's very difficult to beat Yuanxing. The possibility is very small. Immediately, many people shook their heads. No, Chenzong didn't have much hope. After all, this was how the thorny forest was. In the beginning, speed was the most important. Because at the beginning, there were the least number of thorny trees, making it the easiest to pass through. It was a race against time. The faster, the better. At about 500 meters, the difficulty would start to show. At 1000 meters, the difficulty would start to increase. After the difficulty increased, one's speed would be affected and become slower. No one was an exception. Even the Weiwu Marquis, who had yet to break the record for 15 years, was the same. In fact, it wasn't that Chenzong didn't want to go faster. It was just that this was already his fastest speed without using his Wuzhen ability. Chenzong also didn't want to use his Wuzhen ability that quickly. Even though he wasn't as fast as Yuanxing in terms of absolute speed, he gave people the feeling that he was more graceful. It was as if he was riding the wind and was about to fly. There was an indescribable beauty to it. Soon, Chenzong arrived safely at the 500-meter mark. The first difficulty. Everyone was watching more carefully. In the past, most of the people who went through the thorny forest for the first time would be at a disadvantage here. They wondered if Chenzong would be the same. Like a gust of wind blowing by, he was calm and graceful. Chenzong directly crossed the 500-meter hurdle and kept moving forward without slowing down. Nice movement. Indeed, it was a glimpse of him. Suddenly, many people's eyes lit up, and they all praised him. Humph, it's only 500 meters. It's the easiest hurdle. The real challenge is after that. Yuanxing snorted. Shuttling through the crisscrossing thorny trees was like shuttling through a snake's nest. It was an indescribable feeling. Countless thorny needles seemed to have locked onto him and could shoot out at any time. If one hadn't entered the thorny jungle, they would never be able to experience this feeling. It was as if millions of arrows had locked onto them. To a martial artist with sharp senses, this feeling was even clearer. Their nerves would subconsciously tense up, and they would invisibly consume more energy. However, Chenzong didn't. He could control his body freely and get rid of this effect. The wind blew from the opposite side and then past his ear, making a pleasant sound. Chenzong tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot. It was a small gap between the thorny branches of the thorny trees. It was only the size of a fingertip. With a light tap, his body was light and swift. Using the force, he leaped up. He was as agile and swift as a swimming dragon. His posture was so beautiful that it made people's eyes light up. No matter how good your movement is, it's useless if you can't increase your speed. Yuanxing said coldly. Qianzong's speed was the same as before. He didn't speed up, but he didn't slow down either. He was as agile as a swimming dragon approaching the 1,000-meter hurdle. The 500-meter hurdle was a small one. The 1,000-meter hurdle was the first big one, which was even more difficult. Yuanxing had exhausted all his energy to pass the 1,000-meter hurdle. Could Qianzong pass the 1,000-meter hurdle in one go? Since the establishment of the Scholars Museum, less than 10 people had been able to pass the 1,000-meter hurdle in the thorny forest for the first time. When Yuanxing had charged through the thorny forest, Qianzong had clearly seen the checkpoint at the 1,000-meter mark. It was indeed more complicated than the one at the 500-meter mark. The slightest carelessness would cause one to touch the thorny needles and trigger wave after wave of attacks. However, Qianzong wasn't nervous at all. He could see every detail clearly wherever he looked. As he approached, Qianzong's dragon-like body became even more mysterious. In an instant, there were more subtle changes, and he brushed past the protruding thorny needles. This movement technique, all of them were shocked. There weren't many movement techniques that specialized in fine details. Among them, Yuanxing's cloud-piercing sweeping wind was the best. Cultivators who didn't cultivate such a movement technique weren't outstanding in terms of fine details, even appearing very crude. However, at this moment, Qianzong's performance surprised everyone again. In a split second, he had changed his movements more than a dozen times. Even if he couldn't compare to piercing the clouds and sweeping the wind, he was still better than many people. Could it be that Qianzong's movement technique was also one that specialized in minute changes? While they were guessing, the crowd was also watching intently. Qianzong's figure swept across the area. His speed did not decrease at all. It was as if he had turned into a white waterfall. Like a swimming dragon, he shuttled through the center of the crisscrossing branches of the explosive needles. He went through it. He actually went through it, unbelievable. Yuanxing's face was ashen. Shi Huanyue, Xiao Mingli, and Su Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes shone. Qianzong's performance was indeed amazing. His movements were as swift as a swimming dragon. In an instant, Qianzong had crossed 1,000 meters. He didn't trigger any attacks from the thorny needles. His speed didn't decrease, and he continued forward. It was even more complicated and difficult. Previously, Yuanxing had come into contact with the bramble needles at 1,100 meters, triggering wave after wave of attacks. He wondered how Qianzong was faring. At first, they thought that Qianzong wasn't as good as Yuanxing, but now, they couldn't help but have some expectations. 1,100 meters, in the blink of an eye, Qianzong had closed the 1,100 meters. Yuanxing's eyes widened. This was a very important point. Originally, Yuanxing thought that Qianzong would struggle for a while at 1,100 meters, reduce his speed, and trigger the attacks from the thorny needles. However, Qianzong's speed didn't decrease at all. Like the wind and clouds, he directly swept past. Swept past, the corner of Yuanxing's eyes twitched involuntarily. The final result of the thorny jungle was calculated from 3 aspects: time, distance from triggering the thorny needles, and the number of times one was hit by the thorny needles. The time and the number of times one was hit by the thorny needles weren't clear, but the distance from triggering the thorny needles was very clear. He had surpassed Yuan. Xing Qianzong will win, Shi Huanyue said in a low voice. That's quite possible. Xiao Mingli smiled. Su Xiaoshui also nodded. Not far away, Yuanxing also heard the sound. His face turned even uglier. 1,200 meters. Qianzong's speed was still the same. He still didn't trigger the attacks from the thorny needles. However, Qianzong could clearly feel the increase in difficulty. The further he went, the more difficult it would be. Without using the enlightenment ability, the pressure on his body would become even more obvious. Qianzong didn't want to use the enlightenment ability so early. Or rather, he didn't want to use it if he could. 1,300 meters, everyone exclaimed. Not to mention those who had gone through the thorny jungle for the first time, even those who had gone through it a few times would find it difficult to achieve this result. He had completely surpassed Yuan Xing. The exclamations entered Yuan Xing's ears. They were so ear-piercing, as if countless thorny needles were shooting at him. He couldn't dodge them. 1,400 meters, Chen Zong felt that he was about to reach his limit, but he didn't give up. He still tried his best. Every meter he could get was worth it. It wasn't just for the result, but also to train himself and challenge his limits. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, everyone stared with their eyes wide open. 15 years ago, the mighty Marquis record was 1,500 meters before triggering the attacks of the thorny needles. Then, could Chen Zong break this record? Breaking a record was always a big deal. 1,490 meters, Chen Zong pushed his body art to the extreme. His spirit, qi, and soul were all in one. His body and sword were one, controlling his body perfectly. His speed didn't decrease at all. However, he still couldn't avoid touching the tip of a thorny needle. 1,490 meters. What a pity. How could a record be broken so easily? It's only a difference of 10 meters. Even if he didn't break the record, he could still be ranked second in the next few decades. It seems like Chen Zong is going to win. Yuan Xing's face turned even uglier. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, he was very uneasy inside. If he lost, he wouldn't just lose a valuable pseudo-spiritual weapon, but also his reputation. When he thought about how he, a kingdom scholar from 3 years ago, was going to lose to a newly promoted kingdom scholar, he felt like his heart was bleeding. According to the current situation, the possibility of Chen Zong beating him wasn't small. There was already a 60 to 70% chance. Like a honeycomb, hundreds and thousands of thorny needles shot out wave after wave, as if they were going to pierce through him and leave him riddled with holes. Chen Zong still tried his best to use his body art to dodge the thorny needles. For those he couldn't dodge, he cleverly used his inner strength to sweep them to the side. They brushed past him and collided with other thorny needles, canceling each other out. This scene immediately made everyone's eyes light up. In the past, it wasn't that no one had done it before. However, it required absolute control of one's inner strength. It was extremely difficult, and even Yuan Xing couldn't do it. If there was someone who could do it, it would be the mighty Marquis from 15 years ago. After 15 years, there was actually someone who could do it again. It was also because of this that the mighty Marquis was only hit by the thorny needles 5 times from the beginning to the end. Now that Chen Zong could do it, the number of times he was hit by the thorny needles shouldn't exceed Yuan Xing's. In an instant, everyone's estimation of Chen Zong beating Yuan Xing rose from 60% to 80%. Yuan Xing really wanted to leave, but he couldn't. If he left, it would damage his reputation even more. He would become a laughingstock. At this moment, no one paid attention to Yuan Xing's expression. They were all attracted by Chen Zong. Body and sword as one, and enlightenment allowed Chen Zong's control of all his strength to reach the pinnacle. Using the 5th layer of the chaotic heaven origin shattering force to the smallest detail, Chen Zong's body was like the wind. His speed didn't decrease in the slightest as he moved forward. His inner strength turned into energy that circled around his body. It swept away the thorny needles shooting at him like a gust of wind. This method was undoubtedly more brilliant than directly shattering the thorny needles. It also saved a lot of inner strength. 2,000 meters, Chen Zong's speed was still the same as before. The energy surrounding his body carried layers upon layers of thorny needles, which were densely packed and shot out like clouds and mist entwined around a dragon. It was beautiful and dazzling, causing people to be dazzled and dazzled. 2,500 meters. Chen Zong had used up most of his inner strength. In terms of cultivation, Chen Zong was inferior to Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing's cultivation method was also a peerless Earth Realm cultivation method. Although it was missing the last layer, the inner strength of the 5th layer was vigorous and pure. Because it had reached the pinnacle, it was much better than Chen Zong's. Using all his strength, using his movement technique and circulating his inner strength, Chen Zong continued to move forward. 2,600 meters, 2,700 meters, 2,800 meters, 2,900 meters. I don't know if everyone has noticed, but Chen Zong's speed hasn't decreased at all. Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. They hurriedly looked at the water hourglass and were surprised. The last 100 meters were also the most difficult. Tens of thousands of thorny needles shot at him. It was more than before, and also beyond Chen Zong's endurance. There were too many needles, and his inner strength had been greatly consumed. There was not much left. Break! With a low shout, his inner strength surged and his energy burst out. The powerful force shook all directions. Thousands of thorny needles were shattered in an instant, turning into dust and flying around. Chen Zong's final burst of inner strength increased his speed. Shocking dust steps, shocking dust with one step, his swaying body was like a shocking dragon. He rushed out of the thorny forest in a flash. Chen Zong also knew that he had been hit. He had been hit by thorny needles. After a while, there was a voice. Chen Zong broke through the thorny forest in 62 breaths. He was attacked by thorny needles after reaching 1,490 meters. He was hit 6 times in total. This was Chen Zong's final result. It was very close to the Weiwu Marquis 15 years ago. As for the victory between Chen Zong and Yuan Xing, there was no need to say more. Everyone could see it. Even if Yuan Xing didn't want to admit it, the difference was too obvious. Red Maple Court. Chen Zong folded the pure white letter neatly and stuffed it back into the envelope made of animal skin. He placed it at the head of the bed and took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. After grinding the ink, he lifted the brush and dipped it into the pitch-black ink. He lifted his sleeves and the soft tip of the brush touched the jade-like white paper. His wrist moved slightly and the brush moved like a dragon. Although it seemed light, each word was forceful and forceful. Between the strokes, there was the sharpness of a sword. In a short period of time, hundreds of words appeared on the paper. They were neat and tidy, pleasing to the eye and containing the style of a master. Writing is like practicing swordsmanship. Nodding his head, Chen Zong chuckled softly. After blowing the ink dry, he folded the letter neatly and stuffed it into a new envelope. After writing the recipient's name on it, he sealed it. The previous letter came from Linshan Commandery. It was sent by his master, the Marquis of Linshan. The letter praised Chen Zong for being conferred the title of Kingdom Knight and grasping the concept of becoming one with the sword. It also asked if Chen Zong had comprehended the truth and hoped that Chen Zong would stay in the capital to cultivate better. Chen Zong originally planned to leave the capital and return to Linshan Commandery, but now he changed his mind and decided to stay in the capital. The letter he wrote just now was a reply to his master, the Marquis of Linshan. He replied to the Marquis of Linshan's question and also asked about the Marquis of Linshan, Yan Wei, Guan Yunqi, and the others. Tomorrow, he could have the people of the Guan family send the letter to Linshan Commandery and hand it over to his master. After washing up and changing into a clean set of clothes, Chen Zong sat on the roof. He drank wine and admired the moon while thinking about the process of running through the thorny forest during the day. If I reach the 6th layer of the chaotic heaven energy shattering technique or use the ability of comprehending the truth, I will definitely be able to pass through the thorny forest unscathed. Chen Zong thought. After defeating Yuan Xing, he obtained a pseudo-spiritual weapon, the flowing wind shoes. After activating it, it could increase one's speed by 30%. Even without activating its power, its material was flexible enough to withstand the cutting of a divine metal sword and better protect one's feet. The faint moonlight illuminated the sky. It was gentle and intoxicating. Chen Zong seemed to really be drunk. He didn't know how long it had been since he last relaxed like this. All the thoughts in his mind seemed to be washed away under the pure moonlight, gradually emptying out. Chen Zong didn't want to think about anything and just let nature take its course. He lay on the roof with his hands behind his head. The moonlight shone on her body, as if a layer of gauze was draped over her body, like the softest and most beautiful quilt in the world. His eyelids drooped and slowly closed. His breathing became long and light, and all the muscles in his body relaxed. It was as if he was lying in a stream. It was incomparably comfortable, like a baby in a deep sleep. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a fetus, and also as if he was in his mother's warm embrace. Although Chenzong's mother had passed away when he was born, and he had never experienced the warmth of his mother's embrace, this was how he felt at this moment. When the first ray of the morning sun from the east fell on his body, Chenzong's eyelids trembled slightly and slowly opened. His eyes were clear and deep, as if they contained infinite mysteries. Chenzong stood up and stretched his body, letting out a continuous sound like beans being fried. As his bones and muscles stretched, Chenzong felt refreshed. It was a kind of energy that came from the depths of his bones and soul. It was as if all the tiredness that had accumulated in the past had been swept away. It was as if he had been reborn. The stronger a warrior was, the more vigorous his chi and blood were, the harder it was for him to feel tired. Even when he was tired, he could recover quickly with a short rest. Generally speaking, warriors would spend their time and energy on cultivation and fighting, and rarely allocate time to rest. As soon as they felt that their energy had been restored, they would stop resting. It was fine for a short period of time, but in the long run, it would accumulate little by little, and the tiredness would penetrate deep into the body. However, a warrior's body had a strong ability to adjust itself, but it was necessary to have an appropriate amount of rest. For example, deep sleep could sweep away the accumulated tiredness in the body. His body flashed, as light as a feather. He shook his arms slightly, like a swallow flying across the sky. His toes touched the ground lightly, and he quickly headed for the red maple plateau. He drew his sword in the air, and the sword light crossed. After landing on the ground, Chenzong practiced his swordsmanship. His sword movements were like a swallow flying across the sky, or a dragon swimming back to the sea. Chenzong, please give me some advice on swordsmanship. There was a hint of eagerness in her cold voice. It's not advice. Let's have a competition. Looking at the person in white in front of him, Chenzong smiled slightly. This was Shi Huanyue. Nodding, Shi Huanyue didn't continue to be polite. She drew her sword, and the sword light was like a bright moon hanging in the sky. After the moon rose, it fell toward Chenzong. Shi Huanyue was a very proud person, but she wasn't arrogant. In the past, Chenzong was inferior to her, but now Chenzong had surpassed her, especially in swordsmanship. Chenzong, who had comprehended the unity of body and sword, was completely ahead of Shi Huanyue. There was no seniority in swordsmanship. The one who reached the top was respected. Those who were truly devoted to swordsmanship understood this point. Shi Huanyue knew that her swordsmanship had reached an extreme, and she was about to reach the extreme of the unity of body and sword, but there was still a huge gap between her and the unity of body and sword. She didn't know how many people she had blocked in this step. Shi Huanyue was confident that she could comprehend and master the unity of body and sword, but she didn't know when it would happen. Maybe in a few months, maybe in a few years, or maybe more than 10 years. Now she was asking for advice from Chenzong because she wanted to comprehend the unity of body and sword as soon as possible. Chenzong also knew Shi Huanyue's purpose, so he didn't refuse her, nor was he stingy. Swordsmen were open-minded. They weren't afraid of others being excellent, but they were afraid of others not being excellent enough. Moreover, Shi Huanyue was his senior sister, and they had a good relationship. Shi Huanyue tried her best. She wasn't afraid of hurting Chenzong, because she knew that her strength was not as good as Chenzong's. Chenzong also controlled his fighting capability to be at the same level as Shi Huanyue's, the middle stage of the 4-star level. After a fierce battle, Shi Huanyue's forehead was slightly sweaty. Under the sunlight, her forehead was shining, which had a special charm. Although she didn't comprehend the unity of body and sword, Shi Huanyue felt that she had a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. This improvement came from the battle with Chenzong, which made her admire Chenzong's swordsmanship even more. After thanking him, Shi Huanyue left. She also said that she would come back tomorrow, and hoped that Chenzong would be generous with his advice. Walking out of the red maple garden and the Guan mansion, a swaying figure walked toward her. Shi Huanyue was slightly startled, and the swaying figure was also slightly startled when seeing Shi Huanyue. They didn't speak. When they passed by each other, they both smiled as a greeting. Seeing Su Xiaoshui walk into the Guan mansion, Shi Huanyue had an indescribable feeling. Without a doubt, Su Xiaoshui should also be looking for Chenzong. As Shi Huanyue expected, Su Xiaoshui indeed came for Qinzong. Her purpose was the same as Shi Huanyue's, which was to ask Qinzong for advice on swordsmanship and comprehend the unity of body and sword. Giving advice to one person was the same as giving advice to two people. Moreover, Su Xiaoshui didn't have any conflict of interest with him, so Qinzong didn't refuse. "Thank you for your advice, Qin Guoshi." Su Xiaoshui bowed to Qinzong to express her gratitude. Her figure was soft and beautiful, and her eyes were like water. "It's just a friendly competition." Qinzong smiled. Although he said that he was giving advice, Qinzong also learned something. He understood the different styles of swordsmanship from Shi Huanyue and Su Xiaoshui. Every swordsman had their own unique understanding of swordsmanship. Absorbing the strengths of others and integrating them into one's own accumulation was Qinzong's understanding. Each took what he needed. Su Xiaoshui smiled at Qinzong and left. What was interesting was that Xiaomingli came in the afternoon. Xiaomingli's purpose wasn't to ask Qinzong for advice, but to visit and have a chat. He wanted to understand Qinzong's intention as much as possible. Being visited by 3 talented and beautiful women in one day was something worth showing off to anyone. Qinzong also felt that it was a wonderful experience. He had never experienced it before. However, Qinzong wouldn't indulge in it, because he knew clearly that being valued by superiors or being visited by beautiful women was inseparable from one thing, which was his own ability. Mediocre people didn't have anything attractive about them, so naturally, excellent people wouldn't take the initiative to make friends with them. Excellent people had outstanding abilities and many shining points. No matter where they went, people would take the initiative to make friends with them. For the next few days, Shi Huanyue came to the Guan mansion every day to find Qinzong and practice swordsmanship with him. Not long after Shi Huanyue left, Su Xiaoshui also came to ask Qinzong for advice on swordsmanship. As for Xiaomingli, she didn't come again after the first time. After all, she didn't need to ask Qinzong for advice on swordsmanship. Days passed. Qinzong kept on cultivating. His cultivation improved little by little, and he was only a step away from the peak of the 9th transformation realm. His swordsmanship also improved a little. Wu Zhen's understanding of swordsmanship had deepened, and his overall combat power had improved slightly. Sometimes, Qinzong would go to the Scholars' Museum to explore the thorny forest again to practice his body movement. He would also go to the Iron Beast Pass. The Iron Beast Pass was a passageway with mechanisms. It was 1,000 meters long, and there were beast-shaped puppets made of steel in the passageway. Each beast-shaped puppet had at least a 3-star combat power. There were also 4-star elite puppets and 5-star king puppets. If going through the thorny forest was a test and practice for one's body movement, then going through the Iron Beast Pass was a direct test and practice for one's combat power. If one didn't have enough combat power, they wouldn't be able to go through it no matter how good their body movement was. The first time Qinzong went through it, he had to use Wu Zhen's ability to go through it. After going through the Iron Beast Pass again, Qinzong's forehead was covered in sweat. This time, he didn't use Wu Zhen's ability. It was very difficult, and he almost failed. As he walked out of the Scholars' Museum, he met Xiaomingli, who was walking towards him. "Scholar Xiao." Qinzong stopped and cupped his hands. "Chen Guoshi." Xiaomingli broke into a smile and bowed slightly in return. "Chen Guoshi, my birthday is 7 days from now. I will be holding a birthday banquet in my residence. This is the invitation card. When the time comes, please do come." As she spoke, Xiaomingli took out a bright red gilded invitation and handed it to Qinzong with a smile. Qinzong also took the invitation with both hands. He could smell a hint of fragrance. "I will be there on time," Qinzong said with a smile. "I look forward to Chen Guoshi's arrival." Xiaomingli covered her mouth and smiled. The two of them chatted casually for a while, then they bid each other farewell. As Qinzong walked out of the Scholars' Museum, he opened the invitation and glanced at it. The content was simple, but the wording was orderly. It was very comfortable to look at. Xiaomingli's status was the same as Guan Yunqi's. They were both the daughters of the Marquis. The Marquis mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Whether it was the son or daughter of a Marquis or a prince or princess, they either didn't hold a birthday party, or if they did, it would definitely be a grand occasion. For those who wanted to make friends with influential people and climb up the social ladder, this was the best occasion. They could meet many people of high status. If they could leave a good impression, it would be more convenient for them to do things in the future. If they could make friends, the benefits would be even greater. If they didn't enter the capital, they wouldn't know how rich they were. If they didn't enter the capital, they wouldn't know how lowly the officials were. In the capital, there were not only nobles but also many rich people. Outside the Marquis mansion, there was a 30-meter-long welcoming line lined up on both sides with a red carpet in the middle. As the host of the Marquis mansion, the Marquis of course wouldn't stand at the gate to welcome the guests. The main character of the birthday party, Xianxia, also wouldn't stand at the gate to welcome the guests. However, the housekeeper of the Marquis mansion had to be there because the guests often had different statuses and couldn't be neglected. However, those nobles rarely came in person. After all, it wasn't the birthday of the Marquis, but the birthday of the Marquis daughter. The nobles didn't need to come in person, and they didn't have the time. However, they should send someone with a higher status to send gifts. Young talents would come in person. No matter what, this was the birthday party of the Marquis daughter. Xianxia had the title of state scholar, which meant that his talent and potential were amazing. He was also a beautiful woman. Who wouldn't like him? If they could get Xianxia's favor and become friends with him, it would be great. After all, there weren't many outstanding female warriors. Chenzong also walked over from afar and met the fatty Yang Qifeng. Brother Chen. There was a smile on Yang Qifeng's face. He did not address Chenzong as Chen Wushi. Brother Yang. Chenzong smiled. Brother Chen, thank you for saving my life last time. Yang Qifeng was referring to the time when Chenzong saved his life from Ma Qianli's blade when he was chasing after the flower demon. You've already thanked me 4 times. Chenzong was a bit speechless. The grace of saving my life is greater than the heavens. I don't even know how to repay you, Brother Chen. If I were a girl, I would have just promised myself to you. Yang Qifeng laughed. Despite his grin, his words were filled with sincerity. If you were a girl, I wouldn't dare to take you either. Chenzong glanced at Yang Qifeng's round figure and said with a teasing smile. Wow, if I were a girl, I would definitely be enchanting. Yang Qifeng jumped up as if his sore spot had been stepped on. Shortly after, his small eyes narrowed and emitted a bright light. After sizing Chenzong up a few times, he revealed an expression of sudden realization. His chubby palm slapped his own head. I'm really stupid. I only thought of it now. Brother Chen, I'm a little fat, but I have a younger sister. Her figure is absolutely enchanting. I'll make the decision to betroth her to you. We'll be a family in the future. As he spoke, Yang Qifeng wanted to praise himself for his wit. One had to know that Chenzong was a state scholar with amazing talent and potential. In the future, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the pseudo-transcendent realm. Perhaps he could even become the dynasty's #1 master under the transcendent realm like the mighty martial Marquis. If such a genius could become his brother-in-law, it would be a great benefit to him and the entire Yang family. The more he thought about it, the more Yang Qifeng felt it was feasible. It was simply a wonderful move. Chenzong couldn't help but be speechless. Good, enough joking. Chenzong said, interrupting Yang Qifeng's fantasy. Not to mention how outstanding Yang Qifeng's sister was, at this stage, Chenzong wouldn't consider such things. Yang Qifeng was also a clever person. Naturally, he understood the meaning of Chenzong's words and couldn't help feeling regretful. However, he didn't insist. Otherwise, if he provoked resentment, they wouldn't even be friends. However, Yang Qifeng wouldn't give up so easily. Slowly plotting, letting Chenzong and him become family was always a good thing. Chenzong didn't know Yang Qifeng's plan. He walked to the gate of the Xianxia Marquis mansion and took out the invitation Xiaomingli gave him. Yang Qifeng also had an invitation, but it wasn't from Xiaomingli. With the Yang family's wealth, it wasn't difficult to get an invitation. Immediately, a maid led Chenzong and Yang Qifeng to the place where the birthday banquet would be held. It was a garden in the Xianxia Marquis mansion called Cloud Lake Garden. When they stepped into Cloud Lake Garden, Chenzong was slightly surprised. Cloud Lake Garden was a lake, and the place where the birthday banquet would be held was on a man-made island in the middle of the lake. From the gate of Cloud Lake Garden to the island in the middle was about 300 meters. Two distinguished guests, please go to the island in the middle by yourselves. The maid leading the way said with a smile. Chenzong and Yang Qifeng nodded. The 300-meter lake was indeed difficult for Qi and Blood Realm cultivators to cross. They had to use tools such as boats, but it was nothing for Qi refining realm cultivators. Brother Chen, let's see who's faster. Yang Qifeng suddenly smiled and leaped. Although his body looked fat, he was very agile and light. After flying for more than 10 meters, he gently patted the surface of the lake with his palms. His energy burst forth, and his whole body quickly flew forward. He was almost touching the surface of the lake as he flew towards the center of the island. Chenzong smiled slightly. He didn't put on any airs, but it was as if a gust of wind had blown past him. His body seemed to have lost its weight, and he floated forward like a feather. Although he was light, his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed more than 10 meters and approached Yang Qifeng. Then, he lightly touched the lake's surface with the tip of his foot. Even the tips of his shoes weren't wet. He immediately flew forward again and directly past Yang Qifeng, leaving only his back view. He easily crossed the 300-meter distance. Then, Yang Qifeng also crossed the 300-meter lake and landed on the island in the middle. He wasn't as fast as Chenzong, but Yang Qifeng didn't find it strange. The island in the middle was about 200 meters long and 200 meters wide. An exquisite wooden house was built on it. Outside the wooden house, there were many tables of different shapes, with wine, fruits, and so on. This was Xiaomingli's birthday party, and also a gathering of the younger generation. As for those who came on behalf of the nobles, most of them would leave after giving their gifts. Welcome, Chen Guoshi. Xiaomingli, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, walked over gracefully. His smile was like a blooming flower. For a moment, Chenzong became the center of attention. Chenzong also presented the gift he had prepared. Speaking of which, Chenzong didn't know what gift to give Xiaomingli. A pseudo-spiritual weapon, it wasn't suitable. Chenzong didn't want to, because it was useful to him. He asked Shi Huanyue, because she was a woman. In the end, Shi Huanyue didn't care about anything other than swords. In the end, the Guan mansion prepared a gift for him. It was something expensive that could be appreciated, but had no practical use. Whether it was being welcomed by Xiaomingli, recently becoming a state scholar, or defeating Yuan Xing in the Thorny Forest competition in the Scholar Museum, Chenzong's name spread throughout the capital. At this moment, 3 figures jumped over the lake. The first one was like a big bird, sticking close to the lake. He didn't move his hands or feet, as if he was flying. However, the lake below him kept rippling, as if there was an invisible force hitting it again and again. The second one had his hands behind his back. His long robe was fluttering. He stood tall and didn't move his feet, but he seemed to be gliding on the lake, as if he was stepping on a big fish. His speed was shocking. The third one moved quickly, stepping on the lake's surface constantly, creating layers of ripples. No matter which one it was, they were all very shocking. Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly. He could see that these 3 people had great control over their own strength. Brother Yang, do you know those 3? Chenzong asked. He hadn't been in the capital for a long time, and he had spent most of his time cultivating. He didn't know much about the geniuses in the capital. Even if he knew their names, he had never seen them in person. Of course I know them. Those 3 are very powerful. Yang Qifeng said as if he was showing off, they are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the Jiao Dragon ranking. Hearing this, Chenzong was shocked. There were 99 people on the Jiao Dragon ranking, and each one of them was very powerful. They were all at least at the early stage of the 4-star level. Those who ranked higher were even at the 6-star level. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranked geniuses were naturally at the 6-star level. Those 3 are all at the mid-stage of the 6-star level. I heard that they are not satisfied with their rankings, Yang Qifeng said in a low voice as if he was talking about some gossip. Chenzong nodded. It made sense. The 3 of them were all at the mid-stage of the 6-star level. They were at the same level, but one of them was ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Of course, they wouldn't be satisfied. The arrival of these three undoubtedly increased the popularity of the birthday party. Xiaomingli also welcomed them warmly. Although only one of the three was a state knight, and the other two were not, no one dared to look down on them because of that. The state knight was indeed a symbol, but it didn't mean that one was omnipotent. Some people couldn't become a state knight because of their bad luck. After all, under normal circumstances, there was only one spot for the state knight every year. It wasn't something that could be obtained just because one was powerful. Everyone only had 3 chances to participate in the selection. They are here. While Chen Zong was thinking, Yang Qifeng's body stood straight. His small eyes shot out a shocking light, which vaguely turned into 2 sharp beams of light and shot out. Following Yang Qifeng's line of sight, a figure was walking over from the other side of the lake, which was the entrance of the Cloud Lake Garden. He was not very tall, fat, or skinny. He had a medium body and an ordinary face. It was hard to find anything that stood out about him. He was wearing a black outfit, which made him look even more ordinary. However, Chen Zong couldn't move his eyes away. Chen Zong felt a sense of threat from that person. It wasn't hostility, but the threat brought by his powerful strength. It was as if that person's body contained a shocking amount of power. Yang Qifeng's words made Chen Zong realize the source of that threat. He was shocked. Brother Chen, his name is Ding Xian. He is ranked first on the Jiao Dragon list in the dynasty. He is also the most powerful person in the younger generation. Yang Qifeng said. His voice was full of surprise. His combat strength is at the late stage of the 6-star level. I heard that his cultivation has broken through the boundary of the Qi refining realm and reached the peak. The peak? Chen Zong couldn't help but be shocked. In the cultivation of martial arts, there was a great perfection stage for every realm, but for many cultivators, the great perfection stage was like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water, unattainable. Since ancient times, in the history of the dynasty, there were very few people who could reach the great perfection stage in any one of the realms, and there might not even be one in 100 years. But as long as they did, as long as they didn't die prematurely, they would definitely become famous in the dynasty. In the end, they could become a pseudo-transcendental realm master and leave their name in the history of the dynasty. Ding Xian was a person of relatively ordinary birth. He wasn't a member of the royal family, nor was he a powerful junior. When Chen Zong learned about him from Yang Qifeng, he was very surprised. He was just a member of a small family outside the capital, but he was also very ordinary at first. It wasn't until a few years ago that he became famous in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, and by chance, he reached the great perfection stage of the Qi training realm. In addition to his surprise, Chen Zong also saw Ding Xian walk towards the lakeside. He didn't make any movements, and just directly jumped into the air. He didn't take a breath midway, nor did he use any force. He just crossed 300 meters in an instant and landed on the small island in the middle of the lake with ease. It was a very ordinary movement technique, and there didn't seem to be anything special about it, but crossing 300 meters so easily was already beyond the level of a Qi training realm cultivator. Without using Wu Zhen, Chen Zong knew that he couldn't do it even if he tried his best. And from Ding Xian's every move, Chen Zong was sure that Ding Xian didn't use Wu Zhen, or maybe he didn't have Wu Zhen. In other words, Ding Xian's ability to easily cross 300 meters in the air was closely related to the great perfection stage of the Qi training realm. Great perfection stage of the Qi training realm, Chen Zong muttered to himself, his eyes burning with passion. The benefits of reaching the great perfection stage of the blood Qi training realm were very obvious, and he had already deeply experienced it. Then, what about reaching the great perfection stage of the Qi training realm? As soon as Ding Xian landed on the small island in the middle of the lake, Xiaomingli immediately went to greet him. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower, beautiful beyond description. Mingli, I wish you a happy birthday and a prosperous martial arts life. Ding Xian took out a long white jade box and handed it to Xiaomingli, and said with a smile, open it and take a look. Xiaomingli took the white jade box and opened it. Everyone's eyes immediately widened as they exclaimed in surprise. This is 7-colored flower, that's right, it's the 7 dazzling flower, an exotic flower that grows on the fiery cliffs. Xiaomingli was also very surprised. The crowd's discussion made the smile on Ding Xian's face even brighter. Inside the white jade box, there was a flower quietly lying there. The flower had 7 petals, and each petal had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. It looked very beautiful. The 7 dazzling flower was a type of exotic flower. It had no medicinal value, and its only value was for ornamental purposes. In the world of martial artists, strength was of utmost importance, but some ornamental items were also highly sought after. The more precious an item was, the higher its value. In terms of spirit shells, this heptagram flower was worth at least tens of thousands of spirit shells. It could be said that the value of this heptagram flower was definitely the highest among the gifts that everyone had given. No one could compare to it. The 7 dazzling flower was rare and precious. It would only grow in hot cliffs and precipices. It would take 7 years for it to mature, but after it bloomed, it would only last for 7 days. After 7 days, it would wither. If it was picked within 7 days, it would retain its beauty for 7 months. It took me a month to find it, Ding Xian said with a smile. Big brother Ding, I'm very happy that you can come to my birthday. This flower is too precious. Hearing Ding Xian's words, Xiaomingli was in a difficult position. She knew what Ding Xian meant. However, although Ding Xian was very outstanding and ranked first on the Flood Dragon list and had a bright future, she did not know why she did not feel anything about Ding Xian. Ding Xian had spent a month to find this heptagram flower. Xiaomingli could imagine how much effort he had put into this. Flowers match a beauty, Ding Xian said with a smile. His eyes were filled with emotions. He indeed had feelings for Xiaomingli. Otherwise, he would not have spent a month to find this unique gift, the heptagram flower, for her birthday. Big brother Ding, you must be joking. I don't deserve this flower. Xiaomingli was a little reluctant, but she firmly handed the heptagram flower back to Ding Xian. Perhaps one day, it will meet someone who truly deserves it. In other words, Xiaomingli rejected Ding Xian. The smile on Ding Xian's face froze. Everyone around felt a chill quietly spread in the air. They could not help but take a few steps back. Haha, it's this flower that doesn't deserve Mingli. Ding Xian forced out a smile and took the white jade box. He didn't even look at it before directly throwing it out. The white jade box drew an arc in the air and fell into the lake, causing a wave of exclamations and pity. In particular, the women present all felt their hearts ache. How nice would it be if he had given it to them? I have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Ding Xian turned around and stomped hard on the ground. His entire body soared into the sky and shot forward like a giant arrow piercing through the air. A terrifying whistling sound was heard. A terrifying gust of wind blew, as if it was going to split the lake. It was as if an invisible battleship was riding the wind and breaking the waves. In the blink of an eye, Ding Xian crossed the distance of 300 meters. However, he did not land. Instead, he continued to move forward and rushed out of the gate of Cloud Lake Garden, disappearing from everyone's sight, 500 meters. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp. He saw where Ding Xian had landed and calculated the distance. 500 meters, it was a shocking distance. It was almost impossible for a martial artist in the force refining realm to do that unless they reached the peak of the force refining realm. What a pity. Chen Zong originally planned to ask Ding Xian for advice and see if he could find out how to break through to the peak of the force refining realm. After all, his cultivation was close to the peak of the 9th transformation realm. He would reach it soon. Given the current situation, even if Chen Zong chased after Ding Xian, he might not be able to find out anything. He could only give up for now. This episode disrupted the atmosphere at the scene. However, with Xiaomingli's mediation and everyone's cooperation, the atmosphere quickly returned to normal. However, the banquet that was supposed to last for 2 hours ended prematurely after an hour or so. This was because people were leaving early one after another. Chen Zong also bid farewell and left. His mind was filled with thoughts of reaching the peak of the force refining realm. After leaving the Marquis of Jinshan's mansion, Chen Zong walked along the main road toward the Guan mansion. He was still thinking about the problem of reaching the peak of the force refining realm. It was as if he was possessed. Suddenly, Chenzong stopped in his tracks. A powerful aura locked onto him, bringing with it a strong sense of oppression. There was a figure in front of him blocking his path like an iron chain. It gave Chenzong the feeling that no matter where he went, he would not be able to pass through it. It was Ding Xian. Ding Xian's face was cold and his eyes were filled with anger. Chenzong could feel that Ding Xian's anger was directed at him. He was surprised and puzzled. He and Ding Xian had never met before. Why was he angry at him? It seems that in the month that I was away, an amazing person came to the imperial city, Ding Xian said. His voice was cold and a little strange. However, you have to remember that being conferred the title of a state knight is nothing special. Comprehending the unity of body and sword is also nothing special. Remember my words, Ding Xian. Stay away from Mingli, otherwise, I will let you know the consequences. Chenzong suddenly understood. So it had something to do with Xiaomingli. Ding Xian's pursuit of Xiaomingli was fruitless. He had painstakingly given her the heptagram, but it had been returned. This meant that he had been rejected. Of course, he was upset. It was normal that he was upset. After leaving the Marquis of Xiangshan's mansion, Ding Xian thought about it and turned back. He was not satisfied. Coincidentally, someone had left first and met Ding Xian. Perhaps he wanted to please Ding Xian or something. He said some things and mentioned Chenzong. When he learned that Xiaomingli had not only visited Chenzong personally in the Guan mansion, but also personally sent an invitation to Chenzong, Ding Xian's heart burned with jealousy. Even he had never received such treatment. In an instant, the burning jealousy turned into an inexplicable hostility towards Chenzong. That was why he blocked Chenzong's way. This was the inner city of the imperial city. No one dared to fight, not even nobles. Otherwise, they would violate the laws of the imperial city. Ding Xian was indeed in the qi refining realm. He was known as the #1 genius after the mighty Marquis. However, he did not have the right to fight in the inner city. He could not fight, but he could give a warning. If he did not listen to the warning, he would have to bear the consequences. As for being conferred the title of Nation Knight and comprehending the unity of body and sword, it was not a big deal. This was because Ding Xian had also done it. The qi refining realm was his biggest advantage. Among the younger generation in the entire imperial city, he was the only one who had reached the qi refining realm. There is nothing between me and Nation Knight Xiaomingli. We are just friends. Faced with Ding Xian's warning, Chenzong's expression did not change. He spoke neither slowly nor quickly. The thought of asking Ding Xian for advice was immediately washed away and disappeared without a trace. Very good. Remember what you said. If I hear any more rumors, I will let you know the consequences. Ding Xian said coldly, his tone full of threat. How can you say that it is other people's business? Besides, do I need your permission to do anything? Chenzong's expression turned cold as he retorted sharply. The first time, he did not want to cause any trouble because there was no need to. However, Ding Xian was aggressive, and Chenzong was not a pushover. As soon as he said that, Chenzong immediately felt an even more powerful aura rise from Ding Xian's body. It whistled over like an avalanche, and it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It wanted to drown Chenzong. It was extremely terrifying. Chenzong's expression turned slightly serious. He did not move an inch and let the powerful aura hit him without retreating. Remember what I said. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Ding Xian was secretly surprised. His expression was fierce, and a trace of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He said this with a strong threat and turned to leave. It was useless to stay because he could not directly attack. Looking at Ding Xian's back, Chenzong could not help shaking his head. Chenzong did not take Ding Xian's warning to heart. The qi refining realm was indeed very powerful, but so what? If he really fought with all his strength, Chenzong would not be afraid. Moreover, Ding Xian was the first on the Flood Dragon list. He was a powerful opponent. Chenzong knew that as long as he kept practicing, he would fight with him sooner or later. The only difference was sooner or later. His aura was so strong that it was like an arrow leaving the bow. It pierced through the air and blew up the dust on the ground a few meters away. His eyes shone brightly as a smile appeared on his face. Peak of the 9th transformation stage. Chen Zong said in a low voice. It could be said that his current cultivation had reached a limit, but he could still continue to improve because the origin-shattering force had not reached the 6th stage. Peak of the Qi training stage. Chen Zong muttered to himself. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Second Prince Yuanyi said sincerely. I want the method to break through to the peak of the Qi training stage. Chen Zong said directly. Second Prince Yuanyi's expression suddenly changed, and then he smiled bitterly. The second prince, Yuanyi, personally came to visit Chen Zong, hoping that Chen Zong could lend him a hand. The trip to the Chilly Wind Valley was mostly about obtaining something from the Chilly Wind Valley. This was a competition between the three princes. Chen Zong, you are a kingdom scholar of the dynasty. If second prince needs your help, you should help. How dare you ask for a reward? A genius who came with second prince glared at him and scolded him without holding back. This person was called Wang Ku. Because he was over 24 years old, he was not listed on the Jiao Dragon list. However, his battle power had reached the peak of the 4-star level. Chen Zong only glanced at Wang Ku and ignored him. Instead, he stared at second Prince Yuanyi. Peak of the Qi training stage was very important. Wang Ku, you can leave now. The second prince, Yuanyi, said. Chen Zong was different from Wang Ku. Wang Ku had pledged allegiance to him a long time ago and was equivalent to being his subordinate. However, Chen Zong was not. His talent and potential were astonishing, but he had not pledged allegiance to him yet. Wang Ku glared at Chen Zong and had to leave. Brother Chen, in the dynasty, there is no detailed method to break through to the peak of the Qi training stage. There are only some scattered records. The second Prince Yuanyi said seriously, since ancient times, every martial artist who could break through to the great perfection stage had their own fortuitous encounters. There is no specific pattern to follow. Upon hearing Yuanyi's words, Chen Zong did not think that the other party was trying to trick him. After all, when he had broken through to the great perfection of the vitality realm, he had been in a perilous situation. It was either success or death, and it was something that could not be replicated. Chen Zong thought for a moment and said, Then, Your Highness, please give me all the records regarding the peak of training state. Sure. Yuanyi answered straightforwardly. Even though it was a secret, it wasn't a top secret. When are we leaving? Chen Zong asked again. 3 days later, I will send someone to inform you, Brother Chen. Yuanyi said as he stood up to leave. Today, I will have someone send over the records of the Great Circle of Qi training to Brother Chen. Thank you, Your Highness. Chen Zong cupped his hands. The second prince, Yuanyi, was very efficient. In just a few hours, someone had already sent over a handwritten letter. The handwritten letter looked very old. It was made of animal skin, and it had become somewhat rough due to frequent flipping through. On the cover of the handwritten letter was written, The Great Circle of Qi Training State. It made Chen Zong's eyes light up. After taking a deep breath and calming his excited heart, Chen Zong flipped open the handwritten letter and read it carefully. People only think that there are 9 transformations in the Qi training state. Actually, above the 9 transformations, there is a 10th transformation, known as the Great Circle of Perfection. The Great Circle of Perfection means complete fusion. Strength flows through the entire body, reaching the top of the sky, reaching the bottom of the abyss. There was not much content in the handwritten letter. It was only a few pages, and there were only about 100 words in total. These 100 words took Chen Zong a while to finish reading them. It was not that he could not understand them, but as he read, he carefully pondered over them. Every sentence seemed to contain a deep meaning. Unfortunately, there was no way to break through to the Great Circle of Qi training state in these 100 words. Closing the handwritten letter, Chen Zong closed his eyes and began to think carefully. Strength flows through the entire body, reaching the top of the sky, reaching the bottom of the abyss. He repeated the words silently. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration, but it was as if there was not enough opportunity for it to be complete. After a long time, Chen Zong exhaled and opened his eyes. He felt a little regretful. He still felt that something was missing. He could not truly comprehend the method to break through to the great circle of Qi training state. No rush, there will always be a way, Chenzong said to himself. For 3 days in a row, Chenzong had been cultivating. He had been cultivating martial arts, swordsmanship, and the lonely mountain visualization technique. Other than that, he had been comprehending the contents of the handwritten letter. His schedule was packed to the brim. Chenzong, His Royal Highness the Second Prince is about to depart. Follow me to meet him now, Wang Ke said coldly as he walked in front of Chenzong. He had an inexplicable hostility towards Chenzong. Lead the way, Chenzong said without any trace of politeness. His attitude made Wang Ke hate him, but he did not dare to do anything. He could only snort coldly, turn around, and stomp hard on the ground, as if he wanted to crush the hard ground. Chenzong did not care. His time and energy were very precious. He would not waste it on this kind of meaningless battle. If he was an enemy, he would kill him with the sword in his hand. I'm late, Your Royal Highness the Second Prince, please forgive me. Chenzong smiled and cupped his hands. At the same time, he glanced over. You're not late. Seeing Chenzong, Yuanyi smiled and was immediately surprised. Brother Chen, besides being proficient in swordsmanship, you're also proficient in archery? Then he suddenly understood. Yes. I heard that Brother Chen used a strong bow to intimidate Huaxia Ma Qianli, and even saved Yuan Ran and another person. The second Prince Yuanyi smiled and said. Besides the second Prince Yuanyi, there were 4 other people. 2 of them were geniuses recruited by the second prince. One of them was a genius on the Jiao Dragon list, with the fighting strength of an early 5-star warrior. The other one was slightly older, over 24 years old, but his fighting strength was also extraordinary, reaching the peak of 4-star, the same as Wang Ke. The last 2 were middle-aged men, wearing light armor, with a long blade at their waist. Their appearance was very ordinary, but they looked very similar. They should be blood brothers. Their eyes were filled with a sharp light, and their bodies were surrounded by tyrannical aura fluctuations. They were true martial realm martial artists, but it was unknown what level of true martial realm they were. As for Yuanyi, his fighting strength was not weak either. He had also reached the mid-stage of 5-star. There were a total of 5 important people who were going to the Chilly Wind Valley. 3 of them had reached the 5-star level, and 2 of them had reached the peak of the 4-star level. This kind of lineup was unparalleled in other counties, and could only be gathered in the kingdom. As for the 2 warriors of the true martial realm, they were actually the second Prince Yuanyi's bodyguards. They had reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, and their fighting strength was even more powerful. The Chilly Wind Valley was located in a mountain to the west of the capital. The 7 of them rode on the red-scaled dragon horse. Chenzong had 2 swords at his waist, and the fierce dragon bow on his back. This was a gift from the Marquis Jing. The fierce dragon bow was very powerful, and Chenzong liked it very much. Besides the fierce dragon bow, there were also 3 water-splitting arrows and 9 arrows made of godly iron. After the red-scaled dragon horse left the capital, it started to gallop, and quickly left the capital. When it was tired, it would rest. When it was done, it would continue its journey. After 7 days, they finally arrived outside the Chilly Wind Valley. Dong Ming, you stay here and guard the red-scaled dragon horse. The second Prince Yuanyi ordered. Dong Wei, follow me into the Chilly Wind Valley. Yes. The 2 warriors of the true martial realm had 3 purposes. 1 was to protect the second prince on the journey. 2 was to guard and feed the 7 red-scaled dragon horses. 3 was to follow them into the Chilly Wind Valley to protect the second prince. According to the rules of the royal family, the prince's assessment missions had various restrictions. Depending on the assessment mission, the level of assistance would naturally be different. Currently, the assistance could only be from the training realm. Warriors of the true martial realm were not allowed to help. However, if there were warriors of the true martial realm accompanying them, they could protect their lives. However, during the assessment mission, the warriors of the true martial realm were not allowed to help. In short, the only purpose of the warriors of the true martial realm was to protect the second prince's life. That was all. The 6 of them quickly walked forward, towards the entrance of the Chilly Wind Valley. Whining sounds came from the chilly wind valley and entered everyone's ears. It sounded like weeping and complaining, like the crying of ghosts. The timid people would be so scared that their hands and feet would tremble. "Your Royal Highness, what are we going to do in the chilly wind valley?" Chenzong asked. In the beginning, the second prince had only invited him to the chilly wind valley to complete the assessment mission for the princes. However, he did not specify what the mission was. "We can talk about it now. This time, what we are going to do is to find the chilly wind pearl in the chilly wind valley." The second prince said seriously, "Legend has it that a long time ago, a great battle broke out here. Countless lives were lost and countless lives were lost. The collision of extraordinary forces split open a valley. Because too many people died in the valley, and because the ley lines were broken, Yin-Chi permeated the valley. Over time, the chilly wind valley was formed, and many chilly wind corpses were born. There are strong and weak chilly wind corpses. The weak ones are comparable to the late stage of the training realm. The strong chilly wind corpses are said to have the strength of the true martial realm. They are very powerful. As for the chilly wind pearl, it often appears in places with dense Yin-Chi. It is also often guarded by strong chilly wind corpses. Remember, do not be scratched or bitten by the chilly wind corpses. Otherwise, you will be invaded by the corpse poison. If you are lucky, you will fall into a coma. If you are unlucky, you will be assimilated by the corpse poison and become a monster like the chilly wind corpses." The second Prince Yuanyi said seriously, "In addition, we are not the only ones entering the chilly wind valley to find the chilly wind pearl. There will be others. Our goal is to complete the mission. If we can avoid conflict, we will. However, if anyone dares to offend us, you do not have to be merciful." The second prince had come to carry out the assessment mission. Of course, he would keep it a secret and not reveal his identity. If he encountered opponents of the training realm, Dongwei would ignore them and let them deal with them. However, if he encountered opponents of the true martial realm, Dongwei would not be a decoration. It should be known that Dongwei was a warrior of the royal family at the peak of the LV9 true martial realm. He practiced advanced cultivation methods and martial arts. His strength was many times stronger than that of an ordinary warrior at the peak of the LV9 true martial realm. As they approached, the whining sound became clearer. Soon, they saw the entrance of the chilly wind valley. It seemed to have been ruthlessly cut open by a giant knife. It could accommodate about 3 people at the same time. Inside the chilly wind valley, the black fog was everywhere, obstructing everyone's vision. They could still see clearly when they were close, but when they were more than 50 meters away, their vision would gradually become blurry. Even with Chenzong's extraordinary eyesight, he could only see about 200 meters away. Beyond that, his vision would become blurry, and he would only be able to vaguely see the outline. However, for Dongwei, who was at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm, 200 meters was nothing. He could see everything clearly within 500 meters. In this way, he could detect danger more quickly and judge whether the second prince's life was in danger before deciding whether to take action. This black fog was the unique Yin-Chi in the chilly wind valley. There was Yin-Chi in the ley line, but the Yin-Chi in the ley line was very pure. The Yin-Chi in the chilly wind valley was formed by the Yin-Chi in the ley line and the corpse Chi of the Yin wind corpse over countless years. It was extremely cold. It could be said that if a martial artist in the Chi and blood realm entered this place, they would not be able to withstand it. Only those who had reached the Chi refining realm could protect their body from the Yin corpse Chi. However, those whose cultivation was not high enough, such as those in the early or middle stage of the Chi refining realm, would not be able to withstand it for long. Only those who had reached the late stage of the Chi refining realm could withstand it. The cultivation of the second prince and the other 3 had reached the peak of the 9th cycle of the Chi refining realm. Furthermore, their cultivation techniques were extraordinary. Their inner strength had been honed time and time again, becoming more vigorous and pure. It was easy for them to combine it with their powerful Chi and blood to resist the Yin corpse Chi's invasion. As for Chenzong, although his inner strength had just reached the peak of the 9th cycle of the Chi refining realm, he had not reached the 6th cycle of the Chi refining realm. His inner strength had not reached the true limit yet, so naturally, he did not need to hone his inner strength. Honing one's inner strength had to be done when one's inner strength had reached the limit and could not be improved any further. It could be further strengthened from the original foundation to increase one's combat strength. Just by relying on his pure yang qi and blood qi at the peak of the qi and blood realm, Chenzong was able to resist the Yin Corpse Qi's invasion without any hindrance. As for Dong Wei, he was a powerful martial artist at the peak of the LV9 true martial realm. Even if the Yin Corpse Qi was 10 times stronger, it would not be able to do anything to him. A chilly wind grass. Wang Ke discovered a stalk of black grass not far away and hurriedly pulled it out, wanting to offer it to the second prince, Yuan Yi. I've already said that other than the Yin wind corpses and Yin wind pearls, there are also precious medicines of the Yin attribute growing in the chilly wind valley. Other than the Yin wind pearls, whatever you obtain will be yours, said the second prince, Yuan Yi. He didn't accept the Yin wind grass. Thank you, your highness. Wang Ke was overjoyed. The price of the Yin wind grass was not low. It could be sold for at least dozens of spirit shells. It had great medicinal value. It was even more useful for warriors who practiced Yin attribute cultivation methods. Chenzong glanced at the chilling wind grass. He could sense the pure chilling aura contained in it. After finding a stalk of Yin wind grass that was worth quite a lot, Wang Ke worked even harder, and the others seemed to be motivated as well. Little by little, they went deeper into the evil wind valley. Although this chilly wind valley was a mountain valley, it was very large and spacious. Moreover, the black Yin Corpse Qi permeated in all directions, covering the sky and covering the sun. The range of vision was very small, which increased the difficulty of exploration for cultivators. After about a few hundred meters, Chenzong heard a strange sound. It was very subtle, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. As for Dong Wei, his expression didn't change, but his eyes were fixed in one direction. He had noticed something approaching before Chenzong. Then, it was the second prince who discovered it. Everyone, pay attention. The second prince, Yuan Yi, said in a low voice. His eyes flashed as he stared ahead. His internal strength surged, ready to attack at any time. As a prince, although he had to know how to use people, he also needed to be strong enough. The current emperor was a transcendent realm master, so he was very powerful. Hearing the second prince's words, Wang Ke and the others also became vigilant and looked ahead. Gradually, a blurry figure appeared. It seemed to be stumbling towards the group, like a drunk man. A low voice seemed to come from the depths of the throat, and then came out again. It was transmitted through the air into everyone's ears, and a trace of rotten cold smell spread out. It's the Yin wind corpse. Lu Chun, who had the fighting strength of an early 5-star, said in a low voice. It's just a Yin wind corpse. Watch me cut it down. Wang Ke smiled coldly, pulled out his long blade, and strode forward. Yuan Yi frowned slightly, but didn't stop him. Wang Ke's fighting strength was at the peak of 4-star, not weak at all. He should be able to cut down the Yin wind corpse, and even if he couldn't, he should be able to retreat. Die. With a low shout, Wang Ke's long blade emitted a shocking blade light. It was as bright as snow, and after directly splitting the black Yin Corpse Qi, it heavily chopped down on the Yin wind corpse's body. The Yin wind corpse was not split in half by Wang Ke's saber. However, the powerful force pushed the Yin wind corpse back a few meters. A saber wound was left on its body. Its greenish-black skin and flesh were exposed. It was a horrifying sight to behold as it decayed. Wang Ke was shocked. The blade's power was very strong. Even if it was steel, it would be able to cut it in half. However, it only injured the Yin wind corpse, and this Yin wind corpse didn't feel pain or anything. Even if its head was cut open, it wouldn't be fatal, so it still charged forward. With a low roar, the Yin wind corpse seemed to be enraged. Its speed increased, and it leaped towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke once again attacked with his blade. The blade light was as bright as snow, and his internal strength burst out. The blade qi seemed to be able to split the earth, and it ruthlessly chopped down on the Yin wind corpse's body. It once again sent the Yin wind corpse flying. This blade almost split open the Yin wind corpse's entire head, and a fishy smell spread out, making people want to vomit. Die. Wang Ke took a step forward, and with both hands holding the blade, he fiercely chopped down. The white blade chi broke through the air and cut open the ground. It separated the black Yin corpse chi in front and directly chopped down on the Yin wind corpse's head, cutting it in half. The Yin wind corpse with its head cut in half staggered and fell to the ground. That was its fatal weakness. From the battle between Wang Ku and the Yin wind corpse, everyone could infer that the Yin wind corpse's battle power was not weak. A 3-star battle power might not be able to do anything to it. Its body is harder than steel. It seems like it has been affected by the Yin Qi here for many years. Chen Zong secretly said. The Yin wind corpse was a very disgusting thing. Not only was it dangerous, but it also didn't have any benefits. It was better not to encounter it if possible, but there were a lot of Yin wind corpses in the chilly Wind Valley. Just as the second Prince Yuanyi said, the Yin wind corpse in the chilly Wind Valley was at least at the late stage of the Qi training realm. It was even harder to deal with than a late-stage Qi training realm warrior. After all, the Yin wind corpse didn't feel pain. Its body was harder than steel, and it had great strength. Once it got within a few meters, it would explode with shocking speed, and it also contained corpse poison. With a casual swing of his sword, a Yin wind corpse's head was chopped off. At the same time, the Yin wind corpse's body also fell to the ground. Although the Yin wind corpse had all kinds of advantages that made people afraid, its weakness was also very obvious, and that was its head. Once the head was chopped off, the threat would be eliminated. As they continued to move forward, about a few thousand meters, they were attacked by Yin wind corpses several times. The first time, it was only one Yin wind corpse. Just now, they encountered a group of more than a dozen Yin wind corpses. The weak ones were indeed at the 9th transformation of the Qi training realm, while the strong ones were at the 4-star level. However, the combat strength of the group was not weak. They easily killed all the Yin wind corpses with their attacks. With a shake of his sword, his inner strength revolved, and directly expelled the poisonous blood of the Yin wind corpse from the sword. Such a clean and neat move made Dong Wei take a few more glances. Chen Zong's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, and he was trained by the royal family. Whether it was his strength or his eyesight, he was much better than ordinary warriors of the true martial realm. Although Chen Zong's sword move was simple, it was mysterious. It is indeed the body and sword as one realm, and it seems that it is not as simple as just entering it. Dong Wei thought. If he knew that Chen Zong's body and sword as one realm had already reached the 2nd stage of Linggu, who knows how shocked he would be. The Linggu realm was a level that many pseudo-transcendent realm masters had not reached, but a Qi training realm warrior had reached it. The shock was too great. After killing several waves of Yin wind corpses, they still did not find the Yin wind pearl. Yin wind pearls often appeared in places with rich Yin Qi. After all, it was the crystallization of Yin Qi, the essence of Yin Qi. Suddenly, there was some movement in front of them. Everyone became vigilant. Their eyes flashed and a tyrannical aura filled the air. A few figures appeared. They were not Yin wind corpses, but other people. When they saw Chen Zong and the others, their faces were also full of vigilance. They did not approach, but instead circled around them with a distance of several dozen meters, afraid of unnecessary trouble. When a warrior entered a place like Chilly Wind Valley, they either came for the Yin wind pearl or the Yin attribute herbs in Chilly Wind Valley. In short, they were all driven by benefits. If they could obtain the Yin wind pearl and Yin attribute herbs without having to fight, it was of course a good thing. The second prince and the others saw that these people had circled around and left, but they did not have any intention to pursue. If others did not offend them, they would not offend them. In Chilly Wind Valley, Yin corpse chi was everywhere. The deeper one went, the thicker the Yin corpse chi became. However, it was not easy to find the place where the Yin wind pearl was born. It was partly dependent on luck. Chen Zong glanced around and saw a black flower growing on a dead tree 100 meters away. It looked like a flower, but it was not a flower. It looked like a mushroom. His figure flashed, and like a gust of wind, he crossed the 100 meters and appeared in front of the black mushroom. With a flash of his sword, he gently and accurately picked it up, and it fell into his hand. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt a trace of Yin Qi flow along his palm, as if it had a life of its own. It drilled into his palm and froze his entire palm, then quickly spread to his arm. His pure yang blood qi vibrated, and immediately resisted the invading yin qi. Wave after wave, it was like an endless wave, but it was unable to expel the yin qi quickly. This is a yin spirit mushroom. It seems to be at least 200 years old. Congratulations, Brother Chen. The second Prince Yuanyi looked carefully and smiled. The yin Ganoderma grew in dead trees that had been tainted by yin qi. It continued to absorb yin corpse qi and yin qi from the earth vein to grow, so it contained rich yin qi. This power was contained inside the yin spirit mushroom, and only a little of it leaked out naturally. For warriors who cultivated yin attribute cultivation methods, this was a great supplement, but for those who didn't cultivate yin attribute cultivation methods, this power was harmful and not helpful. They couldn't let it enter their bodies to prevent it from corroding their meridians. Chen Zong was not afraid. His powerful pure yang qi and blood could automatically resist the yin Ganoderma's cold power. However, when he held the yin Ganoderma in his hand, wave after wave of cold energy gushed towards him, like an endless tide. Gradually, Chen Zong realized that between the endless cold energy of the yin Ganoderma and his own inexhaustible pure yang energy, there seemed to be a trace of pure and unique energy born from the yin Ganoderma. The power was invisible and colorless, and it was difficult to feel its fluctuation. However, it was not restricted by qi and blood, and naturally penetrated into Chen Zong's body and came into contact with his internal strength. As soon as they came into contact, the powerful and sharp chaotic origin-breaking force began to operate on its own. Why is this? Chen Zong held the sword in one hand and the yin Ganoderma in the other. He paid attention to the movements around him and carefully felt the invisible, pure, and warm power while thinking secretly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind and turned into spiritual light. Pure yang qi and blood is yang, and the power contained in the yin Ganoderma is yin. Yin and yang are diametrically opposite, but there is also a saying that yin and yang meet and merge. As if he had found the root, all kinds of understanding emerged. Immediately, Chen Zong put the yin Ganoderma in his chest. It naturally came into contact with his body, and naturally released its cold power. It constantly collided with his pure yang qi and blood, and gave birth to the pure and warm power that nourished his internal strength. If it weren't for the fact that he was in chilly Wind Valley, Chen Zong would have closed himself to study and cultivate. After a while, everyone had gained something. Chen Zong also found a fist-sized piece of yin nether iron. Its entire body was jet black, and there seemed to be a black aura surrounding it. It was only the size of a fist, but it seemed to weigh dozens of kilograms. Furthermore, a cold aura filled the surroundings, as if he was holding a block of ice. Underworld iron was a type of forging material that was very valuable. When fused with other suitable materials, the weapon forged would have yin attribute energy. Chen Zong could also feel the cold aura of the yin hell iron invading his body like a yin Ganoderma, colliding with his pure yang qi and blood. However, the aura of the yin hell iron was slightly different from that of the yin Ganoderma. It was colder. Fortunately, Chen Zong's qi and blood were pure yang, so he was able to withstand it. With the invasion of the power of the nether iron, the pure and warm power that had been transformed also increased a little. After merging with the inner force, Chen Zong felt a strange feeling become more and more obvious. Chen Zong was shocked when he tried to use the chaotic heaven origin breaking force. This pure and gentle formless energy was actually beneficial to the cultivation of the chaotic origin breaking force. This cultivation was not to increase the quantity of the chaotic origin breaking force, nor was it to increase its purity. Instead, it was to increase the number of layers of the chaotic origin breaking force. In other words, with the help of these two items, Chen Zong could break through the fifth layer and reach the sixth layer faster. By then, his strength would be significantly improved. I didn't expect this trip to the chilly Wind Valley to be so wonderful. Chen Zong laughed secretly. Even if he didn't get the handbook, this benefit alone was enough. The yin wind pearl is the crystallization of yin energy. It's the condensation of its essence. If I can get the yin wind pearl. Chen Zong suddenly had an idea. If he could get the yin wind pearl, it might be even more helpful. As they went deeper and deeper, they encountered two groups of people while killing yin wind corpses. However, they were all dozens of meters away from each other and didn't approach each other. They even looked very vigilant, fearing that Xianxia would make trouble for them. At this time, the second prince took out something. It was a palm-sized black compass. This is the Yin measuring compass. It was made by the ancestors of the royal family according to the mysteries of the Yin energy. The second prince noticed everyone's surprised eyes and explained, the function of the Yin measuring compass is to detect where the Yin energy is dense. It's easier for us to find the Yin wind pearl. I didn't take it out just now because the detection range of the compass is limited, and we haven't gone deep enough. Moreover, the power it contains is also limited, so we can only use it for half an hour. We must be careful. The second prince, Yuan, explained. Otherwise, if the compass had a long range and could be used without limit, he would have taken it out when he entered the chilly wind valley. There was no need to wait until now. Your Highness, what's the range of the compass? Xianxia asked. About 1,000 meters. Yuan didn't hide it. Restricted by the terrain and environment of the chilly wind valley, everyone's vision was greatly affected. Even Dong Wei, who was at the peak of the 9th LV of the true martial realm, could only see 500 meters away. If they were in the outside world, it wouldn't be a problem to see 10,000 meters away. The Yin measuring compass had a detection range of about a kilometer. Although it wasn't a long distance, it was more useful than his eyes in this place. After half an hour, the needle on the compass was still spinning slowly, but it didn't find a suitable target. Everyone was still moving forward. Low roars sounded like rolling thunder. 3 Yin wind corpses rushed from 3 different directions. The Yin wind roared, and the rotten smell was disgusting. The second prince quickly stopped the compass and put it away. His sword broke through the air, and the sword light slashed out like a crescent moon. Xianxia waved his hand. The red thunder sword was like a flash of red lightning. It was extremely fast, cutting the black Yin corpse chi, and accurately cutting the neck of a Yin wind corpse. However, it didn't cut off the Yin wind corpse's neck. It stopped halfway, and the sword was stuck. The Yin wind corpse wasn't affected at all. It opened its mouth and spat out a black Yin corpse chi at Xianxia. It was extremely smelly. At the same time, its corpse claw fiercely clawed at Xianxia's face. Break! With a low shout, the bones and muscles in his arms instantly vibrated, integrating all of his strength into one. The power passed through the sword body, and the sword that was originally stuck moved, cutting off the other half of the Yin wind corpse's neck like a hot knife through butter. The ingenious power caused the Yin wind corpse's head to fly high into the air, and its entire body also flew to one side under the tyrannical power. The corpse's claw swept past Xianxia's side, and even the stinky Yin corpse chi blew past Xianxia's side, not affecting Xianxia at all. The other 2 Yin wind corpses were also killed by several people. Second Prince Yuan took out the Yin measuring compass again and continued to explore. About 100 meters forward, the needle on the Yin measuring compass suddenly trembled. As it shook, it attracted everyone's attention. After about 3 breaths, the needle stopped and pointed to the left. There. Second Prince Yuan suddenly showed a smile. He immediately sped up, but he didn't let down his guard. He was always paying attention to the movements around him. With a clear target, 1,000 meters was actually not a long distance. Soon, everyone felt an astonishing cold Yin chi pervading, as if it was going to freeze them. This kind of cold Yin chi had reached a level that ordinary warriors of the training realm couldn't bear. Only warriors of the star level could resist it. This is a place where Yin chi gathers. There is a chance that a Yin wind pearl will be born here. Second Prince said. He stopped the Yin measuring compass and put it away. As they got closer, the cold Yin chi became more and more intense. Immediately, a low roar sounded. In the darkness in front of them, there seemed to be 2 scarlet lights flashing. The roar was full of anger and threat, as if it was warning everyone not to get closer. A powerful Yin wind corpse. Everyone's heart trembled. The strength of Yin wind corpses was related to their roars. Of course, it didn't mean that the louder the Yin wind corpse was, the more powerful the Yin wind corpse was, the more powerful the Yin wind corpse was. There is a high chance that there is a Yin wind pearl here. Second Prince's face showed joy. The Yin wind pearl is very attractive to Yin wind corpses. Staying next to the Yin wind pearl can make the Yin wind corpse slowly become stronger. The Yin Wind Corpse roared to threaten us and didn't let us get closer, but it didn't take the initiative to kill us. It must be guarding the Yin Wind Pearl. Since they were going to carry out this test mission, Second Prince had done his homework in advance and understood everything that he could. Some of the Yin Wind Corpse's characteristics, Second Prince already knew it in his heart. That was why he came to this conclusion. The Yin Wind Corpse inside might not be any weaker than a 5-star martial artist. It might even be harder to deal with. Everyone must be careful. Second Prince reminded. Yin Wind Corpses were different from martial artists. If a martial artist was injured, it would affect their ability to use their strength. However, Yin Wind Corpses wouldn't. It didn't matter if they were injured or not. Moreover, the corpse poison on their body was very scary. They must not be touched, or else the consequences would be very bad. As everyone got closer, the dark Yin Corpse Chi's scarlet light became more and more intense. The roar sounded again, and it was like rolling thunder. It was accompanied by a thick rotten smell. Weaker martial artists in the Qi refining realm would feel dizzy and nauseous. They might even feel weak and their limbs would be weak. Shenzong and the others immediately held their breaths. They circulated their inner strength to prevent the rotten smell from invading their bodies. For powerful martial artists in the Qi refining realm like them, even if they didn't breathe for a period of time, they would be fine. Of course, it couldn't be for too long. The dark Yin Corpse Qi was very thick. It interfered with everyone's vision even more. They could only vaguely see the outline of a figure. It looked like it was about to pounce, but it didn't really pounce. Roar, an even louder roar came with a strong gust of wind. Wonka's long saber slashed down. The bright saber light seemed to have split the darkness. A few saber Qi crisscrossed and slashed out. All of them hit the figure. A series of popping sounds were heard. The saber Qi shattered. However, everyone realized that the figure didn't move at all. It was as if the saber Qi had hit a piece of refined steel. As it pounced, the wind howled. Everyone immediately dodged, and then attacked with their swords and sabers. The swords were like lightning, and the sabers were like torrents. The Yin Wind Corpse was powerful and fast, and its body was abnormally hard. However, it was not flexible enough, because its limbs were stiff, and so was its body. Under the attack of the sabers and swords, the Yin Wind Corpse could not dodge, and was immediately hit. The sound of leather being beaten sounded dull. Shenzong and the others all felt a strong rebounding force, which almost knocked the swords out of their hands. The corpse claw swept across like a whistling hurricane. Waves of Yin Corpse Qi swept out and spread out. There was a faint green light in the corpse claw. That was a highly condensed corpse poison. When it hit people in the face, it made them feel dizzy. Retreat, retreat, retreat. In the blink of an eye, everyone used their body techniques to avoid the Yin Wind Corpse's claws, and pulled away from it. However, the Yin Wind Corpse did not chase after them, but returned to its original position. This made everyone feel troubled. The Yin Wind Corpse did not have intelligence, and it only acted based on its instinct. Its instinct told it that the Yin Wind Pearl was extremely important to it, so it would not leave if it could. This Yin Wind Corpse's battle power is probably at the late stage of 5-star, or even higher. The second Prince Yuanyi said in a low voice. Dongwei did not say a word. His role was to protect the second prince, and also the others. However, if the second prince's life was not in danger, he would not intervene, and he would not even remind him. Otherwise, if Dongwei intervened, he would need to pull out his saber, and he would be able to crush the Yin Wind Corpse with just a finger. Late stage of 5-star. Wang Ke and the other peak 4-star warriors' faces suddenly changed, and so did the 5-star genius. Only Shenzong's face did not change at all. When his sword landed on the Yin Wind Corpse, Shenzong could feel the toughness of the Yin Wind Corpse's body. The strength of the Yin Wind Corpse could be determined not only by its roar, but also by the strength of its body. The stronger the Yin Wind Corpse was, the longer it would be tempered by Yin Qi, or if it found a treasure like the Yin Wind Pearl to guard it, it would be tempered by more Yin Qi, and its body would naturally be stronger. Your Highness, how should we deal with them? Wang Ku asked. A peak 4-star battle power was indeed not weak, but the difference between it and a 5-star battle power was obvious. Moreover, it was a late-stage 5-star battle power, especially a monster like the Wind Corpse. Even if he used all his strength and used the secret technique to increase his strength, he would not be able to cause any damage to the Wind Corpse. Our goal is only the Wind Pearl. We don't have to kill the Wind Corpse. Second Prince Yuani said, therefore, we only need to lure the Wind Corpse a certain distance away from the Wind Pearl. Then, 4 people will act together to temporarily trap it, and 1 person will obtain the Wind Pearl. Who would obtain the Wind Pearl would be very important. Because surrounding the Wind Corpses was dangerous. Wang Ku, Brother Chen, and I will trap the Wind Corpse. You can attack after that. Quickly get the Wind Corpse, the second prince said in an unquestionable tone. Yes, I will definitely get the Wind Pearl. Wang Ku was overjoyed, and quickly replied. Although his tone was unquestionable, the second prince still looked at Chen Zong. After all, among the people present, only Chen Zong was invited by him personally. Chen Zong did not have any objections. Although the Wind Corpse was very strong, if he attacked with all his strength, it would only be stronger. What was there to be afraid of? After the plan was made, the people approached the Wind Corpse again, causing it to roar continuously. When they were close enough, the Wind Corpse rushed out again. It was like a gust of wind, and it rushed towards the people with a foul smell. Attack! The second prince shouted in a low voice, and his inner strength immediately flowed into the long sword. The sword trembled slightly, and a misty green light burst out, and a tyrannical power filled the air. Pseudo-spiritual weapon. Chen Zong was shocked. He did not expect the sword in the second prince's hand to be a pseudo-spiritual weapon. At this time, with the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon and his own strength, his battle strength immediately increased a lot. The sword turned into a stream of light, and a misty green light directly dispersed the dark corpse chi around. 3 green light sword shadows pierced the Wind Corpse's body at the same time. The terrifying pseudo-spiritual weapon sword directly broke the Wind Corpse's hard body, and the power directly penetrated it. The Wind Corpse's flying momentum paused for a moment, and the other people's swords and sabers also fell on it. The 4 people took this opportunity to spread out, and formed a quadrangular encirclement with the Wind Corpse in the middle. Sabers and swords flashed like thunder in the sky. Wang Ku immediately rushed towards the location of the Wind Pearl. The Wind Corpse did not have intelligence, but it instinctively felt that the treasure that was extremely useful to it was about to be taken away. It was furious, and it opened its cracked mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow broken teeth, and spat out dark green corpse poison. Retreat! Everyone's complexion changed, and they immediately retreated, for fear of being affected by the corpse poison. The Wind Corpse directly gave up on the others, and immediately rushed towards the Wind Pearl. Its corpse claws fiercely clawed at Wang Ku, who dared to steal the treasure. Wang Ku was scared out of his wits. How could he resist such a powerful Wind Corpse? Even so, with many years of cultivation and a strong will, Wang Ku would not sit still and wait for death. In an instant, he stimulated his internal strength and recklessly poured it into the long saber in his hands. The saber light was blazing like a small, scorching sun, bursting out an amazing light. Cut! Wang Ku breathed out, and his voice was like spring thunder. This saber, with all the strength in his body, was the most tyrannical saber, as if it could split a mountain. The desperate saber directly chopped at the Wind Corpse's head. The tyrannical power repelled the Wind Corpse, and the counterforce also made Wang Ku step back. The skin between his thumb and index finger was split open, and blood dripped. The smell of blood immediately made the Wind Corpse crazy, and after a pause, it once again rushed towards Wang Ku. This attack, Wang Ku could not dodge or resist. This Wind Corpse's battle power was not at the late stage of the 5-star realm, but at the peak of the 5-star realm. Taking into account its sturdy body, powerful strength, and shocking speed, even a peak 5-star realm battle power would not be able to kill it. The distance between Wang Ku and the others was not far, only a dozen meters. But the Wind Corpse was even closer, only a few meters, and its speed was extremely fast. Unless Dong Wei attacked, otherwise, in the blink of an eye, suddenly, a transparent shadow condensed in front of Wang Ku, and heavily chopped down with its sword. The tyrannical sword light was like thunder breaking through the air, and arrived first, chopping at the Wind corpse's chest. The sword light shattered, and the shadow disappeared, while the Wind corpse flew backwards. Then, a second transparent shadow, a third, and a fourth one appeared one after another. The long sword sliced through the air like a landslide, or a tsunami, or a gust of wind. 3 consecutive swords, piercing, chopping, and slicing, all hit the Wind corpse's neck, directly chopping it off and sending it flying high. The change was too fast, the second prince and the others could not react in time, and Wang Ku was also stunned. Only Dongwei stared at Chen Zong with bright eyes. "Brother Chen, so your battle power." The second prince smiled bitterly when he realized what had happened. He originally thought that Chen Zong's battle power was at the early stage of the 5-star realm, or at most the middle stage of the 5-star realm. He did not expect that he had underestimated him. This was not a 5-star realm battle power, it was definitely a 6-star realm battle power, but he did not know what level it was at. Chen Zong smiled slightly, but did not say much. "Thank you for saving my life." Wang Ku's expression was complicated, but in the end, he still saluted Chen Zong with his fists clasped. If it were not for Chen Zong, he would have been dead, and even become a monster like the Wind corpse. He definitely did not want that kind of result. And before, he had a lot of dissatisfaction with Chen Zong. Now, thinking about it, he felt ashamed. "It's nothing," Chen Zong said slowly, and then looked at the second prince. "Your Highness, it's time to take the Wind pearl." "Okay." The second prince reacted quickly. His body flashed, and he immediately went past Wang Ku. His eyes locked on a black pearl, and he reached out his hand to grab it. It was as if he was looking for the moon in the ocean. As soon as the black pearl was in his hand, the second prince's hand trembled uncontrollably, and he hurriedly covered it with his internal force. "Yes, it's the Wind pearl. I finally got it." The second prince Yuan smiled happily. Then he looked at Chen Zong. "Brother Chen, if it were not for you, I would not have gotten the Wind pearl this time, and I might have even failed the test." "Even without me, the second prince could have passed the test." Chen Zong smiled. As the second prince of the dynasty, he must have some hidden tricks. It would not be impossible for him to pass the test. At most, the process would be more complicated. "Second prince, can you show me the Wind pearl?" Chen Zong asked. "Of course." The second prince handed the Wind pearl to Chen Zong without hesitation. "Brother Chen, be careful of the power of the Wind pearl." After Chen Zong took it, he immediately felt as if he was holding a block of ice in his hand. It was so cold that it penetrated his bones. The coldness even seeped into his palm and rushed up his arm, invading his body and freezing it. Before the internal force was released, the pure yang blood qi naturally counterattacked and collided with the invading coldness. Chen Zong could clearly feel that this black Wind pearl, which was the size of an egg, contained a shocking amount of energy. Moreover, it was extremely pure and could instantly freeze the blood of an ordinary qi refining stage martial artist. The second prince almost fell into the trap just now. Fortunately, he reacted in time. However, Chen Zong had a strong pure yang blood qi, so he was not afraid. When the pure yang blood qi collided with the energy of the Wind pearl, more invisible but pure and gentle energy was created. It quickly passed through the bones and muscles and merged with the chaotic heaven yuan breaking force. This efficiency is much better than the Ganoderma and nether iron, at least 10 times. Chen Zong thought to himself. Immediately, Chen Zong looked at the second prince and said, "Your Highness, this Wind pearl is of great help to my cultivation. May I ask your Highness to use the measuring compass to find a second one?" The second prince's task was to find a Wind pearl. One was enough. "Okay." Second Prince Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. To him, it was just using the measuring compass for a bit longer. This way, Chen Zong would owe him a favor, which would be even more beneficial for recruiting him in the future. "Thank you." Chen Zong cupped his hands in salute. The second prince took out the detecting compass again and quickly scanned the area. The others did not object because they followed the second prince's orders. As for Dongwei, he did not care at all. In the entire chilly Wind Valley, there was nothing that could threaten him. The darking corpse chi surged like a fountain and filled the surroundings. Everyone's vision was affected even more. Their range of vision was further reduced, and even their five senses were blurred. Stop. Suddenly, Dong Wei shouted. Second Prince, there is a Yin wind corpse in front of us. Dong Wei's words made everyone's expression change. They all stopped in their tracks. If the Yin wind corpse was below the true martial realm, they would have the confidence to try. However, the gap between the true martial realm and the strength refining realm was too big. Even if they tried their best, they would not be able to hurt the Yin wind corpse, let alone kill it. Of course, if the second prince or Chenzong used the sword chi sealed in the red thunder sword, they could easily kill the Yin wind corpse in the true martial realm. However, it was not worth it. They could only adjust their direction and move forward. Brother Chen, the Yin measuring compass does not have much time left. The second prince looked at the needle on the compass that was spinning with difficulty and said, if we can't find another place with dancing qi before the compass runs out, we will leave. Okay. Chenzong did not hesitate. It would be better if they could find the Yin wind pearl. However, if they could not, they would have to think of another way. Chenzong had already made up his mind. They were not very lucky. When the needle on the compass stopped spinning, it meant that the power of the compass had run out. They had to return to the royal family to be replenished. The second prince could not do anything about it. Brother Chen, the power of the compass has run out. The second prince said. Let's go out. Chenzong said. I'm really sorry, Brother Chen. If this Yin wind pearl was not for my test mission, I could give it to you. The second prince said. Second prince, you are willing to spend your precious time and energy with me to continue searching for the Yin wind pearl. I am already grateful. Chenzong smiled. Everyone left. However, inside the chilly wind valley, the Yin corpse chi was everywhere. The five senses were affected, and it was easy to lose direction. It was not easy for everyone to find the right direction and walk out of the chilly wind valley. Second prince, everyone, you go back first. Take the red-scaled dragon horse with you. Chenzong said. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Everyone there was shocked. The second prince was quick to ask. I plan to stay here and cultivate for a period of time, Chenzong said with a smile. His unhurried words contained an unquestionable determination. Brother Chen really doesn't let go of any opportunity. When the second prince heard this, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly, and then he looked very impressed. Since Brother Chen has already made up his mind, I won't try to persuade you. I only hope to see an even stronger Brother Chen in the royal city. I will, Chenzong said. His tone was filled with unparalleled confidence, which inexplicably shook people's hearts. Goodbye. After watching the second prince and the others leave the chilly wind valley, Chenzong turned around and walked back into the chilly wind valley without hesitation. The Yin corpse chi permeated the air, and as it flowed, it seemed to transform into gusts of Yin wind that blew. Chenzong looked around and chose a new direction. Finding a Yin wind pearl was a must. The second prince and the others spurred their horses and quickly left the chilly wind valley, rushing towards the royal city as fast as lightning. Sitting on the back of the vigorous and fierce red-scaled dragon horse, the second prince's body rose and fell along with the horse. His thoughts also rose and fell, and he was extremely restless. Brother Chen has such talent and potential, and he works so hard. I wonder how far he will go in the future. Perhaps, it would be better to walk on this path of pursuing power. As soon as this thought appeared, the second prince couldn't help but shake his head and eliminate this thought. However, his mind couldn't calm down. Hand over everything you have, or else, you will die without a burial place. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider whether you want to live or not. Chenzong was surrounded by 4 people, some in their 20s and some in their 30s. The aura they emitted was at the peak of the 9th transformation stage of the Qi refining stage. Their combat strength shouldn't be weak either. The Qi refining stage and the Qi refining stage were the foundation. They focused on building one's foundation and making it incomparably solid. The true martial stage was an extension of the foundation. It was the process of developing one's potential on top of a solid foundation. Therefore, the difference between the Qi refining stage and the true martial stage was quite obvious. Many martial artists couldn't break through to the true martial stage in their entire lives, and could only stay in the chi refining stage. However, these martial artists would often accumulate and stabilize with the passage of time, or they would have some fortuitous encounter that would allow their strength to exceed the peak of the ninth transformation stage of the chi refining stage. In fact, even in a small and remote county like Linshan County, there were martial artists of the chi refining stage who had reached the 4-star level. However, they were not young and couldn't be listed in the dynasty's rankings. And those who dared to enter the chilly Wind Valley to seek fortuitous encounters weren't weak. Even if they hadn't reached the 4-star level, there were still 2 or 3-star level martial artists. If Chen Zong and the second prince were still together, these people would think twice before making a move. However, with only Chen Zong left, they naturally wouldn't let him go. "Leave all your belongings and leave now, and you can live," Chen Zong said calmly. His expression was calm, and his eyes were deep. The 4 people were startled at first, then they burst into laughter. Their laughter caused the Yin corpse chi around them to fluctuate. "Looks like you want to die." One of them, a middle-aged man in his 30s, sneered. His blade slashed through the air like lightning. Chen Zong could acutely feel that the power of this blade had reached the 3-star level. However, it was only at the beginning of the 3-star level. Weak, too weak. However, even if it was an ant that dared to kill him, there was no reason for him to let it go. The sword flashed. Without even seeing it clearly, the blade stopped in midair and didn't move. The man tried his best, but he found that he couldn't make the blade continue moving. The other 3 people widened their eyes and found that they couldn't move their bodies. Their strength was constantly draining away, and their consciousness was gradually falling into darkness. This was death. Although they had never died before, they had this feeling. Why did they feel death? They couldn't figure it out. Chen Zong's sword was too fast. Chen Zong killed the 4 people with a casual swing of his sword. His expression didn't change at all, as if he was stepping on ants. Immediately, Chen Zong searched the 4 people's bodies. He only found 2 herbs like the Yin Hell herb. It was better than nothing. The power of the Yin Ganoderma, the Yin Hell iron, and the 2 Yin Hell herbs kept seeping into Chen Zong's body. They kept colliding with Chen Zong's powerful pure yang qi and blood, giving rise to an invisible, pure, and gentle force that merged with his internal force. It made the origin-breaking force improve slowly, but it was still not enough to make a breakthrough. This was also the reason why Chen Zong wanted to find the Yin Wind Pearl. After all, the Yin Qi contained in the Yin Wind Pearl was more powerful and purer. Moving forward, Chen Zong suddenly had an idea. "I wonder if it's effective to practice the origin-breaking force in a place with dense Yin Qi." As soon as the idea came to his mind, Chen Zong couldn't help but want to give it a try. But where was the place with dense Yin Qi? Without the Yin measuring compass, it was difficult to find it. He could only rely on his luck. After thinking for a while, Chen Zong went back to the entrance of the chilly Wind Valley. Then, he followed the original route, which was the route he had taken with the second prince and the others, to find the place where he had obtained the Yin Wind Pearl. The Yin Qi there was very dense. But it was not easy to find it. After all, he had been moving forward and turning without stopping. He also had to rely on the Yin measuring compass, and the environment in the chilly Wind Valley was very obvious. With his powerful memory and intuition, Chen Zong kept searching and moving forward. When he encountered a Yin Wind corpse, he would kill it with his sword. As long as the Yin Wind corpse's combat strength was not higher than 6-star, it was no match for Chen Zong. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Zong took out an essential qi pill and took it. The vital essence pill and the vital energy pill were of the same nature, but it was 10 times better than the vital energy pill. In the Eastern continent, the vital essence pill did not exist because no one could refine it. There were 2 reasons for this. One was the materials, and the other was the technique. For a warrior of Chen Zong's cultivation, the energy pill could not replenish the body's energy consumption, so he could only use the essential qi pill. Fortunately, the essential qi pill was a relatively common pill in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. With Chen Zong's wealth, he could easily buy some. On the second day, Chen Zong had killed more than a dozen Yin Wind corpses with his 2 swords, but Chen Zong still could not find the place with dense Yin Qi. On the third day, It should be in this direction. After looking around, Chenzong looked at a place and said secretly. Yes, it's here. Chenzong smiled. The dancing qi fluctuated, and the colding qi drifted in the air. A roar sounded, powerful and full of deterrence. In wind corpse. Chenzong was slightly startled. He did not expect that in just a few days, another in wind corpse would appear here, but it was reasonable. After all, in wind corpses did not have intelligence and only had instincts, but they could become stronger because of their instincts. When there was the in wind pearl, there was another in wind corpse here. Now that the in wind corpse was killed and the in wind pearl was taken away, but the dancing qi left behind would naturally attract other in wind corpses here. Staying here for a long time would be very beneficial for in wind corpses, as they could quickly become stronger. As he approached, the in wind corpse directly rushed out. Its speed was extremely fast, and its corpse claws fiercely clawed at Chenzong, as if it wanted to tear him apart. That tyrannical aura swept over. Chenzong estimated that this in wind corpse's battle power was at least at the middle stage of the 5-star realm. Dazzling flash dragon sword, the transparent and illusory figure holding the sword flashed past. That in wind corpse paused for a moment, then its head flew up into the air, and its body fell to the ground. Taking a step forward, Chenzong walked to where the in wind pearl used to be. He immediately felt that something was different, as if the in qi from all directions was continuously spreading, and was about to condense in this place again. Perhaps after a long time, this place would condense and give birth to another in wind pearl. Standing in the same place, Chenzong quietly put his 2 swords back into the scabbards. He closed his eyes and got rid of all distracting thoughts. At the same time, he also diverted part of his attention to observe the surroundings. Under the sun, the saber radiance was so bright that it could shake people's hearts. That blade was like the setting sun, vast and unstoppable. The terrifying pressure from the blade caused the ground to split open, creating a long gully. It was as if lightning had torn the ground apart, causing the crushed stones to roll left and right. The sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing. It was like a demonic sound. The horrifying sound surged. The spectators who were dozens of meters away all changed their expressions. It was as if their eardrums had been shattered. It was very uncomfortable. The saber pressure was like an invisible sharp blade cutting into their bodies, causing them indescribable pain. The figure flew backward, and the short spear fell to the side. 3rd on the Jiao Dragon list. It doesn't look like much. With the long saber in his hand, Nan Shuntian, who was wearing a dark red robe, curled his lips. He seemed to be mocking, but his eyes were filled with disdain. The contempt in his eyes almost made people's hair stand on end. However, even Wang Songtao, who was 3rd on the Jiao Dragon list and had a mid-stage 6-star battle strength, was easily defeated by him. If they went up, they would be defeated even more thoroughly. Therefore, even though they hated Nan Shuntian, there was nothing they could do. As for those warriors of the genuine force, they could not do anything. This was a battle between warriors of the Qi refining realm. Brother Jingyuan, can you fight against him? No. Even though Lin Jingyuan was unwilling, he had to admit that he was not Nan Shuentian's opponent. Although Nan Shuntian was 2nd on the Jiao Dragon list, his battle strength was only at the mid-stage 6-star, which was not much stronger than Wang Songtao. Wang Songtao was defeated so easily. If he went up, the result would be similar. He knew that he was not Nan Shuentian's opponent, but he still wanted to fight. Where is the 1st on the Jiao Dragon list in your dynasty? Nan Shuentian's disdainful gaze swept across the crowd. It was as sharp as a blade. When it swept across the crowd's faces, they felt as if they had been cut by an invisible blade. Ask him to come out and fight with me. If Ding Xian fights, he can easily defeat you. Someone shouted angrily. Lin Jingyuan, Wang Songtao, and the others were shocked. They all knew that Ding Xian was more powerful than them, but it was very difficult or even impossible for him to defeat this mysterious Nan Shuntian. Oh, really? Nan Shuentian's slightly red eyebrows twitched slightly, and then he smiled lightly. Then let Ding Xian come. If he can defeat me, I will be even happier. I'll wait until sunset. Nan Shuntian glanced at the scorching sun in the middle of the sky. There were still a few hours before sunset. Quick, let's go find Ding Xian. Ding Xian will definitely be able to defeat him. Within the dynasty, Ding Xian was the #1 qi refining realm martial artist of the younger generation. Bathed in the scorching sun, Nan Shuntian sheathed his saber and closed his eyes, as if he was enjoying himself. 2 hours later, several figures quickly arrived. Nan Shuntian, Ding Xian is currently in seclusion. You'll have to wait for a while. Oh, seclusion? Nan Shuntian opened his eyes, as if 2 sharp blades were shooting out from his eyes, causing people's hearts to turn cold. Sacrificing only saw him nod. All right, I'll wait for a few more days. With that, Nan Shuntian turned and left without looking at the crowd. Although some people were angry, there was nothing they could do. Wait. The eldest prince called out to Nan Shuntian, my name is Yuan Yang, the eldest prince of the dynasty. Brother Nan is powerful, and his talent is unparalleled. I admire you, the eldest prince of the dynasty. Nan Shuntian opened his mouth, directly interrupting the eldest prince's words. A playful smile appeared on his lips. You want to recruit me? You want me to work for you? I just want to be friends with Brother Nan. For some reason, the eldest prince felt that his aura had been completely suppressed, and said unconsciously. Your real goal is still to recruit me. Nan Shuntian smiled in surprise. Unfortunately, a mere prince of a dynasty is not qualified for me to serve. With a somewhat disdainful laugh, Nan Shuntian turned and strode away, leaving behind only his arrogant back. The eldest prince felt as if his chest had been ripped open, exposing his innermost thoughts for everyone to see. Unbridled mockery, and even ruthlessly stomped on. His face turned the color of pig liver, extremely unsightly. Anger welled up in his heart, but he had no choice but to swallow it down. Investigate for me, find out where this Nan Shuntian came from. The eldest prince angrily ordered. Seeing the eldest prince suffer, the third prince felt somewhat refreshed, but also somewhat displeased. Refreshed because he and the eldest prince were competitors. Displeased because Nan Shuntian's arrogance had disdained the dignity of a prince of the dynasty. Therefore, he also ordered people to investigate Nan Shuntian's background. This person suddenly came to the capital and challenged geniuses everywhere. Up until now, no one had been able to withstand 3 of his blades. Powerful, arrogant, these were the epitome of this person. Arrogant to the point of annoyance, but powerful to the point of no resistance. It wasn't just the eldest prince and third prince who ordered people to investigate Nan Shuntian's background, the various forces in the capital also did the same. Wang Songtao had the strength of a mid-stage 6-star. Whether it was now or in the past, he was a well-known figure in the entire dynasty. As long as he didn't die midway, it was almost certain that he would reach the pseudo-transcendent realm in the future. Moreover, his potential was extraordinary. He could be considered one of the top pseudo-transcendent realm experts, and even had a chance to become a transcendent. With such strength, he still couldn't withstand 3 of Nan Shuntian's blades. This meant that Nan Shuntian was even stronger. Just like Marshal King Huntian in the dynasty's historical records, he suddenly appeared and challenged the dynasty's experts. He defeated them one by one and left behind a legend. This was what a general of the royal family said. Could this person be from the same place as Marshal King Huntian? According to the clues we've collected so far, it's possible. So he came from there, no wonder he has such strength. Send my order, in 10 days, Ding Xian will fight Nan Shuntian in the dragon battle arena. The emperor ordered. If Nan Shuntian really came from there like Marshal King Huntian, then he couldn't be an enemy. Otherwise, it would bring trouble to the royal family and the dynasty. Chenzong didn't know any of this. Rich yin qi surrounded Chenzong's body, gathering from all directions and pouring into his body. It collided with the pure yang qi blood and gave birth to a pure and gentle energy, which was then absorbed by the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force to assist in the cultivation of the secret art. As time passed, Chenzong's whole body was wrapped in rich yin qi. It was as if he had turned into a cocoon, and his figure could no longer be seen. The cold yin qi made Chenzong feel like he was frozen. The power of the pure yang qi blood continued to resist. Chenzong felt like he was in deep water and was very uncomfortable. However, when the pure yin qi merged with the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force, he felt comfortable. The Yin Qi and Yang Qi merged and gave birth to the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force. The feeling of increasing one's secret art was different from increasing one's cultivation. It was very mysterious, and Shenzong couldn't express it in words. It was as if he had turned into a huge sponge, and the rich Yin Qi that gathered around him was like water that was quickly absorbed. The chaotic heaven yuan shattering force kept flowing between Shenzong's strong muscles, bones, one cycle after another. When a martial artist cultivated his internal force, it was actually too long to continue for a short period of time. This was because the internal force was very powerful. Under the continuous impact, it would put a burden on the muscles, bones. When the burden reached the extreme, it would be damaged. However, Shenzong's muscles were very strong, and he could withstand the impact of the internal force for a longer period of time. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. A large amount of pure and gentle energy spread between Shenzong's muscles, bones, and was quickly absorbed by the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force. It didn't increase the quantity of the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force, but it was equivalent to increasing the potential of the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force. He had finally reached the limit of the 5th level. He kept accumulating, just for the final burst. Another hour passed, and Shenzong knew that he had reached his limit. Break! A low shout, but it was like thunder, rolling and shaking in all directions. It turned into a shocking shock wave, instantly shattering the dense Yin Qi that wrapped around him, and the ripples spread out. The Yin wind corpses that were close to him also seemed to be blown back by the wind, and they staggered. A group of martial artists happened to pass by not far away. When they felt the whistling wind and the shocking sound that was like thunder, their faces changed greatly. Could it be that some treasure has appeared? It shouldn't be. That's the sound of a human. It might be a battle. Isn't this momentum a little too strong? Let's not get close. This group of people hurriedly moved away, fearing that they would be affected. After all, the momentum contained in the shout was very strong, and they knew that they were no match for it. A large amount of Yin Qi was repelled, and there was a temporary blank space. Immediately, a large amount of Yin Qi swept in again, filling the blank space. Shenzong stood in the middle of the Yin Qi, and there were traces of strong Qi fluctuations all over his body. It was like the rising and falling of the tide, vigorous, domineering, sharp, and shockingly powerful. The 6th level of the chaotic heaven-breaking energy is really strong. Carefully feeling the inner strength in his body, a smile appeared on Shenzong's face. It was joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Ever since Shenzong had obtained the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force, he had been unable to cultivate it to the 6th level after reaching the 5th level. It required too much time to hone it. He had not expected that he would finally succeed in cultivating it with the help of the chilly wind valley. The changes brought about by the 6th level of the chaotic heaven-breaking energy were very obvious. The internal strength in his body became more and more pure as it continued to circulate. Shenzong was not in a hurry to leave, because the chaotic heaven-breaking energy had just broken through to the 6th level, and it had not reached the real limit yet. He wanted to consolidate it first and try his best to improve it to the limit. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed quickly. Shenzong also stopped cultivating, because the chaotic heaven-breaking energy had really reached the limit. The amount of internal strength in the 6th level did not increase compared to the 5th level, but the purity doubled, Shenzong said secretly after carefully feeling it. The amount of internal strength was not directly related to the level of strength. At best, the fighting time was longer, but the purity was closely related to the power. The higher the purity, the more powerful the power and the stronger the strength. In addition to the doubling of the purity, the recovery speed of internal strength has also doubled. Shenzong's current speed was as fast as lightning. The 6th level of the chaotic heaven energy shattering force was the consummation of this technique. The recovery rate of his inner strength doubled. Once consumed, it would quickly recover. It was amazing. The doubling of the purity of the chaotic heaven origin breaching force had greatly increased its might. It also allowed Shenzong to execute his movement technique at a much faster speed. Shenzong was as fast as the wind. Together with the powerful chaotic body, his speed was not inferior to the red scale dragon horse. His endurance was not inferior either. The red-scaled flood dragon horse had been brought back by the second prince and the others, so Xianxia could only rely on his 2 legs to travel. The strong wind whistled past him, and the scenery on his left and right flashed past him at a rapid speed. This kind of feeling was very wonderful. Moving as fast as lightning, Xianxia felt as if he was about to fly. He immediately entered the realm of enlightenment and connected with the power of heaven and earth. It was as if a breeze was blowing from all directions, surrounding Xianxia and lifting Xianxia's body. It made him lighter and his speed increased by more than 30%. When entering the realm of enlightenment, it would consume spiritual power to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. However, Xianxia grasped the limit and only drew upon it slightly. This way, the consumption of spiritual power would not be too much. He could maintain a balance and increase his speed by 30%. On the other hand, he could further train his control of the power of heaven and earth. But no matter what, the recovery rate of his spiritual power could not keep up with the consumption rate. When almost all of his spiritual power was consumed, Xianxia exited the realm of enlightenment. He continued on his way and allowed his spiritual power to recover on its own. When it was fully recovered, he entered the realm of enlightenment again and increased his speed again. At night, Xianxia half lay on the trunk of a tree beside the road. He did not move, but his mind was not calm at all. He was seizing every minute and second to comprehend various things. The sky was slightly bright. After taking the profound energy pill, Xianxia continued on his way. The sun rose and the moon set. The moon rose and the sun set. Day by day, the sun and the moon alternated. On the 5th day, Xianxia saw the outline of the royal city wall. Finally, exhaling, Xianxia showed a touch of joy. He increased his speed and rushed forward. Stepping through the outer city gates of the capital, Xianxia's heart calmed down as he sensed the aura that only the capital had. Soon after, his stomach seemed to grumble. He was hungry. Xianxia almost drooled at the thought of eating essence pills these days. Although they could fill his stomach and replenish his physical strength, he felt as if his intestines were calling out to him at the thought of the delicious and hot food. He did not return to the Guan mansion directly. Instead, he found a restaurant in the outer city that looked pretty good. It was afternoon, and most people had already eaten lunch. However, it was not yet time for dinner, so there were not many customers in the restaurant. There were only 2 or 3 tables. Xianxia sat down at an empty table by the window. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The waiter of the restaurant, wearing a clean white tablecloth, came up to greet him with a smile. "What's your signature dish?" Xianxia asked casually. Since he had decided to have a big meal, he would not do it casually. "That's a good question." The waiter smiled and said, "Our restaurant has crystal pork knuckles, 7 spice beef, 3 delicacies." The waiter named 7 or 8 dishes in a row. "Give me one of each, and a bottle of wine," Xianxia said directly. He was hungry. "Okay. Please wait a moment. Drink some tea to moisten your throat. The dishes will be served soon." The waiter smiled. "Where did this Xianxia come from?" Xianxia looked at the scenery outside the window while waiting. He also heard the conversations of other customers in the restaurant. "I don't know. He's not from our dynasty. I heard that his cultivation has reached the peak of the qi refining realm." The peak of the qi refining realm. This Xianxia is too powerful. Other than Ding Xian, no one among the younger generation of qi refining realm warriors is a match for him. No one can even withstand 3 strikes from him. Xianxia's attention was immediately attracted, and his curiosity was piqued. Xianxia, he had never heard of this name. Other than Ding Xian, no one among the younger generation of qi refining realm warriors could withstand 3 strikes from him. Did that mean that even the second-ranked warrior on the Jialong list of the dynasty was no match for him? Xianxia already knew that the second-ranked warrior on the Jialong list of the dynasty was at the middle stage of the 6-star level. However, he could not withstand 3 strikes from Xianxia. The gap was too big. Then how powerful was Xianxia? Suddenly, Xianxia's interest was piqued. He wanted to see the so-called powerful Xianxia with his own eyes. It would be best if he could fight with him. In a few days, the dragon fighting ring will be held. At that time, Nan Shuntian and Ding Xian will fight. I wonder who is stronger. Ding Xian. Chen Zong murmured thoughtfully. Ding Xian was the first-ranked warrior on the Jiaolong list of the dynasty. It was said that his combat strength was at the late stage of the 6-star level. Of course, Chen Zong did not know if that was his full strength. After all, he had never seen Ding Xian fight, nor had he fought with him. Ding Xian had reached the peak of the qi refining realm. This was the goal that Chen Zong wanted to pursue. How powerful was Nan Shuntian, how powerful was Ding Xian, who would win the fight between Nan Shuntian and Ding Xian? Chen Zong wanted to know all of these. Not far away, a few guests were talking about the fight between Nan Shuntian and Ding Xian. They all had their own opinions. They were just short of quoting the classics to debate. But the real winner would depend on the fight between the two. At this time, the waiter quickly walked up with steaming hot dishes and placed them in front of Chen Zong. He then poured a glass of wine for Chen Zong. Sir, please enjoy. Then, the waiter left. His stomach growled again. He ate quickly but did not seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he enjoyed the food with a unique taste. The stewed meat melted as soon as it entered his mouth. The chewy bull meat gave off 7 different flavors, stimulating his taste buds and giving off a unique flavor. Chen Zong ate the meat in big mouthfuls and drank the wine glass after glass. Like a whirlwind, he wiped out the table of food and wine. Even a dog would cry at the sight of the plates because he ate them too cleanly. If a martial artist ate without restraint, their appetite was still very large. This was especially true for a martial artist like Chen Zong, whose physique had broken through the limits of the human body. His digestive ability was astonishing. Normally, food that would cause all kinds of adverse effects to the body would be digested completely once it entered his stomach. Only the useful parts of the body would be kept. This was also a manifestation of his ability to survive. 80% full. That's enough. Chen Zong thought. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down and rested for a while before paying the bill. Such a full meal, and it was the restaurant's signature dish. Even in a place like the royal city, there were only 3 spirit shells. Of course, for a normal person, 3 spirit shells were enough for them to live for a long time. There are still a few days before the battle between Nan Shuntian and Ding Xian. Maybe I can try to further purify my inner force in these few days. Chen Zong thought to himself. When a martial artist's cultivation reached the limit of a realm, he had to further strengthen his foundation and purify his inner force to the real limit. However, this usually required the corresponding cultivation method or secret method. In the mountain overlook courtyard, Chen Zong had memorized the secret method of purifying inner force, the strength condensation technique. He did not practice the strength condensation technique before because his cultivation had not reached the real limit. Now that he had reached the peak of the 9th transformation of the strength refining realm, and his cultivation method had broken through to the highest level, the 6th level. This was his limit. Walking along the wide and clean street, Chen Zong walked to the inner city gate and took out the National Scholar token. This was a symbol of his status. After returning to the Guan mansion, Chen Zong first went to visit the Duke of Jingyuan to inform him of his return. Chen Zong's breath was completely restrained. Without using his inner force, it was difficult to sense his cultivation. The Duke of Jingyuan also could not see the changes in Chen Zong. Returning to the red maple garden, he took off the fierce dragon bow and 12 arrows. The original purpose of bringing the bow and arrows was to better fight. However, the environment and terrain of the chilly Wind Valley were not conducive to the use of the bow and arrows. It was better to use 2 swords directly. Therefore, Chen Zong did not use them. After a short rest, Chen Zong began to practice the strength condensation technique. Time was important. While he was still young, he had to work harder and improve himself as much as possible. He had to compete with others, himself, and time. Every opportunity had to be fought for, whether it was intentional or unintentional. When one's cultivation reached the extreme, it was very difficult to purify his inner force. Even if one had the secret method, it could not be done overnight. It required enough time and energy and great perseverance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve anything. As the strength condensation technique was activated, the powerful and vigorous Huntian Yuan breaking force was also activated. However, at first, it was very difficult and obscure, as if a child was dragging a 100-kilogram heavy object. It was difficult to move it, even if he tried his best. However, Chenzong persevered. Practicing the secret method of purifying inner force like the strength condensation technique, if the inner force itself was not pure enough, it would be easier to purify it. However, if the inner force itself was very pure, it would be several times more difficult to purify it. The Huntian Yuan breaking force was a peerless earth-level cultivation method. Among the cultivation methods for cultivating inner force, it was the top one. Moreover, among the various peerless earth-level cultivation methods, it was also one of the top ones. The inner force cultivated by it was naturally very pure. There was no doubt that it was much more difficult to purify it with such high purity. Fortunately, Chenzong's mental strength was also very strong. After holding on for a while, he managed to activate the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking force. It followed the path of the strength condensation technique bit by bit, like an old ox dragging a heavy cart. Chenzong's forehead was slightly sweaty and his breathing became uneven. However, he still persevered. When his clothes were wet with sweat, Chenzong opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He felt relieved. Finally, it took him 3 hours to slowly circulate the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking force according to the path of the strength condensation technique. However, when Chenzong felt it carefully, he found that there was almost no improvement in the purity of his inner force. He could not help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. The weather in the dynasty was not that cold, but it was a little unusual this year. In the winter, snowflakes slowly drifted down, like pure white fairies dancing between heaven and earth. Their dance was beautiful and peerless. In the morning, cold air filled the air. When people exhaled, they could see bits of frost. However, this kind of cold weather could not stop the martial artist's passion, which was like fire. Because today was the day the emperor of the Cloud Dragon dynasty decreed that a mysterious young warrior would fight against Ding Xian, the first on the Jiao Dragon list. Who would win? It attracted countless people's attention and made them speculate. Even a snowstorm could not stop the crowd's enthusiasm, let alone a snowy day like this. In order for most people to be able to see this battle, it would not be held in the palace. Instead, it would be held in a huge open space outside the imperial city. A dragon fighting ring was built directly. Dragon pillars supported the sky. The round dragon fighting ring was heavy and steady, as if it was suppressing the earth. Xianxia had arrived early. He stood on the dragon fighting ring, resting with his eyes closed. His body was motionless, as if even if the earth collapsed, it would not affect him at all. The fiery red martial robe was covered with golden veined patterns. It was like a beam of light from the scorching sun. When one looked at it, one would unconsciously feel a trace of heat coming from it, as if it was melting the scattered snowflakes that were falling. His long saber was on his back, as if he was sleeping. Time passed slowly. More and more people arrived at the dragon fighting ring. Their eyes fell on Xianxia. They felt that he was standing between heaven and earth, infinitely tall, and his aura was indescribable. Following the crowd, Chenzong arrived as well. His gaze pierced through hundreds of meters and fell on Xianxia. There seemed to be a wave of heat sweeping over, like an invisible wave of fire. Just this aura alone made Chenzong feel that this person was extraordinary. This kind of heat was an aura. It was very difficult to condense one's aura to such a level. At least, this person was the first warrior in the Qi refining realm that Chenzong had ever seen who could condense his aura to such a level. At this moment, a figure flew over everyone's heads at lightning speed, bringing with it a gust of strong wind that swirled the beautiful snowflakes forward in a spiral. Landing firmly on the ground, he faced Xianxia. At the same time, Xianxia's tightly closed eyes opened, emitting a cold light that was as sharp as a blade. In that instant, everyone felt as if an invisible blade had slashed across their eyes, stinging them. "Are you Ding Xian?" Xianxia's tone was calm, but there was an indescribable arrogance that came from his bones. "You're Xianxia?" Ding Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice. A powerful Qi force surrounded him. The strongest person in the Qi refining realm in the dynasty. "Make your move." Let's see if you can block 3 of my blades. Nan Shuntian did not care about Ding Xian's tone at all. He continued to speak in an arrogant but calm tone. Ding Xian was infuriated. He pulled out the long saber on his back, and the blue saber light cut the snowflakes in half, leaving a dazzling saber shadow in the air that slowly dissipated. Saber chi swept across the hard ground, leaving behind a straight saber mark. Slash! With a low shout, Ding Xian's long saber slashed down. A terrifying internal force surged, and the saber light turned into a sharp ray of light, unparalleled and unparalleled. It slashed viciously at Nan Shuntian. This saber strike was fast and fierce. In the blink of an eye, the tyrannical cyan blade cut through the void, traversing more than 10 meters and arriving in front of Nan Shuntian without mercy. On the other hand, Nan Shuntian's eyes were fixed on the cyan blade as if he was frightened, not moving an inch. Is this all you've got? Suddenly, Nan Shuntian spoke. His voice was loud and clear, but it was faster than the saber light. You've disappointed me. The moment the last word was spoken, it was as if a blazing sun had risen from the eastern horizon, bringing light and heat to the surroundings. The beautiful snowflakes melted in an instant, turning into droplets of water that fell to the ground. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. However, there was a shocking sound in everyone's ears, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The intense heat made everyone feel as if they were about to melt. The saber light shattered, turning into sparks that scattered in all directions. It was exceptionally bright. Nan Shuntian did not move an inch, but Ding Xian took 2 steps back. At this level, you can't even take 3 of my saber strikes. Nan Shuntian smiled gently. The crimson saber slashed through the air, leaving behind a trail of heat. Show me your full strength. Then take it. Ding Xian's face darkened, and his body seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone heard a whistling sound, like the sound of a tsunami coming from afar. The internal force surrounding Ding Xian suddenly increased by several times. One could almost see with the naked eye that there were wisps of energy circulating around him, as sharp as the edge of a saber. A unique aura spread out and filled the surroundings, giving people a sense of harmony, without beginning or end. The great completion of the Qi refining realm. Nan Shuntian's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. Then he smiled. Is this your true combat strength? You've surprised me. 9 slashes of the Azure Mystic. A thunderous roar split the air. The green saber light seemed to ignore the distance between space and time, appearing in front of Nan Shuntian, its trajectory mysterious and unpredictable. In an instant, 9 saber strikes came from 9 different directions towards Nan Shuntian. Every strike was real, and every strike contained terrifying power. Slash, 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 there was no way to dodge from all directions. Blazing sun. Rising morning sun. Like a divine voice, the crimson saber light turned into a rising sun. The light and heat were enough to attack one's spiritual will. Under the saber light, Nan Shuntian's body seemed to be swallowed up. Only a golden red sun, a few meters in size, rose into the sky. Its tyrannical power was unstoppable, and it collided with the 9 saber lights that came from all directions. The 9 green saber lights were powerful and forcefully pressed down, trying to cut the rising morning sun into pieces. The morning sun was tough and tough. Under the violent rebound, it soared into the sky, and the green saber lights were shattered after being bounced off. When the morning sun rose to a height of more than 10 meters, it suddenly stopped. Then, it charged towards Ding Xian. The strong saber pressure of the morning sun swept over like a storm. Ding Xian's black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his long robe fluttered. It was like a flag in the wind, almost torn to pieces. Ding Xian could clearly feel a strong heat coming towards him. As he breathed, his body heated up as well. Green mystic space splitting slash. Almost every word was spoken with a powerful cadence, containing supreme power. Ding Xian held the saber with both hands. The qi around him and the internal strength in his body were all poured into the green saber in an instant. The green saber light was blinding. Ding Xian's entire being seemed to have become one with the saber in his hand. The first level of the unity of body and saber, this strike was very powerful. The green saber light was highly condensed. It was as bright as crystal, but it was many times harder than steel. As the morning sun rushed forward, the green saber light, as bright as crystal, slashed down. The saber light slashed at the center of the morning sun, causing the shockingly powerful morning sun to stop. Then, the saber light cut into the morning sun. It was unstoppable. Cut in half, the saber light of the morning sun slashed through Ding Xian's left and right sides, leaving 2 black saber marks in the battle dragon ring. After the green saber light cut the morning sun, it did not stop there. It continued forward, and the saber pressure cut a straight trench in the battle dragon ring. It quickly spread towards Nan Shantian. This is interesting. Nan Shantian smiled. During this period, no one could withstand 3 of his saber attacks. In fact, that was when he held back. If he had used the rising sun saber just now, no one would have been able to block it. Ding Xian not only blocked it, but also broke it open and counterattacked. It was interesting to defeat such an opponent. Nan Shuentian's blood seemed to boil. An even more powerful aura burst out from his body, and the light and heat became more and more obvious. Nan Shantian was finally going to show his true strength after coming to the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Ding Xian felt an invisible pressure for no reason. His expression became serious, and his internal strength surged. His qi became even more powerful. When one reached the peak of the qi training realm, the internal strength would flow through the body, forming a nearly perfect cycle in the body. Not only would the internal strength become purer, but the recovery speed would also reach the peak. Under normal circumstances, as long as one did not overuse their internal strength would recover in the shortest time possible. This meant that the time they could use their internal strength in battle would be extended by more than 10 times. Whoosh, Nan Shantian turned into a red light and tore through the air, rushing towards Ding Xian. Ding Xian also turned into a green light and rushed towards Nan Shantian. The red and green saber light collided in the air again and again. In the blink of an eye, the two had each slashed out dozens of times. Each slash was powerful and sharp. Slash, slash, stab, slash. Compared to sword arts, saber arts had fewer basic moves and focused more on the application of slashing, but its power was very strong. Both Nan Shantian and Ding Xian practiced saber arts and had reached the unity realm of body and saber unity. Each slash was able to integrate the strength of their body into one and display the most powerful force. Nan Shuentian's internal strength was fiery, like the sun, but Ding Xian's internal strength was calm and steady, but also as light as the wind. Fight, 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 in the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged hundreds of blows. The red and green saber light dazzled the eyes of the audience. Just looking at it would make them feel sore. The hard battle dragon ring was filled with saber scars of different colors and lengths. It was a shocking sight to behold. Chen Zong's eyes were fixed on the fight. He did not blink when Nan Shantian and Ding Xian began their close combat. With his excellent eyesight and superb martial arts realm, Chen Zong was able to capture every move of the two clearly. Every warrior who had mastered the unity of body and martial arts would cultivate their martial arts to the extreme. The difference between their martial arts and those who had not mastered the unity of body and martial arts was huge. Even though Chen Zong had reached the second level of Linggu in the unity of body and martial arts realm, which had surpassed Nan Shantian and Ding Xian's unity realm, it did not mean that the two saber arts had no merit. On the contrary, they each had their own strengths. Nan Shuentian's saber art was full of heat, like the sun. Every slash was vast and mighty, capable of attacking everything. It was so powerful that those who did not have a strong will would be weakened under the impact of such momentum. It would be difficult for them to fully display their strength. Ding Xian's saber art, on the other hand, was different. It combined strength and speed, or rather, weight and lightness. Heaviness and lightness had always opposed each other, but Ding Xian's saber technique contained both of them. Every saber move was not only quick, light, and agile, but also shockingly powerful. No wonder he was ranked first on the Flood Dragon list. Such a saber technique was indeed shocking. So powerful. The combat strength of these two is really terrifying. Is a late-stage 6-star so powerful? Below the fighting dragon ring, everyone was shocked. This is definitely not the combat strength of a late-stage 6-star. A warrior of the real martial realm whispered, this combat strength is at least at the peak of the 6-star level. Lin Jingyuan, Wang Songtao, and the others were stunned. Nan Xuantian's background was mysterious, and they did not know how powerful he was. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was at the peak of the 6-star level. What shocked them was Ding Xian. For a long time, many people knew that Ding Xian had reached the completion of the qi refining realm. Similarly, the combat strength of a late-stage 6-star was also the level that Ding Xian had shown. No matter how one calculated it, Ding Xian had reached his limit. All that was left was to break through to the real martial realm. With Ding Xian's talent, breaking through to the real martial realm was almost a certainty. However, the strange thing was that Ding Xian had not broken through. It seemed that he had found a way to further improve his combat strength. It would be better if he could break through to the real martial realm in this way. Nan Shantian slashed out with his saber. The crimson saber light connected into a large area, like the sun rising in the sky and then exploding in the air. The crimson saber light cut through the air and made a loud buzzing sound, which made people's scalp tingle. Countless crimson saber qi tore through the air and rushed toward Ding Xian. The strong saber pressure repelled the surrounding air, forming a shock wave. The crimson saber light surged in all directions and spread the heat. Wherever it passed, the beautiful snowflakes melted into water droplets. With a loud shout, Ding Xian did not dodge. Instead, he attacked with his saber. The cyan saber light danced. In an instant, dozens and hundreds of saber light slashed out like a cyan river. Waves were set off in the river, pushing forward layer by layer. The amazing power repelled the air and turned it into invisible air waves, making deafening whistling sounds. You are no match for me. As soon as Nan Xuantian's voice fell, the countless crimson saber lights instantly converged into one. It was extremely dazzling, and the giant crimson saber cut through the green saber river like a hot knife through butter. It was now in front of Ding Xian. Ding Xian found it hard to breathe due to the heat and vastness. His expression changed drastically. The power of this saber move had surpassed the peak of the 6-star level and reached a higher level. That was the limit of 6-star. Ding Xian's combat strength had indeed only recently reached the peak of the 6-star level. The limit of the 6-star level was not his combat strength. What to do? In an instant, the tyrannical inner strength contracted, rotated, and then exploded. This was a secret technique that used inner strength. In an instant, a large amount of inner strength was released in exchange for an instant increase in combat strength. The air seemed to be ignited, and there was a violent explosion. Invisible qi waves surged out. The saber light on the cyan long saber could not be controlled, and it almost flew out of the saber. In the blink of an eye, Ding Xian's combat strength soared to the limit of the 6-star level after using the secret technique of inner strength. He slashed out with his saber. The giant crimson saber and the dazzling cyan saber light collided. At first, there was a pause, as if there was a terrifying shock wave that could destroy everything. Then, the saber shattered, and countless crimson and cyan splashed in all directions. The terrifying saber aura split the ground open again, and pits of various sizes and cracks were densely packed. It made one's face turn pale. If that kind of saber aura landed on him, he would probably be riddled with holes or even cut into pieces. Another saber move. Nan Shantian roared and raised the crimson long saber with both hands. It emitted a shocking light and heat, as if it had turned into a scorching sun. The terrifying heat covered an area of more than 10 meters, as if it was going to melt everything. The dazzling red light made it difficult for Ding Xian to look straight at it. The heat made his body burn as he breathed, as if he was going to burn. It was very uncomfortable, but if he did not breathe, he would feel suffocated, and it would affect the use of his strength. Gritting his teeth, Ding Xian unleashed his inner strength again and used the secret technique. Unleashing his inner strength twice in a row in a short period of time would put a huge burden on his body, but he had to do it. When the sabers collided, Ding Xian's body swayed, but he still managed to resist Nan Xuantian's attack. However, Nan Xuantian's third saber move did not weaken at all. After the third attack, Ding Xian's face was flushed red. His bones and muscles were already injured, and his organs were inevitably bleeding. If he were to unleash the fourth attack, his injuries would worsen, and he would be seriously injured. Ding Xian managed to resist this saber move again. With a long roar, Nan Xuantian's momentum seemed to have reached its peak as he leaped into the air. What the audience saw was not a human figure, but a scorching sun rising into the sky. When it rose to its peak, the power seemed to have surpassed a limit and reached a higher level. That was the level that was infinitely close to a 7-star combat power. Ding Xian could not breathe at all. He felt as if he was being roasted under the scorching sun, as if he was going to burn. He had no choice but to squint his eyes. "Stop, I admit defeat," Ding Xian shouted with difficulty, as if he was staring at the scorching wind blowing at him. The scorching sun saber light that was about to strike him suddenly stopped. It trembled a few times and then disappeared. Nan Xuantian stood in front of Ding Xian. The crimson long saber was only a finger's length away from Ding Xian's forehead. The shocking sharpness and heat of the saber seemed to want to burn Ding Xian's forehead. What amazing control! Chen Zong was secretly surprised. The power of Nan Xuantian's saber move was incomparably powerful. It was even more powerful than a 6-star combat power. It was infinitely close to a 7-star combat power. However, such power was withdrawn after a slight tremble. It did not harm Nan Xuantian at all. Did Ding Xian just admit defeat? That's right, Ding Xian admitted defeat. I didn't think that even Ding Xian would not be a match for him. Then which of the younger generation in our dynasty would be a match for Nan Xuantian? No, no one was a match for him. They were all defeated. This feeling was very strange. It made people feel excited, but it also made people feel regretful and ashamed. If Nan Xuantian was from the Cloud Dragon dynasty, then everyone would be happy that he defeated Ding Xian. However, he was not. He came from outside the dynasty. Your combat power is not bad. You are not weaker than the number 1 genius of the Nine Eagle dynasty and the Silver Light dynasty. In fact, you are even stronger. Nan Xuantian flipped his saber and accurately inserted it into the scabbard. There was not the slightest sound, which meant that the saber did not cause much friction with the scabbard. There was a hint of praise in his words, but Ding Xian could not feel happy. He even felt that Nan Xuantian was mocking him. Yes, he was at the peak of the Qi training realm, the number 1 on the Jiao Dragon list, and the strongest of the younger generation in the Qi training realm. Now, he had broken through the limit and raised his combat power to the peak of the 6-star level. Even with such combat power, he was still defeated. The most humiliating thing was that he admitted defeat. The difference in defeat was like a devil gnawing at his heart. His heart felt like it was dripping blood. However, there is still a gap between your combat power and mine. You can't make me happy. What a pity. Nan Xuantian was arrogant and said whatever he wanted to say. His words were like an invisible blade that ruthlessly pierced Ding Xian's heart. This feeling almost made Ding Xian go crazy. His eyes turned red, but his reason stopped him. He did not dare to use his saber because he knew that he was no match for Nan Xuantian. A small dynasty is a small dynasty. Even if there are so-called geniuses, they are just SOSO. Nan Xuantian's eyes swept across the crowd. He had the terrifying aura of someone who had defeated Ding Xian. His gaze was like a blazing sun in the sky, causing many of the younger generation to be unable to look him in the eye, except for Chen Zong. His words immediately made many people angry, especially those who had reached the true martial realm but were not over 30 years old. They could not wait to teach Nan Xuantian a lesson. A small dynasty. Chen Zong caught Nan Xuantian's words and was slightly startled. Countless thoughts burst forth in his mind. Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me? It doesn't matter if you are over 24 years old or over 30 years old, as long as you haven't reached the true martial realm. Nan Xuantian looked around. Although he was arrogant, he was not brainless. He knew that he was no match for a true martial realm cultivator. Even the weakest true martial realm cultivator was not something he could resist. Unfortunately, there was still no one who dared to fight with Nan Xuantian. After all, those older cultivators who had not reached the true martial realm could only increase their combat power by a limited amount. It was already very good if they could reach the 4-star realm. There were very few who could reach the 5-star realm, let alone the 6-star realm. Seeing that no one dared to fight, Nan Xuantian could not help but shake his head in disappointment. just as he was about to jump onto the battle dragon stage. Wait a moment. A voice rang out. It penetrated the noise and fell into Nan Xuantian's ears. The whispers all around fell silent. Everyone looked at the same person. It's him. Chen Zong. Why did he speak? Does he want to fight with Nan Xuantian? Chen Zong's talent and potential are not bad, but he is at most a 5-star realm cultivator. Even a 6-star realm cultivator is not a match for Nan Xuantian. Does he want to humiliate himself? He overestimates himself. When they saw the person who spoke, they were startled at first. Then, they began to whisper. Many people frowned. Brother Chen Zong. In the crowd, the second Prince Yuanyi also saw Chen Zong. The battle just now was very intense and there were many spectators. The battle was so intense that no one could be distracted. Therefore, no one noticed Chen Zong. Brother Chen's true combat power is definitely at the 6-star realm. Second Prince Yuanyi thought to himself. And he stayed in the chilly Wind Valley for a while. It's probably to cultivate. Maybe he succeeded in his cultivation and became even stronger. Maybe Chen Zong has a slight chance of contending with this mysterious Nan Xuantian. A trace of hope quietly grew in second Prince Yuanyi's heart. As a prince of the dynasty, a genius from the dynasty was defeated by a genius from outside the dynasty. No one could defeat him. That kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. Are you the one who called me? Nan Xuantian's gaze fell on Chen Zong. Chen Zong felt as if 2 rays of blazing sunlight were going to penetrate him and melt him. Do you want to fight with me? On the dragon fighting ring, Chen Zong and Nan Xuantian faced each other with a 20-meter gap between them. Nan Xuantian's overpowering aura continued to surge from his body. Like a blazing sun, his aura illuminated the world and covered everything. It was as if everything between heaven and earth was trembling under this terrifying aura. His aura seemed to be even stronger than when he fought against Ding Xian previously. His aura surged forward, as though it was going to crush Chen Zong completely. Ding Xian's eyes widened in anger. After glaring at Nan Xuantian, he looked at Chen Zong. This man, whom he had threatened before, dared to challenge Nan Xuantian in the dragon fighting ring. He did not respect him at all. He clenched his fist as if he wanted to crush Chen Zong to death. In the face of Nan Xuantian's sun-like aura, Chen Zong did not move at all. Even his breathing was not affected. Nan Xuantian's body was like a real sun, constantly emitting light and heat. Chen Zong's eyes did not seem to be affected either. He could stare directly at Nan Xuantian. Chen Zong's aura was so condensed that it did not leak out at all. Good. If you can withstand the impact of my aura, you are qualified to fight with me. Nan Xuantian roared and attacked first. The crimson long sword was unsheathed and turned into a red stream of light. It was dazzling and scorching. In an instant, it crossed 20 meters and slashed towards Chen Zong. The scorching wind whistled as if it wanted to burn everything. This attack was the combination of the body and the sword. The first sword light was like a red thunderbolt. It flashed by, its sharpness cutting through the air and the scorching wind. Then came the second sword light. The sword light was as heavy as a mountain and contained a tyrannical power. The moment it slashed, Chen Zong's inner strength surged and rushed straight into his left arm. His spine was like a winding dragon. Under the beating of his heart and lungs, a tyrannical physical strength went from his legs to his waist. After it was magnified, it surged through his back and reached his shoulders. It was like a torrent rushing through his arm and into the ancient imperial sword. The sword slashed down like a mountain with unparalleled power. Nan Xuantian immediately used body and sword as one. Chen Zong also used body and sword as one. Nan Xuantian's long saber vibrated and changed from a chopping motion to an upward slash. He wanted to intercept Chen Zong's sword strike and then press down to counterattack. However, even though his plan was good, it was futile. His long saber did not block Chen Zong's sword. The sword was like a mirage, but it also seemed like it was refracting in the water. It directly avoided Nan Xuantian's long saber and continued to fall. The terrifying pressure of the sword was like a mountain, making it difficult for Nan Xuantian to breathe. All right. Nan Xuantian couldn't help but agree. Compared to his battle with Ding Xian, he had yet to reveal his true strength and had only launched a probing attack. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a response since coming to the Three Dynasties. Perhaps he can contend against me. This thought popped out from the depths of his mind and couldn't be stopped. Not only did Nan Shuntian not feel displeased, he actually felt a kind of excitement. A truly powerful person wasn't just physically strong or in terms of cultivation, but more importantly, in terms of their spirit. They were not afraid of challenges and difficulties. They were able to pick themselves up when faced with setbacks and break through any obstacles. Nan Shuntian was not afraid that someone would be able to contend against him. He was only afraid that no one would be able to match him. Not only would that be lonely, but it would also be difficult for him to improve himself. Next, there was no need for probing. Nan Shuntian unleashed his full strength. The combat strength of a peak 6-star immediately posed a great threat to Chenzong. Like Ding Xian, Nan Shuntian's cultivation was also at the peak of the Qi training realm. However, his internal strength cultivation method seemed to be better than Ding Xian's, resulting in the power of his internal strength being stronger. The blazing internal strength pushed the power of the blazing sun saber technique to the extreme. There was no other way. Chenzong could only enter the realm of enlightenment. Sensing the heavens and earth, the flow of all auras became clear. Nan Shuntian's saber slashes became traceable. Chenzong's body was like the wind, extremely light and graceful. With a single thought, he was surrounded by a faint stream of air, as if he was about to soar into the air and fly. His two swords continuously slashed out. In an instant, a storm of sword light was set off, densely packed with sword qi. The sword qi was either long or short, straight or curved like the moon, light or slow. Nan Shuntian's saber was like a blazing sun, shattering all the sword qi and rushing towards Chenzong. Chenzong's figure drifted in all directions, easily avoiding Nan Shuntian's blazing sun saber. Wu Zhen. The pseudo-transcendents of the Cloud Dragon dynasty were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. A cultivator at the Qi training realm is actually Wu Zhen. Even the real transcendents were stunned. This boy is actually Wu Zhen. This kind of talent has already reached the level of the top geniuses of the dynasty. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man who didn't have any powerful aura around him muttered to himself in a low voice among the crowd. He came from the same place as Nan Shuntian, or rather, he was the one secretly protecting Nan Shuntian. Otherwise, with Nan Shuntian's arrogant personality, if he provoked some people to kill him, it would be a great loss. The saber and sword collided directly. Under the powerful force and astonishing speed, countless sparks sputtered out, creating a dazzling spectacle. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong and Nan Shuntian's saber and sword collided more than 100 times. Countless ripples spread out, as if countless stones were thrown into a lake, rippling endlessly. The blazing sun filled the sky and the storm passed through. More and more cracks appeared on the battle dragon ring, as if it would shatter at any moment. The two figures collided again and again. Those who were not strong enough could not see their figures clearly. They could only vaguely see two streaks of light shuttling back and forth across the battle dragon ring, overflowing with tyrannical qi and rolling up a storm. He can actually fight with Nan Shuntian to this extent. Everyone was shocked, especially the warriors of the true martial realm. The battle between Nan Shuntian and Ding Xian seemed to be evenly matched for a while, but Nan Shuntian did not use his full strength while Ding Xian did, which was different from the current situation. This meant that Chenzong's battle strength had most likely reached the peak of the 6-star realm. In the history of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, no one in the training realm had ever reached the peak of the 6-star realm. The highest record was the peak of the 6-star realm. The Nine Eagle dynasty and the Silver Light dynasty were the same. But now, the Cloud Dragon dynasty seemed to have a 6-star realm genius. The battle continued, and it was abnormally fierce. Aside from using secret techniques, Nan Shuntian also used his full strength. Blazing fire energy spurred the blazing sun saber technique. Every saber strike seemed to be able to melt steel. Not only that, but every saber strike contained a strong spiritual impact, making Chenzong feel like a fish thrown under the scorching sun. However, Chenzong's spiritual will had been tempered time and time again, becoming stronger and stronger. No matter how much Nan Xuantian's blazing sun blade technique attacked, he was not affected at all. Originally, Chenzong's battle strength had soared to the early 5-star realm after he comprehended the man and sword as one. After he reached the peak of the 9th transformation realm, his battle strength increased even further, reaching the mid 5-star realm. With a deeper understanding of the man and sword as one, his battle strength increased even further, reaching the late 5-star realm. After that, Chenzong's chaotic origin-breaking force broke through to the 6th stage, and his inner force became even purer, which made his battle strength soar, reaching the peak of the 5-star realm. Wuzhen made Chenzong's battle strength soar again, reaching the peak of the 6-star realm. However, this was not Chenzong's true limit. His pure inner force was only at the initial stage, and had not reached the true peak yet. There was still room for improvement. Moreover, Chenzong's cultivation had not reached the peak of the qi refining realm. Once he completed these 2 steps, he would break through the limit and reach the 7-star realm. The difference between the 7-star realm and the 6-star realm was like a gigantic chasm. Think about it. Since ancient times, none of the warriors in the 3 dynasties had been able to reach the 7-star realm. None of them had even reached the 7-star realm. Apart from using his secret technique, Chenzong displayed his strength to his heart's content. When he heard about Nan Xuantian, Chenzong had wanted to fight him. After seeing Nan Xuantian's strength and blade technique, his desire to fight him grew even stronger. Nan Xuantian also used his full strength. Fight. Fight, fight to your heart's content. Ha 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 ha. Nan Xuantian laughed loudly. The long blade in his hand seemed to be burning. The air in the battle dragon ring was scorching hot. Chenzong could feel the heat in his body as he breathed. It was as if flames were flowing into his body, burning his organs, bones, and muscles, increasing the consumption of his strength. However, Chenzong's body had broken through the limits of the human body. With the immemorial body, this kind of heat could not affect Chenzong at all. Chenzong could ignore it. In this way, the ability that Nan Xuantian was so proud of was ineffective against Chenzong. This was a true battle of strength. Nan Xuantian dodged the sword radiance. A coiling dragon pillar was directly cut in half and collapsed. The blade radiance fell from the sky like a sun, fiercely destroying everything. Chenzong's 2 swords pierced through the sun. The extremely condensed blade radiance was like a meteor piercing the moon, stabbing towards Nan Xuantian. Neither of them used the power of the pseudo-spiritual devices. For them, the power of the pseudo-spiritual devices was an external force. In a battle of life and death, there was no need to use them. Even if they used the power of the pseudo-spiritual devices to become stronger and win, they would not consider it a victory. Naturally, they would not be able to strengthen their belief. Below the battle dragon arena, everyone was dumbfounded. The intensity of this battle was beyond their expectations. It was even more intense than Ding Xian's battle. Ding Xian was shocked. He unconsciously clenched his fists. The veins on the back of his hands bulged like pythons. He could not calm down. Was this Chenzong's strength, the limit of the 6-star realm? How could this be possible? Ding Xian was unconvinced, unwilling, and crazy. His heart rose and fell like the tide. Ding Xian's breathing became rapid. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Chenzong and Nan Xuantian had lasted for a quarter of an hour. This was the longest battle between Chenzong and Nan Xuantian so far. Blazing sun. Falling sun. Nan Xuantian clenched his crimson saber with both hands. Saber light flickered and the red light illuminated the world like fire. The saber slashed down like a setting sun across the sky, slowly descending. It was mighty, overbearing, and unstoppable. It was as if the whole world had sunk into darkness with it. The blazing sun saber art was a peerless earth-grade saber art. Moreover, it was a complete peerless earth-grade saber art. Nan Xuantian had also cultivated it to the minute subtlety realm. When he used all his strength and became one with the saber was like the blazing sun, hot and domineering, above everything else. Of course, Nan Xuantian was still a long way from reaching such a realm. Chenzong glanced up. He did not take any stance, but in an instant, wave after wave of cross-sword light broke through the air. The cross-sword light was endless, like a surging tide, and all of them slashed at the falling saber light. Every time they collided, the air vibrated and made deafening noises. The warriors in the Qi refining realm were shocked, and they all retreated. Only then did the feeling of being hit in the head by an invisible sledgehammer disappear. Wave after wave of cross-sword light shattered under the saber light like the setting sun. They turned into sputtering starlight, spreading in all directions. Amidst the magnificence, there was a boundless danger. The falling sun saber was highly condensed and difficult to break. However, Qinzong's high-speed cross-sword light bombarded continuously, and it was still affected. When the falling sun saber was about to hit his body, Qinzong's body paused for a moment. His back rose and fell like a dragon, and his powerful strength was integrated into one. His arms swayed gently, and the two swords pierced through the air. The high-speed swords shattered the sky, and countless sword lights fell like rain. In an instant, all of them stabbed at the same point of the setting sun. That was the opening Qinzong had created. With a bang, the slanting sun saber light was shattered. Crimson flowing light surged. Qinzong's figure seemed to tremble slightly in an instant. A transparent illusory figure appeared beside Nan Shuntian, and a transparent longsword pierced through the sky. Dazzling flash dragon sword, Nan Shuntian's long sword danced wildly. The moment the transparent figure was shattered, a second, third, and fourth transparent figure appeared one after another, and attacked Nan Shuntian from 3 directions. Slash, slash, stab, every strike seemed to be able to pierce through a mountain, and every strike had the power of a peak 6 star. Just as Nan Shuntian reacted and swung his saber at the 3 figures, a 5th transparent figure appeared in the air and stabbed down with his sword. It was so silent that it seemed as if it could pierce through the earth and into the 9 hells. 5 lights. The martial practitioners who recognized Qinzong's 9 lights flashing dragon sword were shocked. Because the Navagraha flash dragon sword technique was a royal martial art, it was not available outside. If Qinzong wanted to cultivate it, he could only choose from the royal family's armory. It hadn't even been a month since Qinzong chose the 9-shine flashing dragon sword, yet he had already reached the 5th level. This speed was too frightening. Dazzling flash dragon sword was a complete earth-level peerless rank martial art. Qinzong slashed 3 times with all his strength, and they collided with the swords of the 3 transparent figures beside him. After blocking their attacks, Qinzong slashed his sword upward, like the rising sun. Even the falling sky could not resist its power. The dazzling sun saber technique was good at instantaneous bursts of power. It could push one's strength and saber technique to the extreme in an instant, and it was very suitable for battle. The rising saber collided with the falling sword, and a dazzling light burst out. The 6th transparent figure appeared in the battle dragon ring, below Nan Shuntian. He slashed his sword upward, and the tyrannical sword pressure compressed the air like fine steel. The air was then compressed to the extreme, and the explosion spread out in all directions, forming a ring of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. This sword pierced through the center of the ring of ripples, and it made people feel that even the sky was pierced. Dazzling sun. Scorching sun in the sky. The majestic voice resounded, and a dazzling light burst out from Nan Shuntian's body. It was as if he had turned into a scorching sun in an instant. The crimson saber had already turned into beams of blazing light, surrounding him and shining in all directions. This was the killing move of the dazzling sun saber technique. It was both offensive and defensive, and its power was unparalleled. The dazzling 6 luminaries flash dragon sword was the level that Qinzong had reached. The 2 transparent figures melted like snow under the scorching sun. The scorching sun in the sky trembled, and suddenly, they drew a beautiful trajectory and fell toward Qinzong. The dazzling sun suppressed Qinzong, and attacked Qinzong's spiritual will. Pressure, extremely strong pressure. Nan Shuntian's attack had surpassed the level that he had used to defeat Ding Xian. It showed signs of a 7-star battle strength. Ding Xian's expression changed greatly, and he looked ferocious. His fingernails pierced the skin between his thumb and forefinger, and blood oozed out. The second prince and the others looked worried. Qinzong might not be able to take this attack, and he would be defeated. Qinzong's battle with Nan Shuntian gave people hope. If he was also defeated, then no one in the younger generation of the Qi refining realm in the entire dynasty would be a match for Nan Shuntian. Hundreds of years ago, martial King Huntian was invincible, and the shadow left behind by him had affected many people for decades. If Nan Shuntian won again, there would be a lot of negative effects in the following period of time, and morale would be damaged. Once warriors lost their morale and drive, it would be difficult for them to improve. The pressure, the unprecedented pressure, was enormous, and it was as if a real scorching sun had fallen, destroying the world. Chen Zong's tenacious spiritual will was also greatly impacted and trembled. "My sword will." Chen Zong shouted in a low voice, and his trembling spiritual will was also stabilized. The mysterious sword tip in the space between his eyebrows seemed to be attracted, and it trembled slightly. Silver light shone in all directions, and the azure dragon danced in the air, and the ancient dragon's roar seemed to come from a mysterious place. In an instant, all the pressure seemed to disappear, and countless sceneries flashed by. All kinds of insights emerged, and Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. 6 luminaries flash dragon. Dragon piercing the sky. With a sway of his body, 6 transparent illusory figures appeared around Chen Zong. Each of the illusory longswords displayed a different sword move, which then merged into one. A dominating dragon's roar reverberated in the air, and the transparent divine dragon soared into the sky. Its momentum was so domineering that even heaven and earth bowed before it. The scorching sun fell, and the divine dragon soared into the sky. In an instant, the divine dragon struck the scorching sun, and after a slight pause, it pierced through the middle of the scorching sun. The scorching sun shattered, and the divine dragon shattered inch by inch, and disappeared into nothingness. Chen Zong's figure appeared in midair, and his 2 swords roared like a hurricane, and sword chi flashed violently, and all of them slashed towards Nan Shuntian. Nan Shuntian waved his saber like rain, and sword chi poured down like a waterfall. What was that sword move of Chen Zong just now? I think I saw a dragon. It really was a dragon. The pseudo-transcendence of the dynasty all had dignified expressions. As long as it was an earth-grade martial skill, one would need to comprehend it after cultivating it to the extreme. From there, one would be able to comprehend a deeper level of profoundness. However, it was extremely difficult. Many martial artists had never even heard of such a thing. In the history of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, there were very few cultivators of the refining realm who had reached this step. Throughout the 1,000 years, there were no more than 10. Chen Zong, was it another one? At that moment, under the attack of Chen Zong's 2 swords, Nan Shuntian was forced to retreat until he reached the edge of the battle dragon ring. He stepped on the broken ring, and his whole body fell down. Chen Zong was still standing on the battle dragon ring. The battle dragon ring looked like it had been shattered by a great earthquake. Who won? I don't know, but it looks like it's a tie. I think Chen Zong should have won. Look, he's still standing on the battle dragon ring, while Nan Shuntian has fallen down. That's true. It seemed that Nan Shuntian's expression was normal, and so was Chen Zong, which meant that neither of them was injured. The only difference was that one was still standing on the battle dragon ring, while the other was still standing below. To be able to meet you, my trip was not in vain. Nan Shuntian sheathed his saber, and his face was full of excitement. Nan Shuntian had come to the 3 dynasties to gain experience. He wanted to learn from his predecessors and find a way to break through to the 7-star level, and then break through to the true force realm. He had defeated one opponent after another, and none of them had made him use his full strength. Even Ding Xian was a bit lacking. Nan Shuntian was very disappointed, and thought that he would not be able to complete this trip. But to his surprise, Chen Zong had appeared. Not only did he fight fiercely with Nan Shuntian, but he also forced Nan Shuntian to use the blazing sun saber technique. Even so, Nan Shuntian was not defeated. Instead, Nan Shuntian had broken his blazing sun saber technique. Their last exchange was like the afterglow of the setting sun. I've lost this battle. Various thoughts flashed through Nan Shuntian's mind as he declared straightforwardly. A loss was a loss, and a win was a win. Nan Shuntian had been defeated and fell down from the battle dragon ring. This was proof that he had lost. Maybe if they fought again, he would not necessarily lose, but he had lost this battle. Nan Shuntian was arrogant, but he could afford to lose. It's a draw. Chen Zong said with a faint smile. It was indeed a draw. If the battle dragon ring had not been broken, Nan Shuntian would not have fallen down. Chen Zong was not confident that he could defeat Nan Shuntian if the battle had continued. Haha, a loss is a loss. Nan Shuntian laughed. I will remember your name, Chen Zong. But the Cloud Dragon dynasty is just a small dynasty. So are the Nine Eagles dynasty and the Silver Light dynasty. With your talent and potential, you should go to a wider world to have a brighter future. Hearing this, Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. After Nan Shuntian finished speaking, he turned and strode away. His back was still as arrogant as ever. Not only was he not weakened by the loss, but he looked even straighter, like a saber that could pierce the sky. Brother Chen, congratulations. The second prince strode over, his face full of smiles and excitement. The first prince and the third prince also strode over with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Chen Zong was the center of attention, shining brightly. National scholar Chen Zong, extremely talented. He has brought glory to the dynasty, set a new standard for the younger generation, and reached a new height in martial arts. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar. National scholar Chen Zong, extremely talented. He has brought glory to the dynasty, set a new standard for the younger generation, and reached a new height in martial arts. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar. National scholar Chen Zong, extremely talented. He has brought glory to the dynasty, set a new standard for the younger generation, and reached a new height in martial arts. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar. National Scholar of the dynasty was the general term. National Scholar was the lowest, and Great National Scholar was the next level. National Scholar was 1 in 10,000. And only those with great power could be the next level. Great National Scholar was the next level. Only those who had made great contributions to the dynasty were qualified to be conferred the title. Once the imperial edict came out, the whole world was shocked. I remember that the last time someone was conferred the title of National Scholar was 20 years ago. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar at such a young age. Unparalleled in the world. I didn't expect. After Yi Fifan received the news, his face was filled with astonishment. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. After that, he smiled bitterly. National Scholar, when he first saw Chen Zong was only a 3-star warrior, and could not resist his sword. When he saw Chen Zong for the second time, Chen Zong had already been conferred the title of National Scholar, and his combat power was even higher than his own. Now, when he saw Chen Zong for the third time, he heard the news about Chen Zong. Chen Zong had been conferred the title of National Scholar, and his combat power had reached the limit of 6-star. Adding up the time, it was less than half a year. In half a year, he had done something that many people could not do in their lifetime. He had obtained the supreme glory, and all the other geniuses were overshadowed by him. All the geniuses in this era will be under his halo. Yi Fifan sighed. He did not feel jealous at all, only admiration. When Qiu Honglai heard the news, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. From then on, he did not want to compete with Chen Zong anymore. National Scholar, it was a supreme honor. The imperial edict was like the wind, sweeping through the capital at the fastest speed possible. It then spread to the 3 prefectures, and then to the entire county. Those who knew Chen Zong were all stunned at first. They thought that they had misheard, or that it was someone with the same name. However, the Marquis of Linshan was certain that it was Chen Zong. This was because he had already received Chen Zong's reply and learned that not only had Chen Zong become one with the sword, he had also successfully comprehended the truth. It was possible for a Qi refining realm martial artist to achieve enlightenment, but it was very difficult. Since ancient times, there had been very few who had succeeded. Who would have thought that his disciple would really do it? Marquis, congratulations, congratulations. Yan Wei was all smiles. Great state knight. That was a great state knight, 10 times more powerful than a state knight. Even though in the dynasty, the state knight examination was extremely strict, normally, there would only be one every year, there would still be quite a number of them accumulated over time. Great state knights, however, could be counted on one's fingers, only a few people. Apart from Chen Zong, the others all had great statuses or great strength. The Marquis of Linshan's face was full of smiles. Accepting Qinzong as his disciple was probably the proudest thing in his life. He could die without regrets. Do you want to celebrate? The Marquis of Xingyuan asked. His attitude toward Qinzong had changed unconsciously. He seemed to treat Qinzong as someone of the same level. The so-called celebration naturally meant holding a banquet and inviting all parties to celebrate Qinzong's conferment as a national scholar. Martial uncle, it's not necessary, Qinzong said. As you wish. The Marquis of Xingyuan secretly felt that it was a pity, but he did not make a decision on his own. He respected Qinzong's choice. Some people chased after fame and fortune, and some people were indifferent to it. This was Qinzong's second time entering the dynasty's arsenal. After being conferred the title of national scholar, his treatment naturally increased. Originally, when he was a national scholar, Qinzong could enter the dynasty's arsenal and choose a peerless earth-level martial art or technique. Now that he was a national scholar, there was no such restriction. All the martial arts and techniques in the entire dynasty's arsenal were open to Qinzong. In addition, Qinzong could receive 500 spirit shells every month, which was 5 times more than before. 500 spirit shells. That was a number that many warriors could only earn after years of hard work, even risking their lives. Yet, Qinzong was able to obtain it so easily. Of course, if he didn't have enough talent, if he didn't defeat Nan Shuntian to redeem the reputation of the dynasty's genius, and if he didn't break the dynasty's training realm's limit and set a new record, Qinzong wouldn't have been bestowed the title of Grand Warrior and received such great treatment. There was no need to choose a martial art, and there was no need to spend time flipping through them. Qinzong's focus was on sword arts. The complete peerless earth-level sword art was the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon sword art, which he had already chosen. However, there were still a few incomplete peerless earth-level sword arts and many peerless earth-level upper-level sword arts that could increase Qinzong's foundation and accumulation in sword arts. Flipping through them continuously, Qinzong used his increasingly powerful memory to memorize them all. After flipping through more than 100 sword arts that covered a wide range, he finally walked towards the section for secret arts. These 100 sword arts were never seen before, and they were rarely circulated in the outside world. The mysteries contained within them were all different, and there were very few repetitions. The energy concentration art is too weak, and its effect on refining my inner strength is almost negligible. I need a better secret art to refine my inner strength. Qinzong thought to himself as he started to browse through the section for secret arts. When it came to secret arts, the more, the better. Instead, it had to be suitable. Otherwise, it would only waste time and energy, delay progress, and even bring more serious burdens. The energy concentration art was also recorded here, and it was exactly the same as the one in the mountain overlook courtyard. Dual polarity art. Qinzong took it down and flipped through it. After looking at the first page, he decided to choose the secret art to refine his inner strength. Dual polarity art was supplemented by alternating between cold and hot to refine one's inner strength, removing impurities and making it purer. Qinzong continued to flip through the pages casually. Mixed elements impact. Forcibly increase the intensity of one's inner strength in an instant and explode with greater power. Qinzong was deep in thought as he recalled the battle between Nan Shuntian and Ding Xian. Ding Xian seemed to have used some kind of secret art to forcibly increase his combat strength. After careful comparison, the secret art that Ding Xian used was similar to the description of the mixed elements impact. Perhaps it was the mixed elements impact. Not bad, I want the mixed elements impact too, Qinzong said to himself as he memorized the contents again. After choosing the 2 secret arts, Qinzong did not leave the dynasty armory. As a grand national warrior, he could stay here for a long as he did not cause any damage. In addition to a large number of cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret arts, the dynasty armory also contained the cultivation notes of many predecessors. Qinzong searched through them one by one and found the cultivation notes of the hundreds of sword techniques and martial arts that he had chosen. He read them carefully to increase his understanding. In addition, he also looked at some of the more general sword techniques and cultivation notes of inner strength. With a strong memory, he could firmly remember the contents that he had read. He did not comprehend them in depth first, but instead accumulated them and slowly thought about them later. After that, Zhenzong found the cultivation experience related to the dual polarity strength technique and the mixed element impact and memorized the contents. Wuzhen's secret record. It was a thin book, written on animal skin. It looked very smooth and had obviously been read many times. Zhenzong flipped through it and read it carefully. The contents recorded were directly related to Wuzhen. Some of the principles of Wuzhen and so on allowed Zhenzong to have a deeper understanding of the realm of Wuzhen. Some of the applications of the realm of Wuzhen also increased Zhenzong's horizons and accumulation. In the realm of Wuzhen, you can borrow the power of heaven and earth. Through this, you can break through the martial arts extreme wall and comprehend the profound of martial arts, maximizing the power of Wuzhen. Martial arts extreme wall. Profound of martial arts. Zhenzong pondered. The description was short and not detailed, so he could only deduce and ponder on his own. Suddenly, Zhenzong recalled the battle between him and Nan Shuntian. Under the immense pressure of Nan Shuntian's final killing move, he had gained an epiphany that allowed him to condense the 6 luminaries' flash dragon sword into a single dragon piercing the sky. That feeling could not be described with words, but it also seemed to have broken through a limit that belonged to the 9 luminaries' flash dragon sword. It allowed the power of Wuzhen to be fully unleashed, and the power of that sword broke through Zhenzong's combat power limit and reached the 7-star level. Could it be that this is the so-called breaking through the martial arts extreme wall and comprehending the profound of martial arts? Zhenzong thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to be so. It seemed that he had a new goal, a direction to become stronger, but it required time and energy. More and more, Zhenzong felt that he did not have enough time and energy. He wished that one day could become 2 or 3 days, or even longer. Time. He shook his head lightly. This was not a place for meditation. He put the Wuzhen secret record back in its original place and turned to walk out of the arsenal. When he came, it was early in the morning. When he left, it was already night and the sky was full of stars. Zhenzong stayed in the arsenal for an entire day. Too many things were stuffed into his head, and he felt a bit bloated. I'll come back tomorrow to pick a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Zhenzong thought to himself and walked out of the palace. When Zhenzong was conferred the title of State Knight, he could enter the dynasty's arsenal and the dynasty's treasury to choose from. After becoming a State Knight, not only could he choose any cultivation method, martial arts, or secret technique, he could also enter the treasury and pick a pseudo-spiritual weapon. He walked out of the palace and headed straight to the Guan mansion. Young Master Chen, you're back. The butler of the Guan mansion saw Zhenzong and immediately stopped to greet him respectfully. Mei Chem, Zhenzong nodded. Butler, please send more wine and meat to the Red Maple Garden. After staying in the arsenal for an entire day, he had been using his brain and felt quite hungry. Yes, young Master Chen. I'll do it right away. The butler was shocked. Young Master Chen was a State Knight of the dynasty. In the entire Guan mansion, no one had ever received such an honor. He had a bright future. The butler, who was full of motivation, immediately ordered the kitchen to cook as fast as possible. Then, he personally carried 2 large plates of completely different demon beast meat and a large pot of wine to the Red Maple Garden. Young Master Chen, please enjoy. The butler bowed. Thank you. Zhenzong was a bit surprised that the butler personally delivered the food. It's my honor to work for young Master Chen. The butler smiled. Zhenzong did not say anything, but a thought flashed through his mind. If he had not been conferred the title of State Knight or even State Knight, the butler would not have acted like this. In front of Zhenzong was a row of different pseudo-spiritual weapons. When he was conferred the title of State Knight, Zhenzong entered the dynasty's treasury once to choose treasures, but Zhenzong didn't know where the pseudo-spiritual weapons were. What he chose in the end could only depend on his luck. At that time, Zhenzong chose an iron plate. Until now, he didn't know what it was used for. It seemed that its only characteristic was its hardness. Even Zhenzong's full-strength sword couldn't damage it at all, not even leaving a mark. This time, when he was promoted to State Knight, all kinds of pseudo-spiritual weapons were gathered together for Zhenzong to choose. I need a pseudo-spiritual sword, Zhenzong said to himself and glanced around. There were a total of more than 30 pseudo-spiritual weapons here, including armor, combat shoes, arm guards, gloves, bracelets, rings, and so on. There was also a headband. As for weapons, there weren't many. There were only 6 in total: 2 sabers, 2 swords, 1 long spear, and 1 battle axe. Chenzong's eyes fell on the 2 swords. One was a short sword. Chenzong directly ruled it out. Although Chenzong could quickly familiarize himself with the short sword, Chenzong preferred a long sword. The long sword was more than 1 meter long, the blade was as wide as 3 fingers side by side, and the spine was as thick as 1 finger. The blade was covered with wavy lines, which were very dazzling. Without hesitation, Chenzong reached out and grabbed the long sword. The long sword weighed dozens of pounds, but it didn't pressure Chenzong at all. The first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, Mountain Beheading Sword, can activate the power of Mountain Beheading Sword, making the sword more powerful. The person who brought Chenzong to choose said, "Unfortunately, you should have chosen the short sword. It's the only second-level pseudo-spiritual weapon here." Hearing this, Chenzong couldn't help but look at the short sword again, but there was no regret in his heart. Since he had already made a choice, he had no regrets. Besides, he really didn't like the short sword. If he didn't like it, how could his mind be clear if he forced it? With the Mountain Beheading Sword in hand, Chenzong left the palace and returned to the Red Maple Garden. With the Mountain Beheading Sword in hand, the ancient imperial sword naturally had to be retired. Chenzong pulled out his sword. The tip of the sword was dazzling, as if it could cut through the sunlight. Chenzong flicked his wrist, and like the sound of wind and thunder, dozens of sword lights tore through the air, shooting out like a storm. It was extremely sharp. While the air was being torn apart, there was also a part of it that was highly compressed and shot out, cutting through the ground, leaving behind sword marks. On a whim, Chenzong sure displayed various sword techniques. Sometimes it was light and nimble like a swallow as it flashed through the air, sometimes it was like the surging waves of the ocean, wave after wave, sometimes it was like a gale that swept up dust and sand that filled the sky, sometimes it was swift like a bolt of lightning that seemed to want to tear the sky apart and shatter the earth. It was a delightful moment. The practice of bipolar strength technique requires the assistance of the Icefire pill. Only then will the effect be better. Let's go to the outer city to look. There were many shops that sold pills in the outer city of the royal capital. Among them, the 100-pill building was the leader and claimed to have the most complete set of pills. You are. The deacon of the 100-pill building opened his eyes wide. His voice trembled, and even his breathing became rapid. He was extremely excited. Speak slowly. Chenzong smiled slightly. His voice seemed to contain a calming power. You are a great national scholar. The deacon's tone calmed down, but he was still very excited. A great national scholar of the royal capital. Although he had no real power, he had extraordinary status and was a symbol of supreme honor that could be immortalized for generations to come. This was especially true for Chenzong, who was still very young. His future accomplishments were even more limitless. I'm here to buy some pills. Chenzong smiled. Great national scholar, you have chosen the right place. The 100-pill building has the most complete set of pills. We have what other shops have, and we also have what other shops don't have. The deacon said excitedly, moreover, the 100-pill building has alchemy masters who can refine specific pills. Do you have the Icefire pill? Chenzong asked. The Icefire pill was a pill that was rarely used. Ordinary shops often didn't have it. He didn't know if the 100-pill building had it. Yes. The deacon said repeatedly, great national scholar, how many pills do you need? How much is 1 pill worth? Chenzong asked again. Great national scholar, the herbs needed to refine the Icefire pill are precious. The success rate is low, so the price is high. The deacon quickly said, 1 pill costs 50 spirit shells. But since you are a great national scholar, the 100-pill building can give you a 20% discount. 1 pill only costs 40 spirit shells. Give me 10 pills first. Chenzong silently calculated and said. First of all, he didn't have many spirit shells. The total number was more than 600. If he sold the Yin Ganoderma and Yin Nether Iron, he might be able to get 100 more. Moreover, it was still unknown how many ice-fire pills were needed to practice the dual polarity strength skill. But he estimated that he needed 10 pills. He would buy 10 pills first. Alright, please take a seat and wait for a moment. I'll pack up the ice-fire pills. The deacon excitedly left. He quickly brought Chenzong a cup of tea and went to retrieve the pills. Soon, Chenzong left with the ice-fire pills worth 400 spirit shells and returned directly to the Guan mansion. In the red maple garden, Chenzong took a ice-fire pill and put it gently into his mouth. It melted in his mouth and he swallowed it. Immediately, he felt a mixture of coldness and heat, which quickly spread. It was as if he was standing in a world of ice and snow, or being roasted on a fire. This alternating feeling of coldness and heat made Chenzong unable to tell what it was. It was painful, but also comfortable. With a strong will, Chenzong withstood this strange feeling and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He silently recited the formula of the dual polarity strength skill, and the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking strength was also activated. The power of the pill, which was cold and hot, was immediately absorbed into the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill. They mixed together and wandered between Chenzong's bones and muscles. The intertwining of ice and fire, the unique operation skills and trajectories, made the impurities contained in the pure and powerful Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill be expelled little by little. They were squeezed out through the pores of the skin along with the wriggling of the bones and muscles. A little gray gradually appeared on the surface of Chenzong's skin. The effects of one ice-fire pill lasted for about half an hour. Chenzong opened his eyes and lowered his head to take a look. Soon after, his entire body trembled slightly. The muscles on his body undulated like waves, directly shaking off the gray impurities on the surface of his skin, leaving not even a speck of dust on it. Chenzong tried to circulate his inner strength and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good, the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill is indeed pure. This efficiency was more than 10 times better than when he practiced the strength concentration skill for several days in a row. It also made Chenzong know that his choice was correct. It was very difficult to refine and purify the internal force, and it would bring an obvious burden to the body. However, Chenzong's body was strong and stronger than many warriors, so this level of burden was nothing and was soon eliminated. He took out the second ice-fire pill and continued to practice the dual polarity strength skill. 2 days, in just 2 days, Chenzong took all 10 ice-fire pills. The refining effect of the internal force was also obvious, and the purity was increased by 30%. The 30% increase meant that the power of the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill was more powerful and his combat strength was enhanced. I haven't reached the limit yet, Chenzong said to himself. He estimated that he would need at least 10 more ice-fire pills. In the shop in the outer city, Chenzong sold the nether iron and ganoderma and got 150 spirit shells. Including what he had, he still had less than 400 spirit shells. But it didn't matter. Chenzong could borrow them from the Guan mansion first and pay them back when he received his great state scholar's salary next month. Another 10 ice-fire pills were obtained, and Chenzong took all of them in 2 days. However, the refining effect of the internal force was not as good as before. In total, the purity of Chenzong's Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill was increased by 50% with the help of 20 ice-fire pills and the dual polarity strength skill. 50% is already the limit. Chenzong said to himself and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, it was already amazing to be able to refine the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill and increase its purity by 50%. 50%. I wonder if my combat strength has reached the 7-star level? Chenzong had an idea and was looking forward to it. There was a huge gap between the 7-star level and the 6-star level. It was very difficult to cross. In the history of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, no one had ever achieved it. What Chenzong didn't know was that even in the place where Nan Shuntian came from, there were very few martial artists who could reach the 7-star level in the Qi refining realm. However, that place as a whole was more than 10 times stronger than the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The 7-star level was also the goal of Nan Shuntian, but he didn't know if he could achieve it. The gap was like a natural chasm. Without using any secret techniques, Chenzong used his internal force to perform the most powerful sword strike. After carefully feeling it, he couldn't help but shake his head. He had already touched the 7-star level, but he still hadn't reached it. The gap was really big. However, Chenzong wasn't discouraged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. The refinement of the Hundian Yuan breaking strength skill had reached the peak, and the Hundian Yuan breaking strength skill had been cultivated to the 6th level. In this aspect, there was no more room for improvement. However, there was still hope for his cultivation to reach the completion of the qi refining realm. Chenzong was sure that as long as his cultivation reached the completion of the qi refining realm, his combat strength would definitely reach the 7-star level, or even the early 7-star level. However, Chenzong still couldn't find an accurate clue about the completion of the qi refining realm. He didn't know how long it would take for him to truly comprehend it and grasp the key points and opportunities to break through. Fortunately, other than the completion of the qi refining realm, there were many other sword techniques that could be practiced. He could also comprehend the body and sword as one and the enlightenment realm more deeply. All of these would directly or indirectly increase Chenzong's combat strength. Day after day, time flew by. After sparring with Chenzong again and again, Shi Huanyue finally broke through the limit and successfully comprehended the body and sword as one realm. The accumulation was converted into strength, and his combat strength was increased to the peak of the 4-star level. As if knowing that Shi Huanyue had comprehended the body and sword as one, Su Xiaoshui came to Chenzong from time to ask for advice. After a few days, Shi Huanyue also comprehended the body and sword as one. 9 luminaries flash dragon. The horse galloped as fast as the wind. As fast as lightning, the scenery was grotesque and variegated, as if ghosts were passing by on both sides. Chenzong left the imperial city on the red scale dragon horse and headed for Linshan County. 12 golden dragon guards at the peak of LV9 of the genuine martial realm accompanied him. They were the guards who escorted Chenzong. The title of Great State Scholar was an extremely high honor. It also represented unlimited potential. Chenzong had yet to mature and become a powerhouse, so he couldn't afford to lose it. Each of the 12 golden dragon guards was at least a 4-star fighter. They could also form a joint attack formation, which was enough to kill a 5-star genuine martial realm warrior and trap a 6-star genuine martial realm warrior for a moment. 20 days later, Chenzong looked at the gate of Linshan Yard and couldn't help but sigh. It hadn't even been a year since he entered the Overlook Mountain courtyard. In fact, it had only been half a year since he entered the Overlook Mountain courtyard. He had already broken through the limit of the 6-star realm and successfully reached the 7-star realm. Everything had started in Overlook Mountain courtyard. If he hadn't entered Linshan Yard and been accepted as a disciple by Marquis Linshan, he wouldn't have improved so quickly. Chenzong was very grateful to Marquis Linshan for being his master. After dismounting, Chenzong handed the horse to the Golden Dragon guards and rushed into Linshan Yard impatiently. He was as fast as a gust of wind as he rushed to Guanshan House. Senior sister. It was Guan Yunqi who opened the door. Chenzong greeted her with a smile. Guan Yunqi was stunned. She didn't expect it to be Chenzong. She didn't react until Chenzong called her. She smiled and looked excited. Great State Scholar, you're back. Guan Yunqi smiled with a hint of mockery. Her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. I'm back. Chenzong also smiled. He didn't mind Guan Yunqi's teasing. Where's Master? He went out with Uncle Wei yesterday. I don't know when he'll be back. Guan Yunqi said, but my father was very happy that you were conferred the title of Great State Scholar. He and Uncle Wei both got drunk. Hearing that, Chenzong was touched. Junior brother, I heard that your combat power has reached the peak of the 6-star level. Come, let me test it. Guan Yunqi's fiery red whip flashed as soon as she finished speaking. It was like a spirit snake soaring into the sky. The red lightning sword was unsheathed. Like a bolt of lightning, the sword swiftly and gracefully struck the long red whip. It was as if the sword had pierced a snake's weak spot, causing the long whip to instantly lose its strength. It was as if a snake had its spine pulled out. Guan Yunqi yelled. Her inner strength fluctuated, and the long whip shook. The tip of the whip pierced toward Chenzong like the tip of a sword. Guan Yunqi's combat power was still at the 3-star level, but she had reached the peak of the 3-star level. Her inner strength was powerful and domineering, and it contained sharpness. It was the chaotic heaven origin-breaking force. Chen Zong made a comparison. Guan Yunqi's chaotic heaven-breaking energy was about to reach the 5th level. He should have just broken through not long ago. If he could reach the 6th level, Guan Yunqi's battle prowess would reach the 4-star level. In a place like Linshan County, the peak of the 3-star level was already very good. A 4-star level was the best. However, for Chen Zong, who had seen many geniuses in the capital city, a 4-star level was nothing. He controlled his strength to be at the same level as Guan Yunqi's. He only used ordinary sword techniques to exchange pointers with Guan Yunqi. Guan Yunqi fought with all her strength. Her condition was getting better and better. Her whip technique became more mysterious and unpredictable. When it was about time, Chen Zong struck the long whip with his sword. The power gathered on the long whip was dispersed again. Guan Yunqi's forehead was covered in sweat. Her breathing was rapid. Chen Zong was calm and composed. The battle just now was like a child's play. Guan Yunqi was happy, but at the same time, she felt frustrated. Chen Zong stayed in the Mountain View residence. The 12 Golden Dragon Guards did not leave. They stayed in the courtyard to protect Chen Zong. Other than cultivating, Guan Yunqi would exchange pointers with Chen Zong every day. Chen Zong would also teach Guan Yunqi the cultivation and application of the chaotic heaven origin-breaking force. This allowed Guan Yunqi to improve every day. Her combat power was gradually approaching the 4-star level. On the 7th day, the Marquis of Linshan and Yan Wei returned. "Master, Uncle Wei." Chen Zong greeted the two. "Good, good, good." The Marquis of Linshan laughed. He was excited and happy from the bottom of his heart. Yan Wei was also smiling. He felt like he was in a daze. "I can't tell the origin of this iron plate." The Marquis of Linshan shook his head after studying it over and over again. He returned the iron plate to Chen Zong. "However, it must be a treasure for the dynasty to keep it in the treasury. Keep it well. It might come in handy in the future." "Okay." Chen Zong nodded and kept the iron plate close to his body. "Master, I came back this time to visit you, senior sister, and Uncle Wei. The second reason is to bid farewell," Chen Zong said. "Bid farewell?" The Marquis of Linshan was shocked. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to travel," Chen Zong said seriously. "My cultivation has reached the peak of LV9 of the energy training realm. However, I want to break through to the perfection of the energy training realm. Also, the battle with Nan Shuntian made me realize that there are stronger geniuses out there. As for me, I have yet to reach my true limit." Hearing Chen Zong's words, the Marquis of Linshan did not know what to say. Sometimes, if a disciple was too outstanding, it would be a headache. Pursuing one's own limit was the goal of every outstanding martial artist. However, not every martial artist could do it. For example, Chen Zong's battle strength had already reached the peak of the 6-star realm. He could definitely break through to the real martial realm. However, he was still unwilling and wanted to break through to the perfection of the energy training realm. Training is dangerous. You may even die. I can't accompany you. You can only rely on yourself, the Marquis of Linshan said. "Master, don't worry. I won't die," Chen Zong said. "By the way, Master, I heard Nan Shuntian say that our Cloud Dragon Dynasty, Nine Eagle Dynasty, and Silver Light Dynasty are just small dynasties. Master, please enlighten me. There are some things that ordinary martial artists are not qualified to know." The Marquis of Linshan paused for a moment before continuing. "However, with your talent and potential, as well as your current status, these are no longer secrets." Chen Zong listened attentively. "Our Cloud Dragon Dynasty has 1 capital, 3 prefectures, and 18 counties. It can be considered a vast land with abundant resources. However, in front of a greater power, it is nothing. Nine Eagle Dynasty and Silver Light Dynasty are similar to our Cloud Dragon Dynasty. In front of a greater power, they can only be considered small dynasties. If you head north of our Cloud Dragon Dynasty, you will reach the Sinking Feather River." Sinking Feather River. Hearing this, Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the words left behind by chaotic heaven martial king in his cave mansion. He said that his other cave mansion was at the Sinking Feather River. The Sinking Feather River is known as the Floating Feather River. It requires a special boat to cross it. After crossing the Sinking Feather River, you will enter another area. That vast area is governed by a dynasty. Xianxia should be from there. The Marquis of Linshan said in a dignified tone, that dynasty is called the Longtu dynasty. Its territory is more than 100 times larger than our Cloud Dragon dynasty, and its resources are more than 100 times richer. It has many geniuses and countless pseudo-transcendents. The number of transcendent realm masters they have is far more than our Cloud Dragon dynasty. Even if all the transcendent realm masters of the 3 great dynasties were added together, it would not be more than a third of the Longtu dynasties. Chenzong was shocked. At the same time, he yearned for it. Longtu dynasty, these 4 words left a deep impression in Chenzong's heart. The Longtu dynasty had a genius like Xianxia. Perhaps, there were even stronger geniuses. Just the thought of fighting with stronger geniuses made one's blood boil with excitement. Master, is the chaotic heaven martial king also from the Longtu dynasty? Chenzong suddenly asked. I'm not sure if the chaotic heaven martial king is from the Longtu dynasty. The Marquis of Linshan said, but according to the results of the investigation, those people from the Demon Wind Hall are from the Longtu dynasty. They seem to be the remnants of a force from the Longtu dynasty that is trying to establish themselves in our Cloud Dragon dynasty. Then wouldn't the Cloud Dragon dynasty? Chenzong was worried. It's fine. It's just a group of remnants. They can't shake the foundation of our Cloud Dragon dynasty. It'll just take some time. The Marquis of Linshan said. He didn't care too much about the Demon Wind Hall. That was indeed the case. There were many masters in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Once they did, they could destroy the remnants of the Demon Wind Hall. Chenzong wasn't worried. Are you going to cross the Sinking Feather River and head to the Longtu dynasty? The Marquis of Linshan suddenly asked. I will go to the Longtu dynasty, but only after I reach the great circle of the training realm. Chenzong said. The plan was slowly forming. If your cultivation can reach the great circle of the training realm, your fighting strength will break through the limit and reach the 7-star realm. The Marquis of Linshan's eyes flashed. The 7-star realm's fighting strength doesn't belong to the training realm. Master, please enlighten me. Chenzong said. The training realm's fighting strength is divided according to the true martial realm, but there are some differences. The true martial realm's fighting strength reaches the limit of the 6-star realm. The 7-star realm that surpasses the 6-star realm is called the pseudo-transcendent realm. The Marquis of Linshan said, like me, I have the 7-star realm's fighting strength. The difference between the 7-star realm and the 6-star realm is huge. Therefore, the 7-star realm's fighting strength in the training realm is also called the pseudo-true martial realm. Pseudo-true martial realm. Chenzong muttered to himself. His heart was filled with ambition. I've heard that some training realm martial artists can condense their inner strength to the limit and break through the limit, turning it into pseudo-true force. Its power isn't as strong as the real true force, but it's far stronger than inner strength. The Marquis of Linshan said logically, those training realm martial artists who can condense their inner strength into pseudo-true force all have at least the 7-star realm's fighting strength. Actually, the pseudo-true martial realm's name comes from the pseudo-true force. Chenzong felt that his horizons were broadened once again. It was a wonderful feeling. Every time he reached the end of a path, he would suddenly find a door in front of him. When he pushed the door open, he would see more paths. Every path seemed to lead to a mysterious place, making him yearn for it and willing to give up everything for it. The winter rain and the cold brought out the bleakness of winter even more thoroughly. Master, Uncle Wei, senior sister, in the future, we'll meet again. Amidst the drizzling rain, Chenzong knelt to the Marquis of Linshan and then bowed to Yan Wei. In the end, he clasped his hands towards Guan Yunqi before turning around. With the resolve of a swordsman, his footsteps were firm and his back straight as he pressed forward. Junior brother, you must live well. Guan Yunqi shouted at Chenzong's back. Chenzong didn't look back and just waved his hand as he walked further and further away. Let's go back. the Marquis of Linshan said only after Chen Zong's back disappeared. Using his movement technique, Chen Zong's speed became faster and faster. When he reached the limit, Chen Zong entered the state of enlightenment. He guided the power of heaven and earth around him, making his body lighter, and his speed increased by 40%. Previously, it was only 30%, but now it was 40%, which was obviously faster. This proved that Chen Zong had a deeper understanding of the state of enlightenment. Firstly, it was because he had read the Wuzhen's secret record, and secondly, it was because of the Marquis of Linshan's guidance. After all, the Marquis of Linshan was a pseudo-transcendent realm master and had already stepped into the state of enlightenment. In terms of application, he was much better than Chen Zong. His speed increased by 40%, but the consumption of mental energy was much less than when he increased it by 30%. After leaving Linshan County, Chen Zong carried him all the way to Sinking Feather River. His ultimate goal was, of course, to cross the Sinking Feather River and head to the even more powerful Longtu dynasty to pursue his own path of martial arts. However, to set off from Linshan County, he would have to cross half of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The entire process would take quite a bit of time. Along the way, Chen Zong would be able to hone himself while searching for the opportunity to reach the great perfection of the training stage. Chen Zong walked forward. He climbed over mountains and crossed rivers. He lived in the open. As he walked on the ground, his clothes gradually became tattered and his skin came in contact with the cold wind. Comprehending truth, sensing the power of heaven and earth. This kind of direct contact allowed Chen Zong to continuously deepen his comprehension of the Wuzhen secret records and the guidance of his master, the Marquis of Linshan. It's time to pack up and have a good meal before continuing our journey. Rushing out of the forest, Chen Zong headed forward. There was a city in front of him, and on top of the city gate, there was a signboard with the words Double Mountain City written in red. Great Mountain City was the city of Great Mountain Commandery. It was also the most prosperous place in Great Mountain Commandery and Great Mountain Province. Stepping into Heavy Mountain City, Chen Zong could feel the difference, a kind of settling down. Heavy Mountain City was bigger and older than Mountain Overlook City, but it wasn't as big as the imperial capital. The first thing Chen Zong did was to book a room in a restaurant and ask the waiter to bring him hot water. After washing up, he changed into a clean set of clothes. Moving into the restaurant, Chen Zong planned to have a hearty meal. After all, the food he ate while sleeping in the open was very simple and could not be considered delicious. There were so many people in the restaurant that it was almost impossible to find an empty table. "Brother Chen." A familiar voice sounded. Chen Zong looked over and saw the son of King Chongshan, Yi Fifan. "Brother Yi." Chen Zong cupped his fist. "Brother Chen, since you came to Great Mountain Commandery, you should have come to see me." Yi Fifan was very friendly. "Please have a seat." "Waiter, bring me another set of chopsticks." "Brother Chen, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Yi Feiyun. He is also Fian's brother." Yi Fifan pointed at the young man sitting on his left and said, "This is Qiu Honggang. He is Qiu Honglia's brother." "Brother Yi, brother Qiu." Chen Zong cupped his fist and felt that it was interesting. The first time he saw Yi Fifan, he was accompanied by Yi Fian and Qiu Honglai. Now, he was accompanied by Yi Fian's brother, Yi Feiyun, and Qiu Honglia's brother, Qiu Honggang. What a coincidence. "Fifan, who is this?" Yi Feiyun was confused. "Cousin, brother Qiu, this is that." Yi Fifan said. "That." Yi Feiyun and Qiu Honggang were stunned. They didn't understand at first, but then they thought of something. "Is he Chen Zong, Chen?" Yi Feiyun exclaimed. "That's me." Chen Zong interrupted Yi Feiyun's exclamation. He didn't want to be the center of attention here. Yi Feiyun didn't exclaim again. Instead, he stood up and saluted Chen Zong. So did Qiu Honggang. After knowing Chen Zong's identity, the two became much more enthusiastic. Chen Zong was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Yi Fifan spoke up and calmed him down. The restaurant was very popular. There were no other empty tables. Chen Zong sat down. Seeing Chen Zong gulping down meat and wine, Yi Fifan and the other two were also affected by his forthrightness. Their appetites increased greatly, and before they could finish the dishes on one table, they immediately called for the second table to continue eating. Especially Chenzong, who had been living in the wild for a long time. He ate to his heart's content. His strong physique made his digestion and absorption far better than others. Most of the wine and dishes went into Chenzong's stomach. The other three were shocked. They all thought to themselves that Chenzong was indeed a great state scholar. Even his appetite was incomparable to ordinary people. After eating, Yi Fifan invited Chenzong to the Yi mansion. After thinking for a while, Chenzong agreed. A great state scholar is indeed extraordinary. King Chongshan received Chenzong. Although King Chongshan was a transcendent realm master, Chenzong was awarded the title of great state scholar at a young age. It meant that he had amazing talent and potential. Moreover, he had broken the limit of the strength refining realm in the dynasty. It was very likely that he would reach the transcendent realm in the future. Chenzong did not stay for long. He only stayed in the Yi mansion for one night. After a little rest, he asked to leave. "Brother Chen, do you think I'm not a good host?" Yi Fifan asked. "No, I'm honing myself. I won't stay for long." Chenzong said, "If fate wills it, we'll drink together in the future. In that case, I won't ask you to stay. Brother Chen, your martial arts are prosperous." Yi Fifan cupped his fists solemnly. "Your martial arts are prosperous. Goodbye." Chenzong cupped his fists in return and left with firm steps. Watching Chenzong leave, Yi Fifan's thoughts drifted. After a long time, he exhaled and secretly made up his mind to go out for experience and further improve himself. After all, Chenzong had been appointed as a great state scholar by the dynasty. He had a very high status and special honor. His combat strength had even broken the dynasty's record and reached the limit of 6 stars. No matter how one looked at it, it was a goal that no one in the same generation could reach. Now, Chenzong could start to break through to the true martial realm and become a true martial realm martial artist. He could advance by leaps and bounds and become more powerful. However, he did not. Instead, he further honed himself. What was there to be proud of? Chenzong did not know that he had influenced Yi Fifan and made him decide to go out for experience. Experience was not a trivial matter. There was a possibility of death. Walking out of Chongshan City, Chenzong continued to move north. Once again, he had to live in the open. The Cloud Dragon dynasty had 1 capital, 3 states, and 18 counties. After a month, Chenzong walked out of Chongshan State and was about to step into the Tian estate. His long robe was tattered and stained with many bloodstains. It had already dried into a dark red color and looked like spots. Over the past month, Chenzong had spent most of his time traversing mountains and rivers. He had also encountered many dangers. There were not many bandits in the Cloud Dragon dynasty because most of them had been eliminated. However, there were still some left. These bandits were extremely vicious and not weak. Chenzong had encountered bandits whose combat strength had reached 5 stars. They were a rare group of people in the strength refining realm. Of course, a 5 stars combat strength was nothing in front of Chenzong, who had barely reached 7 stars. It was just a matter of a sword to kill them. In addition to bandits and villains, he would also encounter demonic beasts. There were not many demonic beasts in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Some were very weak, but some were very strong. Chenzong had encountered a demonic beast whose combat strength was equivalent to the peak of 6 stars of the strength refining realm. Such a demonic beast, coupled with its strong physique, was more difficult to deal with than other peak 6 stars warriors. Chenzong also spent a lot of effort to kill it. Although this month was difficult and dangerous, it also brought great benefits to Chenzong. His spiritual will was obviously sharpened, becoming purer and more resilient. His spiritual power was also improved. In the realm of enlightenment, Chenzong's understanding had increased a little. In addition, there was the sword technique. The sword technique learned from the mountain overlook courtyard and the dynasty's arsenal were all digested in Chenzong's sharpening. They became his own accumulation and pushed forward the progress of the body and sword as one. Chenzong was confident that even those warriors who had stepped into the body and sword as one realm for decades might not necessarily surpass him in terms of comprehension of the body and sword as one realm. With the deepening of the realm of enlightenment and the improvement of his sword technique, Zong's combat strength finally stepped into the early 7 stars. Pseudo-true martial arts realm, his comprehension of the body and sword as one had reached a high level, he could no longer advance by leaps and bounds. He could only slowly polish and improve it bit by bit. Therefore, Zong shifted his focus to the comprehension of the Lingwu realm. Lingwu was the martial arts and weapon of the Lingwu realm. Martial arts and weapons were all in one's heart. His improvement was remarkable, but he still had not reached the great fulfillment of the strength-refining realm. Zong's foundation was too solid, which caused the bottleneck of the great fulfillment of the strength-refining realm to be even stronger. However, Zong was not in a hurry. This kind of thing could not be rushed. Thinking back to when he broke through to the great fulfillment of the qi and blood realm, there was a large factor of coincidence. He believed that Ding Xian was able to break through to the great fulfillment of the strength-refining realm because of great opportunities and luck. There was no trace of this kind of breakthrough. Otherwise, it would not be like the legend that it was not truly categorized into the strength-refining realm. There were only 9 transformations and no 10 transformations. However, now that my combat strength has truly reached the early 7 stars, if I can break through to the great fulfillment of the strength-refining realm, to what extent will my combat strength increase? Middle stage 7 stars? No, it should be more than that. The gap between the great fulfillment of the strength-refining realm and the peak of the 9 transformations is very obvious. At least, I can reach the late 7 stars. While he was speculating, Zong's sword trembled slightly. The sword qi surged and swept like a storm. In an instant, the 3 tyrannical monsters in front of him were killed. His figure swept past them and flew down the mountain. Behind him was the boundary of the Chongshan state. In front of him was the boundary of the Tianhe state. The mountain below his feet was the boundary between the 2 states. It was called the Tuzhou Mountain. The Great Mountain Province was dominated by mountains, with overlapping mountain ranges. The Heavenly River Province was accompanied by water, with rivers crisscrossing. The long Heavenly River flowed from the south to the north, passing through the Heavenly River Province and heading out of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. The long Heavenly River was more than 10,000 meters wide, and there were towered ships sailing down it. A towered ship with a length of 20 meters and a width of 6 meters, with a 3-story wooden building, sailed through the wind and waves at a very fast speed. The main color of this towered ship was vermilion, gilded with silver, and decorated with many hollow carvings, looking bright and rich. On the deck of the towered ship, people gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, either sipping tea and drinking wine around small round tables or standing before the railings to enjoy the scenery. Zong, dressed in a moon-white sword robe and wearing a calm expression, stood alone on the left railing. His slender fingers naturally rested on the hollow railing. His eyes were as clear as spring water, reflecting everything before him. The flowing water and the distant trees. Everything was natural and peaceful. Everything seemed so calm. The voices of the people on the deck nearby gradually became distant. The splashing sound of the flowing water became increasingly clear, as if it flowed through the body and the heart. The distracting thoughts gradually flowed away with the flowing water, leaving behind a pure and ethereal state. Without thinking or thinking, everything followed the heart. The towered ship sailed quickly, riding the wind and breaking the waves, separating the left and right sides of the river. White waves rippled endlessly. Zong did not know what state he was in. He only felt that his heart was like a river, indescribably lively. After Zong entered the Heavenly River Province, he learned that there were many waterways in the Heavenly River Province, so he had a sudden idea to travel by water. Along the way, he had been running on land. This was his first time traveling by water. Perhaps he would have a different kind of comprehension. Is there something wrong with that person? He keeps staring at the river. Maybe he thinks the river is beautiful. Haha, no matter how beautiful it is, he can't stare at it for 5 or 6 hours without changing his posture. That's other people's business. It has nothing to do with us. Just do your own thing. I think it's very interesting. He has 2 swords and a bow and arrows on his back. Zong didn't know what other people thought of him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Otherwise, his life would be too tiring. As time went by, the people on the deck changed several times. Only Zong still stood there alone. His hands naturally rested on the hollow railing, and he did not move at all, as if he had turned into a statue. His mind was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Chenzong could not help but frown. He felt as if inspiration was about to burst out, but it was stuck and could not explode. "Hey, strange person, what's your name? Why do you keep staring at the water? What's so nice about the river?" A clear and melodious voice like that of an oriole resounded in Chenzong's ears. Chenzong was absent-minded for a moment. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing layers of ripples to spread out. "Yes, there's nothing nice about the river." Chenzong turned his head and responded to the speaker with a gentle smile. It was a girl who looked about 13 or 14 years old. She was dressed in an emerald green gown. Her big black eyes stared at Chenzong as if they could speak. Since he couldn't comprehend it, it meant that the time was not right. Chenzong didn't waste time on it. If he had to comprehend it now, he would only sink deeper and farther away. It was better to give up for the time being and divert his attention. Maybe he would really comprehend it when the opportunity presented itself. "My name is Luo Xiaowen. What's your name?" The little girl in the emerald green gown spoke again. "Chenzong." Chenzong answered calmly. His eyes fell on the surface of the Long Tianhe again. He watched the continuous river flowing from the south to the north, carrying the ship forward quickly. Chenzong. This name sounds familiar. Luo Xiaowen tilted her head and blinked her eyes. "I remember now. The great scholar's name is also Chenzong." "Are you the great scholar?" Luo Xiaowen asked. "What do you think?" Chenzong didn't say yes or no. Instead, he asked back. "You're definitely not the great scholar." Luo Xiaowen looked Chenzong up and down and said with certainty. Chenzong smiled and didn't refute. "So what if he was? So what if he wasn't?" "Chenzong who has the same name as the great scholar." "You haven't told me what's so nice about the river." "I've been staring at it." Luo Xiaowen asked again. Then she looked at the two swords at Chenzong's waist. "Are you going to comprehend some sword art from the river?" "Comprehend sword art from the river." Luo Xiaowen's words made Chenzong slightly stunned. He only felt that what he had been missing before seemed to appear all of a sudden and turned into a flash of light. Chenzong quickly caught it. Hey! Hey! You have the same name as the great scholar." Seeing that Chenzong didn't respond to her, Luo Xiaowen couldn't help shouting a few more times. However, Chenzong, who suddenly had a flash of light, seemed not to hear her. He was completely immersed in comprehension and directly ignored Luo Xiaowen. "Just ignore me. It's so boring." Luo Xiaowen looked at Chenzong and found that he was staring at the river in a daze again. She stamped her feet and snorted twice, then turned and left like an emerald cloud. Sword. Flowing water. In Chenzong's mind, one sword art after another emerged. Autumn water sword art, turbid flow sword art, lesser sky cold water sword art, torrential flow sword art. The sword art was varied, and the mystery contained in each one seemed to be related to water. The flowing water is not stagnant. The sword moves endlessly. All kinds of comprehensions suddenly emerged, which were about the comprehension of the sword art, and the Lingwu realm of body sword integration. Although Chenzong had mastered the second Lingwu realm of body sword integration, the involved was relatively shallow. Before, he had been devoted to the comprehension of the consolidation realm. It was not until it was about time that he began to comprehend the Lingwu realm. The consolidation realm was to combine the strength of the body and the weapon in the hand into one and exert the strongest power. The Lingwu realm, perhaps, didn't have much improvement in power, but in the application of strength and the performance of martial arts, there would be a great change. It was a qualitative change from a dead thing to a living thing. Previously, the improvement of Chenzong's combat strength was related to the body sword integration, but more came from the consolidation realm. The Lingwu realm was only a small part because his comprehension was not deep enough. However, it also meant that Chenzong's combat strength still had great potential for improvement. The setting sun shone on the long Milky Way, as if it was draped with a layer of red gauze and moved with the flowing water. Chenzong's eyes reflected the setting sun. Between the sparkling waves, there seemed to be divine light rippling in the bottom of his eyes. More and more comprehensions flowed endlessly like the gurgling water. On a whim, Chinzong raised his left hand, put his fingers together like a sword, and gently swiped through the air. His fingertips were light and slow, but the air seemed to be rippling like water. Immediately, his fingers stabbed forward like a sword, seemingly fast but actually slow, piercing the air. It also seemed to be squeezing the air and pushing it forward, but it didn't shoot out like a sword. Instead, it flowed forward like a river. A finger brought about the realm of flowing water. Using the finger to replace the sword flowed like water. Is that guy stupid? He just waved his fingers randomly and thought he was some kind of master. It looks a bit interesting, but it's useless. Yeah, looking at his sword, he should be a sword warrior. He's using the finger to replace the sword to practice sword art. I can't tell what sword art it is. It's just stabbing and swiping, sloppy and ordinary. Humph, he's just playing to the gallery. Wei Jingshi sneered, sitting on the north side of the small round table. Brother Wei has the fighting strength of the limit of 3 stars and is ranked in the top 30 of the Tian Estate's strong dragon ranking. His sword art is superb. The young girl sitting on Wei Jingshi's left had a look of worship on her face. Her eyes were filled with adoration as she stared at the handsome Wei Jingshi. He was handsome and powerful. Which girl didn't yearn for love? There were a lot of people on this ship, but they were all guests. Among them, there were many martial artists. Some were in the true martial realm, but they were all relatively ordinary. Even if there were a few geniuses, Wei Jingshi was one of them. The fighting strength of the limit of 3 stars was nothing in the Imperial City. He couldn't even enter the Dragon Pavilion and couldn't make a splash. However, in the 3 states, it was still very shocking. After all, if he could be ranked in the Young Dragon ranking of a county, he could also be ranked in the Strong Dragon ranking of a state. Brother Wei, why don't you go up and teach him how to practice sword art? The young man sitting on the right smiled and said with some flattery. The two of them didn't hide their words, so the others around them heard them. Suddenly, they all looked at Wei Jingshi with surprise, admiration, and even envy. This made Wei Jingshi very happy and secretly felt good. Well, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll teach him how to use the sword. Wei Jingshi smiled and stood up. Wearing a golden sword robe, he looked very elegant. He strode toward Chinzong. Hey, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you take advantage of me. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Swords shouldn't be used like that. They should be used like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jingshi pulled out his sword. The sword was like a golden stream of light. It swayed in the air like a golden flower. After the flower bloomed, it split into 5 flowers. The 5 golden flowers also bloomed and rushed toward Chinzong from 5 directions. This sword technique was extremely gorgeous. Under the illumination of the setting sun, it was even more beautiful, causing people to exclaim in admiration. Good sword art. As expected of a genius in the top 30 of the Strong Dragon ranking of our Tian Estate. This sword art is the first I've seen in my life. They all spoke, and the amazement made Wei Jingshi even more proud. His sword swayed again, as if showing off his skill. The 5 golden flowers split again and became 25 flowers. In all fairness, not to mention Wei Jingshi's personality, just her swordsmanship alone was indeed extraordinary. Although Chinzong didn't care about what was going on outside, Wei Jingshi's sword art aroused Chinzong's vigilance. It was the guidance of the sword. In the face of the 25 golden flowers coming from all directions, Chinzong didn't use his sword. He just used his finger as a sword and gently swiped it. The air around him seemed to turn into water. As the air rippled, it affected the 25 golden flowers and slowed them down. Wei Jingshi's expression changed. He found that his sword seemed to have pierced into water. There was an obvious resistance. Then, he pushed his finger forward like a sword. It was like a light tap. Wei Jingshi's sword seemed to be automatically sent to Chinzong's finger. Chinzong withdrew his finger. Wei Jingshi was trembling all over. Her fingers loosened, and the golden sword fell out of her hand. It stabbed into the hardwood deck of the ship. The sword swayed slightly, reflecting a dazzling golden red light under the setting sun. Wei Jingshi sat down on the deck. Her body was trembling, and her limbs were weak. It was as if her bones had been pulled out, and she fell to the ground like a noodle. "Brother Wei!" the young girl exclaimed and ran over. "Brother Wei!" The young man's expression changed, and he also rushed over. Everyone else was stunned. They didn't even notice that the wine they were supposed to drink was poured into their collars, and they didn't even notice that the peanuts they were supposed to throw into their mouths were thrown into their nostrils. Shocking, it was too shocking. The eyes of the warriors of the real martial realm on the deck flashed, and they felt as if there was a storm raging in their hearts. Using a finger as a sword, but it contained endless mysteries. It was indescribable. Although everyone present was a warrior, and some of them were not weak, their martial arts realms were not high enough. They were still far from achieving the unity of body and martial arts. Naturally, they couldn't see the mysteries contained in the finger sword. They were very surprised that Wei Jingshi, who had reached the peak of the 3-star level, was trembling all over. Her sword fell out of her hand, and her body became weak. It was as if she was cooperating with her opponent. However, those who knew Wei Jingshi knew that she wouldn't cooperate with others. It was more likely the other way around. Wei Jingshi's strength and qi and blood were scattered. Even after she was helped up, her body was still trembling slightly. She looked at Chen Zong with fear and did not dare to say anything. She left dejectedly, not even daring to stay on the deck. Chen Zong didn't care. Wei Jingshi's sword just now seemed to have opened up a gap, and Chen Zong's understanding of martial arts poured out. Sword like flowing water, it wasn't just the way to use the sword, it was also the way to use the power. It was a high level, and belonged to the second stage of the unity of body and sword, Lingguo. In an instant, Chen Zong's sword pierced out, and it was like flowing water. It broke down all of the opponent's defenses, and made the opponent unable to resist. As his comprehension deepened, Chen Zong ignored the others and continued to gesture in the air with his fingers instead of his sword. Night fell, but Chen Zong did not leave. He was still paddling. The lights of the junk ship illuminated the surrounding river, which looked different from the daytime. It gave Chen Zong a new insight. In the dead of the night, the people on the deck had all returned to their rooms to rest. Only Chen Zong was still standing by the railing of the deck, waving his sword fingers. The night was cold as water. Chen Zong's sword fingers streaked through the air as if they were tearing apart the night sky. There seemed to be sword light lingering under his fingers. Strands of sword light circled around, either straight or curved. A wisp of white appeared in the east. Then, the first ray of golden light streaked across the remaining night sky, projecting on the surface of the river. When that ray of sunlight shone into Chen Zong's eyes, it was as if something had awoken from a deep slumber. The light in the depths of his eyes was like sword light, piercing through the sunlight. Chen Zong's sword finger also followed with a slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if the air under his sword fingers had turned into flowing water, flowing forward continuously. Has he been cultivating the whole night? It looks like it. He hasn't even moved his feet. He's really a cultivation maniac. No wonder he's so powerful. Many warriors were used to getting up early. When they came to the deck and saw Chen Zong, they were surprised and began to talk about him. Even though there were quite a number of martial artists who cultivated very hard, very painstakingly, like Chen Zong, who gave people a feeling of being bedeviled, was in the minority. It was not until noon when the sun was shining in the sky that Chen Zong stopped practicing. It was not that he did not want to practice anymore, but that he had reached a bottleneck. He sat at an empty small round table, ordered some food and wine, and had a good meal. "Young friend, can I sit here?" A middle-aged warrior walked to Chen Zong with a smile and asked in a gentle voice. He did not sit down directly. "Go ahead." Chen Zong glanced at him and judged his cultivation. He was a warrior in the real martial arts realm. "Thank you." The middle-aged warrior sat down with a smile. "My name is Lin Jiang. How should I address you?" "Chen Zong." Chen Zong said his name. "Chen Zong. Are you Chen Zong, the great state scholar?" Lin Jiang, the middle-aged warrior, exclaimed. If it had been before, no one would have associated the great state scholar with Chen Zong. After all, it was not uncommon for warriors to have the same name. However, Chen Zong's performance yesterday had left a deep impression on them. When they heard the name, they immediately associated it with him. That's me. Chenzong nodded. The middle-aged warrior was suddenly very excited. He even stood up and bowed to Chenzong. Chenzong also stood up and bowed. I didn't expect to see the great state scholar here, and even be able to sit at the same table with him. Lin Jiang was very excited. The others around him were also very excited. They were extremely lucky to be able to meet a great state scholar, and the youngest one in the history of the dynasty. As for being hostile or even trying to kill him, no one thought about it because they were all warriors of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. They all carried the honor of the dynasty. The great state scholar was the supreme representative of honor. If someone wanted to harm the great state scholar, they would stand up and fight. This was a tradition passed down from the formation of a dynasty. It was also one of the reasons why the Cloud Dragon dynasty could continue to prosper. Greetings, great state scholar. My name is, hello, great state scholar. My name is, the warriors of the true martial realm all around came up and bowed. They all reported their names, wanting to get to know Chenzong. Chenzong also didn't act arrogant. They all returned the greeting, leaving a deeper impression on everyone. Wei Jingshi also knew that Chenzong was the famous great state scholar. Her face kept changing. In the end, she snorted and turned around to leave the deck. These warriors of the true martial realm, including Lin Jiang, didn't bother Chenzong. Instead, they chatted for a while and returned to their original seats. This was a kind of respect. Although Chenzong's cultivation was not as good as theirs, and his strength was not as good as theirs, they still placed him in the same position. You still say you're not a great state scholar. The little girl, Luo Xiaowen, walked over and snorted. She had an unhappy look on her face. I didn't say I wasn't. Chenzong said with a smile. Speaking of which, Chenzong was able to comprehend something yesterday because of a few words from this girl named Luo Xiaowen. Therefore, when he saw her, he was in a good mood. Luo Xiaowen shook her finger and recalled. Indeed, Chenzong didn't say he wasn't a great state scholar. He just said, what do you think? Anyway, it's your fault. You have to compensate me. Luo Xiaowen said, well, your swordsmanship is very good. Teach me swordsmanship. Okay. Chenzong said with a smile. He felt that he was influenced by her and became much younger. What kind of swordsmanship do you want to learn? Chenzong asked with a smile. A good-looking swordsmanship. Luo Xiaowen said directly without hesitation. Then look at this swordsmanship. Is it good-looking? As soon as Chenzong finished speaking, he immediately grabbed a chopstick and used it as a sword. He gently waved it. There seemed to be a sword light that flashed by. It was ever-changing. There seemed to be flowers blooming and clouds floating in the sky changing into various shapes. It was very gorgeous. It's good-looking. I want to learn this swordsmanship. Luo Xiaowen was pleasantly surprised. Chenzong didn't hold back. He patiently taught this swordsmanship to Luo Xiaowen in detail. This swordsmanship was actually created by Chenzong on a whim. It should be known that Chenzong had practiced more than 200 or 300 swordsmanship. This was a number that many warriors couldn't achieve in their lifetime. These swordsmanship brought Chenzong a deep accumulation of experience. In addition to the mystery of the realm of body and sword and Chenzong's amazing comprehension ability, it was easy for him to create some simple swordsmanship. For example, the move just now was very powerful, but it was very gorgeous. It was indeed good-looking. It was more of a performance than a battle. This swordsmanship wasn't difficult. Luo Xiaowen's learning ability wasn't bad either. It didn't take her long to learn it. Time flew. Chenzong had stayed on this ship for half a month. He spent most of his time on cultivation, especially watching the river and comprehending the swordsmanship. He then comprehended the Lingwu realm of body and sword as one. His progress was very obvious. His battle strength had also increased a little. However, he was still at the early stage of 7-star. The small gap between 7-star was bigger than 6-star. It wasn't easy to cross it. As for the realm of perfection, Chenzong always had a feeling that he was about to grasp the inspiration, but lacked the opportunity to truly comprehend it. the long Sky River flowed from south to north. It flowed out of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. However, Qianzong couldn't take this ship and directly sail out of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. After another 3 days, Qianzong got off the ship at the border of the Sky River state, which was the destination of the ship. Goodbye, Brother Chen. Luo Xiaowen was reluctant to part. Goodbye if fate wills it. Qianzong smiled. Goodbye, great scholar. Lin Jiang and the others also bid farewell to Qianzong. After more than 10 days on the ship, most people had a good relationship with Qianzong. In addition to Qianzong's identity as a great scholar, they also liked Qianzong very much. He was hardworking, humble, and sincere. He might have some shortcomings, but after more than 10 days of interaction, Qianzong had indeed left a good impression on them. I'm so happy that our Cloud Dragon dynasty has such a great scholar. Yes, I hope there are more people like him. Don't think too much. A great scholar like Qianzong is rarely seen in 100 years. Nine Eagle Dynasty and Silver Light Dynasty don't have one. Looking at Qianzong's departing figure, everyone spoke one after another. Qianzong continued to move forward. He went all the way north and gradually walked out of the Sky River state. Further ahead was a mountain. Half of the mountain was within the Cloud Dragon dynasty, while the other half was outside of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. It was nearly 2,000 meters tall and lofty. If he wanted to go around it, he would have to spend a lot of time. Qianzong chose to go over the mountain. The plains were vast and seemed to stretch on endlessly. Qianzong sprinted through the grassy plains, heading north at full speed. The aura here is different from the one in the dynasty. As he ran, Qianzong carefully sensed his surroundings. Just like people, different regions would have different auras: calm, peaceful, violent, and so on. The aura of a region was not only related to its environment, but also to the creatures that inhabited it. For example, in regions where monster beasts gathered, the aura would be affected by the monster beasts and become violent, filled with monster chi fluctuations. The aura of the dynasty was relatively peaceful. Although there was competition everywhere, it was a kind of benign competition under the laws of the dynasty, full of vitality. But the feeling Qianzong got from this place was a mixture of violence and ferocity, a kind of chaotic aura. Before he set off, his honored master Marquis Lin Shan had already said that the junction of the 3 great dynasties was a wilderness. This wilderness was not under the jurisdiction of the 3 great dynasties, and because the land was barren, the 3 great dynasties did not compete for it, turning it into an unregulated zone. Many martial artists who had committed crimes in the 3 great dynasties were unwilling to be captured. They all fled from the dynasties and entered the wilderness. In this wilderness, there was a city called the 3 Ferocious City. 3 Ferocious City was originally built by 3 vicious transcendent realm masters, and after passing down generation after generation, it had developed to become very powerful. After the death of the 3 Ferocious, although no transcendent realm masters appeared in the city, there were many pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Some information about 3 Ferocious City flashed through his mind, but Qianzong did not slow down at all. In the barren wilderness, the figures of monster beasts could occasionally be seen, but they were not powerful monster beasts. After a gray wolf discovered Qianzong, it let out a howl and rushed over like a gust of wind, passing by Qianzong's figure. Qianzong was still moving forward, but the lone wolf fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Its eyes were dim, and it had already lost its life. There were no visible wounds on its surface, but if one were to cut it open, one would find that its bones, muscles, and internal organs were all shattered. The moment they passed each other, Qianzong's sleeves seemed to have accidentally touched Lone Wolf's body. The flowing water sword he had comprehended bombarded Lone Wolf's body. The tyrannical power was like flowing water, shaking Lone Wolf's body and causing damage from the outside to the inside. Although Lone Wolf's body looked intact on the outside, it was a mess inside. However, this was also because Lone Wolf's strength was relatively weak. If it had been other powerful demonic beasts, Qianzong's sleeves might not have been able to do this. As he passed by, Qianzong caught a glimpse of a few rotting corpses from the corner of his eye. He could not help but sigh. It was rare to see such a scene in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, but Qianzong had already seen several such scenes. It was indeed a chaotic place. However, if they wanted to reach the sinking Feather River, they would have to pass through this place. Kill. Silent Gale. Go to hell. Hundreds of meters away, a group of people were torn between life and death. Saber light danced wildly, spear shadows crisscrossed, and withered grass fluttered in the air. The aftermath spread out and tore the ground apart. Chenzong ignored them. He did not want to get involved in this kind of unnecessary trouble. However, along the way, no less than 5 people were killed, which made Chenzong feel more emotional. Stop. Hand over the cultivation method obediently, and I'll spare your life. A young man was running at full speed. He was as vigorous as a cheetah, but he looked panicked. Behind him, 3 men in short brown robes were chasing him crazily. All of them looked ferocious. Here's something for you. The young man seemed to realize that it was difficult for him to escape. When he saw Chenzong, he directly took out something from his arms, exerted his strength, and threw it at Chenzong as if he was throwing a stone. Chenzong's figure drifted away to avoid it. However, he did not want to get into trouble, but trouble still came to him. One of the men in short brown robes smirked and threw out a palm. There was a vortex of strength in his palm that kept spinning. Warriors with lower strength would feel dizzy, but it did not affect Chenzong at all. Chenzong's figure flashed and avoided the palm of the warrior in short brown robes. At the same time, he said, "I'm just passing by." However, the 3 men acted as if they did not hear him. They attacked again with murderous intent. It was not strange to kill people indiscriminately in the territory of Triple Ferocious City. In this chaotic place, it was not strange to kill people if you did not like them, if you were in a bad mood, or if you just wanted to kill people. Seeing that the 3 warriors in short robes who were chasing him had changed their target, the young man was relieved. However, he did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he tightened his clothes and hurried away. It's fine as long as I'm alive. It has nothing to do with me whether others die or not, the young man thought. Once again, Chenzong avoided the attacks of the 3 men. His expression was cold and solemn. You have some strength, but you still have to die. The 3 warriors in short brown robes were angry that they could not kill Chenzong. Their faces were full of murderous intent. They directly used their killing moves and attacked Chenzong fiercely. Chenzong had already backed down twice. He would not back down a 3rd time. If they wanted to kill him, then die. He did not draw his sword. The 3 warriors in 8 turn of the training realm were not qualified to do so. Chenzong's index finger gently swept across the air like a sharp sword. The sword strength was like water, silently permeating the surroundings. The killing moves of the 3 warriors in short robes were like dust being washed away by running water. They all retreated and disappeared. The movements of the 3 warriors also stopped in the air, their eyes full of confusion. Ignoring the 3 men because they had already lost their lives, Chenzong grabbed the air with his 5 fingers. The thing that fell to the side flew into his hand. It was a book. Chenzong flipped it open and took a look. It was just a low-grade earth-tier cultivation technique. It was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Chenzong read it over and over again. Indeed, there was nothing special about it. It was just a very ordinary low-grade earth-tier cultivation technique. It was common stuff, and it was even a handwritten copy. The handwriting was too ugly. With a gentle shake, the book instantly shattered and turned into dust. It seems that the so-called cultivation method is still in that person's hands. Chenzong thought to himself. His gaze was distant as he looked in the direction that the young man had left. His sharp eyes could still see the young man's figure in the distance. With a soft laugh, Chenzong's body was as light as the wind as he flew in the direction that the young man had left in. The young man's cultivation was only an 8 turn of the training realm. Although his speed was not slow, there was a huge gap between him and Chenzong. Not long after, the young man who thought that he had gotten rid of the pursuit suddenly felt a breeze blowing past him. In front of him, a somewhat familiar figure appeared and blocked his way. Get out of the way. The young man's reaction was very fast. Every martial artist in the 3 Ferocious City had a lot of battle experience. Their reaction was very fast and they could react in the shortest time possible. This was something that many martial artists from different dynasties did not have. After all, the environment they lived in was different. In a place like Three Ferocious City, if one was not vigilant enough and did not react fast enough, one could easily be killed. However, in the face of absolute power, fast reaction was useless. In the face of the young man's fierce attack, Qianzong only waved his sleeve casually. A powerful force flowed out like flowing water. Not only did it dissolve the young man's killing move in an instant, but it also made the young man's body tremble continuously. The young man's qi and blood dissipated. The young man's whole body softly fell down like a snake that had its bones pulled out. The young man's face was full of shock. He finally realized that he had offended someone he should not have offended. It was too late for regrets. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he realized that he could not open his mouth. After a while, the young man barely recovered some strength. He quickly got up and knelt on the ground. "Sir, I was blind to have offended you. Please let me go." The young man kept kowtowing. He did not have the so-called dignity of a martial artist. To him, it was fine as long as he could survive. This was also the way of survival for the insignificant people in Three Ferocious City. "Hand over the cultivation method," Qianzong said directly. His voice was cold and contained an inexplicable power. The young man could not help but tremble. A trace of struggle flashed through his eyes. "Sir, I have already handed over the cultivation method." The young man still wanted to struggle. "Looks like you want to die." Qianzong's voice was still calm. However, when the young man heard it, he felt as if the extreme north wind was blowing. He could not help but shiver. "Sir, the cultivation method is here." The young man finally gave in. He took out a scroll from his chest and gently placed it in front of him. Qianzong glanced at it. His 5 fingers grabbed the air, and the scroll fell into his hand. He opened it and saw that it was only an earth-level cultivation method. Qianzong did not care about earth-level cultivation methods at all. If there was something special about this cultivation method, it would be that the inner strength cultivated was cold. It was a kind of cold force. Inner strength cultivation methods such as heat and cold were relatively rare. They were more precious and powerful among the same level. But even so, Qianzong did not care about them. "What's so special about this cultivation method?" Qianzong asked. Since the young man valued it so much and even wanted to kill him, it should not be so simple. "Sir, I don't know. I only heard that it seems to be related to a peerless earth-level cultivation method," the young man replied. Qianzong suddenly understood. If it was related to a peerless earth-level cultivation method, then it was indeed valuable. However, that was only relative to other warriors. To Qianzong, it was nothing. After shaking the scroll casually and turning it into powder again, Qianzong ignored the young man and continued to head north. Only when Qianzong's figure disappeared from sight did the young man stagger to his feet. Looking at the powdered scroll on the ground, his heart ached. In order to get this cultivation method, he had put in a lot of effort and even offended a force in Triple Ferocity City. It was not easy for him to get rid of the pursuit. He did not expect that because of one wrong step, all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, this person was not ruthless enough. Otherwise, not only would the cultivation method be destroyed, but also his life. The dark red city walls were mottled by the passage of time. Standing in the wilderness, it was like a lonely giant. The Triple Ferocity City was huge and was not inferior to the capital of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Going through it directly was the shortest way. Going around it would take several times longer. Of course, that was only under peaceful circumstances. If something happened, it was hard to say which method would be the shortest. My first goal is to break through to the great completion of the Qi refining realm. My second goal is to cross the sinking Feather River and enter the Longtu dynasty. Qianzong thought to himself, the environment in the Triple Ferocity City is completely different from the dynasty. If I stay here for a while, I might be able to find an opportunity to break through. As for danger, if one wanted to go further on the path of martial arts, how could one not encounter danger? If one stopped because of danger, one could only stay where one was in the end. Three Ferocious City. Since I'm here, I might as well leave my mark here. Qianzong thought to himself as his eyes flickered. The gate of the Triple Ferocity City was always open. It would not close unless it was under special circumstances. Stop, where is your token? Two ferocious-looking guards stood on either side of the open door. Their eyes were cold and sharp, as if they wanted to cut Chen Zong's body open with a sharp blade. They shouted fiercely. What token? Chen Zong asked. Oh, you don't have a token. Is this your first time in the Triple Ferocity City? The guard's fierce-looking face seemed to have softened. After receiving Chen Zong's affirmation, the two guards' expressions softened a little. To enter the Triple Ferocity City, you must have the Triple Ferocity Order. Without it, you cannot enter. We can apply for the Triple Ferocity Order here. It only costs 100 spirit shells. 100 spirit shells. Chen Zong chuckled. Although he did not know the value of the Triple Ferocity Order, 100 spirit shells was obviously treating him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. I can find the Triple Ferocity Order from anyone I kill now. Chen Zong smiled. Give me a reasonable price and save me the trouble. Chen Zong did not search the bodies of the 3 Qi refinement stage cultivators he had killed earlier. Perhaps it was because they were too weak and could not come up with such thoughts. All along, it had been Chen Zong's habit to search for spoils of war from his opponents. However, it was only when the opponent's strength was similar to his or stronger than his. Now, Chen Zong's strength difference was extremely obvious. They were like ants. Chen Zong did not have any interest. For example, if you killed a ferocious beast, you might be interested in collecting its fur and bones. But if you killed an ant by stepping on it, would you be interested in collecting its corpse? Chen Zong's eyes were clear and didn't contain any threat, but for some reason, the two guards couldn't help but tremble, as if they had been doused with ice water. An indescribable chill spread from the top of their heads to the bottom of their feet. It was as if this young-looking person in front of him was in control of his life and death. 10 spirit shells. I only need 10 spirit shells. 10 spirit shells, right? Chen Zong smiled. He took out 10 spirit shells and handed them to the guards. The guards obediently took out a 3 ferocious order and handed it to Chen Zong. Take care. The fierce-looking guards nodded and bowed. Even they did not know why they behaved like this. It was the invisible pressure of qi. Although the two guards' cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th cycle of the training stage, they were only ordinary 1-star fighters. Chen Zong, on the other hand, had truly reached the early 7-star level and had stepped into the pseudo-genuine martial stage. The huge gap formed an invisible pressure. Coupled with Chen Zong's intentional spiritual influence, the effect was even more obvious. Holding the 3 ferocious order, Chen Zong strode into 3 ferocious city. The streets of 3 ferocious city were wide but not clean. Although it was comparable to King's City in terms of scale, there was a huge gap in the environment. The left and right sides were messy. The ground was uneven and potholes could be seen from time to time. Some of the bluestone bricks were stained with dark red stains, which were dried blood stains. The pedestrians walked in a hurry. They looked around vigilantly. Some people's ears even trembled slightly. They raised their hearing to the extreme to guard against any possible attack. Outside 3 ferocious city, there were killings everywhere. It was the same inside the city. It was a chaotic place. Taking in the expressions of many people, Chen Zong judged their mentality. He did not dare to underestimate them. He was here to gain experience. He did not want to die here for no reason. Striding forward, Chen Zong planned to find a restaurant to fill his stomach. He had not eaten a good meal for more than half a month. Thinking about it made him drool. The black flag with red words fluttered in the wind. The words "Black Light Restaurant" also danced in the wind, making a sound. Chen Zong strode into the restaurant. He glanced around and found that the hall was full of people. He walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. His luck was pretty good. There was still an empty table by the window. Chen Zong walked over and sat down. The waiter of the restaurant quickly came over to greet him. Chen Zong naturally asked him to list the restaurant's signature dishes and ordered a dozen or so servings and a jar of fine wine. Soon, more than 10 dishes were served one after another, along with a jar of wine that was about 1.5 kilograms. When Chen Zong was about to eat, a voice sounded in his ears. "My friend, do you mind sharing a table?" Without waiting for Chenzong to answer, the voice directly sat down opposite Chenzong and called the waiter, "Give me the same as this friend." Chenzong glanced at the person. It was a young man in his 20s. He was a little thin, pale, and had sunken eyes. It seemed that he had exhausted his body. The other tables on the second floor were all occupied by 2 or 3 people. Only Chenzong's table was empty. It was not strange that the person came to share a table. However, he was too familiar with Chenzong. He sat down directly without Chenzong's permission. However, Chenzong did not care about it. He was just here to eat a good meal. After filling his stomach, he would leave. There was no need to care about it. While waiting for the food and wine, the person's eyes fell on Chenzong's face. After careful observation, he asked with a smile, "My friend, is this your first time in Xianxia City? What's the matter?" Chenzong did not say yes or no. Instead, he asked the person back. "Don't be so vigilant. The more friends you have in Xianxia City, the more options you have. If you encounter any trouble, you won't be at a loss," the person said. It sounded reasonable, but Chenzong felt that the person had another purpose. Soon, the person's food and wine were served. They were exactly the same as Chenzong's. Holding a pair of chopsticks in each of his hands, he immediately waved them around like a whirlwind, as if he was a reincarnated hungry ghost, causing Chenzong to be extremely surprised. The sound of chewing was loud and clear, as if a pig was eating. Just hearing it would make people feel irritated, but Chenzong did not pay attention to it, as if he was not disturbed at all, and continued eating his own food. The sound was getting louder and louder. In addition to eating crazily, the person also poured the wine into his mouth. At the end, he even clicked his tongue, as if he was doing it deliberately. However, Chenzong still did not look at him. He was still eating and tasting his food and wine, as if he was sitting in the beautiful mountains and rivers, leisurely. Suddenly, the person put his hands under the table and was about to turn it over. However, he found that the table seemed to be integrated with the restaurant. It was rooted to the ground and did not move at all. An abnormal shade of red appeared on his pale face. He squinted his eyes and then widened them. He lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. All his strength came from his feet. As his internal strength surged, it all flowed into his arms. Under the sleeves of his robe, the veins on his arms bulged like pythons. He had tried his best, but he still could not move the wooden table. He saw that the person opposite him was holding chopsticks with one hand and putting the other hand gently on the table. His movements looked very natural. "Haha, my friend, you're really something." The person found that he could not move, so he directly withdrew his strength and said with a smile. However, he did not dare to stay any longer, as if he was afraid that Chenzong would attack him. He quickly paid the bill and left. Although he did not know the person's intentions, Chenzong guessed that the person saw that it was his first time in the Three Ferocious City. He was also young and thought that he was a fat sheep. Therefore, he used all kinds of methods to trick him. Or perhaps, he had other motives. "Sure enough, this is not a peaceful place," Chenzong secretly said. This kind of thing was very rare in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Chenzong did not resist. This was an indispensable part of the experience. He continued to eat the food in front of him. However, the pale-faced person walked out of the black light restaurant and strode forward along the street. Not long after, he turned into a small alley. My cultivation is at the peak of the 9th transformation stage, and my battle strength is at the beginning of the 2-star stage. I suddenly attacked with my full strength, but the opponent was still able to react. Moreover, he only used one hand to press down on the table and make it not move. This kind of battle strength is at least at the 4-star stage. The pale-faced young man muttered to himself. His eyes flickered continuously, a 4-star stage martial artist at the chi refining stage. He doesn't look very old either, probably in his early 20s. He must be a genius of some faction, an important member. His purpose in coming to the Three Ferocious City must be to gain experience. If I can capture him alive and take everything from him, I can make a lot of money. If I can use this to threaten his faction to come and ransom him, I can make even more money. That's right, that's right. I have to inform the faction leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might be too late. As he spoke, his footsteps quickened and he directly used his movement technique to leave. A 4-star stage martial artist, whether in the Three Ferocious City or the Three Ferocious City, could be considered a true genius. This was because they could already be listed on the Qi Refining Stage Martial Artist list. This kind of genius would definitely have a lot of good things on him. Moreover, the faction that he belonged to valued him very much and would pay a sufficient price for this. Soon, the pale-faced young man returned to the black light restaurant. Following him were more than 10 people. Each of them had a ferocious appearance and a murderous aura, which made people's expressions change greatly. However, the restaurant's shopkeeper blocked everyone's path without any fear. The Black Light Restaurant is the property of the Black Light sect. You are not allowed to behave atrociously, the shopkeeper said firmly. In Triple Ferocious City, the forces were intricate. If a restaurant or shop did not have a backer, it would definitely be swallowed up without leaving anything behind. Therefore, the shops and restaurants that could gain a foothold in the Three Ferocious City were either dependent on a certain force and paid a fixed monthly tribute, or they were directly opened by a certain force. For example, this Black Light Restaurant was directly opened by the people under the Black Light sect. The Black Light sect was considered one of the larger forces in Triple Ferocious City and could not be easily offended. Otherwise, once a war broke out, it would affect Triple Ferocious City and cause countless casualties. Triple Ferocious City was chaotic, but in fact, it was under the control of some invisible rules. On the second floor of the Black Light Restaurant, with the arrival of the pale young man and a dozen fiendish men, the warriors who were eating and drinking got up to make way for them. Because these people did not come with good intentions, they were afraid of being affected and suffering an unexpected disaster. It's the Red Wolf Warriors. They even sent the Red Wolf Warriors. The surrounding people saw the clothes and the symbol on the chest of the fiendish men and suddenly whispered. In the blink of an eye, the pale young man sat down in front of Qianzong again. The fiendish men surrounded Qianzong in a tight circle, blocking any possibility of Qianzong leaving. Friend, come with me. We, the Red Wolves, have always been hospitable. The pale young man first picked up a piece of meat and threw it into his mouth to chew, then said in a clear tone. It sounded like an invitation, but it also implied a threat. Not interested. Qianzong responded neither slowly nor quickly, which made the pale young man slightly stunned. It also made the surrounding warriors who avoided and watched the show stunned. These were the Red Wolves. Perhaps they were not as strong as the Black Light sect, but in Triple Ferocious City, they were well known among the second-class forces. People without a strong backer did not dare to go against them. Qianzong did not know what the Red Wolves were, but these people's cultivation was at the ninth transformation of the strength refining realm. They were all murderous and obviously had a lot of blood on their hands. They were not good people. Speaking of killing people, Qianzong only killed some when he was chased in the Eastern Land. When he came to the Cloud Dragon Kingdom, he only killed some disciples of the Silver Saber Castle. That was all. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Perhaps the pale young man felt that he could rely on himself by bringing a dozen people here. He directly poured the wine in his cup onto the dishes in front of Qianzong with a ferocious face. His own combat power was at the peak of 2-star, and the dozen people he brought were all elite warriors in the sect. Each of them had at least the combat power of a 2-star beginner. They were also good at teamwork. If they worked together, they might not be able to kill a 4-star combatant, but they could trap him for a while. Together with other methods, it was not a problem to capture a 4-star combatant. As the pale young man splashed the wine, the dozen or so Red Wolf warriors released an astonishing baleful aura. It was as if ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. A chilly wind blew, and the temperature in the restaurant plummeted, making people shiver unconsciously. However, this did not affect Qianzong at all. What a waste of a table of dishes. Qianzong sighed slightly. He immediately raised his head and lifted his eyelids. In the depths of his clear eyes, his pupils seemed to have turned into 2 sharp swords and shot out. The pale young man opposite him could not help but tremble. His originally pale face became even paler, and a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his pupils. Then, like a ripple, it spread out and spread to his entire pale face. Attack! Driven by the fear in his heart, the pale young man screamed, "Attack!" Suddenly, the dozen or so red wolf warriors attacked one after another. The red wolf sabers were unsheathed, illuminating the second floor of the restaurant. It was extremely dazzling. The astonishing baleful aura was like waves and vortexes, spreading in all directions and suffocating people. The light of the dozen or so wolf sabers slashed towards Chenzong from all directions. It was as if heaven and earth were sealed, cutting off all of Chenzong's escape routes. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable connection between the dozen or so wolf sabers, causing the power of each saber to increase by a lot. The terrifying baleful aura mixed with the impact, shaking one's spiritual will. In an instant, Chenzong only felt that the restaurant was collapsing towards him and was about to crush him into pieces. The mysterious attack formed by the dozen or so saber lights could only kill any 2-star warrior. Even a 3-star warrior would also die. Even a 4-star warrior would have to use all of his strength to deal with it. This was the famous red wolf saber of the red wolf warriors. However, the Chenzong they were facing was not a 4-star warrior, but a 7-star warrior that they had never heard of before. The difference between a 4-star warrior and a 7-star warrior was like the difference between a toddler and a healthy teenager. Why is it so difficult to have a good meal? A soft sigh, which was low but clear, penetrated the murderous aura and the saber lights, and floated into everyone's ears. It instantly shocked everyone, and it also made the pale young man, who was looking for an opportunity to attack, have an ominous feeling in his heart. Before he had time to think about where the ominous feeling came from, a red lightning flashed past his eyes. His eyes felt like they were cut open, and it was extremely painful. When he closed his eyes subconsciously, he felt like something was gently brushing his throat, as light as a feather. When the pale young man opened his eyes again, he only felt that his vision became blurry, as if it was turning from day to dusk. It was getting further and further away, and it quickly became dark, sinking into oblivion. What is that? He vaguely saw a red line on the throats of the dozen or so red wolf warriors, and a trace of doubt appeared in his drowsy consciousness. However, he didn't notice that there was also a thin red line on his throat. That red line was the mark made by a sword. Chenzong's sword was too fast. No one saw clearly when he drew his sword, let alone how he attacked. Everyone only felt a red lightning flash before their eyes. After it disappeared, more than a dozen red wolf warriors stopped in midair with their swords raised. It was as if they had been immobilized by some kind of magic. They couldn't move. Immediately, the dozen or so red wolf warriors fell back in unison. With a loud bang, the whole restaurant seemed to shake. As for the pale young man, no one knew when he had fallen on the table, and he was no longer breathing. There was complete silence all around, and even breathing could not be heard. "Waiter, the bill." Chenzong's voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear, and it made people tremble involuntarily. The waiter's face turned bitter, and the shopkeeper pushed him a few times. "Coming, coming." The waiter's voice was trembling. It couldn't be helped. The unknown always made people fearful. No one clearly saw how Chenzong drew his sword. By the time they could see clearly, his sword didn't seem to have moved. However, they were certain that he must have drawn his sword. Otherwise, how could he have killed those Red Wolf gang members? In an instant, it was so fast that they couldn't see. What kind of sword speed was this to kill more than a dozen Red Wolf warriors? Looking at their wounds, the length and thickness were exactly the same, and they were in the same position. What kind of precise control was this? Looking at this person who killed more than a dozen people in an instant, his expression didn't change at all, and he even called someone to pay the bill. It was scary no matter how one looked at it. The waiter was worried that he would be killed, but he still had to bite the bullet and come over. Guest, the total is 6 spirit shells. I'll give you a discount. 5 spirit shells will do. The waiter's voice was trembling. Blacklight Restaurant was the property of the Blacklight sect, but they were not strong. If they were killed, the Blacklight sect would invite such geniuses, and they would die in vain. After Chenzong took out 5 spirit shells and handed them to the waiter, he turned around and left Blacklight Restaurant. Although the dishes on the table were splashed with wine, Chenzong ate more than half of them and was basically full. After walking out of Blacklight Restaurant, the people inside breathed a sigh of relief. Although none of them were weak, compared to Chenzong, the difference was obvious. Staying with such a terrifying person, they would not feel at ease. What if the other party was too crazy and attacked them with his sword, killing them, becoming a warrior and embarking on the road of martial arts? Killing was inevitable. Chenzong didn't have any burdens, but he felt that Triple Ferocious City was really chaotic. It was impossible to kill people on the street or stain the restaurant with blood in the dynasty. After walking for a short distance, Chenzong found that he was surrounded. Yes, there were people surrounding him again. These people were all wearing short brown robes, which made Chenzong feel a little familiar, as if he had seen them before. "Sir, he is the one who took the cultivation method." When the voice sounded, Chenzong also saw the person who spoke. It was the young man who was chased in the wilderness before. Chenzong didn't kill him, but he didn't expect that not only was the young man not grateful for sparing his life, but he also repaid kindness with ingratitude. This made Chenzong know more about Triple Ferocious City. However, Chenzong didn't feel regret. What was done. It didn't matter if he regretted it, as long as he remembered that this kind of thing wouldn't happen again. "Young man, you killed 3 of my people. How are you going to settle this account?" The middle-aged man in his 30s said in a deep and oppressive tone. His eyes flashed fiercely and fell on Chenzong's face with an amazing pressure, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. Chenzong could feel that the aura emitted from this man was very strong, but he still hadn't reached the level of the real martial arts realm. He should be a cultivator at the strength refining realm. After all, the real martial arts realm and the strength refining realm were 2 different levels. Generally speaking, a true martial realm cultivator wouldn't deal with a strength refining realm cultivator, even if the other party was a genius. This was an invisible rule. Triple Ferocious City was independent of the 3 great dynasties, but it didn't mean that it could compete with them. It had to be known that the 3 great dynasties had transcendence, and more than one at that. Triple Ferocious City didn't have any transcendence, at most they had pseudo-transcendence. In terms of numbers, they couldn't be compared to the 3 great dynasties. If it wasn't for the fact that the land here was barren and didn't have much value, it would have already been divided up by the 3 great dynasties. Moreover, the 3 great dynasties also treated Triple Ferocious City as a place to gain experience. However, they had also informed Triple Ferocious City that strength refining realm cultivators would be dealt with by strength refining realm cultivators. If the 3 great dynasties found out that true martial realm cultivators were used, the consequences would be very serious. The cultivators of Triple Ferocious City were fierce, but they weren't stupid. Therefore, the people who surrounded Chenzong on the street were all martial artists in the Qi refining realm. There were more than 20 of them compared to the martial artists from the Red Wolf gang. All of them had a murderous look on their faces. On the long street, more than 20 murderous people formed a circle and surrounded Chenzong. The pedestrians around them all moved away, otherwise, if they started fighting, it was inevitable that they would be affected. In Ferocious City, there were countless cases of accidental injuries and deaths. Those are the Grizzly Gang. Yes, they are the Grizzly Gang. They are the top second-rate force. That young man is in trouble. Haha, that's not necessarily the case. Who knows, it might be the Grizzly Bear Gang that's in trouble. The person who spoke had an inexplicable smile on his face, because he had just witnessed a hair-raising battle in the Blacklight Restaurant. There were indeed many people in the Grizzly Gang, more than 10 more than the Red Wolves, but most of them were relatively ordinary gang members and could not be compared with the Red Wolves. So, how could they fight against the other side? Chenzong ignored the words of the Grizzly Gang man. His eyes fell on the young man's face, very calm. The young man was startled at first and shrank back, then he straightened his body and looked provocative, like a kitten waving its paw at a tiger. "Young man, I'm talking to you." The big man's face darkened, and his eyes became more and more fierce. "I don't like to kill, but sometimes, I have to kill," Chenzong said softly. His voice was very low, as if only he could hear it. But the people around him could also hear it, and they all looked strange. "Go, break his hands and feet and take him back." The big man waved his hand and said. Immediately, the Grizzly Gang members rushed from all directions, and the wind whistled and rolled. Chen Zong could keenly feel that his hands and feet were locked, and he was being attacked fiercely and mercilessly. However, when more than a dozen attacks fell, they bombarded the ground and completely missed, and Chen Zong seemed to have never moved. Then, there seemed to be a red lightning flashing in front of everyone's eyes. It's here again. The person who was in the black light restaurant just now opened his eyes as wide as possible to concentrate his vision. His heart also suddenly jumped, but he still couldn't see anything else. There was only a flash of red lightning that was very dazzling, causing his vision to become a vast expanse of white, and his eyes to ache endlessly. The red bolt of lightning came abruptly and left just as quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 20 or so members of the grizzly bear gang surrounding Chen Zong stood motionless on the ground, as if they had all turned into statues. "What are you doing? Hurry up!" the big man of the grizzly gang roared. "They're dead. It's your turn." A faint voice came into his ears, and the big man's face suddenly changed. He found that more than 20 gang members' throats were bleeding, and their eyes had lost their vitality. You actually killed them." The big man's heart trembled, and his face turned pale as he stumbled backwards. He pointed a trembling finger at Chen Zong. "You're finished. You've killed so many of our grizzly bear gang members. Your end has come. Don't worry about it." The faint voice sounded, and the big man only saw a flash of red lightning in front of his eyes. Then, the world in front of him became dim and blurred, and he gradually fell into oblivion. Don't kill me." The young man was stunned at first, and then he was terrified. He waved his hands and retreated, and then turned around to escape into the crowd. Chen Zong did not chase him, but everyone saw the red lightning flash. It crossed more than 10 meters in an instant and penetrated the back of the young man's head. It was a sword chi. Even though it was more than 10 meters away, the sword chi still had tyrannical power. It shot into the back of the young man's head, but it did not pierce through it. Instead, it exploded in his head and minced his brain, not affecting anyone else. "I gave you a chance, but you brought about your own destruction." Chen Zong glanced at the young man's body and thought to himself. These corpses would naturally be disposed of by someone else. Chen Zong did not need to care. However, first he killed the red wolves, and now he killed the grizzly gang. He had offended 2 forces in 3 ferocious city. But before he came, his honored master Marquis Lin Shan had told him that although 3 ferocious city was chaotic, it was not a mess. There were hidden rules. The original founders of 3 ferocious city, the 3 ferocious transcendents, had an agreement with the 3 great dynasties. The people of 3 ferocious city could deal with the cultivators from the 3 great dynasties at will, but they were forbidden from fighting with cultivators above their great realms. For example, true martial realm cultivators were forbidden from fighting with cultivators in the strength refining realm. One had to know that there were 3 strongholds in 3 ferocious city. These 3 strongholds came from the 3 great dynasties and were guarded by true martial realm cultivators from the 3 great dynasties. Their purpose was to monitor the situation. If any force dared to violate the rules set by the 3 great dynasties and 3 ferocious city, the entire force would be wiped out by the masters from the 3 great dynasties. In the worst-case scenario, the entire 3 ferocious city would be implicated. The reason why 3 ferocious city could exist was because the 3 great dynasties allowed it to exist. First, it was the original agreement. Second, it was a place for cultivators to gain experience and accommodate vicious cultivators. Otherwise, if these vicious cultivators were to wander into the various dynasties, they would cause a lot of trouble. Even if the dynasties had the ability to deal with them, it would take some time and some losses. Therefore, a balance had always been maintained between the 3 great dynasties and 3 ferocious city. In particular, 3 ferocious city was unwilling to take the initiative to break this balance because there were no transcendents in 3 ferocious city, so it didn't have much deterrence to the 3 great dynasties. Even so, Chen Zong didn't become complacent. Under the sun, there was always a shadow. In this chaotic 3 ferocious city, there should be some way to deal with it. I need to go to the Cloud Dragon Mansion first, Chen Zong thought to himself. The Cloud Dragon Mansion was the stronghold guarded by the true martial realm cultivators of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Basically, every cultivator from the Cloud Dragon dynasty who came to Three Ferocious City for life experience would go to the Cloud Dragon Mansion. This way, the cultivators of the Cloud Dragon Mansion would pay attention and do their best. The Cloud Dragon Mansion was located in the northeast corner of Three Ferocious City and was located on a long street. It was very eye-catching as it was a 3-story pavilion. A red dragon-shaped flag with golden characters fluttered in the wind. It was vivid and lifelike, like a flying dragon in the sky. The 3 words Cloud Dragon Mansion were written on it. It was very conspicuous, and Chenzong could see it from a distance. The door of the Cloud Dragon Mansion was open, but no one came in or out. After all, the people of Three Ferocious City wouldn't come here for no reason. It was like the difference between soldiers and bandits. How could bandits come to the soldiers' mansion for no reason? Chenzong raised his head to look at the 3 words Cloud Dragon Restaurant. He smiled slightly and walked towards the open door. Inside, a middle-aged man was half reclining on a chair with his eyes closed. He seemed to be resting. The moment Chenzong stepped into the Cloud Dragon Mansion, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. The originally dim light was instantly illuminated. It was as if a blazing sun had suddenly risen, shining with boundless radiance. Chenzong felt as if he was exposed to the sun. The light shone from all directions, as if it wanted to penetrate his body. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. All his bones and muscles tensed up subconsciously. The tyrannical chaotic origin-shattering energy surged. He opened his 10 fingers and the 2 swords vibrated slightly. This sudden pressure made Chenzong feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He trembled with fear. It came quickly and left quickly, as if it was an illusion. "Are you a cultivator from the Cloud Dragon dynasty?" The middle-aged man's eyes dimmed and his tyrannical aura dissipated. The terrible pressure completely disappeared. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Greetings, emissary. My name is Chenzong, a warrior of the Cloud Dragon dynasty," Chenzong said quickly and concisely. "Chenzong. Great State Scholar Chenzong." The middle-aged man instantly stood up and asked in a hurried tone. "That's me," Chenzong said. "Cloud Dragon Envoy Xia Taichao greets Great State Scholar." The middle-aged man saluted Chenzong. Even though he was a warrior at the peak of LV9 true martial realm, he had another identity. He was a member of the Cloud Dragon dynasty and a member of the royal family. When he saw a great state scholar, he naturally had to treat him with respect. "No need for formalities, emissary," Chenzong said as he returned the salute. "Great state scholar, please sit down." Xiao Taichao asked Chenzong to sit down. "Emissary, don't call me great state scholar. Just call me by my name," Chenzong said with a smile. "Alright, I'll call you little friend." Xiao Taichao looked at Chenzong a few times and said with a smile, "Then, little friend, don't call me emissary. Just call me by my name." "Big brother Xia," Chenzong said. Naturally, he wouldn't really call him by his name. No matter what, he was in the strength refining realm and Xiao Taichao was in the true martial realm. There was a big gap between them. In the world of warriors, martial arts were respected and strength was the strongest. Only the strong could run amok. "Ha ha ha ha." Xiao Taichao laughed. He was very happy. Chenzong was a great state scholar. He was also the only Heaven's Pride in the Cloud Dragon dynasty who had reached the peak of 6-star. He had endless potential. Many people wanted to make friends with him, but not everyone had the chance. Now, he could be called Big Brother by Chenzong. This was something that many people dreamed of. "Big brother Xia, I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to report. Second, I've caused some trouble," Chenzong said. "Little brother, what trouble have you encountered? Just tell me." Xiao Taichao directly upgraded from little friend to brother. His face was serious and his tone was serious. "I killed some people from the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang," Chenzong said. "The Red Wolf Gang and the Grizzly Bear Gang. Humph, so what if we killed them?" "So what? Brother, as long as you nod your head, I will lead my men to destroy these 2 gangs." Xiao Taichao was incomparably overbearing. In the Triple Ferocity City, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang were not weak. They were second-rate forces. Among them, there were nearly 1,000 strength refining realm warriors and dozens of true martial realm warriors. However, there was no one who had reached the peak of LV9 true martial realm. Only a small number of first-rate forces had a LV9 true martial realm warrior. Therefore, second-rate forces like the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang could be destroyed by Xia Taichao alone, not to mention a group of true martial realm warriors. It should be known that in the Cloud Dragon Mansion, there were other true martial realm warriors besides Xia Taichao. Their deterrence was comparable to the first-rate forces in the Triple Ferocity City. When Qinzong entered the Yunlong restaurant, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang knew that their gang members had been killed and immediately took action. As a second-rate force, they had their own way of gathering information. They immediately locked onto the location of the target and quickly rushed to the Yunlong restaurant with a group of people. Tai Xiong, what are you doing here? Tai Lang, one of the vice leaders of the Red Wolves, was vigilant. His eyes narrowed and flashed with a fierce light. We're here to do whatever you're here to do. Tai Xiong was one of the vice leaders of the Grizzly Gang. He was as strong as a big brown bear. When he opened his mouth, his voice was like rolling thunder, buzzing like a bear's roar. The Red Wolves had been killed by Qinzong first, then the Grizzly Gang. Therefore, the Red Wolves didn't know that the Grizzly Gang had also been killed by Qinzong. In other words, when Tai Lang and his gang came out, they didn't know. On the other hand, the Grizzly Gang knew what had happened in the Blacklight restaurant. The two gangs were led by their vice leaders and gathered at the entrance of the Yunlong restaurant. Then, Tai Lang and Grizzly Bear stepped forward and walked into the Yunlong restaurant. Qinzong and Xia Taichao, who were in the middle of talking, looked at the two of them. The two of them also looked at Qinzong's face. Tai Lang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, while Tai Xiong's eyes flashed with cruelty. It was this person who had killed dozens of their gang members. If they didn't demand an explanation, the reputation of the two gangs would be damaged in the future. What are you two doing here? Xia Taichao didn't get up and just asked indifferently. Of course, he knew why these people had come. Asking was just a way to pressure them. Xia Taichao was a martial artist at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm. His battle prowess had surpassed the 3-star level and reached an even higher level. Among all the true martial realm martial artists in the entire Three Ferocious City, he could be ranked in the top 10. His words carried a faintly discernible aura fluctuation, which immediately brought an extremely strong threat to Tai Lang and Tai Xiong. Although the cultivation of these two were not weak, they were only in the 7th level of the true martial realm. The gap between them and the 9th level of the true martial realm was very obvious. Not to mention, Xia Taichao was not an ordinary 9th level of the true martial realm. His combat strength was above the 3-star peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Emissary Xia, this person has killed over 10 of our gang members. Because of this, we have come to demand an explanation. Emissary Xia, please do not violate the rules. Tai Lang's pupils shrank. There was fear in the depths of his eyes, but he still spoke unyieldingly. Emissary Xia, more than 20 of our Grizzly Gang members were also killed by this person. This explanation must be given. Tai Xiong's strong body straightened as he spoke in a rough voice. Explanation. Xia Taichao chuckled softly, but his eyes were filled with coldness. It was like a cold whirlpool that could freeze one's soul. Who gave you the courage to come here and demand an explanation? Is it Giant Bear or Red Wolf? This sentence made Tai Lang and Tai Xiong's complexion change greatly, but they did not dare to refute. Giant Bear and Red Wolf were the leaders of the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves. They were also known as the strongest martial artists in the gang. Their cultivation was at LV8 of the true martial realm. They were very powerful, but compared to Xia Taichao, they were still inferior. Emissary Xia, this is the agreement between the Cloud Dragon Dynasty and the Three Ferocious City. This is the rule. Are you trying to break the rule? Tai Lang said sternly. He had no choice but to use the rule to suppress Xia Taichao. Of course I know that this is the rule. However, you are martial artists of the true martial realm, yet you personally came here to deal with a martial artist of the Qi refining realm. Are you not putting me and the Cloud Dragon Dynasty in your eyes? Xia Taichao asked again. His harsh tone was like a blade cutting down, making it difficult for Tai Lang and Tai Xiong to resist. Whether it was Tai Lang or Tai Xiong, their goal was very clear. They came here to capture Chenzong. Break the rule, that's right, the rule was that martial artists of the three ferocious city could not deal with martial artists of the qi refining realm of the three dynasties. On the surface, no one dared to break the rule, but secretly, that was not necessarily the case. Like now, if Xiao Taichao was not here, they would directly capture Chenzong and bring him back to the gang. As long as they did not kill him, there would not be much of a problem. Obviously, it was impossible now. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong did not know how to respond to Xiao Taichao's words. I will not break the rules of the agreement between the dynasty and the three ferocious city. However, you must remember that if you dare to break the rules, as long as there is even the slightest trace of it, I will personally take action and uproot your two gangs. Xiao Taichao's words were filled with shocking killing intent, causing Tai Lang and Tai Xiong to involuntarily tremble. A chill rose from the depths of their bodies and spread out. Chenzong came here to gain experience. Naturally, Xiao Taichao would not disrupt his training. However, he still had to make things clear. He also had to do what he needed to do to deter people. Otherwise, some people would secretly get lucky and regret it when the time came. Chenzong is a martial artist of the qi refining realm. If you want to deal with him, that's fine. Let a martial artist of the qi refining realm do it. Xiao Taichao said again. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was going to cut Tai Lang and Tai Xiong apart. As for you and those martial artists of the true martial realm outside, if any of you dare to extend your claws, then be prepared to die. Yes, yes. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong could not be stubborn anymore. They could only nod repeatedly. Soon, Tai Lang and Tai Xiong turned around and walked out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion. However, their faces were gloomy and very ugly. Nevertheless, they did not dare to do anything. They were helpless. Xiao Taichao's strength was not something they could compete with. Just as he said, if they angered him, he could single-handedly destroy the two gangs. Unless they could invite the top 10 martial artists of the true martial realm in the three ferocious city. However, the price would be too high. At present, it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. Chenzong was only a martial artist of the qi refining realm. Although he was very strong, it was not impossible to kill him. If they knew Chenzong's true strength, they would probably only be left with despair. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong quickly left with their subordinates. They had to quickly arrange for the martial artists of the qi refining realm and the gang to surround and kill Chenzong. The arrival and departure of Tai Lang and Tai Xiong did not bring much pressure to Chenzong. The three ferocious city is not as well informed as the dynasty. Xiao Taichao smiled and said, so even now, they still don't know who you are, and they also don't know that your strength has reached the peak of the 6-star realm. Otherwise, they would probably give up on the idea of killing you, or let the martial artists of the true martial realm secretly kill you. They will know. Chenzong smiled slightly. After chatting with Xiao Taichao for a while and learning more about the three ferocious city, Chenzong stood up and said goodbye. Brother, be careful. Also, don't worry about the martial artists of the true martial realm. Xiao Taichao solemnly said as he walked Chenzong out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion. Don't worry, big brother Xia. Chenzong smiled and strode out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion. Xiao Taichao withdrew his gaze and walked into the Cloud Dragon Mansion. As soon as he stepped out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion, Chenzong felt many gazes fall on him. They should be from the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang. Without a trace of fear, Chenzong walked out of the city with large strides. If he wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. If he wanted to kill, he would kill until the two gangs were afraid. As for the martial artists of the true martial realm, Xiao Taichao wouldn't agree. Of course, it wasn't Chenzong's style to pin all his hopes on others. However, he hadn't used the sword chi in the Red Thunder Sword yet. Since he wanted to solve this problem, Chenzong wouldn't delay. He walked quickly out of the three ferocious city. Quick, quick, quick. Catch him. Don't let him get away. The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang all thought that Chenzong was going to escape. They quickly moved and chased after him. That's the Red Wolves. Those are the Grizzly Gang. I recognize him. He's the captain of the Red Wolves. He's at the peak of the 3-star realm. He rarely appears in public. That's Man Xiong from the Grizzly Gang. He's also at the peak of the 3-star realm. So many people are moving. Are the two gangs going to fight? Impossible. Look at them. They're chasing after the person in front. The person who spoke pointed at Chen Zong's back, who was quickly leaving. Who's that? How dare he offend two gangs? He's courting death. He's the one who killed more than a dozen red wolves and more than 20 Grizzly Gang members not long ago. I heard that he's a martial artist who just came from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The ignorant are fearless. In the midst of the discussion, the crowd moved toward the city gate. Watching a show was a natural instinct no matter where one was. Soon, Chen Zong rushed out of the city gate. Soon after, the Red Wolves and Grizzly Gang also rushed out of the city gate. The elite martial artists of the Red Wolves were the Red Wolf Warriors. Every one of them was at the 9th stage of the Force Training Realm and had rich combat experience. Ordinary 9th stage of the Force Training Realm were no match for them. They were also good at joint attacks and were famous in the Three Ferocious City. The Grizzly Gang also had its own elite martial artists, the Grizzly Bear Guards. Like the Red Wolf Warriors, every one of the Grizzly Bear Guards was at the 9th stage of the Force Training Realm. Their combat power was very strong, and they had rich combat experience. Their hands were stained with blood. It could be said that both the Red Wolf Warriors and the Grizzly Bear Warriors were selected through strict tests. There weren't many of them, and they rarely moved. Once they moved, it meant that something big was going to happen. After rushing out of the city gate, Chen Zong didn't leave. Instead, he stopped and seemed to be waiting for the Red Wolves and Grizzly Gang to arrive. Let's kill and make a name for ourselves as a great state warrior, Xia Taichao said in the crowd. Boss Xia, is that our dynasty's great state warrior? Someone standing next to Xia Taichao asked. He was one of the true martial realm martial artists sent to guard the Cloud Dragon Mansion. He was at the 7th stage of the true martial realm and was one of the Cloud Dragon guards. That's right. Xia Taichao nodded. Facing the Red Wolf Warriors and the Grizzly Bear Guards alone, his expression didn't change at all. He is indeed extraordinary. Another Cloud Dragon guard nodded and said. The peak of the 6-star battle power is simply undefeatable for the Red Wolf Warriors and the Grizzly Bear Guards. There is nothing to be afraid of, the 3rd Cloud Dragon guard said. Not necessarily. It's true that his battle power is strong, but after all, he cultivated in the dynasty and only came out to train now. His life and death experience can't be compared to the martial artists of the Three Ferocious City. The air was cold, desolate, and filled with fear. Killing intent emanated from every Red Wolf Warrior and every Grizzly Bear Guard, spreading out and filling every inch of space around them. They clashed with each other, causing sand and dust to billow. Roar, a powerful and violent roar sounded like the roar of a giant bear. The aura of the 33 Grizzly Bear Guards rose and fused with each other, forming a giant grizzly bear phantom. It opened its mouth and roared, as if it was blowing a storm that wanted to destroy everything. Awoo, the aura of the 30-odd Red Wolf Warriors fused together, and a giant wolf phantom appeared above them. It held at the sky with an astonishing momentum. In an instant, under the roar of the giant bear and the giant wolf phantom, everyone felt as if they had been brought to the boundless wilderness and were about to be attacked by hundreds of beasts. Whether it was the giant bear phantom or the giant wolf phantom, they all exuded an astonishing aura. It was extremely violent, and they all fell on Chen Zong. His expression didn't change. The eyes of the Red Wolves' vice leader, Tai Lang, flickered with a ruthless light. He was secretly surprised. This kind of combined aura was indeed something that a 4-star martial artist could withstand, but it wouldn't be so easy. Seeing that the other party's expression didn't change at all, as if he was just a breeze, it was somewhat unbelievable. Is that the new state knight of the Cloud Dragon dynasty? The Silver Light envoy of the Silver Light dynasty whispered, rumor has it that his battle strength has reached the peak of 6-star. Rumor is just rumor. Maybe the Cloud Dragon dynasty spread the news to make themselves look good. The Nine-Eagle messenger of the Nine-Eagle dynasty curled his lips and said. It's hard to say whether it's true or not, but this time, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang will probably suffer heavy losses. The Silver Light envoy laughed. Even if Chenzong didn't have the battle strength of a peak 6-star, he was at least at the peak of 6-star. This kind of battle strength was completely beyond the range of these Red Wolf warriors and the grizzly bear guards. He has a bow and arrows on his back. That should be the famous fierce dragon bow of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. It proves that he should have good attainments in archery. The right thing to do should be to distance himself from the Red Wolf warriors and the grizzly bear guards and use his bow to kill some of them. The Nine-Eagle messenger said. As the two discussed, the killing aura became more intense, and the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the Red Wolf warrior made the first move. More than 30 Red Wolf warriors reached behind their waists, and a small crossbow appeared in their hands. They instantly aimed at Chenzong and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than 30 sharp sounds of wind breaking could make one's scalp go numb and their hair stand on end. More than 30 black lights formed a half-moon shape and tore through the air at an astonishing speed. At the end of the black lights, there seemed to be a faint green color, which was highly toxic. Every arrow was smeared with some kind of poison. This kind of poison could easily poison a 2-star warrior. Even a 3-star warrior couldn't resist it. Even a 4-star warrior would quickly lose his strength after being hit. His blood would coagulate, and his body would become stiff, losing the ability to resist. This was also the reason why the Red Wolves were confident that they could defeat Chenzong. Usually, a sudden volley of arrows from the Red Wolf crossbows was enough to defeat the opponent. Even if they couldn't defeat the opponent, they could still cause a lot of trouble for the opponent. Crossbow arrows were different from bows and arrows. They were usually more powerful. Also, this kind of small crossbow arrow had a shorter shooting range, but its explosive power was shocking. At such a distance, even a 2-star warrior couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be killed if he wasn't fully prepared. Even if he could dodge one arrow, he wouldn't be able to dodge more than 30 arrows. Tai Lang sneered, but Xiao Taichao wasn't worried at all. What a joke, if a 6-star warrior could be hit by such arrows, he would be too weak. In the blink of an eye, the moment the trigger was pulled, the arrow had already reached Chenzong. It was less than 1 meter away. A shocking scene appeared. Chenzong's body was as light as the wind, and as misty as the mist. As he floated, he shuttled through the 30 strong arrows with ease, causing all 30 arrows to miss their target. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he floated toward the 30 Red Wolf warriors at a seemingly slow speed, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. Be careful. Tai Lang's eyelids twitched unconsciously. He couldn't help but have an ominous feeling in his heart. However, although his warning was timely, Chenzong's speed was too fast. Although the Red Wolf warriors were all elites, the most powerful one was only at the peak of the 3-star level. Most of them were at the 2-star level. Compared to the 7-star Chenzong, the gap between them was like an abyss. The feeling was like a flock of sheep besieging a ferocious tiger that had turned into a monster beast. Kill. The captain of the Red Wolf warriors, who possessed the peak of the 3-star level, shouted. He unsheathed his wolf blade and fiercely slashed out with a long howl. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 blades came at Chenzong from different angles and directions. However, Chenzong's figure was erratic and unpredictable, which made their siege ineffective. A flash of red lightning flashed across the sky, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. In the eyes of many people, it was like an illusion, flashing and disappearing in a flash. However, in the eyes of the true martial realm warriors, it was a sword light that was so fast that it was hard to describe. Fast, it was really too fast. That's not the speed of a 4-star level. Tai Lang and the others' faces changed dramatically, but they couldn't stop it. That kind of speed was definitely beyond that of a 4-star level warrior. It was at the 5-star level or even higher. Horrifying, creepy, the red lightning flashed and disappeared, but Chenzong's figure returned to his original position, as if he had never moved. The 30 Red Wolf warriors stood in their original positions, motionless, as if they had turned into statues. Immediately, a line of blood appeared on the throats of the 30 Red Wolf warriors. The length and thickness of the line were the same, which made the pupils of the true martial realm warriors shrink rapidly. They were extremely shocked. Under such a fast sword speed, he can still maintain such precision. Terrifying control. The realm of body and sword is one. As expected of the great scholar of the dynasty. Who knows how many people he has surpassed? Tai Lang's hair stood on end, and his eyes turned red. He knew that he was done for. There were only more than 100 Red Wolf warriors in the entire Red Wolf gang. First, a dozen of them died in the Blacklight restaurant, and now, another 30 died. The losses were heavy, which directly caused the overall strength of the Red Wolves to drop by a lot. Just like that, it should be known that in any gang, elite warriors were very precious. They were the main force of a force, and also one of the foundations to deter other forces. As for the ordinary members, no matter how many there were, they were still ordinary members and couldn't be compared to elite warriors. It could be said that nearly half of the Red Wolves' warriors died in an instant. The deputy leader of the Grizzly Gang, Tai Xiong, was stunned at first, then his hair stood on end. He quickly ordered, all Grizzly Bear guards, retreat. The Red Wolf crossbows of the 30 Red Wolf warriors couldn't do anything to the other party. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, they were all killed by the other party's sword. The Grizzly Bear guards weren't weak, but they were only on par with the Red Wolf warriors. They were no match for the other party at all. It was even very likely that they would be killed by the other party's sword. This was definitely not a 4-star battle strength. It was at least a 5-star battle strength. However, the moment the Grizzly Bear guards retreated, Qianzong moved again. Like a gust of wind, the red lightning flashed again, and it also flashed past Tai Xiong's heart, ruthlessly cutting it. The pain was indescribable. The 30 Grizzly Bear guards also turned into statues like the Red Wolf warriors, and a line of blood appeared on their throats. Tai Lang's eyes widened, and they were bloodshot. Killing intent mixed with anger erupted like a volcano. You deserve to die. Like an angry roar of a giant bear, the true power of the violent bear filled his body like a torrent, causing his body to expand in an instant. It was as if he had turned into a giant brown bear. His entire body emitted an extremely violent aura, like a landslide or a torrent. After retracting his palm to his waist, he pushed it out in an instant. It was extremely fierce. The wind whistled, as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, destroying everything. Between the layers of chi waves, a brown bear condensed from true power rushed out. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it instantly rushed towards Qianzong. The indescribable pressure made Qianzong's entire body tense up, as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. His bones kept making sounds, as if they were about to break into pieces. The wind whistled, and it was extremely violent. Qianzong couldn't breathe, and he couldn't open his eyes. It was as if all his strength had lost its effect under this tyrannical aura, and he couldn't resist at all. The fighting strength of an early 7-star warrior made Qianzong a rare pseudo-true martial realm warrior. However, the gap between the pseudo-true martial realm and the true martial realm was still very obvious, especially when Tai Xiong was a true martial realm LV7 warrior. The gap between his strength and a true martial realm LV1 warrior was like a chasm between heaven and earth. This was an absolute gap, like the gap between a little lamb and a demon beast. Even if Tai Xiong stood still and only used true power to protect his body, no matter how Qianzong slashed with his sword, he couldn't be harmed at all. The moment Tai Xiong made his move, Tai Lang also made his move. True power surged, and a claw fiercely clawed out. In an instant, it passed through hundreds of meters and turned into a wolf claw. It fell from the sky and tore the air apart, leaving deep scratches. It was going to tear Qianzong apart. In just a moment, Qianzong was facing the attacks of 2 true martial realm LV7 warriors at the same time. Any one of the attacks was enough to kill him. The gap was so big that Qianzong didn't have time to activate the sword chi contained in the Red Thunder sword. This also made Qianzong more aware of how big the gap was between him and a true martial realm warrior. It was like an insurmountable abyss. In the past, although he had seen true martial realm warriors fight, they weren't directed at him, so he didn't have such a deep impression. Death was approaching, but Qianzong did not panic. Instead, he calmed down, and a mysterious feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if everything around him had become clearer and slower. The dust particles in the air could be seen clearly, and the giant bear and the wolf claws that were descending from the sky also seemed to have slowed down a little. It was a very strange feeling. It was a feeling under the pressure of life and death. If it continued, some unknown transformation would occur. However, if it continued, Qianzong would also be killed and turned into powder. The momentum was shocking and the killing intent was overwhelming. A flash of light tore through the darkness. It was extremely fast and dazzling. The moment it appeared, even Envoy Silver Light and Envoy Nine Eagles had to squint their eyes and use their true power to protect their eyes. Not to mention the other weaker true martial realm martial artists, they were unable to look directly at it. It was a blade light. When Tai Xiong and Tai Lang were about to kill Qianzong, Xia Taichao also made his move. He unsheathed his blade and it was as fast as lightning. The white blade light was extremely dazzling and it attracted Qianzong's attention. It was as if his whole body was about to be sucked into it. In a flash, the charging giant bear was cut in half. The wolf's claws were also cut in half and dissipated like smoke. The white blade light was like an eagle in the sky. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and split into two, attacking Tai Xiong and Tai Lang respectively. The Nine Eagles Envoy and the Silver Light Envoy were the envoys of the Nine Eagles dynasty and the Silver Light dynasty. Naturally, they would not stand on the side of the Three Ferocious City. Therefore, they did not stop Xia Taichao. Speaking of which, it was not that the Three Ferocious City did not want to bribe the envoys of the three dynasties. However, it was not very effective because the envoys and guards were replaced every 3 years. It was impossible to bribe them without spending a lot of money. However, that money could only last for 3 years. Once the envoys were replaced, they would have to bribe them again. It was not worth it. Since there was no direct interest, the Nine Eagles Envoy and the Silver Light Envoy naturally would not help the Three Ferocious City. The blood vessels in Tai Xiong and Tai Lang's eyes disappeared. They were filled with fear. They could not dodge or block Xia Taichao's blade light. They could only watch helplessly as the blade light drew a mysterious and sharp trajectory. Death was about to befall them. Just as the saber light was about to hit them, 2 huge fists appeared out of thin air like boulders and blasted out. They instantly flew past Tai Lang and Tai Xiong and blasted towards the 2 white saber lights. The saber aura was shattered, and the 2 fists were also shattered at the same time. The terrifying force from the collision surged in all directions, setting off 2 violent storms that blew out. The ground was scraped up by 3 inches, and the sand and pebbles were like 2 tornadoes. When they collided with each other, they unstoppably fused into an even larger tornado that connected the sky and the earth. Like the fury of nature, this tornado was extremely powerful. The sand and stones in the surroundings were all sucked into it and turned into powder. Qianzong felt an unparalleled suction force pulling his body towards the tornado. No matter how much power he unleashed, he could not stop it at all. At the critical moment, a silhouette appeared beside Qianzong. Then, Qianzong flew up like the wind, breaking free from the power of the tornado. He flew far away and landed beside Xia Taichao. Everything had happened too quickly. In an instant, Qianzong had faced the danger of death twice in a row. "Brother, are you okay?" Xia Taichao asked with concern. "Thank you, Brother Xia. I'm fine." Qianzong exhaled. His wildly beating heart slowly calmed down. The boiling pure yang qi and blood in his body also calmed down. It was too tense and too exciting. That kind of feeling made one's hair stand on end, but it also had an indescribable excitement. Emissary Xia, the 2 of them lost their minds because of the death of the sex elites. "Please forgive them this time for my sake." A domineering voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. Of course, the death penalty can be waived, but there must be a corresponding punishment. As long as it's reasonable, you can state it. Xia Taichao's gaze fell on the face of the person who spoke. It was a middle-aged man in silver-gray armor. He was tall and his hands were wide and thick. He looked like a god of war. Qianzong keenly caught a hint of fear in Xia Taichao's eyes. Obviously, this person was very strong. He was so strong that Xia Taichao wasn't sure he could defeat him. "Brother, what do you think?" Xia Taichao didn't answer. Instead, he asked Qianzong. "It's up to you, Brother Xia." Qianzong also expressed his attitude. Maybe Xia Taichao wouldn't give up if he persisted. He would definitely kill Tai Lang and Tai Xiong. However, it would undoubtedly be unwise to confront this man in silver-gray armor. Xiao Taichao had already done him a great favor by protecting him. He couldn't be unrighteous and put Xiao Taichao in danger. Moreover, he was in danger because Tai Xiong and Tai Lang, two genuine martial realm martial artists, had disregarded the rules and attacked him. He had to settle the score. In a flash, Chenzong put these two on his kill list. Maybe he wasn't a match for them now, but he could in the future. Was it difficult to reach LV7 of the genuine martial realm? It wouldn't be difficult. Thinking back to when he was in the Qi and Blood realm, he spent a lot of time and effort to strengthen his foundation. After breaking through to the Qi refining realm, his cultivation speed was much faster than other martial artists. That was in the Eastern continent, where resources were scarce. Now that he was in the Eastern continent, he planned to go to the Longtu dynasty, where there were more geniuses and more resources. As long as he reached the peak of the Qi refining realm and broke through, his cultivation in the true martial realm would be even faster. Tai Lang and Tai Xiong felt a lingering fear. They hurriedly thanked the armored man who had helped them, and then glanced at Chenzong. With such heavy losses, they wouldn't have a good time when they returned to the gang. Moreover, Xiao Taichao wouldn't let this go. No matter which side it wouldn't be a good thing for them. At this point, the battle had ended with the deaths of more than 30 grizzly bear guards from the grizzly bear gang and more than 30 red wolf warriors from the red wolf gang. However, this kind of end was only on the surface. He's definitely not a 4-star fighter. He's at least a 5-star fighter or even higher. Investigate. Get someone to investigate this person's background immediately. With the return of the crowd, the news of this battle immediately spread throughout the 3 ferocious city. After that, the first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces in the 3 ferocious city also heard the news and started to investigate. However, only the first-rate forces had the ability to investigate. This was because they were strong enough and had enough resources to enter the various dynasties and secretly carry out their activities. If it was only a 4-star fighter, it wouldn't be enough for them to use the people hidden in the dynasties. After all, there were 4-star Qi refining realm martial artists in the various first-rate forces. If it was a 5-star fighter, the significance would be different. Indeed, there were 5-star fighters in the various first-rate forces, but they were extremely rare and very precious. Another point was that 5-star fighters definitely had a high status in the dynasties. They might even have a very high background. No matter what, they had to investigate clearly before deciding on their attitude towards the other party. However, the 3 ferocious city was quite far from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. It would take some time to investigate and send the information back. Chenzong followed Xiao Taichao and the group of Cloud Dragon ambassadors back to the Cloud Dragon mansion. On the way back, he was silent. This battle could be said to be a battle between life and death twice. He had almost died here. This also made Chenzong more aware of the gap between him and the true martial realm. Even if he had the Red Thunder Sword to rely on, he still needed an opportunity to activate the sword chi within it. It was not enough. He was far from being strong enough. He had to become even stronger. The peak of the Qi refining realm. Chenzong's eyes flashed. I must reach it. Only by reaching the peak of the Qi refining realm would one's combat strength become even stronger. Perhaps it would not be enough to compare with a true martial realm martial artist, but it would have a perfect foundation that most true martial realm martial artists did not have. It would allow one to advance by leaps and bounds after breaking through to the true martial realm. The foundation was very important. Even if Chenzong urgently wanted to become stronger, he would not exchange a broader future for a temporary increase in strength. If he could not wait to break through to the true martial realm now, it would be equivalent to cutting off his future. Brother, that person just now is called Duaning Chou. After returning to the Cloud Dragon mansion and sitting down, Xiao Taichao opened his mouth and said, his combat strength is at the peak of the 4-star level, not below mine. I am not confident that I can defeat him. Big brother Xia, I am already very grateful that you are willing to protect me. As for the rest, let's leave it for now. We will deal with them in the future. Chenzong smiled slightly and said. Okay, I will wait for that day. Xiao Taichao smiled and said. Although he was an emissary of the dynasty, he was not invincible. He was indeed very powerful against the second-rate factions, but against the first-rate factions, his deterrence was undoubtedly much weaker. Brother, although you can't kill him, you should compensate him. What do you need to compensate? Feel free to tell me, Xia Taichao said. What does Big Brother Xia think? Chen Zong asked back. We need to make these two factions bleed. Xia Taichao laughed. If you trust me, let me handle it. Okay. Chen Zong did not hesitate at all. Straightforward. Xia Taichao smiled. Rest here. This is the Cloud Dragon Mansion. No one dares to cause trouble here. I will be back soon. As he spoke, Xia Taichao walked out of the Cloud Dragon Mansion alone. His goal was naturally to make a trip to the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves to make these two factions bleed. As for Chen Zong, after chatting with the Cloud Dragon guards for a while, he went to rest in the guest room. Sitting on the bed, Chen Zong thought back to the battle just now. The 30-odd Red Wolves' cooperation was indeed outstanding. If he really was a 4-star warrior, he might have been defeated. Unfortunately, they had underestimated his battle strength, causing them to be completely wiped out. The main point Chen Zong thought back was the might of the Iron Wolves and Iron Bears, the two true martial realm cultivators. That kind of attack was not something he could block or dodge. It was as if he was directly suppressed. After that, Xia Taichao's blade was even more stunning. It was as if it had split the world into two. It was extremely terrifying. Duaningzhou's two punches were also very powerful. When they collided with the blade light, they both shattered and formed a shocking tornado that wreaked havoc in all directions. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything. The corpses of the Red Wolves and Grizzly Bear guards were sucked into it and were instantly torn to pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. End of chapter 302. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.